Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Prologue. Prologue Part 1. When he awoke. It felt like any other day. A heavy rain persisting over the past few days. Nothing entirely remarkable, not really important. A very forgettable day. One that some would rather forget altogether. Yet the city did not stop, the city would not stop. The streets were consistently busy, with the hustle and bustle of people, going to and from the various places in the city. The sun managed to shine through the thinning clouds, letting the morning rays rouse the people, where busy parents and annoying siblings would pick up the sleepy stragglers, from their restful respite from their everyday lives. Many would feel rather dismayed, reflecting the feel of the weather, yet one gentle soul always managed to make everything seem brighter. The Kurosaki household. Masaki Kurosaki, matriarch of the Kurosaki household and one of the few Quincy alive, was eating breakfast with her beloved family. Her 9-year-old son, Ichigo, was playing with his younger twin sisters, Karen and Yuzo, as was the way of children their age. Her husband, the former Shinigami captain, Ishine Shiba Kurosaki, joined in their festivities, making the mood all the more infectious. This is what she always desired. This is what made her content. A peaceful life and a joyous family. But deep down, she was wary of her own son. She will always love her child, but in the far reaches of the back of her mind, she was ever cautious. When he was born, she no longer felt that hollow that infected her years ago. She had her suspicions, but prayed she was wrong. Ichigo's inner world. An entire city, standing on its side, was bathed in a magnificent radiance, which was the utter opposite of the world outside. A middle-aged man in a black tattered overcoat, ever caught in a non-existent wind, was trying to enjoy the beautiful day. But there was something plaguing his mind, which he just couldn't push aside. A weird feeling, one that still connected him to the Quincy King. "You don't seem to be enjoying this as much as you usually do," spoke a warped voice. The man turned to see his lone companion in the empty world. A tall and lean man, white as bleached bones, wearing a mask as black as night. A skull, with 2 parallel lines going down the mask, which was fixed in a constant feral grin. "Don't you love these bright sunny days?" the pale man teased. "Or is there something else? That, maybe, you're questioning your stance in this?" "There is nothing to question," the old man said, calm but firm. "He is safe. That is all that matters." "Yeah, for now. What about when that changes?" The same argument bubbled to the surface once again. Whether to keep their charge innocent and ignorant, for as long as they could by restricting his power, or expose his potential and make him prepared for anything. The old man wanted to keep Ichigo out of harm's way, the skull-faced figure wanted Ichigo to prepare, to keep him from fighting, or make him the strongest fighter. They had fought over this, time and time again. "I refuse to allow Ichigo into that world," the elder said. "He's too young. And when he's older, what are you going to say? He's too gentle. Face it, I'm here and that kid will love fighting." The two glared at each other for a time. "We'll leave this matter to his mother." The old man sounded like he was trying to convince himself, more than his other half. He knew that old tale was a destined prophecy, and today was one of the special dates for that man's return. "You really think that bastard will let her live?" the pale man said. The elder froze in shock. He didn't think that the Zanpakuto knew the prophecy of the Quincy King's return. He never spoke of it, even blocked it from their connection, so how did he know it? "Because we're still technically one being, dumbass." The hollow was smarter than he gave it credit for. He should be able to recognize Ichigo's potential. The Quincy half argued. He wouldn't do anything that might harm him. "Please, when has he shown any form of kindness or care?" The hollow/Zanpakuto hybrid argued. "If it isn't a pure Quincy, or useful to him, he'll kill it because of that, taint." Being the instincts did have its perks. He recognized the threat and would be prepared for it. Unfortunately, he had to share this world with someone less than agreeable and wanted to hide Ichigo away. "Enough," the Quincy growled. "This isn't for us to decide," he said before disappearing, not wanting to continue this conversation, or give himself reason to believe that he might be wrong. The sword spirit was left alone with his thoughts. A part of him was wishing that the Quincy half was right, because if he wasn't, today was going to be terrible. Hours later after Ichigo's karate class, the rains became heavy again and the river banks and aqueducts swelled with the rushing water. The auburn-haired Quincy and her young child were making their way home in the heavy shower. He was such a sweet child. Ever since his father told him what his name meant, he tried so hard to get stronger, to protect her. He had so much potential, so much power, but he was still just a child. She didn't want him to start training. She didn't want him to end up in that world. That world of struggle and bloodshed, fighting with his life on the line. He was a flashing bright beacon to those empty monsters, the hollows, the ones that would love nothing more than to devour him and all his racial. She would do anything to protect her little boy, to keep him away from that horrid place. She felt her son's tiny hand slip out of his grasp. She saw him running toward a girl, a spirit. His was one of the clearest sights ever. He never was able to tell living from the dead. She began to chase him, to keep him from getting washed away into the current. That's when she felt it. A dark oppressive hunger aimed right at her son. She turned to see a large hollow heading for her son. He was covered in wet, brown fur, and a large mask, with what seemed to be a fishing lure sticking out of his head. She needed to hurry to protect her child. She skated on a flow of racial to get between the disgusting creature and her son, gathered the energy to generate her spirit bow. Then she was surrounded in a flash of light. She felt her power being ripped out of her, leaving her defenseless. Her only thought, save him. Ichigo's inner world. That bastard. The hollow half yelled, somehow knowing this was going to happen. Masaka was made powerless and, in just a scant few seconds, will be dead. The Quincy half just stared, damning his own inaction that led to this. Deep down he knew the hollow was right. Waiwak would never allow Masaka to live anymore. With her dead, this world would flood, Ichigo would be defenseless. He tried to not care, concerning himself only with Ichigo, but if this happened, then Ichigo would suffer. Most likely for years, blaming himself for this. He was a fool. Protecting Ichigo didn't mean keeping him hidden. He was weak and vulnerable now. Old man. The hollow yelled. It's now or never. Are we just going to let this happen, or are we going to do something? Save his mother and set the boy on the path of bloodshed, or leave him be and let him get consumed by sorrow. The Quincy half of Ichigo knew his decision, he just prayed he wouldn't regret it. Fine, he declared, letting his energy charge, Ichigo will walk a road of battle. The hollow grinned under his mask. Finally, Ichigo will be prepared for what was coming. Then by our name, his power, we shall protect him and his happiness. He charged his own energy. At once, they unleashed their combined energy, took control of Ichigo's body, and uttered one word. Everything around Ichigo was consumed in light. Zanjutsu. Prologue Part 2, Answers and Teachers. Darkness. That all he could see around him. Memories flashing like lightning all around him. All in that endless expanse of nothingness. He heard screams of terror and sickening crunches with each new image, each new nightmare. Places he's never been, people he's never met, all playing out in what was possible final moments before whatever happened. In all this, he remembered fear, he felt terror, but most of all, he was hungry. He was hungry and was devouring these people with cold and calculated plans before indulging his hunger. That was, until she appeared. He saw her, an adult woman standing between him and a new morsel. In her hands was a glowing blue bow and arrow, notched and targeted for his skull. But then she was engulfed in a light and she staggered, her threat was now diminished and he could feed. Then another flash came, a name was called out that he knew was spoken, but he did not hear it. The darkness returned and he heard only one thing. Protect. Ichigo's inner world. He finally opened his eyes, freeing himself from that nightmare of death and hunger, and beheld the odd world around him. Buildings stretching out to the endless sky ahead. An entire world, twisted on its axis. A part of him knew he should be scared, felt that he should be terrified, but he couldn't help but relax in a strange sense of familiarity in this place. The young hybrid child stared into the strange blue world in wonder and awe. Where? Ichigo began, where am I? Well, that's certainly $1 million question there, king. He heard a strange voice speak. Ichigo turned to see a tall figure, all white in some weird robes and a black skull mask on his face. Where are you? What is this place? What happened to mommy? He said mockingly before swinging his arms out to gesture all around them. In short order, you're in your head, this is your inner world, and mommy. He got close to Ichigo and whispered in his ear. She's gone. The second those words registered in Ichigo's mind, it began to pour. Damn, the Zanjutsu thought to himself, the old man is gonna bitch at me a lot for this. But we did agree to let me handle this. But he pulled away and gazed into the black clouds, pouring down Ichigo's sorrow. The king is going to hate me for doing this, but no one begins this kind of journey on a happy note. He looked back down at his future wielder and saw a face locked in despair. This happened, because you were weak. He stated, cold and harsh, to the young boy. Powerless. How can you protect anyone when you can't even protect yourself? The world began to flood. Ichigo was slipping deeper and deeper into his sorrow. Mom, no. Ichigo said as the memories returned. Those visions were that of a monster that was devouring people. And its latest victim, was his mother. How couldn't he recognize his own mother? Now she was gone because of him. Mom. He was talking through his tears, mixing in the continuous downpour. Mom, I'm sorry. Please, don't leave me. He could barely choke out the words. Please don't die. He wailed out before crying. Zanjutsu watched the crying child in front of him. In a way, he was disgusted with his wielder, soft, weak, vulnerable. But he knew, in time he would be a force to fear, a force to reckon, a being of great power. Now was the time to plant the seeds for that warrior. Time, to set Ichigo on that path. She's not dying, he said, loud and firm enough that it reached Ichigo, right into the young boy's core. The rains eased up considerably, but there was still quite the downpour. Not yet anyway. I said she was gone, taken from you. With that the rain got weaker and weaker, and Zanjitsu saw a light of hope return in his master's eyes. She can be brought back, but what are going to do? He asked the child. Ichigo looked at the pale man in confusion. How are you going to stop this from happening again? He clarified. Are you going to stay that weakling that cries every time he loses? Or are you going to stand up and fight for what you want? A deep clear voice echoed behind the boy. He turned to see an old man with a shadowed beard and tattered cloak standing behind him. This was the time, there would be no going back. Ichigo finally developed a thing that was missing for so long. Will, determination, resolve. The two halves watched their charge as he whispered the words they were looking for. He just needed one more push. Speak up. Are you going to fight or hide? Are you going to stand up or fall down? Run and you will die. Hesitate and you will die. The road ahead is clear. They spoke in unison. Now chose. Ichigo brought his head up, set in a deep scowl of focus and resolution before crying out, I will become strong. When he yelled that, the force of his cry broke the clouds apart and cleared away every drop of rain. The sun returned, shining stronger than either spirit had ever felt. It was more than happiness, it was determination. The two powers smirked looking down at the boy. Now he will push himself to become the strongest he could ever be. That's the spirit Ichigo. The pale blade said as he gave his master a pat on his shoulder. Never forget this feeling. This will push you to become strong. Strong enough to protect everything precious to you. This motivation will be your greatest asset. The darker sword told him. The time is coming for you to wake up. He said as he felt the world outside shifting. Just remember. Ask your parents these questions. The hollow said counting off on his fingers. What's a Shinigami? What's a Quincy? What's a hollow? And, what am I? Because you have more potential than all three. And don't forget to demand training. The world around Ichigo began to glow brighter and brighter as Ichigo felt himself leaving this world. Wait. He cried out. Aji-chan, Ani-san, what are your names? The two spirits smirked and spoke, but no words came out. Before much longer, Ichigo was gone from his inner world. With his hind, before Grandfisher's attack. He sat on that couch, a cooling cup of coffee in his grasp, as he waited for his wife and son to return. He had started a small habit of play fighting with his son ever since Ichigo started doing karate. Never too serious, never too strong, also praising his little warrior for his reasons to become stronger. Ichigo was surprisingly calm for a member of the Shiba clan, but the moment his child was born he knew two things. 1, he was going to be an embarrassing dad to every girl his son brings, and 2, that his son was going to be a very powerful individual. His only aim with his son was to make sure he grew up a good man. If Ichigo ended up becoming a Shinigami or Quincy, he would do everything to support that boy, to protect him, especially from creepy scientists that are more threatening than they look. Come on Ishine, the man across from him whined, aren't you the least bit curious about what your boy can be? Kisuke Urahara, a more brilliant man doesn't exist. Banished under false charges against him by a scheming madman, he contents himself with that candy shop and secretly catering to the spiritual beings that can find his services. He had saved Masaka's life from hollowification after she got infected when they first met, and he explained that the same hollow now resides in their son. Ichigo's lineage was a kind many could only dream of, all three primary spiritual kinds all residing in one body. Kisuke was beyond curious to study and analyze such a being but had enough respect for his hind and his family to keep their boundaries. So he tried to get permission from his hind in order to proceed. He does not intend harm, just curiosity, and above all preparation. Ichigo was currently a huge unknown, and he does not like unknown. If anything happened, he wanted to be ready. Over 900 countermeasures were in place for the boy, which was still too few in his opinion. A bright flash of light shined through the house suddenly, shocking the two men. It didn't take long for them to notice that two Ryutsu seemed to completely disappear, but only one mattered to his hind. Masaka. He realized as the light began to disappear. Urahara and his hind scrambled out the door and began to make their way to the mother and child. The second they got out the door, Urahara grabbed the former clan head and began to use his shunpo to accelerate their progress. It was situation like these that made his hind curse the Kido that was used to suppress that hollow at the expense of his own powers. Before their final leap they heard a loud voice cry out, Zanjitsu. This actually gave them pause. In the briefest of instants, they felt a near overwhelming power. They finished their jumps to nothing more than an unconscious mother laying protectively over her dear child. Ichigo. Masaka. The former captain cried out, his companion following closely behind. After a quick examination of the two, he was slightly relieved to find that both were still alive. This is bad as Hine. Urahara exclaimed. Masaki has been completely drained of her Ryutsu. If we don't get some back into her, she'll die. Can we use yours? No, she need Quincy Rasher. We have to get her to Ishida. There was no argument, not even a single line of speech as the two former captains rushed to Karakura Hospital. the workplace of the last pure-blooded Quincy family in the city, Karakura Hospital. The room was filled with various people, the kind that takes notice to an even like this. A disturbance in the air unlike any felt before. 3 people occupying hospital's beds, asleep and unmoving. 2 women, 2 mothers, 2 impure Quincy's hooked to silver canisters leaking a glowing blue liquid down into their veins. One with hair like a glowing midday sun while the other had hair as dark as night. Masaki Kurosaki and Connie Katagiri, the wife of the man supplying the Raisure IVs. With them were 2 white-haired men, a father and son, Ryuuken and Soken Ishida, in a white suit and the other in robes. A dark-skinned woman with dark purple hair and golden cat-like eyes and black spandex and an orange shirt. A more tanned man with a braided ponytail and a thick mustache wearing an apron and opaque glasses. And finally, the duo that brought them all together. "Alright Tessai, this should do it," Urahara said to his burly assistant from the store and old friend. A mix of medical science and restorative Kido, and the 2 Quincy's were in no more danger of dying, to the ecstatic relief of both husbands. They were still in comas, but they would eventually recover in time. "It's good we acted in time, boss," the large man said as they finished up the final touches. Masaka was indeed in critical condition. His Majesty either deeply craved her power, or was disgusted with the thought of a Quincy that was infected with a hollow. Mused Soken, a rare angered scowl laying on his normally kindly features. He himself did not choose to put much stock in that old tale, choosing to be a proactive force for coexistence between the surviving Quincy's and the Shinigami. He wholeheartedly supported the death gods when they massacred his own kind. Any atrocity committed as a hollow could be forgiven, as those are being who have lost themselves, and Quincy's destroyed them from existence with no remorse, which threatened that balance of the world. This act, this cleansing, was utter foolishness, and he cursed the Quincy blood that binds him to that accursed parasite Bach, the king of the Quincy. "This is just great," the dark-skinned woman groaned. "Things were bad enough with whatever Aizen is scheming, now Yuha Bach is returning as well? This could throw all the worlds into turmoil." "Maybe, but not yet Yoryuaki." Urahara placated his old friend and former captain. "Soken did tell us the prophecy of his return. The sealed king of the Quincy. Over 900 years, he shall recover his heartbeat. Over 90 years, he shall recover his intellect. Over 9 years, he shall recover his power. And over 9 days, he shall recover the world," spoke a voice. "Exactly. We still have a few years to prepare for him, while still getting ready for Aizen." Urahara then noticed that not one of the adults said anything. They all turned to the now awake Ichigo, who spoke the king's hymn foretelling the return of Bach. "Ichigo, where did you hear that?" The boy's father asked him, more serious than he had ever been with his boy. "How long have you been awake?" Before Ishine got any answers, his son gave his own questions. "Dad, what are hollows?" The question from the little boy surprised everyone in that room. "Well, Ichigo, hollows are dash. What are Shinigami?" he asked again, throwing Ishine off again. "Which do you dash? What are Quincy's?" "One at a time Ichi dash." "Dad, what am I?" Ishine froze at that last one. He immediately left his sleeping wife's side and embraced his son. Securely, protectively, lovingly. "You are my son," he told his child, rubbing his back to soothe him. "There is nothing that anyone can do to change that." He gave his son another squeeze before pulling back and looking him in the eye. "Now, where did you hear those words?" "From these 2 guys in my inner world," the child said, confirming Urahara's suspicions of the boy being in his world. "This old guy also told me to recite that thing I said when I woke up. Said it was important." At that moment, Ichigo looked around the room and saw everyone. "Who are they?" They took the time to make introductions and proceeded with explanations. Hollows were empty beings, lost to despair and hate that devour other souls and beings with greater amounts of spirit energy. Shinigami were guides to the afterlife and guardians of the dead, purifying hollows and delivering lost souls to their rest. Quincy's were humans that could manipulate Raisure to completely destroy hollows, but because they threatened the balance they were practically wiped out, leaving only so many to live in peace. So why should I have more potential than all them? Urahara decided it was his turn now. "Because Ichigo, you are a mix of all 3. He told the child. "Truly a miracle of grand coincidence. Your mother is a Quincy, a rather powerful one at that was bitten and infected with hollow Raisure. Then a Shinigami saved her life by using his powers to seal that hollow away. Care to guess who that Shinigami was?" the shopkeeper asked the boy. It took Ichigo just a scant few seconds to recognize the answer. "Dad, you're a Shinigami." Ishine smiled down at his son. "Was, Ichigo. I retired to become your dad," he said, ruffling his boy's hair. Then Ichigo said something that surprised everyone. "I want to become strong, Dad," he declared. "I want to learn all I can do, all the powers I can use. I want to be able to protect Mommy and Karen and Yuzu." He got that same determined look in his eyes when he declared his desire for strength to his powers. Ishine recognized that look, and he knew that he would cave. Luckily, he wasn't alone. "Then, if you don't mind, you can begin this weekend with my grandson to study the Quincy arts," the kindly old man said with a smile, taking on this burden while his son got his own feelings back together. whether to continue the Quincy ways, or turn his back on it completely. I can teach the boy Kido. Tessai said. He might make the spells even stronger. Hey, Yoriyuki interjected. No way can he just learn spells and long range. He's got to learn how to fight up close and personal. She got in front of the small child and pointed down at him with a disturbing feral grin. Got that? You call me sensei or ne-sama, because I'm teaching you how to fight. Ichigo was excited by the dark-skinned woman's enthusiasm, but was also a little scared. Oh okay, he stuttered while clinging to his father, Yoriyuki ne-chan. Yoriyuki just stared at the little kid and felt a bane to her existence. Cuteness. So, while Ichigo gets over his new trauma, who teaches him sword play? Urahara asked Ishine. It was difficult to say who was the better warrior of the two when it came to Zenjutsu. When Ichigo gets a Zenpakuto, we'll test him and see. Ishine said. He looked down at his smiling son and knew that Ichigo just decided to give up a normal childhood. No, more like, it was taken from him. This was going to be a difficult road for Ichigo, he might never have normal friends. I hope you two are going to be ready. When he grows up, you may not stand a chance. Ichigo's training began soon after that. Prologue finale, Bonds of Friendship. Uraiwa, the Holy Archer. A couple months had passed since that night in the hospital. A couple months since Ichigo learned the truth and began his training. A couple months since the young cousins first met each other. One dressed in the normal Quincy attire of white and blue while the other wore red and black with small metal crosses on their wrists of likewise color. Both running through the forest in the bright sunlight, giggling in their childlike innocence as they raced to meet up with their elderly teacher. Uraiwa still remembered that day with crystal clarity. The day he met his cousin. Flashback, the weekend after the holy selection. A young Uraiwa Ishida waited eagerly for his teacher and grandfather to arrive for his next day of lessons. After his mother went into that coma, his family needed a few days to recover. He went to see her with his father not too long after to see for himself. He did not know why or what was the rhyme or the reason. He just knew that his mother was sleeping a dreamless sleep that few ever wake up from. His grandfather told him that they would continue training during the weekend and that Uraiwa would not be alone this time. Minutes slowly passed as he noticed his grandfather finally coming into the sacred training grounds of their kind, with a small orange-haired boy roughly his age following him. In his excitement, the young Quincy ran out to meet his kin. "Grandpa!" he exclaimed in nervous excitement. "Is he?" the boy asked the wise elder. The old man smiled down at his young student and calmly introduced the young Ichigo to his relative. "Yes Uraiwa, he is my new student." He gently spoke to the child. "Uraiwa, say hello to your cousin, Ichigo Kurosake." That was all Ichigo needed to gather his confidence and met his cousin in full. "Hi," the young strawberry said with a smile. "I'm Ichigo." The cheer was infectious as the raven-haired Quincy returned his smile. "I'm Uraiwa Ishida. Pleased to meet you." Flashback end. Months passed since that meeting. Ichigo had a lot of trouble with the fine control of Raisher that the Quincy abilities demanded. It was theorized that being part hollow contributed to this issue as they were naturally chaotic beings. The regular Quincy cross needed to be modified just so he could use them as they crumbled in response to the hollow Ryotsu, evidenced by the black and red as opposed to the silver and blue of the normal cross. The two skills he actually managed to excel at was the speed and defense skills, Hirenkyaku and Blood Vene. It was almost natural for Ichigo to use the speed techniques while his talent for Blood seemed to be inherited from his mother. While Uraiwa was initially jealous of his novice cousin, he soon got over it as Ichigo still failed with maintaining a Quincy bow. Now they were heading for the training grounds together, skating on a cushion of Raisher as they practiced their Hirenkyaku, and laughing the whole way. "You're getting faster Uraiwa," complimented Ichigo. "Maybe someday you'll move as fast as me." A little banter of a friendly rivalry, pushing the other to succeed. "And maybe someday, you'll be able to use a bow," retorted Uraiwa. "But I'm betting you won't hit anything." "That was mean," laughed the children. All the way to the front feld their teacher showed them. But the laughter was short-lived. Until Ichigo grew more accustomed to using Raisher and manipulating that energy, they kept him of hard combat teaching. Even his hollow Zanjutsu let only the timely necessary techniques awaken in the boy. One of which was the sensory technique Pesquisa, letting him sense nearby, strong, Raisher signatures. A way of practicing his focus, finding his teaching, reassuring himself, keeping the young boy happy. Until he felt a dozen dark, chaotic, hungry, energies. A feeling he was all too familiar with because he was carrying the same type of energy in his soul. Those dozens of hollows weren't what froze him in place though, it was who they surrounded. "Hey," Uraiwa said, noticing his cousin stopped in his terrified look. "Everything all right?" Ichigo responded by grabbing his cousin's hand and rushing as fast as he could to the meeting place, telling Uraiwa of the dangers that are closing in on their teacher. As fast as he could, awakening a fragment of his Sonido and adding it to his Hirenkyaku made them reach their sensei faster than ever before. But it was a fruitless endeavor in the end. Soken Ishida was already slain by hollows, the Shinigami showing up too late. A couple of days later. It was a dark day, an overcast sky thick with heavy clouds, like the heavens themselves tried to hold back their tears. Both the Ishidas and the Kurosakis were in attendance, Soken having found his way into all their hearts as the kindly grandfather he always was. Ryokan let nothing show, same as Orihime, both fathers trying to be a pillar of strength and support for their families. With them were Urahara's group as they were fellow instructors with Soken, trying to teach the boy that would one day become a beacon of hope and progress, trying to now console children with their loss. Ichigo took it hard, his cousin had it worse. Not too close with his father, his mother falling into a coma, and now losing his grandfather, the poor child was close to breaking, with only his cousin to sympathize with. The funeral ended and everyone began to go home. Ichigo and his father helping a crying Yuzu and Karen, while Uraiwa sat in silence with his father, staring blankly at the ground. Ryokan had chosen to cast away his Quincy bloodline in favor of dealing with the matters of the living while the dead dealt with the dead. These decisions left a harsh gap between himself and his child. He chose to save the living after everything that he had lost. He knew his stance but he was still a father, and if there was one thing Ryokan learned from his own it was, a father will do anything for his child. As those words replayed in his head as he watched his child stare blankly ahead, he knew what had to be done. Uraiwa. He spoke calmly but firmly, ever stuck in his business mode. His child responded upon hearing his name and looked at his father. Do you remember why I said I don't like the Quincy? Uraiwa's face fell at the return of the conversation that pushed them apart to begin with. Yes, Uraiwa mumbled out. Because there was no money in it. Those words painted Uraiwa's opinion of his father as a man that cared for nothing but the paper in his pockets. Precisely. As a Quincy, I would not be able to support you. He said, shocking Uraiwa as this new information came in. As a Quincy I could not keep your mother alive. As a Quincy I would be unable to help people that needed it more than lost souls. As a Quincy, you would not exist. Uraiwa stared at his father, seeing him in a new light for the first time in a long time. I was once like you, Uraiwa. I cared about the Quincy bloodlines, I wanted to preserve the heritage of our kind. But because of that same heritage and ancestry I began to lose things. The biggest loss because I was a Quincy. I almost lost your mother. Again Uraiwa was frozen in shock, his own kind almost killed his mother. I abandoned my Quincy heritage because that was a life strife with pain and loss for me, I wanted you to avoid that. Ryokan continued. However I should have realized that you are your own person, and your experiences may not be the same. You will have your own path to walk and your own life to lead. Ryokan faced his child, seeing a phantom of his younger self in the boy. Ichigo is trying to become stronger to face a terrible monster. One that will destroy everything. That is his reason to get stronger. What is yours? Uraiwa was about to respond with his usual answer, to prove the worth of the Quincy's, before remembering what his father had just told him. What you were going to say was your grandfather's goal. I'm asking why you want to power. Why do I want power? Uraiwa asked himself. Memories of seeing his cousin try so hard to master the Quincy techniques, his laughter as they trained with each other, their happy smiles as they pushed each other to the next level. It didn't take him much longer to find his answer. I want to help Ichigo. He told his father, making him give a rare smile to his son. I still do not approve of the Quincy Uraiwa. He said, leaning back into his chair as his son looked at his father in disbelief. That is why, if you want me to train you and Ichigo, I want to see you both in the top 10% of your classes. He challenged his son. Make sure you have a plan for the future when the fights are over. Uraiwa felt a smile return to his face and he agreed to his father's demands. And son, your grandfather was gentle with you too. Uraiwa felt his dad gain a more malicious aura. I will not be. It took Uraiwa a few seconds to recover his courage. Bring it on dad. He challenged his father. You are spending too much time with that boy. But Ryokan thought to himself. You're becoming more confident and excited. Not necessarily a bad thing though. Orihime, the flower princess. 3 years later, the Kurosaki clinic. An older Ichigo sat across from his teachers. The big and burly Tetsai and the disheveled shaggy Urahara. The boy was deep in meditation, focusing on gathering his energy to manipulate his Kido. Ryokan kept his word. Ichigo was much better at controlling Reisha and it was a rough few years. The cousins became closer to each other in skill, but Uraiwa still was leagues above as he didn't have as many things to learn. Now Ichigo was training in undoing Bakudo Kido spells, currently restrained by 6 rods of pale light. This training was meant to increase his skill in proficient Kido use, lest they blow a hole in the training room under Urahara's shop, again. His development is rather astounding. The ex-captain thought to himself. If he was solely focusing on one skill alone, he could give experienced opponents a difficult time. Ichigo had progressed in ways that took others decades to achieve in a scant few years. The biggest problems was Ichigo's growing strength, the hollow inside wanting to do more destructive activities. However, until Ichigo becomes a Shinigami, they've decided to take their time with control and discipline. Urahara was honestly afraid of what the boy would end up becoming, a nigh unstoppable force of nature. Tetsai merely watched as his pupil impressed him more and more. Scarcely 5 minutes had passed before the boy undid the level 61 Bakudo spell. Even without the chant, that spell was not easy to undo for a trainee. Their musings were cut short as there was a loud knocking at the door. Urahara chose to answer the door as Ichigo was becoming tired from undoing the seal. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a horrific sight. A young girl, roughly Ichigo's age, was standing in the doorway. Tears streaming down her terrified face, her hair and her clothing was soaked in blood. All of which came from the unconscious man she carried on her back. "Please." The girl with the burnt orange hair pleaded. "Please, you have to save my brother." Just from a glance he could tell that the young man did not have much longer. If he and Tessai weren't here, this person would be a goner. Good thing he was here. "Tessai." The shopkeeper called out. His assistant was paying rapt attention and jumped into motion. He gently took the man from his little sister and the exiles made their way into clinic station. "Ichigo, take care of the girl," Urahara said just before leaving the children alone. "Come on," Ichigo said taking the girl by the hand, "let's get you a bath." Blood stopped bothering the boy as his life progressed and his training became more and more tense. Once having his arm completely shattered by Yoryuki in an accident and recovering just as quickly because of his regenerative powers. He grew curious enough to test those limits until the sight of blood was almost normal to him, then everyone scolded him for his recklessness. "My dad and sisters are visiting my mom in the hospital," he explained as he led the girl deeper into his house. "I'll try to find something that'll fit you." Okay. She mumbled out, halfway between worrying for her brother and feeling guilty for possibly causing this. "With the men. I think I'm stumped here, Tessai," Urahara painfully admitted to his old friend. "Fractured spine, ruptured organs, fewer bones that aren't broken, I just can't figure this out." He scratched his head while the shaded man glared at his boss. Was he born under a lucky star because we're here or an unlucky one because he got hit? "Can the jokes wait?" yelled Tessai. "At least until after he's in no immediate danger." Yeah, the shopkeeper said, casually waving his fan. "The question is, do we do this fast or slow?" They both looked at each other, considering their options while Tessai used healing Kido to slowly stabilize the injured brother. "Slow." They agreed after that moment of thought. "I don't think it's safe for you to use your Bankai here. Plus I don't want my dear Benahim-chan to be mad at me." Kisuk whined, hugging the cane which housed his Zanpakuto. Back with the kids. Orihime sat on the couch in the living room, wearing a red t-shirt and brown shorts that Ichigo had given her. In her hand were the 2 blue hairpins that her brother got her. "I don't want something so childish," she heard her own words echo in her head. She knew how hard her brother worked for their sake, how much effort he put into making her smile, and she just stomped all over that love and generosity over something so stupid. She felt her tears welling up in her eyes again, scared that her brother might die and her last words would be something so hurtful. "Here," she heard the boy say, knocking her out of her delirium. "It's probably not any good but I made tea." He handed her a cup, which she graciously accepted with a tired smile. "So, what were you crying about now?" Ichigo asked bluntly. She just stared at the strawberry, thinking about her troubles. "I'm a terrible sister," she finally said, looking sullenly into her tea. "I yelled at him for getting me something I thought was for kids." She saw no harm in telling him, he might give her the punishment she needed to get heaven to spare her brother. She showed him the 6-petaled azure pins that her brother bought for her. "See, childish aren't they?" "What's wrong with being childish?" he asked her. She looked at him in surprise as he gave her an innocent look, not even thinking for a second that she was a bad person. "My dad acts like a kid all the time, he does it to keep me and my sisters smiling." He then wrapped his hands around hers that held her hairpins. "As for your brother, I heard if you make a wish on something that's important to you then it'll come true," he said as he lied. He knew that with both Tessai and Urahara here then her brother was definitely going to recover. But there was never any harm in helping a girl not be happy, was there? Orihime looked at her hairpins with tears coming back to her, clutching them to her heart as she prayed with all her heart for her brother to recover. "Good news," Urahara announced as they came out of the proto-operating room. "He's stable enough to be transported to the hospital." Orihime's eyes widened in astonishment as the wish seemed to work. She looked at Ichigo who smiled at her. "See." She immediately embraced him while crying tears of relief. The ambulance came by not too long after that to take the Inoue siblings to Karakura Hospital, where Ryokan himself would handle the rest. "And there," he said as he finished putting the pins in her hair. "That's better. And looks cute too." Orihime grew a massive blush as she began to develop a crush for the boy. The paramedic said it was time to go. She shyly mumbled, "My name is Orihime Inoue. What's yours?" "It's Ichigo," he responded cheerfully. "Remember to smile, Orihime," he told her as they left to help her brother, Sora, recover from his accident. Tatsuki, the fiery fighter. 1 year later, the karate dojo. "Hey Ichigo." The now teenage Ichigo heard his old sparring partner call him out. "You wanna have another spar?" It was an early day at the dojo, the instructors were busy with other matters, people recovering from the stress of the entrance exams for their schools, but 2 particular students did not feel ready to call it quits for the day. Sure I've got the time," he told Tatsuki. The only training he had today was in Hakuda, the Shinigami hand-to-hand style, with Yoryuki and swordplay with his father. He figured he had enough time to warm up with his old friend before going back to the hell that was his dark-skinned mentor's training. First to 5 wins. she said in excitement, pounding her padded knuckles together. Tatsuki, she never stopped being the best karate student in the dojo, and Ichigo was always her best sparring partner. He never once thought of her as weak or anything lesser because of her gender. He used to give her the best challenge out of anyone there, but for a long while she felt something was off. She never once lost to Ichigo, but the fights had changed rather sporadically. Sometimes she won fairly quickly and other times it took a while, sometimes with ease and sometimes with a lot of effort. Ready? Her partner asked as he got into his stance. He became much more confident in the course of his training. He stopped being so shy and never cried after losing again. At first Tatsuki was glad, no longer needing to protect her friend from bullies as he could defend himself. She saw so herself. Ready? She responded as they began to search for an opening in the other's defense. She remembered that day rather well, a mere few weeks ago. He was being ganged up on again because some idiots had issues with his hair, some with knives, some with clubs. She hated people like that, people that mock or ostracize someone just because of one minor difference. She thought it was stupid when she helped him with bullies because they thought he could see ghosts. Idiots. She threw the first punch, a clear blow aimed for his face. He blocked it easily and returned with a kick to her midsection which she managed to dodge. Moves that were barely reminiscent of how he single-handedly demolished those idiot thugs. He was faster than she'd ever seen him move, more graceful in his movements. In the same time they charged at her friend, it was over. That was when she finally realized that he wasn't fighting at his full strength against her. She couldn't confront him without exposing him in the act or he'd deny it. She wanted the full truth and was determined to pry it out of him. The fight slowly dragged on, blocking punches, dodging kicks, getting ever so close to landing a strike on the other, both unaware of their audience member. Something's up with Tatsuki, he thought to himself. She's acting a lot more reserved than usual for our spars. He spared a quick glance to the clock and almost blanched. If this keeps up, I'm going to be late. He didn't know what she would do, but Ichigo never wanted to piss off his martial arts instructor. He was going to have to go a little harder to finish this spar. He threw a feint at her face before throwing a jab at her stomach, getting first blood. Nice one, Ichigo. Tatsuki complimented, rubbing where she was hit. Okay, he has never hit me that hard before. He must be getting desperate. She thought as they got into their stances again. By the way, she said as they began the fight once more, I met this girl who seems to know you. Said to let you know her, wish granting, hairpins are still working. Ichigo accidentally dropped his guard as a laugh escaped him, which she capitalized on with a kick to his side and gaining herself a point. A dirty move, but it was his fault for dropping his guard in a fight. Yeah, I remember her. He said as they prepared for the next round. Her brother was in a car accident and came to our clinic. They began the fight with more intensity than before, not enough to be completely serious but more than a normal person to consider. I told her that to make her feel better. How sweet. She cooed, kicking at his head. I think she's got a crush on you. She was about to get another hit in before he blocked and punched her in the side, scoring again. From there they stopped the banter, the fight escalating more and more, even they began to doubt whether it was a regular spar. Ichigo got a chop on her chest, she managed to kick his stomach and his head, then they tied with a simultaneous punch to each other's face. Tatsuki was panting and sweating heavily while Ichigo pretended to be out of breath. One more hit and it would be over, and he needed to get moving. He glanced at the clock, giving Tatsuki a window to slam him with one last strike. She threw her kick and he landed flat on his back, signifying his defeat yet again. It took him a couple seconds to realize that she purposefully missed him and he fell for it. So, wanna tell me why you aren't taking me seriously? She asked, glaring at him. Well, he said while feeling a sheen of cold sweat cover him, about that. I told him to not go all out unless necessary. Their spectator finally made herself known. The goddess of Flash Yoriuki was watching the fight from the sidelines and judging Tatsuki. Ichigo told her about his sparring partner and considered bringing her in under her wing. After all, he's strong enough to accidentally cripple someone. She said in a joking manner. Ichigo, who is this? Tatsuki asked the protector. Tatsuki could tell from her movements and posture that the woman before her was a master martial artist. Was he taking private lessons under this woman? This is Yoriuki Shihoen. Ichigo sighed. She is my Hakuda master. Hakuda? What's Hakuda? Hakuda is a close combat style that concentrates on rapid attacks to overwhelm one's opponent. The purple-haired master fighter explained. In order to achieve that, one must also be strong enough to move at such speeds. Here. She walked over to the punching bag in the room and struck it with enough force that it exploded from the back. Now Ichigo, how many times did I hit that? 3, which was too many. He responded. Tatsuki was in shock. It hardly looked like the woman moved even once. She could have done that in one punch. She thought to herself in disbelief. And Ichigo has been training under this person. Why are you here anyway, Yoriuki? He asked his teacher, who smiled at her student. One that belied her anger and promised pain. Why? She was immediately in front of Ichigo, keeping that smile with a malicious aura around her. Why am I here, being so generous as to pick up my beloved student for an extra special training I made up with love and care for his well-being? Why would I come for my student? Ichigo was shaking as he finally realized something very important. What's the one rule I gave you, Ichigo? He was late for her training. I'm sorry, Yoriyuki ne dash. He tried to hastily apologize. Unfortunately. Don't you, Yoriyuki ne-chan, me. She was not too forgiving. That stopped working on me when you stopped being a cute little kid. She yelled as she ground her knuckles into the sides of his head, making him cry in pain. You kept growing up, scowling at everyone. You don't even react to me naked anymore. Wait, what? Tatsuki finally getting over the shock of the scene in front of her. But she was not going to get an answer soon. Now Yoriyuki was hugging his face in her bountiful breasts while shaking back and forth. Now you're skipping classes to spend time with your girlfriend. She cried comically while Ichigo tried in vain to fight for life-giving oxygen. Give me back my cute little Ichigo. We're not dating. Tatsuki cried out, embarrassed with a blush that matched Ichigo's other namesake. This seemed to reach Yoriyuki, and snap her out of her delirium. Oh, you're not. She dropped Ichigo unceremoniously onto the floor as he began to gasp for breath. Shame, you would have been a cute couple. Tatsuki only blushed harder. Well, no matter. You'll be spending a lot more time together anyways. What do you mean? Tatsuki made the mistake of asking. Yoriyuki gave the aspiring martial artist her cat-like smile. Ichigo needs a proper sparring partner, and I've just decided to take you under my wing. The Flash Goddess told the young teen. You've got serious talent and I want to see that flourish. Do I get a say in this? She squeaked. Yoriyuki's unchanging smile was all the answer she needed. Well, it would be nice getting trained personally by a master. Chad, the unbreakable shield. 1 month after. Ichigo didn't care about what people thought of him. He was proud of who he was and he wasn't going to change that for anyone. The constant street punks coming to fight him just for his hair color did make him consider going black a few times, but beating in skulls was more fun than that. It would also be easier without the keto restraints that Yoriyuki was forcing him to wear all the time, an idea he swears she got from that show about the spirit detective, but he'll digress. He was surrounded by thugs from other schools, looking to get payback on a few beatings he gave out earlier, and he was now only as strong as Tatsuki was before his kitty teacher got her paws on her. Enough for 5 but not enough for 8, at least he knows how to fight. Time to die, you punk. Some idiot with a mohawk yelled before he got blindsided by a brown giant punching him aside. He towered over the others wearing the same black school uniform Ichigo was in. Brown-skinned and wavy brown hair covering his eyes, it was his classmate Yasutara Sato, but he kept calling him Chad. He wasn't too sure what he was doing here, but he was glad for the help. It did not end well for the 8 attacking thugs. Man, that was a pain. Ichigo growled in annoyance. Thanks for the help, Chad. These jackasses were going to make me late. It's Sato, and no problem, Ichigo. The giant said as he left for home himself, rubbing the pendant on his neck and praying for his abuelo. Ichigo finally got back to Urahara's shop, where his teacher and partner were waiting for him, just in time. Yoriyuki said with a smile. You were almost late again. She sat on Tatsuki's back as she continued her light warm-up of 100 push-ups. She was already panting as she hit 50 and felt like dropping. Another group of idiots gang up on you again. Yeah, got some help this time though. He told her about Chad and how he helped him. Sounds like a good guy. Tatsuki grunted out as she reached 70. You need to pay him back for that. If I know those idiots, they'll try something. He said as he started his stretches. 1 week after that, punch after punch slammed into him after these 2 cretins got him by the riverside. Not too much to really knock him down but enough to still hurt a bit. Damn you. The assailant growled, laughing as Chad just stood there and took it. Why don't you go down? The guy asked, throwing another punch to his face. This'll finish him. The guy behind him laughed as he got a large rock ready to bash his head in. Chad saw this and actually got worried. Then he saw a black blur come at him and kick that guy away with such force he went flying. He repeated this feat with the other guy but punched him in the stomach instead. Both of Chad's attackers were out cold. Ichigo just glared at the unconscious heaps of the 2 punks before scoffing. He pulled out his cell and called the hospital. I never leave a debt unpaid, man. This was for helping me out. He told his large acquaintance with a smile. Thanks. He responded in his deep voice. Hours passed as they laid on a hillside, Sato looking at his medallion with a sense of pride for keeping his promise. What I don't get is why you were just standing there, Chad. Ichigo finally said after the silence started to bug him. Sato. The half-Mexican corrected him. Sato, Chad, whatever. Ichigo dismissed. The point is, you're lucky I showed up when I did. I know you're really strong, so why would you take that beating? Why didn't you fight back like when you helped me? He asked, fully aware of his teacher coming by in her black cat form. I made a promise that I would never use my fists for my own sake. Chad said as he sat up. Yoriyuki finally got to her student, climbing on top of him and letting out a purr as he cautiously rubbed her soft fur. It's a vow I made to abuelo. Isn't that Spanish for grandfather? He asked, needing a little clarification from the multilingual lessons his uncle Ryakan made him and Uriah learn. Yes, it does. My abuelo's name was Oscar Joaquin de la Rosa. So, you told me you were from Okinawa, but you have Spanish roots. No, Mexican. I lived with my abuelo in Mexico after my parents in Okinawa died when I was little. He said, remembering how Oscar came to get him one day, how he tried so hard to make the young Sato go from a bad-tempered rotten kid to a good man. The day he finally took the old man's lessons to heart after he saved his young stupid self from some angry parents from the kids he beat up. When his grandfather gave him that medallion saying that his body and strength was a means to help people and that the coin will show him the way. So that medallion is a keepsake of your promise, huh? Ichigo asked while scratching his cat teacher's ears. Yeah, this thing's probably worth more than my life, he said, holding that gold coin to his heart. Ichigo noticed a phone at their feet that was open, probably on too. Well, I should get going, Ichigo said, repositioning Yoriyuki to lay on his shoulders as he made his way back to the shop for his Kido practice. Chad watched as his friend walked away with that strange cat. Ichigo, you're good with cats, he thought to himself, despite feeling something was up with that feline. Those punks from before are going to try something tomorrow, he told his sensei as he walked. Maybe something with his coin. A good assumption, Ichigo, she said in her deep masculine voice she had as a cat. He's certainly determined if he wouldn't even fight back for his own sake. Is that all you're going to say about it? No, it's all so stupid. Abusing your strength is unforgivable, but not defending yourself when you have to is being stupid, not selfish, she said before leaping off her student and walked on the nearby ledge next to him. Someone's going to have to knock some sense into his head if he's going to learn that though. Leave that to me, Yoriyuki, he said, gaining a slight smirk. He's a good guy. I wanna help. Yoriyuki grunted in approval of her student. He may not be that cute little kid anymore, but what took his place was a strong, kind-hearted young man. It was a bonus that he grew up handsome and sexy too. Ichigo. Yeah. You realized you rubbed your teacher's pussy, right? She said with a devious smirk as she finally got Ichigo to stumble and turn redder than a strawberry again. You pervert, he yelled as she ran off. The next day, he was stupid. He let his guard down too much. Now here he was, tied up, under a bridge with the same guys from yesterday and a few others. Some idiot with glasses and dreads with a small chain piercing from his ear to his nose. This is the end for Sato, tough guy of middle school, he said in a smug tone, believing he's won. So, you scared now? You're not gonna start pissing yourself, are ya? I don't have to go at the moment, he calmly replied, getting under the guy's skin. I guess you aren't scary enough. Sorry guys. Hee, aw man, the guy said, getting up in front of Sato. Well then, in that case I'll just take this. He pulled Chad's medallion and broke the chain around his neck. Now what did you say? Something about this being worth more than your life. He brought out a pair of bolt cutters. Then if I take this away, you might as well be dead, right? Now Chad was scared to lose his medallion, scared to lose that gift from his abuelo, and furious at the man in front of him, wanting nothing more than to beat that smug look off that jackass's face. So then die, loser. Chad strained against his binds, making them groan in resistance as he pulled with all his considerable strength. Don't be stupid. Give it dash, and that was all before 2 feet slammed into his face. You're pissing me off, Ichigo growled as he surfed the ground with the punk's body. Shut up. When the dust finally settled, he gave a cocky smirk to Chad and the guys around him. He grabbed Chad's coin from the unconscious leader's hands before rummaging through his pockets for a phone. Hey, Weasel, you alright? They called out of concern for their boss, knowing how hard Ichigo hits. You got a lot of nerve going through the boss's pockets like that. Ichigo ignored them as he pulled out the phone and dialed the hospital, asking for 5 ambulances right off the bat. Yoriyuki was in her human form, watching her student pummel the crap out of a few idiots. She came because she was curious as to how Ichigo would handle this situation. Needless to say, she was a little disappointed in his form and movements. Too much unnecessary movement in her opinion. Chad was watching Ichigo and remembered his grandfather, taking blow after blow for his sake the first time he messed up so badly. Well, that's that, Ichigo said, not even winded from the fight. Hey Chad, I've been thinking. He started to untie his large friend from his binds. You can stay the same while I throw my punches for you. In return, you can throw your punches for me. He finally freed Chad from his binds as he looked at Ichigo with a sense of admiration he hasn't shown since his abuelo. If there's anything you'd protect with your life, I'll do the same, he said, reaching out his hand with Chad's medallion in his open palm. That also means fighting back when I'm not around, he said with a chuckle. I am being kept busy with a lot of things. Chad looked at his orange-haired savior, realizing the depth of that oath he just said. His grandfather was right, that coin would show him the meaning behind his strength, how he should use it. Sure, he said simply, before grasping Ichigo's hand and forming an ironclad pact with him. He would give his life to help Ichigo, knowing he would do the same for him. He'd use his strength for others. Yoriyuki smiled, proud of her disciple. Then she decided on something, appearing right next to the boys almost instantly. Ichigo, she yelled suddenly, shocking the two. I said I wanted you to do 1 lap around the city in 5 minutes. She never said that, she was using this to cement their oath. Instead I find you dawdling with your buddy from school. Give me 5 laps now, she screamed, in teacher mode, not giving Ichigo any chance to protest as he began running off to complete his task. Chad watched his friend run off, clearly scared of making the weird woman angry, before feeling himself get smacked in the back. "You too, big guy." "What?" he asked, confused. Yoriyuki gave him a toothy grin. "You just made a promise to help Ichigo no matter what, right?" Chad nodded dumbly, still confused. "Well, as his teacher I'm not letting you drag him down by being too weak to help him." She threw him a confidence-boosting thumbs up. "So you better start, before you're too far behind." Chad finally understood that this woman was telling him Ichigo was constantly improving himself and he was going to keep his promise, he should do the same. He held up his coin before kissing it and putting it into his pocket, rushing off to join Ichigo in his challenges ahead. 2. Ichigo became a death god. The beginning of the series proper. 'Twas a beautiful night. A silver glow washing over the city of Karakura. Few lights remain on in this dead hour of the night as it knows a rare moment of silence. An image of tranquility and stillness to the living, not so much for the spiritually aware and the dead themselves. Standing high above the city, like a guardian light in the darkness, was a warrior. Clad in a black shiaksho with an elegant blade on the hip, the Soul Reaper stood watch as several monsters slipped into the city. "I sense strong spirit energy close by," she said before rushing off into the darkness, unaware of who she will meet, and what will happen. Evening the next day. The day was on its decline, the sky releasing a burning bronze light over the city while everyone was going home for the day or indulging in their various hobbies. Some were simply walking around the town, enjoying the ending of the day. Others just goofed around, acting all big and tough, annoying other people with their attitudes and recklessness. What did Ichigo do in his spare time? He spent it beating the crap out of the ladder, of course. There were 5 people in front of him, 3 were cowering in fear, 1 was unconscious, the last was getting his head crushed into the pavement by Ichigo's foot. "Alright, listen up you trash," he growled out, pointing to a knocked-over broken bottle with some crushed flowers. "First question. What is that?" "Answer." "Oh, the middle nameless thug started. "I guess someone left those flowers for some kid that got killed here," he whimpered before getting a face full of Ichigo's heel. "Thankfully this is for comedic effect so no one is dying." "Correct. Next question. Why is it on its side?" he said, glaring at the next 2 idiots. "It's because one of us was careless enough to knock it over," the next guy said, hoping to appease the angry seer of the dead. His response was another hard kick to the hard, knocking him into the only other member of his group. "If you know that," he said eerily calm before emitting a murderous aura, "then go apologize or the next time the flowers will be for you." He growled, terrifying the group of thugs as they ran and screamed out their repentance. One bespectacled teen decided to reveal himself. "Was that necessary, Ichigo?" Urayu asked as he went to where a young girl's soul still resided, replacing the flowers and offering a quick prayer. "Probably not," he admitted as he turned to his cousin and a little girl with a bloodied face. "But you know how protective I am. Besides, spirits like her deserve to rest in peace." She smiled and bowed to the 2 Quincy's. "Thank you, now I can rest in peace." The 2 smiled at the girl before walking away. It was one of those rare moments they could talk and catch up, not worry about the training Ryakan puts them through or the schooling to make sure they get that training. "Father says that Karen is getting better in her Quincy practice," Urayu told him. The twins found out about their brother one day after following him to Urahara's one day. The exiled captain saw little harm in 2 sisters wanting to support their brother. "How's Yuzu's progress with Kido?" "You know, she's having trouble," he said. "Karen has no trouble, but it's harder for Yuzu. Maybe she just has no talent for it," Ichigo said apathetically. In reality he'd rather they not fight at all. He's fine with them learning to defend themselves but not go into a war like he and Urayu were going to. "This coming from you?" Urayu asked through a laugh. "You still have trouble with controlling your Ryutsu. You can barely use a Hado spell without blowing something up." An unfortunate incident where he caused some major property damage, causing him to swear to not use Kido outside of a safe environment. The only safe spells were still extremely powerful and dangerous ones, very taxing on his physical body. "So, I'm stronger and faster than most everything in this city," he threw back. "So you can beat a captain of the Soul Society?" "Maybe, we'll find out soon." Ichigo looked off in the distance, feeling erasure he associates only with a few people he knows. There's finally a Shinigami in this city. This made the 2 stop. Urayu glared in the distance, still feeling some level of resentment for his grandfather. Ichigo, more in annoyance that it took them this long to show up and help the lost souls of the city. "Do you think you'll finally unlock your Shinigami powers now?" "I won't force the issue, Urayu, but I have a feeling that it might happen soon." They then went their separate ways, each feeling that there was nothing more to say to the other. The sun finished its descent as the light went from warm bronze to pale silver from the moon and streetlights. Minutes of walking later and Ichigo finally returned to his home, where his family waited with dinner. In most families you would hear, "I'm home," or "I'm back." In this house, shielded in a strong barrier to keep it hidden from unwanted eyes, Ichigo's first words to his family was, "Bakuda number 8, Seiki." He rose his arm, now with an orb of light hovering on his wrist, catching his father's swift kick and blowing him back. Ichigo immediately charged at his father who recovered from the counter and began throwing fast punches at his son. At the table, eating that dinner Ichigo came home for, sat his twin sisters. One was as gentle as a blooming flower with hair much like her mother's, while her sister more rough with black hair like her father. Can't they wait until after dinner? Yuzu whined, puffing her cheeks in displeasure as father and son fought. Leave them. Karen told her sister, holding her bowl out for more rice. Ichigo needs to be ready for anything. You know that. Doesn't mean I like it, Karen. She said, giving her sister another helping. The fight ended as soon as it began with a tie between father and son, each one at their physical limit. You're definitely getting better, my son. Ishine said, looking at his son with pride. He was glad that his son was already on par with most lieutenants, he just needed to become a Shinigami to confirm that. The two men of the house returned to the table to enjoy their family dinner. While they still missed Masaka's cooking, Yuzu was doing a fine job with it. Before they went to bed, Ishine told his son that Urahara wanted to see him tomorrow. That it was important. The next day, Ichigo was walking through the city, in his gray school uniform, to check up on the spirit of that girl from yesterday. That's when he heard the howling, like a large beast crying out in hunger. He remembered those cries, the same beasts that tore his teacher apart so many years ago. He ran into the city to find them and the little girl they were chasing. The people were frantically running in terror, away from a danger that they could not see but certainly made its presence known. It was a giant brown bug-esque monster resembling a praying mantis. In front of it, running for her life, was the little girl's spirit from yesterday. Help me! She cried, fleeing for her soul. Ichigo reached out and grabbed her before skating away with his Hyrankyaku. He got them to the end of the sidewalk when he finally found that Shinigami he was sensing. She moved so gracefully, slashing through that hollow like a blade on the wind, killing her prey in 2 swings. Finally, a Soul Reaper shows up. He said, watching her as the hollow dissipated. She glanced at him, eyes wide in shock. Crap, she saw me do that. But, he thought to himself before disappearing from the scene. That boy. The Shinigami said as the target of her inquiry vanished from her sight. He looked so much like him and he was definitely no ordinary human. I'll have to find him. She began to leave to continue her duties. I have some questions for him. Later in the evening. Hey Kisuk. The young hybrid said as he entered the small sundry shop, punching Hinta in the head for tormenting Yururu again because she's so timid. I'm here. He walked down the center aisle of the small store, lines of nondescript and unimpressive products of random types waiting in the shelves and display boxes. It surprises him that Kisuk manages to keep this shop in business, probably not something he wanted to know the answer to. Maybe it had something to do with the real purpose of the shop, catering to the spirit beings. What did you want? He asked his disheveled teacher. Well, my prized pupil. The bucket hat scientist exclaimed excitedly, putting Ichigo on edge knowing his teacher's mad scientist habits. I have done all the calculations, all the experiment variables, tested in the only ways I had, don't ask, and finally, I feel confident enough to give you this. He threw a black soul candy ball, the same as a faux soul used by the Shinigami. Swallow that and it will separate you from your body. Kisuk said, being serious with his disciple. After that you have a window to awaken your latent Soul Reaper abilities, but it's going to be very risky. Ichigo looked at his master, who had no trace of his earlier comical demeanor. This method can only be done by someone like you and only you. He leaned in close to his student and told him what he had to do. That is going to hurt a lot. Ichigo said, somewhat worried about doing this and excited to finally have the rest of his powers awakened. He was about to leave before remembering that Soul Reaper from earlier. By the way, a Soul Reaper is in town. She may have also seen me using my Hyrankya dash. He tried to finish before getting attacked by the one person he still could not keep up with. Yoryuki was clawing at his face in her cat form while berating her student. What part of "be careful" keeps getting lost on you? She yelled as Ichigo pried her off his face. You know that you're under his observation. We can't let him know we know he's watching, and Soul Society is not that lenient with someone like you. You could be killed on the spot if they found out the full truth too early. The old man is willing to listen but only when someone proves themselves trustworthy. Kisuk said. Your best chance is most likely after Aizen's betrayal, if that happens. I'll keep that in mind. Ichigo said as he left his teachers and started his trek home. Back home for his dinner, soul candy in hand, and a sense that it will be used very soon. Kurosake Clinic. Night time. He laid in his bed, staring at the small ball in his hand, reflecting on what he was told and what he was going to have to do. His sisters finishing up their chores while their dad was at a meeting with his uncle, learning about the new practices and method for doctors in the ever-expanding field of medicine and surgery. Hey! He called out to the only people with him. You think this is going to work? Next to him in a flowing tattered black cloak was the Quincy Zanjutsu while his hollow Zanjutsu was at the other end, a color negative of his human half. It should. Said the white Zanjutsu. He never failed you before. But this could be dangerous for him and those around. The older Quincy said. You might want to make sure that your sisters are behind the barrier when you use it. The barrier, made by Kisuk and Tessai. Designed to shield the occupants from racial-based attacks and surveillance, but not keep spirits out. She's coming. Ichigo said as he felt that Soul Reaper from before coming by. The projections of his Zanpakuto disappeared back into their master, moments before she finally entered his room. "What do you think you're doing?" He growled at the black-clad woman, silence being her response. "Hey, didn't you hear me?" He tried again, and again no answer as she seemed to scan the room. She stood there, in the middle of his room, searching, sensing, trying to find any trace of the remaining hollows. "I feel it," she said to herself. She sensed a great energy, but it saturated a good portion of the area, leaving that sense useless. So intent on her mission, she to notice the young teen in the room, or what he was about to do. "Don't break into someone's room and ignore them," Ichigo yelled, slamming his foot into the short death god. She fell into an undignified heap as the hybrid continued to lecture her. "I don't know how you were raised in Soul Society or care that you're a Soul Reaper. It's rude to just break into someone's room and ignore them while they're talking to you." The Shinigami wasn't listening, again, as she tried to understand what just happened to her. She was just kicked, she was seen, by a human. "Yo, you can see me." She turned her head to look at the young man, then she recognized him. "Wait, you're that boy from earlier." She remembered seeing him pull that young girl's soul away from that rampaging hollow, only to disappear before her eyes. "How did you do that?" she asked, getting up to her feet, barely reaching his chin. She began examining him, rudely grabbing his chin for a closer look. "You certainly look human enough. Are you defective?" Ichigo swatted her hand away and bonked her on the head. "You are neither the sharpest sword nor a good people person, are you?" He growled while the Shinigami was nursing a lump on her head. "Now, who are you? You want to know?" she asked, glaring at him in an attempt to regain some dignity. "Very well, I'm a soul dash," she was interrupted as Ichigo hit her again. "I asked who, not what. Pay attention." He lectured as the Soul Reaper was about to cry from the pain. "I already know about Shinigami, hollows, and Soul Society. What I don't know is who you are." The Soul Reaper looked at him in surprise. "Most humans shouldn't know anything about any of those. Now, will you please tell me your name?" My name is Rukia. Rukia Kukiki." She told him. "Nice to meet you, Rukia," he said, not even bothering with any formality. "I'm Ichigo Kurosake." For a second Rukia could swear she saw her old mentor again. The boy looked so much like him it was uncanny. "Now, can you tell me why it took so long for a Soul Reaper to show up and help any of the souls here in town?" Her response was unsheathing her blade and performing a kenso on a nondescript soul next to him. The influx of spirits and hollows suddenly rose in this particular city. The soul vanished in a flash of light and turned into a black butterfly, flying away from the duo. "When I got here I was searching for those hollows, but something is making it hard to sense them. Or someone," he said, sensing several hollows coming to his home. "You probably noticed that I personally have some pretty abundant spirit energy. Those hollows are probably looking for me," he said, opening his window and letting the hungry wails echo into their ears. "And they sound hungry. Then stay here," Rukia said, preparing herself for the coming challenge. "It's my duty to purify these souls." Ichigo ignored her as he made his way for the door. "Hey, wait." Ichigo did not stop, he couldn't. These things were going to become a danger to his family. He had to protect them. He will protect them. "Yuzo, Karen," he called out to his sisters as he descended the stairs. "I'm about to do something dangerous and stupid. I'd like a snack when I get back," he said as he walked out the door. "Ichigo, wait up, don't do this," Rukia called out as she chased after him. "By Ichi and by Shinigami-san." Yuzu called out, already thinking about what to make her brother. "You think that Soul Reaper is going to move in now that she knows about Ichigo?" Karen asked, channel surfing. "The more the merrier, Karen," the more cheerful twin said. With Ichigo and Rukia, the duo exited into the darkness of the night, the moon and various streetlights exposing the 5 large beasts craving Ichigo's bountiful power. Different shaped heads, different colored bodies, different hulking beasts standing over their soon-to-be prey. Ichigo met their hungry gazes with a defiant scowl, a hand in his pocket rubbing his black soul candy. He figured now was the time to use it, and if anything was to happen, well, he had Zanjutsu for that. "Rukia," he said, pulling the soul candy out. "Watch my back." He swallowed the small black ball and felt his body and soul separate as he jumped at the first hollow in front of him. A large dark grayish one known as Fishbone D. "Stop it, you fool. You'll get yourself killed," she called out to the foolhardy teen. The hollow slammed his fist into Ichigo's body and sent him into the middle of the others. Ichigo silently thanked his dad for the constant attacks, letting him deflect the blow enough to not hurt him, but get him right where he wanted to be. "Ichigo." He heard her cry. She was scared for him, worried for him. This would be hard to explain to her. "Zanjutsu," he called out in his mind to his powers, "help me through with this." His hands went to the chain bound to his chest and began to pull, trying to rip off his chain of fate. Everything around him went silent. He could no longer hear the howling of the beasts closing in on him, nor Rukia's frantic warnings that he was doomed. The seal came off his chest with frightful ease, and he was consumed in a whirlwind. "Ichigo!" Rukia cried out. She never saw anyone try to tear off their own chain of fate like he just did. He willingly turned into a hollow. To what end? What was he thinking? She didn't realize, watching that all-consuming whirlwind of dust and power, that the hollows that were attacking the boy had vanished, completely gone with no trace. Rukia couldn't comprehend what she was watching. 1 second 4 hollows were about to devour that idiot brat she just met, then the next, they were just gone. All there was left was a crushing pressure, greater than any hollow she's ever seen. She dared to believe that it actually matched her brothers in power. So focused was Rukia that she didn't notice the fish-like hollow that attacked Ichigo creep up behind her, or that she was getting weaker by the second. The hollow was planning to devour the absent-minded Soul Reaper given that prime chance, but the whirlwind finally stopped, the dust was slowly settling, the hollow known as Fishbone D felt he was no longer a predator here, he was going to be the prey. In this dust, he saw a figure with a pair of glowing yellow eyes. The last thing he saw before a massive blade cleaved his skull. Well, Rukia heard from someone coming up behind her, looks like my boy's got this. She turned to see a man, similar to Ichigo with darker hair and a thin beard on his face. Ichigo moved from his position of his transformation to sink his massive katana into the hollow's skull. Come on inside and we'll discuss the living arrangements. Ishine said as he returned to his home, carrying his son's soulless body. You might be with us for a while. Ichigo finished killing the hollow and joined back up with Rukia. Who is that? She asked the hybrid. Shock still racked her being from what she just witnessed. First Ichigo was just another plus, ejected from his body. Next he tore off his own chain of fate and decimated 5 hollows with ease. What was with this family? What was with Ichigo? And she wasn't sure but she could almost swear she saw him with a mask before attacking that last hollow. That is my father, the former captain of Squad 10. Ichigo said as he made his way back to his home and family. He'll fill you in. 3. Adjusting. The next morning, they were walking, toward the building of social gathering and knowledge growth, with the events of last night playing fresh in their minds. Rukia could scarcely imagine the situation she ended up in. A former captain of the Godai 13, sacrificing his powers to save the life of a human woman, now a father of 3 with a son that showed immense promise as a Soul Reaper. However, for as glad as she was that she got some answers, she was now greatly resentful of the boy in front of her. How many decades of training did she have to do to even come close to how powerful this child is? And to make matters worse, he took some of her powers. Flashback of the previous night. So that's the story. Ishine said, finishing his tale of meeting a human named Masaki and becoming human to save her life. Partway through that explanation, Kisuke and Tessai showed up to examine Ichigo and prepare a Jigai for Rukia. I couldn't return to Soul Society after that and they'd probably arrest me for giving up my powers like that. Change does not happen overnight for the living, and it takes much longer for the dead. Doesn't seem like Rukia can go back either. Said Kisuke, jotting some notes down about his students' changes. Looks like she lost a good chunk of her power when she got too close to Ichigo. He explained to them that the method Ichigo used would absorb nearby Reisha and Ryutsu if anything got too close to him. Rukia was lucky to just lose some of her power. As she is now, she is incapable of opening a Senkaimon or activate her Shurkai. Present. Scowling at me like that isn't going to change the situation we're in, Rukia. The teen told her as she followed him to class. I already said I was going to help you with your duties, you have a place to stay, and when whoever comes I'll talk to them about what happened. Ichigo knew that talking was probably not going to work, but it was better than outright violence when himself and the captain commander had bigger things to worry about. You still got me into this mess. She yelled back, justifying her anger at the orange-haired teen. If you had just stayed back, I would have been able to kill those hollows and we wouldn't be stuck like this. She knew he meant well, that he was protecting his family first and foremost. But his actions put them both in danger for the long run. He's strong but he'll never be able to match the Soul Society. She thought to herself as they finally made it into the school grounds of Karakura High. He gave her the directions to the office so she could finalize her status as a student of Karakura. He left for his own reasons, running into a certain well-endowed girl with flower hairpins. Whoa! He said, wrapping his arms around her reflexively, keeping her from falling onto her butt. Hey there, Orihime. Their faces were inches apart, Ichigo wearing a mask of casual nonchalance while the busted girl quickly became a stuttering blushing mess. Aye Ichigo. She never had enough courage to pursue her crush, though she is monumentally more comfortable around him now thanks to more than a few confidence boosts from her best friend. Yay, go Orihime. A black spiky-haired tomboy cheered, trying to encourage her best friend, despite breaking the mood and causing the two to separate. Hey Tatsuki. Ichigo greeted his oldest friend. How's your training coming along? I wouldn't be surprised if I was the strongest girl in Japan after sensei by now. She responded with a smile. And her ass looks amazing. Said Ichigo's Zanpakuto. One with huge boobs and another with a great ass, how have you not slept with either of them yet? Zanjutsu, how many times have we talked about this? Ichigo asked his instinctual side. Every day you've seen either of them since you hit puberty. The more controlled half of the Blade Spirit said. I'm almost inclined to agree with the Hollow if it means an end to this argument. The answer is still no. Ichigo stubbornly told his spirits. I have more important things to do than have sex with my friends, especially when they have no interest. Both spirits were in a stunned and irritated silence before Ichigo's hand suddenly shot out and grabbed Tatsuki's butt. Why? He asked just before he was sent flying with an insanely strong punch, sending him flying down the school hallway. Because you're an idiot. The spirit said before leaving Ichigo alone. You pervert. She yelled out, blushing furiously. Tatsuki never thought of herself as girlish, even when dealing with other perverts and would-be molesters she was more mad than embarrassed. With her childhood friend, it made her heart pound and her knees weak. She didn't think of him that way, but he keeps bringing out her more girlish side. Come on Orihime, let's get to class before we're late. She walked away quickly, trying to distance herself and Ichigo. Right. Orihime cheered, rushing after her friend. Bye Ichigo. See you in class. Bye. Ichigo responded after finally pulling himself up. Looks like it's going to be one of those days, isn't it? The day went by rather normally after that. Rukia introduced herself to his class, masquerading as gentle and sweet girl, immediately endearing herself to everyone else. After school was a single patrol, Rukia giving the cliff notes of the responsibilities of the Shinigami while Ichigo ignored them in favor of doing what he felt was right because it was right. The day was coming to its end when they heard the loud screeching of tires suddenly braking. They turned to see Orihime, carrying a grocery bag with a man with dark hair in a blue suit holding her back. You need to be more careful Orihime, the man said with concern in his eyes, you almost got hit. Sorry Sora and I-san. Orihime said with a sheepish smile, bonking herself on the head. I zoned out a bit. She giggled happily, making her brothers take a look of tired annoyance. What am I going to do with you? He sighed, patting his little sister on the head. At this rate, I'll need to be worried for the man that makes you his wife. Orihime's response was to puff her cheeks and pout at her brother. She growled. You're making fun of me. Trying to be intimidating to her brother but only coming off as a harmless kitten. Ichigo and Rukia finally caught up to the siblings. Yo, Sora, what's up? Ichigo asked the fellow older brother with Rukia close behind him, scrutinizing and studying the siblings. What's going on? Well, I was going to spend a nice dinner with my adorable ditzy sister, he said, rubbing the shy girl's head as she blushed while the brothers talked. But then Ryakan-sama called and said he needed me at the hospital. Sora was fuzzy on the details but soon after the car accident and his recovery he came to work under Ryakan Ishida in a pretty good job. What Ichigo knew was that it involved Urahara and invasive experiments to make Sora knowledgeable on how to do that work and asking no questions. Not a proud or well-liked moment in their history. Do you mind walking my sister home? I'd feel safer if she was escorted. I can walk home by myself. She mumbled, secretly wishing that it would just be herself and Ichigo. Sure. He told the fellow older brother. Come on Rukia. Oh, is this the Rukia Orihime has told me about? Sora finally noticed the silent Soul Reaper. Yes, she smiled innocently with a curtsy. Pleased to meet you Mr. Inoue. Sora laughed harmlessly. Old-fashioned isn't she? He asked through his chuckles before returning the gesture with a small bow. The pleasure is mine Ms. Kukiki. But alas, I must be off. Sora then began his trek toward the hospital, for whatever his boss has in mind for him to do. Have fun with your sleepover Orihime. He yelled before they were out of earshot. The three walked alone in silence, Ichigo's presence dissuading any would-be flirts while the girls were left alone for whatever topic came up. So, Rukia started, trying to think of any conversation piece to end the awkward silence. How did you first meet Ichigo? Orihime immediately had a set of emotions flash by on her face. Pained, sad, but slightly joyful at the end. Well, it happened a few years ago. She started. My brother got me these hairpins and I yelled at him for giving me such a childish thing. She pointed to the hairpins that allowed her hair to frame her face, then she got melancholic at the darker memories. He was hit by a car later that day. I was terrified to lose him and carried him to this nearby clinic, hoping for a miracle. They did manage to save my brother, but it was Ichigo that helped me the most. She gazed at the orange-haired boy ahead of them with a look of adoration. He gave me hope, belief that my brother would be okay. Her hands reached for her pins, memories of that night playing again and again in her mind, how she made a wish that came true. Rukia could only stare at the happily blushing girl as, yet again, she had to change her views on the young Soul Reaper. Strong and gentle, fierce and protective, powerful and kind. He reminded her so much on her now deceased mentor she could swear he was Kaien's reincarnation, like fate was giving her a chance to undo her past mistakes. Well, we're here. Ichigo announced as they came to the Inoue apartment. Have a nice day Orihime. Thank you Ichigo. She chirped with small bow, trying to hide her blushing face from her crush. She began to ascend the stairs to her home when Ichigo called out again. Hey, Sora said you're having a sleepover right? He asked her. Why not have Rukia join? He was supposed to head back to the hospital as today was training with his cousin and uncle. He can't let Rukia follow him and learn about his Quincy heritage, who knows how she'll react. She doesn't have a lot of friends in town and you're a great person to help out with this. Rukia grabbed his arm and pulled him down to her level. Ichigo, what are you doing? She growled. I have to stay with you so you can be ready when we get our orders. You're forgetting that I can sense Ryutsu. He reminded the irate midget. Besides, if you're going to live in this world you need to learn how. Your feudal age customs aren't going to help you much here. Besides, it'd be weird if you only stayed around me. I don't need more unwanted rumors about me going around. He reasoned. He did still have a rep as a violent punk and he disappeared some days for hours to days. He still managed as one of the best students but they attributed that to studying with the smartest in school, maybe even forcing him to do his schoolwork. Rukia couldn't argue with his reasons as he began to leave. "Have fun you too," he said before rounding a corner. Ichigo wait dash, she chased after him in a vain attempt to argue her way out of an awkward situation, but he was already gone. Damn it. Orium just watched as the scene played out before her. This certainly was surprising, but she was always happy to make new friends and this was a request from Ichigo. Later that evening in the hospital basement. "So you left the Soul Reaper with someone she doesn't know, in a place she's unfamiliar with people she doesn't know, with nothing but the clothes on her back?" Urayu asked his cousin while shooting at both him and the targets he's throwing while moving all around the room of silver and glass, hiding behind blocks and pillars to work on reaction and awareness. "Is there any reason for this?" He fired several spirit arrows at his cousin who managed to dodge and block them all with a pair of deep red rapier blades from black hilts. "To get her off my back so I could get here." He kicked up several rings and targets of various sizes and shapes for the archer to shoot at flawlessly. "Have to keep the Quincy thing a secret for now, right?" he asked while cutting through more arrows. "Hey Urayu, you ever wonder what it would be like to be normal? We'd probably be bored out of our minds. With Orium, Tatsuki, and Rukia. No offense Rukia but it would have been better if you weren't there," Tatsuki said as they finished a cobbled-together dinner of leftovers and self-made desserts. They discussed what happened during the walk and the time up to the sleepover of getting to know each other. If they were alone, I'm sure Ichigo would have made a move on cute little Orium. She always supported her best friend's crush, wanting to see her friend happier made her feel better as she pushed Orium to be more aggressive when it came to the strawberry. "I'm sure you would have come out of nowhere and ruined the moment Tatsuki." Orium sighed. "What do you mean?" the tomboy asked, ignorant of doing anything but being helpful to her friend. "You always show up at the worst times and ruin the moment." She knows Tatsuki wants to help her, but she also knows that Tatsuki is unintentionally sabotaging her as well. "Earlier today you did just that. And that's not even the first time." Well. Tatsuki thought back to every occasion that her friend was thinking of, which was a lot of times. "Yeah that's my bad," she said deflated. "But I just want to encourage Dash. Will you stop using that as an excuse and just admit it already?" Orium suddenly said, rather forcefully. "Stop lying to yourself and admit it. You like Ichigo just as much as me." Now Tatsuki became a stuttering blushing mess. "What?" She waved her hands in front of her, shaking them and doing everything to deny Orium's claims. "No, we're just childhood friends. There's no way I'd like that cry dash." She stopped, remembering that Ichigo hasn't cried in years. That we dash Ichigo was stronger than her, has been for years. That crude dash she knew Ichigo only retaliates or helps others, never doing anything to be a jackass. That. She knew she didn't have many bad things to say about him, if there was anyone she'd consider dating it was him. But for Orium, she was willing to set her feelings aside for so long she forgot she had them. "Tatsuki, you look at Ichigo the same way I do," Orium said. Whenever they were around him Tatsuki was happier, just being herself around someone that made her feel comfortable in her own skin. No judgments, no crudeness, no lies or manipulations, they were free to be themselves around each other and be at ease. Tatsuki let her mask fall apart, she had nothing else to say, no excuse to say Orium was wrong. "Of course I like that idiot," she silently admitted. "How could I not? He's strong, kind, always puts others before himself, treats me like a friend rather than a girl." She smiled warmly, remembering laughs, cheers, shared struggles, so many fond memories together. Just being friends was enough for her, but she couldn't deny what it would be like to be more girlish, being his girlfriend. "But you liked him first Orium. You're my friend so I'll back off." "Why?" Orium asked, completely innocent. "Why would you? I'm alright if you want to being his girlfriend." "Orium I'm not becoming love rivals with you," Tatsuki told her. "I won't let our friendship end because we're fighting for the same guy. Why do we need to be rivals?" Orium confused her friends. Does she even know what she's saying? "I'm saying let's share Ichigo." Rukia and Tatsuki took a moment to glance at each other, trying to comprehend what Orium just said. Huh. They looked back at Orium with disbelief. "Share Ichigo? Why not?" Orium said with a smile. "You're my best friend. I can share Ichigo with you." She never dropped that smile, that innocent, happy smile. She's too innocent. But the other two thought to themselves. Back with the boys. "Yeah, I have no idea what we'd even talk about." Ichigo agreed with his cousin before a barrage of light arrows stormed down on the two boys. "If you two have enough time to talk, you're not working hard enough," Raiken said, glaring at the two with a silver short bow in his hand aimed at the two. "Let's fix that." Kurosake household. Inside the house two sisters were setting up a room, moving furniture about while setting out clothes that they'd figure their guest would enjoy. Because father and son had no taste in womanlicher the task fell to the Kurosake twins, eager to help the family and its new guest as a way of apologizing for her situation. Hours passed and soon Ichigo returned home, with more than a few scratches and burns on his clothes to show that Raiken was nowhere near as kind as his father. "Looks good you too." he announced, smiling at his cute sisters. Ichi-ni. Yuzu rushed to her brother's side, hugging him tightly. Karen then stripped him of his top before Ichigo had any time to protest. You've been pushing yourself again. Look at all these injuries. Yuzu scolded before realizing her brother was physically fine. Yuzu, he said while patting his sister on her head, how many times do I have to tell you that I heal fast? Yuzu's response was to look up at her brother with teary puppy eyes. Is it wrong that I worry about you? You're fighting monsters, Ichi-ni. But I'm stronger than them, so there's nothing to worry about. Karen then noticed an absence of another Shinigami. Hey, where's Rukia? At Orihime's, learning more about teenage girls. Instead of calming down, Yuzu became that much more worried. But what if another hollow attacks? She asked before a gray and red hollow phased through the wall and charged at the hybrid. In that same instant, Ichigo reached out and grabbed onto the goat skull-shaped mask before crushing it in his hands, his veins glowing blue with his Ryutsu. Then that happens. Ichigo calmly assured his sisters. Nothing will hurt you while I'm here. He told them while wrapping his arms around them protectively. 4. The promise of the shield. Late one night, 3 people gathered together near a construction site, 2 normal everyday teens and one of worthy note, sitting around a small bird cage housing a small yellow parakeet. The 2 others were discussing what to do with the helpless bird, one that was apparently cursed as every owner it had died, while the large half-Mexican watched the bird with a curious gaze. There's something odd about this bird, he thought to himself, sensing another presence nearby. Maybe Ichigo will know something. Hey Chad, one of the other kids said, why don't you take him? Isn't he cute? He teased the more spiritual aware man, hoping to pawn the possibility of the curse on someone else. Hey man, that's not fair, said the other while Chad heard a strange groaning. You know Chad's got a weakness for small animals. The bird began to freak out suddenly, causing Sato to look up and see a thick steel beam falling towards them. It was times like this that he was grateful for joining his orange-haired friend in his training. With the heightened physical abilities he gained through that intense training, he caught the falling metal with little trouble. Holding the mass of steel in his hands, resting on the top of his spine, he saw a shadowy figure quickly flee the scene. I recognize this aura, he thought to himself as he threw the steel beam away, feeling no strain from the normally demanding task. I definitely need to talk to Ichigo about this. Are you guys okay? He asked his 2 friends. Yeah. Are you fine, Chad? Thank you for saving me. The small bird said in a young childish voice. My name is Yuichi Shibata. What's your name, Mr. Sato, Yasutura. He told the little parakeet, unsurprised by its display of intelligence. Maybe that Soul Reaper can help too. He thought before picking up the cage and leaving for his home. See you guys. The next day at school. So how was your first outing as a normal girl? Ichigo asked Rukia. They were on the roof of the school for lunch, passing by the time by cloud watching and some light conversation. We talked, had dinner, and went to bed. She quickly responded, somewhat agitated. Nothing much. She didn't want to think about the night before, that she enjoyed herself more than she'd like. Obsessing over Orihime's adorable plushies, hearing some of Ichigo's own embarrassing past as a crybaby. She had fun but at the cost of neglecting her duties, even if it was just for one night. She felt like she failed in a big way because of this. She did understand Ichigo's reasoning, but it still left a bad taste in her mouth. Here she was, a Shinigami many times Ichigo's age, one of the top of her class at the Shino Academy, someone that should not be having this much trouble, and she's just as helpless as she was back in the slums of the Rukon district. She can't even figure out how to drink her juice box. Here, watch. Ichigo said as he showed her what to do. There it was again, that feeling like a helpless child, but she didn't mind the teen, she liked and hated how much he was like her old mentor. It helped and it hurt. Hey Mizuoro. Ichigo greeted his black-haired friend. Looks like you 2 are together again. The named Mizuoro greeted. You 2 seem pretty chummy. I told you already. She's an old family friend that's staying with us for the time being. Their cover story, Rukia's family were close with Ichigo's and they used to spend time together. Seemed lazy and that no one would buy it, but they were dealing with teenagers and they usually don't care anyway. Do we look like we're chummy? Maybe. He responded with a blank expression. You do seem pretty close, and you're living together. People talk and fun rumors replace a boring truth, Ichigo. They might think you're an item. And when did I care about other people's opinion? He asked his ever-curious friend. Good point. He then turned to Rukia, who was contently watching them while sipping her drink. Hello, I'm Mizuoro Kojima. He greeted himself enthusiastically. My hobbies are womanizing. Ichigo finished for him, shocking his friend in embarrassment. Careful with him, Rukia, he's a big playboy. No, I'm not. I only go after older women. Mizuoro cried, not exactly helping his case. Like I said, Rukia, watch out. He said, confusing Mizuoro. That's when another of Ichigo's friends showed up. Looks like Chad still isn't here. A taller, lankier brown-haired individual noted as he got on the roof. Hey guys. He greeted his companions. Hey Kigo. Ichigo noted to his more enthusiastic friend. Then Kigo noticed the new cutie of the group. Oh, the hot new transfer student is here. How did this happen? Kigo asked in loud shock and surprise. Ichigo asked her out. Mizuho said, trying to get a little payback on Ichigo. Ichigo. Kigo rushed to his best bud and gave a tearful congratulations. Good job. Welcome Rukia to this garden of men. I'm Kigo Asano. He told Rukia, unknowingly making the girl uncomfortable. Now to celebrate with a lunch party. With sandwiches and juice. Mizuho asked incredulously. It's not the food that makes a party, it's the mood. He declared before getting kicked in the back. Yo, Kurosake. A random punk growled at the teen. He was accusing Ichigo of copying him and ignoring any claims otherwise. He was going to start a fight before getting blindsided by a giant fist. Hey Chad. Ichigo greeted his old friend. Did you remember to hold back? I did, but he's going to be unconscious for a while. He said while fishing out his own lunch. So what kept you? I was almost hit with a motorcycle. He explained. He fell off and slammed into a wall, passing out from the collision, so I carried him to the hospital. That explains why you were late. Kigo said. Chad then showed the bird cage he was carrying. What's with the bird? Hello, my name is Yuichi Shibata. The bird greeted. Ichigo and Rukia recognized that something was up almost immediately. What do you think, Ichigo? Chad asked his more learned friend. That bird is certainly possessed. Ichigo answered. Kigo and Mizuho learned about Ichigo's spiritual awareness after a dare gone wrong one time and never doubted the existence of spirits since. Should be easy to fix. Bring him by later and we'll figure out what to do. Rukia looked at Ichigo with a sense of pride that he's growing into the role of a soul reaper so well. The lost soul of the child, however, did not look so pleased. In fact, it looked scared. Later that day at the Kurosake clinic, Ichigo and Chad were helping to carry people from the streets and into the clinic. As they neared the Kurosake home, they were almost crushed in a sudden car accident, bringing several more people into the mix. Karen and Yuzo frantically tried to get the injured the help they needed while Ishine was trying to get more cots and beds to house the influx of patients. This is becoming more of a headache than I would have liked. Ichigo growled as he and Chad brought in the last 4 people. We'd better get some answers about this now. Ichigo would have liked to help his family, but he did not have much in the way of human medicine and care. Even his healing Kido was pathetic compared to his sister Yuzo. All he could do was the heavy lifting grunt work and stay out of the way. Himself, Sato, and Rukia then went up to Ichigo's room with Yuichi in hand to ask him a few questions. No one noticed Karen's own shaken form as she watched them ascend the stairs. The barrier around the house seems different, Ichigo. Rukia noted as they walked into Ichigo's room. Did something happen? Yeah, there was a minor hollow attack, so Kisuk made it so hollows can't enter. Except for me, but that's just fine-tuning. Ichigo thought to himself as they set Yuichi down and sat around him. Now, what should we ask first? Why is that hollow chasing you? Chad said out of the blue, surprising Rukia and Yuichi. The small bird looked down in shame as he relayed his tale. How he was just a little kid, living alone with his mom, when somebody broke in and began to attack them with a knife. His mother died trying to protect him and he made the bad man fall to his own death. Some time passed after that, he ended up in the body of that bird while a monster made a deal, that if he could run from him for 3 months he would bring back his mother. Ichigo was seething after hearing this story, so much so that his head was throbbing. Chad clenched his fist so hard his nails dug into his palms. Rukia looked sick to her stomach in rage and disgust. I'm sorry to say this, Yuichi, but that monster was lying to you. Rukia said, as gently as she possibly could given the situation. There is no coming back to life. Once you die you can't go back to the world of the living. Yuichi could only look downcast, feeling the last shred of hope fail. I know. He said, about to break into tears. In a way I already knew. I just wanted to see my mommy again. They watched the bird, seeing a silhouette of a small child, breaking down into tears with pity in their hearts. Chad rose to his feet and made his way to the door. Chad, where are you going? Ichigo asked. He didn't need to, he knew his friend enough to know what he was thinking here. I'm going to find that hollow, and break him. He said very calmly, like a prelude to a storm. Rukia looked at him like he was insane. She was about to protest when Ichigo gave him the go-ahead. Okay, save the finishing blow for me though. He said, causing everyone to look at him. I want to be there to watch him get dragged to hell. He grinned darkly, letting a little of his inner hollow out just enough to darken one of his eyes. Chad nodded in affirmation as he left to fight that monster. Ichigo, what are you thinking? Rukia cried. He's just a human. Rukia. He said firmly. Chad made his decision. He'll be fine. He told her, having full faith in his friend. Let's just perform the Kenso. Rukia recognized that Ichigo wasn't going to budge and resigned herself, slipping on her soul ejection glove to bring out Ichigo's Shinigami form. With Chad, the streetlights and moon illuminated the city, giving a sense of eerie life and stillness to the city, direct contrast from the day. He was wandering the streets in a sleeveless gray shirt, proudly displaying his arms, waiting for that monster to show up, waiting for his fight. You've certainly been a stubborn one, haven't you? He heard a warped voice speak, floating around him. Of all the people I've killed while chasing that brat, you've been the hardest one yet. You've got great reflexes and instincts, but I've grown weary of this. He kept talking while closing in on Sato, believing he couldn't see or hear him. You smell odd, but so tasty at the same time. He got too close and was met with a large fist hitting him like a freight train, causing a spider web fracture in his mask and flying backwards, tumbling to a stop. The way you're talking is annoying, said Chad, cool and collected as he glared at the bluish-green frog and a gray mane around his neck. And you've targeted the wrong prey, he said, cracking his knuckles while stalking toward his enemy. I'm the one that's going to make you pay for your crimes. You're no ordinary human. The hollow called Shrieker yelled out in shock that he was hit and so hard too. You're not a soul reaper either, I'd recognize that scent. So what are you? Chad kept walking toward the downed hollow that was shaking in fear, completely unaware of the small creatures surrounding him. To be honest, I don't really know myself. I'm not an ordinary human and I'm not a soul reaper. He saw Shrieker's expression change back to his previous cocky attitude. But you're still just as careless. He yelled in triumph as Chad got sprayed with slime and thick leeches. What the? Chad wondered in surprise as the fleshy worms latched onto him. Now die and feed me your soul. The murderer cried as he extended his tongue and acted on his name, covering the giant in explosions. With Rukia and Ichigo, the two soul reapers watched in their Shinigami forms, watching the confrontation between Ichigo's friend and the hollow he wanted to crush. They sent the young Yuichi to the Soul Society after assuring him that Chad would be safe and that his mother would be waiting in Soul Society. Rukia was still concerned for the giant and to simply calm her down, Ichigo followed his friend's ribbon just in time to watch Chad get consumed in fiery explosions. Sato. Rukia cried out as she tried to rush toward Chad, only to be held back by Ichigo. What are you doing, you fool? He's going to get himself killed. Rukia, Ichigo said while keeping his attention on his friend, we're staying out of this because Chad's my friend. He felt the air change as the hollow dune was closing in. Besides, a blast of light and power shot out from the dust cloud that enveloped Chad. Chad's more powerful than you think. Back with Chad. Shrieker could only gape as his left arm was obliterated by whatever that blast was. The dust slowly settled, revealing Chad, only slightly burned and bloodied, with an entirely new right arm. Wings on the sides of his wrist and a protrusion at the end of his shoulder, black with a magenta stripe going down the middle outlined in white. This new development froze Shrieker so badly that he didn't react when Chad rushed him. I was careless, he admitted, shoving his fist into the hollow's mouth. But so were you. He pulled out the monster's forked tongue before delivering a brutal uppercut, making the killer bite off his own tongue and fly into the air. When he came back down, Sato proceeded to stomp the arrogant hollow underfoot. Ichigo decided it was his turn, and there was something he wanted to try. Alright Chad, that's enough for you, he said, dropping down to his friend. Chad looked over to his longtime friend and ceased his actions, leaving a bloodied and broken monster. Besides, now Rukia's curious about that arm of yours. He saw the smaller of the two soul reapers scanning him, studying him. Alright, he replied, letting his right arm shift back to normal and gesturing for Rukia to follow him before leaving. You must be pretty pathetic. Ichigo heard the hollow at his feet groan. Having someone else fight your battles, do your job as the Shinigami. Shrieker attempted to cackle, refusing to die without some victory, any victory. His only hope for that was humiliating the soul reaper before him. Ichigo grabbed the near-dead hollow by the fur of his mane and threw him upright against a wall. To most it would seem like that, he told the killer. But we learned the story about you and that boy Yuichi Shibata. Ichigo unsheathed his massive blade and stabbed into the hole on the hollow's chest, the blade facing upward. You put my friend in a very rare mood. Chad doesn't get mad easily, and you pissed me off a little too. Shrieker watched helplessly, feeling an odd sense of dread falling over him. So we agreed that he would beat the crap out of you, leaving you helpless for me to, well, test something out. Shrieker felt the energy around the young Shinigami change, getting darker and darker, until he recognized the feeling. Fear. Tell me, how does fear taste? Ichigo asked in a warped voice behind a mask. The air was filled with the sounds of sickening crunches with screams of terror and agony. With Chad and Rukia, the two were quite the distance away and so focused on their conversation that the sounds behind them was little more than background noise. So, what's with that arm of yours? Rukia asked, curiously touching and examining the giant's right arm. To be honest, we don't really know ourselves. Sato replied, looking down at it himself. One day a hollow attacked myself and Ichigo during Hakuta practice in some random field and it appeared while we were fighting. Chad told her about the pact between himself and Ichigo, how they swore to watch the others back and fight for their sake. How he was pulled into similar training Ichigo was doing. He remembered that day in particular, when his first hollow fight happened. Flashback, last year before high school. Ichigo and Sato were sparring against each other, exchanging quick and heavy blows on the other, a film of sweat covering the two combatants as they struggled against the other. The sun was setting as their fight spanned for hours with Ichigo slowly getting a lead on his friend. That's when it first showed up. Sato could barely see the monster, a hazy distortion in the air, while it was clear as day for Ichigo. A large drider with 4 arms that was yellow and green with an upside-down mask. It aimed to crush them at the same time but the two separated as the beast struck. Chad, run! Ichigo called out, dodging another sweep from the hollow as it tried to grab him. Chad dodged as well, barely seeing the attack coming. Ichigo, what is that thing? He asked, barely able to keep his calm. It's called a hollow. He told his friend, the need of secrecy gone in favor of survival. A corrupted soul that feeds on other souls to ease their eternal hunger. He dove under another to get in enough to kick the large beast in the neck. The hollow staggered from the spiritually enhanced kick, but not enough to completely stop it. The hollow managed to reach out and grab Ichigo while he was still in midair. Chad watched his friend being suspended helplessly in the air and instantly remembered his promise. He ran at the beast with newfound strength and speed and broke the hollow's elbow, making it drop his friend. Are you all right? He hastily asked as he helped Ichigo up. I'm fine. I thought I told you to run. Sorry Ichigo, I can't do that. He got into his fighting stance as he stared down the hollow. I watch your back and you watch mine. Remember. Ichigo could only shake his head and smirk at his friend's response. Right. I'll handle the top half, you mess with his legs. Ichigo said before disappearing and delivering kick to the hollow's chest, just above the hole. Got it. Chad managed to keep his focus and charged at the spider half of the corrupt soul and started punching the legs out from under it while Ichigo kept flashing around its arms. As the beast stumbled on top of Chad, Ichigo flashed to the back of its neck and got ready to throw it over his shoulder as Chad punched the beast over top himself. The hollow lay stunned as the duo prepared for the next strike. Let's go. Ichigo yelled as they ran toward the downed hollow, red energy gathering in his fist as he prepared his finishing blow. Right. Chad followed suit, finally seeing the monster before him in all its horror as did the same unconsciously. With a roar of triumph they slammed their fists into the now obliterated corrupt soul in a torrent of energy. So that's what a hollow looks like. Weird. They finally relaxed in their victory, ready to collapse. Yeah, nasty. He said before realizing Chad's arm changed. What happened to your arm? Chad finally noticed his arm changed forms. I don't know. They looked at each other for a few seconds before they decided to ask Urahara. Present day with Chad and Rukia. Not even Urahara knows what it is for sure. Chad told her as he finished his story. At that same time beam of light shot up as a large pair of doors with half a skeleton each on their faces. The door of hell. Rukia told Chad as she watched the gates open to welcome its new victim. That monster is getting his just punishment for his crimes. They heard the demented laughter as the hollow was ran through on a giant blade, curiously missing more of his body, as the former serial killer was dragged into the burning abyss. Ichigo finally came by after the deed. I'm going to bed. This is enough for one day. Before making his way home, Chad said his goodbyes as well while Rukia joined Ichigo. 5. Asking out. Urahara's shop. It was the next day, another day of living a human life in a world she had no place residing in. However, with her only link to her home of soul society being the orders she is given, she still had to make do with supplies. Thankfully the former captains residing in Karakura seemed to have a consistent supply of necessary materials. Here she was now, loading up on those materials. Okay, will that be all Kukiki-san? Urahara asked his current customer, filling her request form of Soul Reaper equipment and supplies. Not yet. She replied, getting to what she felt was the most crucial piece. I need some Jikunda for Ichigo. Assuming you have yet to give him one. She did have a few complaints about her body but the former captain did tell her prolonged use might bring up some bugs in the Jigei. That was handled a while ago. The eccentric inventor told her. But he doesn't like using him. Why? If he does he could just slip out of his classes no problem if a hollow shows up during school. He wouldn't even need to worry about his body then. She fished for more information about her stubborn and forced partner's life. All he said about that soul was, he's an annoying useless pain. He told his customer, trying to avoid telling her about the soul in question. Fine, she responded, I'll get him to tell me then. She turned to leave before remembering some details from the earlier night. By the way, that boy Sato said he was one of Ichigo's training partners and he has some strange power. Anything else you'd like to tell me? She glared at the jovial man. Urahara brought out his fan and laughed. Ichigo has some good friends. Let's leave it at that. He remembered that talk with Chad. Even now he didn't know everything about it, just that it was hollow-based racial and power. Everyone involved agreed to keep the nature of his abilities a secret for obvious reasons. She had to confront a certain strawberry about certain details. Karakura High. So that's the end of that huh? Kigo asked Ichigo after they discussed the exorcism of Chad's new bird. Yeah, poor kid didn't have any friends when he was alive. So we filled that void with a day of fun. Ichigo responded, drinking his juice while Mizuru and Chad feed the little bird. They agreed to not relay the real story. Those two didn't need to be dragged into that world of ghosts and monsters. Ichigo. They heard someone cheer happily. They turned to see Rukia, finally at school, waving at Ichigo and smiling. Hey look, it's your girlfriend Ichigo. Mizuru said casually as the petite Shinigami made her way towards them. What? Kigo cried out. Ichigo, when did this happen? He said, tears comically running down his face as he pleaded to the young Soul Reaper. How could you go around, picking up chicks, without me? Get me a date too Ichi dash. Kigo was promptly quieted with a swift punch to his chest as Rukia finally reached her target. What do you need, Rukia? He asked her. I just have some questions I need to ask you in private. She said, smiling and acting cutesy to keep up appearances. Ichigo noticed some of the subtle signals she was trying to send to him to recognize that she means Soul Reaper specific questions. Alright, let's go. He said, following her to a private place they could talk. Well, there they go. Mizuho said, still relatively unfazed by the sight before him. Ichigo, you traitor. Kigo screamed out. How can you call yourself my friend and not hang with the guys? You trade dash. He was hit with the juice Ichigo had on hand that he threw. I don't think Ichigo can possibly help you get a date, Kigo. He could try. Kigo grumbled from the ground. Chad was just watching in slight amusement. With Ichigo and Rukia. So what is it, Rukia? He asked as they got to an empty area of the school. Kisuke said that you had an artificial soul already. She said, skipping to the heart of the matter. May I see it? Really? He said, raising an eyebrow. Fine. He reached inside his bag and pulled out a cartoonish yellow lion stuffed animal. This is Kon. Kisuke gave him to me when I was 10. He told me how Soul Reapers use Jikengan when they need a quick eject and to keep their cover. Rukia took the stuffed doll from her teammate and inspected it. I didn't like the dispenser, so I tried this instead. By the way, what's with that whole soul candy thing? He asked, confused by that name from so long ago. Rukia adopted an undignified blush, embarrassed by the reason behind the name. The Shinigami's Women Association didn't like the name Jikengan, said it wasn't cute enough. She didn't like the name either, but she was a representative of her clan, she needed to present herself as such, and not give Ichigo more reason to think less of her. Well, he's no chappy. She said, looking the lion in the face, letting her inner girl take over. But he is pretty cute. She caved, hugging the doll to her chest. Your boobs may not be big, but they're really nice too, Rukia. A muffled voice spoke out. Rukia heard it coming from her chest and threw the doll up while screaming. Ichigo, staying calm, reached out and caught the perverted spirit. Nice catch. Shut up. Ichigo growled at his irritating stuffed animal. Ichigo, what the hell is that? She screamed, pointing at the lion in his hands. Like I said, this is Kon. He said, like it was the simplest thing. He's my artificial soul. Yo. He greeted with a raised paw. I don't like using him because he's a pervert. I'm worried about what he would do in my body. Ichigo remembered the last time he left Kon in his body, that was a bad time. Now I get your reluctance. Rukia said, finally calming down. She never thought putting a soul in an inanimate object would yield such results. Why do you keep him then? Because he's useful to have. He told her. When he recognizes a threat he becomes a decent fighter. I usually leave him with my sisters because they haven't a full grasp on their abilities yet. Rukia remembered when that was an idea Soul Society had, but it was deemed inhumane, and all such souls from that project were destroyed. Just then her phone was going off, signifying new orders. Ichigo. I know. He said, unzipping Kon's back and pulled out a small green pill that he swallowed. The two separated and Kon began stretching in Ichigo's body. Been a while since I was in here. He said. Remember Kon? Yeah, lots of scowls and no flirting or peeping. He dismissed his boss as the two Soul Reapers left to find their targets. Would it kill him to try to live a little? He asked no one in particular. Now, let's see. He quickly checked the time. Almost time for the next class, better get moving. Ichigo's class. Agreed. We'll ask him together. Tatsuki said as she and Orihime finished their lunch. After warding off a certain red-haired lesbian, the two could coordinate their plans without a hitch. They agreed to share Ichigo and would start with a simultaneous date between the three of them. The date would be at the Don Kanonji show, coming up that weekend. They felt this was the chance to make their move. Kon came through the door and the two friends walked right up to him, prepared to ask when Orihime noticed something. Hey, where's Ichigo? Tatsuki and Kon were surprised by the question. Kon was trying to come up with an explanation while Tatsuki took a second glance to confirm her ditzy friend's claim. Orihime was surprisingly observant their mutual crush. Yeah, you're not Ichigo. Where is he? Kon pulled them both out of the classroom and into the still empty hallway. Okay, first question. Kon said as he got their attention. What makes you think I'm not Ichigo? Tatsuki was glaring at the imposter of her crush when Orihime explained why. You seem like a complete and utter waste of a character with no importance or impact to the series. She said with a completely straight face. Kon felt the words stab into him like arrows. Fair enough. Next question. He said after pulling out said arrows. How much do you know about him? I know he's spiritually aware. Orihime said. Are you related to this Soul Reaper stuff? Tatsuki asked, causing the two to gape at her. She shrugged and told them she overheard Yoriyuki-sensei talking with someone about Ichigo. Well, no use hiding it now. Kon reasoned. Yes, Ichigo is a Soul Reaper, I'm an artificial soul filling in for him while he's doing his job, and he probably won't come back for the rest of the day. He said while sensing another hollow. Damn. Tatsuki cursed. All that motivation wasted. They were really nervous but were determined to power through it when Ichigo showed up, but it wasn't Ichigo in the end. What? Were you going to ask Ichigo out? He asked, causing them to blush furiously and attempt to deny it. In response, using some of his enhanced reflexes from his many upgrades, he snatched up the show tickets they had, all three together. Khan asked, impressed and pissed at the same time. He may not like Ichigo too much, but he alone practically saved his life and gave him his own to live. Sure, he was the servant of the Kurosakas, but they never made him feel as such. He had a life debt to his master. I'll accept in his stead, he said, grinning while writing on one ticket. I owe Orihime and Tatsuki one date. And trust me. He smiled and winked. He'll definitely go. The rest of the day passed as such, normal and uneventful, until Ichigo found that ticket. Later that night in Ichigo's room, Khan. He yelled at the stuffed lion sitting on his desk, going over the notes Khan managed to make for him. What's this thing about me owing Orihime and Tatsuki a date? What? You told me to be you and I thought you would agree. Khan said in his defense. Two hot chicks together at once, what straight man would say no? He said in an overdramatic fashion. A busy soul reaper, that's who. He growled. What's this? Exclaimed Ishine and Yuzu, who heard him from downstairs. My son has a date with two girls at the same time. Oh Masaka, my love. Our boy is becoming a fine man. Who are your girlfriends, Ichini? Yuzu gazed at her brother. Is it Tatsuki and Orihime? She met Orihime a few times and they got along, while Tatsuki came to the clinic quite a few times when she started Hakuta training. Karen, Ichigo's got a date. With two girls. Didn't peg you for a womanizer, Ichini. Karen said. I don't have any dates and I'm not a womanizer. Ichigo yelled in his defense. If you don't want it, I'll go. Khan said. You are not going anywhere near them. Ichigo roared at the lion. Do you hate them? No. He yelled, insulted. Do you want them to think that? No, he said, more subdued. So you'll go with them? Khan confirmed. Yes. Ichigo said, feeling defeated in a way. Good, it's official. Khan said with Ishine ending the group chat on Ichigo's phone. It was then that he realized that he could have talked to them and declined the invite gently like a proper man. Khan. He growled, more mad at being tricked than anything else. Relax, I'll probably never do anything ever again and be replaced by a much more interesting character who is way more upbeat than me and would be a great contrast for you. 6. The Date and the Foolish Exorcist. Karakura Hospital, June 17th. 6 years ago she almost died for him. 6 years ago, he learned about his potential. 6 years ago, he swore to destroy the Quincy King with his own 2 hands. 6 years since she last opened her eyes. 6 years since he last heard her voice. 6 years since she fell into a dreamless sleep, hanging on to life by a thread. These were the thoughts of 2 sons in particular, visiting their mothers in a specially made room of the hospital. The one day that their teacher would permit them to skip school, if only for a scarce few hours. For the simple pleasures of comfort they could find. A trace of a smile or a slight grip of the hand, letting the sons know that they are still alive. 6 years Ichigo. Uriah said to his cousin, overlooking his own sleeping mother. The effects of time and atrophy being waylaid by a device Urahara made to keep their bodies active enough while unconscious. Both Connie and Masaka looked virtually the same as when they fell asleep so long ago. Only 3 left, and we still have this Aizen fellow to be wary of. I know Uriah. He told his cousin. Aizen is after whatever Urahara made and he claims to have hidden it in a safe place. Chances are Aizen will be a concern before Yuhabak, in which case I can hopefully get the help of the Godai 13. It was a long shot, but they all decided to choose when a ready threat was presented to show the captain commander the whole issue. Right, I just think we should step up our training. Uriah was doing his father's training to the letter, but he was yet unable to join Ichigo on the front just yet. Urahara was fixing up new equipment for him to use in order to exorcise the hollows instead of outright destroying them. Unfortunately, this was actually a difficult process that Urahara was all too eager to make possible. As one of the few real challenges he's faced, he had to split his time between training his students and preparing Uriah's upgraded equipment. We can't bring overly unwanted attention to ourselves, Uriah. We're already pushing it as it is. Rukia told him that she was reaching the time limit of how long she could be in the living world, and no matter what she tells Soul Society, they would come investigate. Best to prolong that as much as possible. Let's keep as we are until necessary. That's time, boys. They heard a stern voice tell them. They turned back to see their fathers, Ryukin and Ishine, waiting for them. You two should get to school. Ishine said as he walked into the room. And Uriah, Ryukin said, catching his son before he left. I'll push you when you are ready. He assured his son, letting him know he should have more faith in his father and allies as well as himself. Understood. He said before the cousins left to attend their final classes. So I heard you have a date, or is it dates? He said, trying to put up the image of an average teen in spite of reality and his own apathy. I think it counts as dates. Ichigo groaned, still somewhat annoyed that he was forced into this situation. He had nothing against Orihime or Tatsuki, but he would have preferred to face them personally. This would give a blow to his image, but he also couldn't afford any distractions for when the battles come. As such, he confronted them again and accepted the date like a man and of his own volition. He just wished that it wasn't to some hack spiritualist medium. He also hoped his teachers won't find out, but he was a realist in that regard. As if his dad clamoring for his new daughters and grandkids wasn't bad enough. Urahara Shoten. Ichigo. Cried his dark-skinned martial arts master. Why? I thought we raised you better than this. You should have 5 girlfriends at least. He was doing everything he could to ignore Yoriyuki while Tensai was finally teaching him the 90+ level Bakudo spells. Now Yoriyuki, we can only teach him so much. Urahara tried to calm his old friend. Ichigo's still just an innocent kid, we can't expect him to be an instant playboy. He whipped out his fan. But he is well on his way to that, isn't he? The two friends laughed as Ichigo failed an incantation, distracted by his teacher's antics. Well, I could give that final push. The mischievous cat said as she pulled her student's hand to her breasts. What do you say, Ichigo? She sang seductively into his ear. Shall I teach you the pleasures of a woman? This time the spell exploded and pinned Ichigo's hand in place while tying everyone else up. Tensai growled. Ichigo, you can't allow distractions to affect you like this. He scolded his student as they freed themselves from the botched Bakudo. Maybe you should sleep with Yoriyuki, if only to help your concentration. He suggested casually, making Ichigo turn redder than his namesake. I'm in. She cheered, already starting to pull off her top while Kisuk went to get a camera. Don't I get a say in this? Ichigo cried, backing out of the store slowly. Never. I called on your first a while ago. She yelled, looking at him hungrily. What purpose does this serve? Ichigo asked. Stupid slapstick. Kisuk said while he set up the camera with Tensai holding a reflector board, with Hinta and Yurura behind Ichigo with rope and tape. Fortunately, Ichigo was prepared. Bakudo 21, Senkienten. He yelled while pushing off the ground and into the vacant lot, shielded in a massive cloud of red smoke. Get back here. Yoriyuki yelled as she managed to find and tackle her quarry, only to see him fade. She was positive she managed to grab him, but it turned out to be an illusion. She wasn't sure whether to feel pride or annoyance. He was progressing splendidly, but it was rare for anything to escape her. Nice job, Ichigo. She complimented. But that certainly wasn't at Sasimi, so how did you do that? Kurosake Clinic. What did you do to yourself, Ichi-ni? Yuzu cried while applying her healing Kido with Rukia's to heal her brother's legs. I pushed myself too hard with an experimental move. It was a mix of his Hirenkyaku with Shunpo and that skill his hollow Zanjutsu called, Sonido. The result was an overexerted body with most of his muscles torn from the pressure and friction. He almost fully recovered from the attempt and could get back to the important matters, his upcoming date. This is your first date, Ichi-ni. You need to impress. Stated Yuzu firmly as herself, Karen, and Rukia rummaged through his clothes to find a proper outfit. He's going to watch a hack, he can go normal. Karen retorted, knowing that Tatsuki wouldn't really care. And you're here because? He asked Rukia, who proceeded to put chappy bunny ears on him. For my own entertainment. Ichigo responded by throwing her out of his room. His sisters ended up with getting Ichigo a casual get-up after a few arguments. Remember, Ichi and I. You have to join the fun to enjoy it. Yuzu told her stubborn brother before crossing her arms over her chest and laughing. Bohahaha. Ichigo looked over to Karen for help, but she could only shrug. Now you. No, Ichigo, it's your responsibility to make sure they enjoy it. She scolded, pouting at her older brother. We also want you to have fun too, Ichi. Karen said, sitting next to her brother. You should take some time off. Relax. We just want to see you happy. She leaned against him while Yuzu was giving him puppy eyes. Ichigo sighed in annoyance that he made his little sisters worry so much, gesturing Yuzu to get closer before wrapping his arms around the twins. Fine. I'll take it easy and have fun, you too. He reassured his sisters. I'm supposed to worry about you too, not the other way around. He said, making the siblings giggle as they fell asleep in his comfortable embrace. Karakura's abandoned hospital that weekend. The place was filled with people, either to see the show or setting it up for the live broadcast. Ichigo found out that Orihime and Tatsuki knew about him being a Soul Reaper and what his training was for. They were now using this time to talk about whether this show had any validity to its name, Ghost Bust. So is there really a spirit here? Orihime asked, eating some candy they brought from Urahara's shop where they met. Feels like it. Ichigo said, feeling a familiar malice that was born from a hollow. Probably an earthbound spirit. One that's tied to a particular location. One of the stage crew got too close to the old building and angry screams filled the air, surprising Ichigo's dates but not himself. You can't tell until someone trespasses though. Orihime and Tatsuki were suddenly more glad that Ichigo decided to come, latching onto him for a sense of security and warmth. Don't worry, he's not a hollow. Not yet. He thought, looking at the man wrapped in chains, the hole in his chest almost opened. His cries of greed gaining no sympathy from the young Soul Reaper. Listen up, everyone. The broadcast had begun, hyping most everyone up for the show proper to begin. Here he is, the spirit medium of the new century, the messenger of hell, Don Kanonji. He yelled, bringing everyone's attention to the helicopter the supposed spiritualist jumped out of. The spirits are always with you. He cheered, free falling before using his parachute. The crowd roared in approval, while a scant few who could truly see the spirit remained silent. Urahara and Yoriyuki silently came up behind their disciple to soothe the worries he might be having. "Don't worry, Ichigo," he said as carefree as ever, bringing the trio's attention to the exiled Soul Reapers. "It takes a long time to become a hollow on one's own. I'd give him another 6 months, tops," he told Ichigo, making the substitute feel somewhat better. Until Orihime asked a very good question. Urahara-san, is he supposed to be doing that?" she asked worriedly, pointing at Don Kanonji who was stabbing his staff into the demi-hollow's chest, trying to force it open. All the experienced spiritually aware beings present let out a sigh of annoyance. "No and no way-san," he replied before pushing Ichigo's back with his cane, ejecting his student's soul. "No, he is not." Ichigo wasted no time rushing over to stop the man from making a terrible mistake. "Maybe you should just go to an arcade next time," the shopkeeper suggested. "Yeah." The girls agreed. Ichigo made it between the demi-hollow and the tan-skinned spiritualist and managed to throw them apart, surprising the audience. "What's this?" the announcer cried out. Don Kanonji was thrown back. "What kind of spirit is this?" "Hey!" the shaded man yelled out. "What's the big idea? You're just a ghost." He was surprised, this had never happened to him before. All the spirits he exorcised before were all chained down, but this one was free of those chains. "So you actually can see spirits?" Ichigo said to the man. "Tan-skinned, fanning dreads, rather thin mustache, and he dresses like a dorky superhero but without the spandex." "Of course I can," he retorted. "I'm the premier spiritualist of the new century." Then he came to a rather absurd conclusion of Ichigo being a fan despite being dead while the Soul Reaper chose to focus on the turning hollow. Unfortunately, he was too late. The damage was already done as the earthbound soul exploded. Don Kanonji announced his success. Ichigo kept on the lookout for when the hollow appeared. "Not out of the woods yet, Kanonji," Ichigo told the faux exorcist, grabbing his attention before putting to the roof of the building. The hollow appeared as a humanoid frog of a sickly green color. "With Tatsuki and Orihime, Yoriyuki-sensei?" Tatsuki asked her teacher, feeling a hollow's dark energy for the first time of her life. "Ichigo will be all right." "Right." Yoriyuki looked down on her other disciple before breaking out a confident grin. "Don't worry, Tatsuki," she said, wrapping an arm around the young girl's shoulders. "A hollow like that is nothing for Ichigo. Have more faith like your friend here." Tatsuki looked over to Orihime and saw fear and unease, but not concern. Orihime could feel Ichigo would be all right. She was so embarrassed, she should have known Ichigo better than that. She watched her future boyfriend with renewed confidence and felt gutsy enough to cheer him on. "Yeah, kick that monster's ass," she yelled out, giving Orihime confidence to do the same. "Go, win," Orihime squealed. "With Ichigo. The cheers of the fans give me strength to purge this evil before me," Kanonji yelled out proudly, causing more cheers as the hollow descended. Ichigo could only smirk as he heard his friends and family cheer for him instead. The hollow was swiftly descending on the two with Kanonji bravely challenging the monster while Ichigo stood off to the side a little, waiting for a chance. When the hollow came close enough to snap the foolish human in his jaws, Ichigo then delivered a spinning kick into the hollow's back. The result was a gaping hole in the building with Ichigo nailing his landing. "Let me guess." Kanonji looked at the boy in amazement at his display of strength. "You're not going to run no matter what I say, are you?" The man looked at Ichigo in shock and disgust. "Run? How can I run? Do you know what my ratings are?" he said, loud enough for everyone to hear. "1 in every 4 households watch my show and most of those viewers are children." A silence washed over the crowd as they listened. "That means I have to be brave. I have to show courage. I have to be a good role model." He lost his showman attitude and felt more like a person rather than a celebrity to the audience at that moment. "Sure, I get scared, finding dark and malicious spirits like these. But if I run, what would that tell the kids? That there is no hope. I can't allow something like that." There was a pause of silence before the crowd roared in approval, seeing Don Kanonji in another, better light. More than just a fun program, but as someone who tries to bring smiles no matter what because it's right to do. "That means your only fault here is ignorance," Ichigo said, keeping the exorcist's attention while the hollow made its way back to them. "Hato 1, show." He pointed at the mindless hungry beast and shot a pulse of force at the creature, sending him to the back of the hospital again, and collapsing the front gate in the process. "Really need to work on that. Come on, there's something you need to see," he told the spiritualist as he blasted the rubble away with another show. "Very well," he said, recognizing that whatever this boy was going to show him was for his eyes only. They entered the abandoned, decrepit hospital, searching for the monster that was their prey. Ichigo unsheathed his Zanpakuto and took a few experimental swings. "Damn, it's too cramped in here," he realized before gripping Zanjutsu with both hands. "I guess now's as good a time as any." His blade began to glow as he started to focus on his Ryutsu and blade. "Everything all right, partner?" Kanonji asked, feeling a camaraderie with the youth. He gaped in amazement as Ichigo managed to turn his massive blade into a pair of katana, one in each hand. He twirled the blades in hand to get a feel for the new style he put upon himself. "Amazing. What is this boy?" He could only think to himself as his world began to expand with every moment he was with Ichigo. "He's coming." Ichigo yelled as the wall burst out with the hollow charging at them. Kanenji closed in and caught the hollow's mouth open with his staff. Ichigo quickly got into its space and made 2 swift slashes, severing the hollow's limbs. The monster roared out in agony as it collapsed, having no support to keep it upright. The beast lay before the two, helpless as Ichigo made the final blow through the hollow's mask, ending its cries and struggles. Great job, partner. Kanenji cheered, celebrating what he felt was a hard-won victory. Ichigo did not allow for this man to live in his ignorance anymore. Don't celebrate, Kanenji. Ichigo said, pointing at the disintegrating hollow. The form of the monster dissipated, revealing the broken man inside. Wait. The exorcist said brokenly. He was. I thought I. He was stunned, feeling everything he thought he knew crumble around him. Hollows. Ichigo said. Corrupted souls of those that lost their hearts, had their chains that kept them peaceful removed. Kanenji gasped in shock, remembering every time he believed he purified a lost or bad spirit, breaking chains he thought were their torment. He's made monsters out of innocence. What have I been doing? He asked, not to Ichigo but to himself. Tears flowing from his eyes as his unintentional crimes came down on his shoulders. You've been acting out of ignorance. Ichigo said, making the near-broken man look back at the true exorcist. I don't blame you for your actions. You never knew nor had a chance to know. You wanted to be a hero so you became one. How can I still be a hero? He demanded. How can I possibly call myself that now? Ichigo shrugged and brought them both back to the cheering crowd, hailing their hero, Don Kanenji. I say keep doing what you've been doing. Ichigo snatched a pen and paper and began to write. Only now, you do it right. He gave the spiritualist the note with his quirky teacher's address. Go to this man before attempting anything like this again. He'll help you on your road of redemption. He gave the man one last smile before disappearing in a burst of speed back to his own body. Kanenji looked down at his note and felt himself change into a new man. Bohahaha. He laughed out, cherishing the crowd's roars of approval. Thank you, boy. He thought while announcing his full triumph. You've shown me what I really need to do. I won't let you down, my friend. A few days later. You still put too much energy into it. Scolded Tessai as Ichigo finished up his training with the Kido masters. I almost shudder to think what might happen if you go all out. He's right, Ichigo. Kisuk drawled as he rose from his nap. You want to make allies of the Soul Reapers, not kill them. You need to be able to hold back more. The building stayed up, didn't it? Ichigo shot back at his teachers, referencing the abandoned hospital from earlier. No, it collapsed after Tessai and I stopped keeping it upright. The resulting shockwaves from his Hado did so much structural damage the building was going to fall apart with him inside. Ryakan was quick to purchase the land and start another project there. Anyway, don't you have another date with Arisawa-san and Inoue-san? Kisuk teased as Ichigo ran out the door, passing a man in a trench coat who entered the store. Kisuk smiled at who would become another regular at his store. So, how can I help you? Don Kanenji. 7. The Archer returns. Some time later. After the events at the abandoned hospital, the show, Ghostbust, made some changes to the methods made in sending the spirits to the afterlife. The very same changes and the statements he made had turned Don Kanenji into the #1 TV star in the entire nation, and he never forgot the lessons Ichigo had taught him. Tatsuki and Orihime demanded a redo on that date Ichigo had agreed on as well and went to the arcade. Tatsuki, feeling bold, imposed a challenge that whoever won in the games they played gets a kiss from the person of their choice. Ichigo never won once, whether by choice or being bad at games. He left his girls feeling very giddy. Things did get brighter for him after winning them a tiger and lion plushie as a group of punks tried to pick up his dates. His home clinic got a few more customers after that. The falling hours were coming fast and Ichigo, being the gentleman he was, escorted his ladies to their homes. Thanks for Ichi-kun, Ichigo. Orihime cheered, holding her stuffed lion Ichigo won for her, as he and Tatsuki told her good night in front of her apartment. No problem. He said, less enthusiastically. I'm sure my reputation can recover after this. I just hope you had a good time. She responded by leaning in next to him and planting a swift kiss on his cheek. I really did. She smiled before walking toward her brother, who was smiling at Ichigo and shooting him a thumbs up. In his mind, as long as it made Orihime happy then so was he. He knew Ichigo and Tatsuki personally and had faith in the two. Ichigo weakly responded, still a little unsure about his feelings in all this. He was supposed to prepare for a coming war and polygamy was kind of frowned on in the present day. The cheers from Zanjitsu, Urahara, and his father didn't help matters in the slightest. Now how about the brave protector escorts their date home? Tatsuki teased, latching onto Ichigo's free arm and grinning the whole time. Am I protecting you or the other way around? He joked, as they proceeded to head for Tatsuki's house. They spent the time in silence, reflecting on the day and their activities. He liked Orihime because she was so upbeat and happy, she made him happy because her attitude was so infectious. Tatsuki just understood Ichigo on that guy level, she was active while Orihime was passive. A good contrast and would probably work wonders if he needed a shoulder to lean on or a much-needed kick in his ass. He may not like the idea of being a player, but he also knew they weren't giving him the option either. Ichigo. Tatsuki asked after walking for a while. Why didn't you tell me before? She felt hurt. Ichigo used to talk to her about everything, but she had to find out about him being a soul reaper, about him preparing for a war since he was a child. How could he not talk to her about that? Wasn't she his sparring partner with Chad? Wasn't she his childhood friend? Did all that mean nothing? This doesn't concern you, Tatsuki. He said solemnly. You're a normal girl, you should worry about normal things. I do. She countered. I worry about my friends and want to help. She glared at him as he avoided looking at her. Does Chad know? Ichigo remained silent for a bit. Yes. She pushed him away and slapped him. What makes him so special? She was developing tears. He gets to know the big secrets, but I can't. Ichigo wasn't looking at her. He didn't want to hurt his oldest friend. What about that study partner of yours? Does Uriah know? His silence was all the answer she needed. Why? Because you're powerless. He told her. Chad can shoot blasts of Raisher like a cannon. Uriah is from a long line of people that specialized in fighting hollows. He grabbed her by the shoulders and looked deep into her eyes. You have been learning the same martial arts that I have, but you're not fast enough to keep yourself safe, strong enough to overpower these opponents, and most importantly, he held her to his chest, tightly. I would never forgive myself if something happened to you. Tatsuki just stood there, trapped in his arms, feeling his worry. She relaxed after a bit. It's not fair. She wrapped her arms around him in a more comforting manner. When did I become the one that needed protecting? They stayed like that for close to an hour before finally separating. They parted ways after that. Tatsuki to her home, Ichigo to just wander about. He felt terrible telling Tatsuki she was powerless, that she couldn't help him. But he also knew it was true in his other life. She was more of a liability. Charging into fights she would not be able to win. That really was mean of you to say. He heard a soft mewl coming from his female mentor, in human form for now. She does want to help you. She's not like Chad or Uriah or even my sisters. He responded, a little despondent after the talk with his oldest friend. She doesn't have any power, or if she does then they would have manifested by now. He said as he began his trek to his home, back to an overly curious father and sister while the other one retains a semblance of respect for privacy, a dutiful Shinigami that'll invade his privacy at the slightest hint of a hollow, and his empty bed. Don't be so sure, Ichigo. Yoriyuki thought as Ichigo left. When a girl is determined, they're going to achieve their goals. As Tatsuki is not as powerless as you think. She grinned to herself, remembering the events of her last spar with her fiery disciple. How there was fire in her strikes. There are certainly more surprises for us down the road. She was thinking this while keeping her focus on her students, but I will have that ass Ichigo. Oh yes, I will. Soon Ichigo faded into the distance and she herself made her way back to the shop. Midday in an ally. It was the third time that week. He had exams, he tries to study, Rukia gets a call, they roll out, then nothing. No hollow, no soul reaper, just a lone soul. Now things were getting fishy. It was an unspoken rule between the cousins that they study by themselves during exam week in order to create a sense of competition in order to push the other. He never beat Uriah in the top spot once. This time was no different, aside from the constant interruptions because he doesn't want the guilt of Rukia dying because she still hasn't recovered enough of her powers. Now here they were, on another wild goose chase with no hollow to fight and a pathetically annoying soul. Once was strange, twice was a coincidence, third time's a pattern. While Rukia was fiddling with her receiver, Ichigo went to get answers. His first clue was a Raisher trace in the area that felt vaguely familiar. Hey, spirit! He yelled at the overweight doe-sized middle-aged spirit of a man missing a chunk of his side. What happened here? What did you see? He demanded roughly. He was squeaking out, still terrified from the near-second death experience before crying out, thank you. He leapt toward Ichigo with tears streaming down his face. I was so scared I almost peed myself. His cries were met with a crushing stomp on the back of his head as Ichigo tried to emphasize his irritation. What did you see? He punctuated with grinds on the fat schmuck's head. I was so scared, I had my eyes shut the whole time. He whimpered out after Rukia pulled Ichigo off of him. After he said that, Rukia wanted to stomp the miserable soul from existence. Ichigo had another question for his theory. If he was right, then he might have some choice words with a certain relative. Did you hear anything? He surprised both Spirit and Rukia by the oddity of the question. Anything like a whistling sound. Rukia looked at the teen in confusion while the Spirit actually seemed to remember something. Yeah. The Spirit said tentatively. Yeah, there was a whistle. After that the monster disappeared. There were only so many people in Karakura that could fit that description and a quick glance to a building's roof gave him all the answers he needed. Ichigo, Rukia asked her scowling teammate, what is it? Ichigo's response was to swiftly perform the Kenso on the unsuspecting soul before heading home. Nothing important. I have to study for exams so leave me alone. He growled, trying to make it seem like he was more in a bad mood because of the waste of time and not anything else. After what happened to Soken, he wasn't too trusting of soul reapers when it came to his other side. After exams week. Finally. Kigo cried out as he slumped over his desk, a long week of tests and exams finally over. I'm dead. You certainly look it. Mizuho quipped, looking just as terrible himself. These exams are important if you want to get anywhere in life after high school. Ichigo told them, darkly remembering Ryuukin lecturing the boys after one mishap on a test. He vowed to never relive that nightmare. That's easy for you to say. Kigo whined with comical tears running down his face while pointing at him accusingly. You study all the time, you nerd. He wasn't exactly wrong, he does study a lot, and that was his excuse when he's needed to make a getaway from Kigo when he trains his power. Why don't you help me study, buddy? He cried out, flinging himself at Ichigo, who punched him in the face. Study on your own, you idiot. He growled out. High school was especially rough on him. People picked fights with him, most of his teachers stigmatized him, even with good grades they just seemed to hate him. The only reason it's known that he does good in school is because his teacher Oka-sensei doesn't discriminate and congratulates him on his schoolwork in front of everyone as she did with everyone. It did help his image a little, but some teachers still hated his reputation and attitude. Now where is he? He asked himself as he entered the hall, all the students in his grade gathering around a bulletin to see their ranking. Third in the class. Good job, Orihime. He heard Tatsuki say, patting her friend on the head and making her giggle. Tatsuki saw Ichigo coming up before turning away, either in anger or shame, he did not know. Orihime turned to see their mutual crush before pouting angrily at him. She took Tatsuki by the arm and walked away, surprising everyone. I don't think I've ever seen Orihime angry before. The common students began gossiping about what could possibly have upset the normally bubbly girl they all know and loved. Ichigo felt terrible, all those feeling from that night rushing back at him in full force. So far no one was blaming him, so the knowledge of them dating probably didn't get out, or Chad did something to quell the talks. At the moment, not his problem. He took the time to look at the class ranking, where he was 5th in the grade. Ryuukin made the requirement for the cousins to be in the top 10 if they wanted their Quincy training. It was a good motivator. He glared at one name in particular before finally sensing him. He gave a quick glance to Chad, who seemed to understand what he wanted, before slinking off to meet the Quincy. On the rooftop. Damn it. The bespectacled teen cursed. It wasn't his grades he was angry about, nor any mishaps in his sewing. The object of his ire were the two small crosses in his hand. One silver while the other was black, but both had a skull insignia. These were the new Quincy crosses, created by Urahara to exorcise the hollows instead of destroying the souls outright. With them he could do as the Quincy, as his grandfather wanted. There was just one problem. I know he said it would require more fine control, but this is ridiculous. The new bows took his own Ryutsu as well as the ambient erasure around them to work. He was not used to the method and was training it as much as he could. Why was he angry? Urayu. He forgot to tell his cousin and he dropped a few places while he himself was in second place for the grade. Something you forget to tell me, cousin. Ichigo growled at his dark-haired relative, neither dropping their glare at the other. Unfortunately, yes. He said before tossing his cousin the black cross. Urahara finally finished my gear and I had to test mine out. Ichigo caught the cross with ease before examining it for himself. It needs you to draw on your own Ryutsu and the surrounding erasure to function. Pushing and pulling as he said. Ichigo slipped his new cross on his wrist before focusing. He managed to get a cloud of Ryutsu perpendicular to his hand before letting it dissipate. Yikes. Ichigo panted as the effort pushed him mentally. That is rough. This was going to require remastering Quincy arts all over again. So if you have the ability, why didn't you reveal yourself to Rukia? Urayu readjusted his glasses, having the light mask his eyes. That's because. There was a pause between the two. I couldn't think of a cool entrance. He said dramatically, trying to make it sound more impressive than it was. Ichigo's response was to give his cousin a violent nudge. My rank dropped 3 places because of this Shinigami crap. He growled while Urayu tried to escape his torture. I didn't need these pointless chases if there wasn't a hollow. I'm sorry. He tried to plead for forgiveness. He was still grateful for his cousin. If it wasn't for him, he'd probably be an antisocial loner. Ichigo stopped when they sensed another hollow. Let me. Urayu suggested after Ichigo let him go. Is Kukiki-san going to be a problem here? He asked, walking to an opening in the fence as a hollow appeared in the distance. Chad should be keeping her busy. Ichigo answered as Urayu summoned his new spirit bow. It had a black body with a bright blue aura. Should be fine then. Urayu said as he took aim. It was a millipede-like hollow, searching around for a meal. He shot a flying black arrow straight through the neck of the monster and making it disintegrate, particles flying into the air as it faded. Kisuke did a fine job with that. Ichigo said, more impressed with Kisuke than his cousin for a skill he already had. Yeah, but I can't make a solid bow anymore. Urayu informed as he shook his hand. It's going to take forever to get to that level again. You can worry about that after meeting Rukia. Ichigo said, getting ready to leave. Tonight. Just appear out of the shadows or something. He left his cousin alone. Tonight, huh? He said, thinking back on their cover story. It wasn't exactly wrong, but he also didn't want to lie about his family connection either. Later that night in some random street. Again. Rukia growled as they ended up with another order but no hollow to show for it again. Is this thing busted? She looked at her soul pager in anger, trying to figure it out. Ichigo remained silent as he dragged his body out and went back inside, patiently waiting for the Quincy to arrive. "And why are you so quiet about this?" She yelled at her partner accusingly. "You were so mad earlier, so why are you silent now?" "Impatient, isn't she?" Uriah stated, coming out of the shadows finally. He wore a form-fitting white uniform that seemed like a mix between Chinese origin and Catholic robes. How unprofessional of a Soul Reaper. He stopped before the two. "Good evening, Ichigo, Kukaki-san." Rukia was about to ask before Ichigo spoke first. Uriah Ishida. Speaking coldly to his cousin, trying to match his tone. They both sensed another hollow and Uriah quickly dispatched it while Rukia responded to her pager. Just as quickly as it appeared, it was dead. Rukia was watching the Quincy in shock, wondering what new development this was. "You see Kukaki-san. I am Dash," he was about to tell her before Ichigo got behind him and pulled his outer robe over his head and tied it shut, trapping both the Quincy's arms. "His name's Uriah Ishida," Ichigo told Rukia while his cousin struggled to free himself. "Like Chad, he's also an empowered human. He's a Quincy." Uriah finally freed himself of his confinements and glared at the hybrid. "I thought you said I could make an entrance." He growled through his teeth. "And you did," Ichigo affirmed. "I never said I wouldn't ruin it. Payback for not telling me earlier. Why weren't you paying attention?" "I had tests to study for." The two bickered while Rukia was looking completely lost. "Excuse me," she yelled before the two teens could start exchanging blows. "Can I get an explanation?" "Sure," Ichigo said. "We met when we were kids. We trained together for years." Uriah continued. "We promised to fight together. We've been close ever since. Aside from the occasional slip-ups. They finished together before attempting to return to their childish squabble. Rukia still had questions. "But, what's a Quincy?" she asked the boys. "What do we look like?" Ichigo scoffed. "Your personal encyclopedia," Uriah said condescendingly. Ichigo then began talking about the irritations he's dealt with since Rukia showed up in his life, making his cousin sympathize. Shortly after that, Uriah and Ryuuken were invited to dinner after Yuzu called Ichigo asking if he was going to have dinner. The rest of the day passed by without Rukia getting any answers from the two, leaving her one choice. The next day at Urahara's shop, the Quincy and the Ishidas Tessai was setting out the tea for the three of them as Rukia tried to get information. "Ichigo isn't telling you." Urahara teased the noble. "Yes," she responded, taking a sip of her tea. "He said he'd be my partner, but he wouldn't say anything about them other than he and Ishida were friends." Not surprising. The Shinigami let Uriah's grandfather die years ago, he said, surprising Rukia. The Quincy were a clan of spiritually aware humans who specialized in destroying hollows. Complete destruction, not cleansing them at all. Rukia paid rapt attention to the former captain as he explained a lost history most did not know. The Shinigami tried to convince them to leave the business of hollows to them, but the Quincy refused and they had to be all but wiped out. The Quincy threatened the balance of souls that the Soul Reapers worked to maintain and they did this massacre as a last resort about 200 years ago. The survivors tried to live in peace while some still advocated an alliance of sorts. Soken Ishida was the last Quincy elder to support that idea. Through Uriah and Ichigo, however, that dream could become reality. He told his favored customer about the new Quincy devices he augmented to allow the Quincy to act as true allies to the Shinigami instead of a danger to the whole world. Ichigo was probably protecting his friend, waiting for you to see him in a better light. Rukia had to question what she knew about Soul Society again if such things happened. A kind innocent man, who wanted nothing more than to help, left to die because of the inaction of the Soul Reapers, refusing allies because of a grudge they tried to end. What was going on in her life? This is all so strange. She whispered, shaking from all the weariness. "You're a new Soul Reaper, just out of the academy," Urahara told the petite girl. "This is heavy, classified stuff." Just then, Rukia's pager went off. She picked it up and was frozen in terror. What is this?" "Karakura Hospital rooftop. Your dad was surprisingly lax about the test scores," Ichigo said to his cousin as they studied and practiced their archery skills. Uriah was shooting the target bullseye while Ichigo was going over notes. They would switch after emptying the quiver. "As long as we're in the top 10, he's fine with us," Uriah said before shooting his intended target flawlessly again. Just as Uriah prepared to make another shot, Ichigo felt something strange in the air. Barely a tenth of a second later they sensed a swarm of hollows appear in the city. Hundreds of them. "Uriah, are you seeing what I'm seeing?" "Despite my best wishes, I unfortunately am." The air was soon filled with hundreds of ghostly roars, crying out in hunger. 8 fighting together. Karakura Hospital rooftop. It was like something from a nightmare. Every passing second brought more and more of those mindless beasts. Tens turned to hundreds and hundreds to thousands as they continued to pour through holes in dimensional space, driven by their hunger to seek and devour. From partially humanoid to completely beastly and monstrous, each wearing masks that one would see in nightmares. The cousins could only stare in horror as they descended on the city. As they finally began to register what was happening, they began to panic. "Oh God!" Ichigo managed to finally speak. "Yuzu, Karen." His worry immediately going to his sisters, still young, still fresh, still weak. An appetizing treat for a hungry hollow should one find them. We have to go get them. He was about to run off before Uriah held him back. Ichigo! He yelled out, barely restraining himself from rushing off to save the twins. I'm just as worried about them as you are, but you have to stay calm. Always the thinker, always the planner, always looking out for his hot-headed brother in arms. You are still in your human body, and unless you can control your bow immaculately, you can only use Kido, and those incantations take quite some time. Where is Rukia? They had to get him in spirit form and fast. He was stronger then, more powerful. Ichigo took a few deep breaths to calm himself and to focus on his wayward partner. She just left Urahara's, he said as he noticed her speed, and she's already in spirit form. They sighed in frustration. They had to ensure that Ichigo's body was safe, and Urahara's shop was quite the distance away. Time was not on their side at all. What's really bothering me is who used the hollow bait. This surprised Uriah, as both he and his father disposed of all the hollow bait they had years ago. Did Aizen get the formula, or was the Van Den Reich making a move? Our enemies are probably trying to test us. See how strong we are. He hypothesized. Which means we can't afford to go all out. But this still exposes us. Ichigo said as he remembered a few others. Chad and Rukia can handle themselves, cons with Karen and Yuzo, and I can only hope they'll ignore Tatsuki and Orihime. He had faith in his allies in battle, and Kon was designed to bodyguard the girls in that body, but Orihime and Tatsuki had greater Ryutsu than most people, so there was still a chance they could be targeted. The two warriors felt trapped. No matter what, there was loss on their end. Trying to figure out the best plan left the boys paralyzed. This was their first real battle. Not some random weak and stupid hollows that are spread apart, but a veritable army coming against them. They realized that all the training they did nothing to account for the very real fact that they might fail this day. Standing around moping is not going to help anyone. A familiar firm and deep voice. The boys turned to see their Quincy teacher stride out to join the boys in witnessing the terror before them. Yes, if you fight you will give your enemies the chance to study you, to learn your strengths and weaknesses. He said, voicing one side of their dilemma. However, you can just stand back and let this carnage happen. He said, as fact. Not possibility, fact. Doing so will keep you both under the radar for some more time. But such an act will lead to many injuries and death to the living and the dead. He readjusted his glasses as his two students turned to face him. None of us trained you to second-guess yourselves. Yes, your enemies will learn valuable information on you, but this will teach you something about yourselves as well. He glared at the boys, making them feel the weight of the next decision they would have to make. Will you be cowards, or will you fight? Neither team moved for seconds that passed like hours. Suddenly the two threw themselves over the side of the building, skating away on a flow of erasure. He smiled in satisfaction. Those two will be your downfall, Iwak. He thought as they disappeared. They've gotten much faster. He turned and began preparations for the influx of new patients he would be having, with Uriah and Ichigo. So what's the plan you're going for? Uriah asked as he followed his cousin, flying through the air on the flow beneath their feet. Ichigo had general ideas, Uriah did the fine-tuning. We're heading to Karen and Yuzo. Ichigo replied as they skirted past some hollows, occasionally striking out with fists or small-scale Kido. Khan's current body is strong, but mine is better. He'll take them and my body back home so we can focus on the fighting. Ichigo felt his phone vibrating in his pocket, despite the pressure and friction pressing on him. He looked at the screen, slowing down only slightly to prevent destroying the small device. It had only one message from Kisuk. Level 1 restraints, lifted. Ichigo was just given permission to use higher level Kido and attacks. He knew just the set to use for this. With Chad in the market district. This isn't good. The muscle-bound giant thought as he sensed all the hollows pour in like rain in a storm. Despite the coming battles he would face, Chad remained very calm about his situation. Ichigo and Uriah are already on the move. If I had to guess, they're going to Yuzo and Karen. He guessed, knowing his best friend's protective brotherly instinct would push in to defend his precious sisters and Uriah would watch his back. Guess it's up to me then. He decided as a group of hollows surrounded him. What a tasty-looking soul you are. He heard them speak amongst themselves. A large pale purple one with a mask like swirling wind currents reached out, crush him in its massive hands. Sato grabbed onto the hollow's hand, turned, and threw it into one of its comrades around him. The explosion of dust and debris scared what remaining bystanders there were into running for their lives. While the hollows themselves tried to figure out what had happened, Chad jumped up to one of them with his empowered arm and smashed the beast's mask, killing it without a blast of erasure. You want me? He asked, glaring at the hollows as they managed to get back on their feet. Come and get me. He growled before turning and running away. The hollows just stared in confusion before Chad flared his Ryutsu, making them act on instinct to catch their prey. I have to get to a safe place to fight. But he thought as he remembered what Yoriuki and Urahara told him. Your fists have a lot of power in them, Sato. He heard the voice of the shopkeeper repeat in his mind as he stopped running once he reached the empty park. Great heavy attacks, but you must be careful using it in the city. One of the hollows reached out to grab him and Chad caught its hands in his own before tearing its arms off and slamming his head into the hollow's mask, crushing it. All it takes is one mistake. Yoriyuki's voice rang out in his ears as he fired a shot at another hollow, destroying its head. And you could cause great damage to a lot of innocent people. He jumped onto another hollow's beastly mask and jumped off with enough force to shatter the white bony structure. So you should learn to control the amount of power you put into it. He charged up his arm again, making it glow in bright light, before shooting his fist out rapidly, blasting out a rain of his rapier blasts like a machine gun. The ground beneath became littered in small craters and the dissolving bodies of hollows unfortunate enough to get caught in the blast. He landed on the ground just in time for more to show up, drawn in by his still flaring Ryutsu. Ichigo, I'll draw as many as I can to me. He thought to himself, possibly trying to send a message to his friend. Get to your sisters, then come here. I'll hold out till you show up. He charged at the next hollow, ready to continue the long fight ahead, unaware of the growing tear in the sky. Back at Karakura High, Tatsuki was still thinking about what Ichigo said to her. She was a normal girl. She was always more into guy things, standing out from the girly girls but never fully one of the guys. Compared to Ichigo, her boyfriend she's sharing with Orihime, she's normal. A normal human with nothing to prove otherwise than seeing spirits. Sure, she was stronger, faster, and more skilled, but only because she was being taught by Yoriyuki. She wanted to prove him wrong, that she's not some helpless girl. But how? Tatsuki. Breaks over. She heard a voice yell out inside of the karate club's room, telling her to return for her next match. She wanted to help him, help carry that burden he put on himself, but she remembered how she felt seeing her first hollow. She was afraid, frozen with unease. She put on a brave face with Ichigo because she refused to let him see her as weak. That same feeling she had now. Tatsuki. She turned to see Orihime, still around after her own club activities finished. After their date with Ichigo, they had a private talk over the phone and she told her about what happened with Ichigo. Orihime had that way with people, she could tell when something was wrong and no one could hide it from her. That was also the first time she ever seemed mad at anyone. She never raised her voice and never said a mean thing, until that day. What is it, Orihime? She asked her oldest friend before they heard glass breaking. They rushed to find the source, but there was nothing. Just broken glass and people arguing. They and a classmate named Chizuru ended up being the ones that had to clean up the mess. She kept complaining about having to help clean, while Tatsuki and Orihime couldn't shake off the unease they were feeling. Why do I have to help? The perverted lesbian whined while she and Tatsuki swept up the dangerous shards of broken glass that littered the area. She received no response as Orihime was watching the sky tear and Tatsuki was on guard. What is up with you two? Again nothing. Tatsuki. If Orihime keeps spacing out I'm going to give her a nice rubdown. She teased, knowing she'd react furiously to keep her from Orihime. Chizuru. Tatsuki said as she got up, looking toward the open field. Why are you here? She had to get Chizuru and Orihime out of there. Why don't you and Orihime leave early? She tried, but the monster was impatient. There was an explosion of dust as it dropped down before them. A spider's body with large crab claws and a snarling mask was the beast's appearance. Orihime, run. Tatsuki yelled out as she grabbed Chizuru and bolted. They managed to get Chizuru through the door and into relative safety, but the hollow shot out a mass of webs and barricaded the door, trapping Orihime and Tatsuki alone with the hungry monster, all unaware of the more dangerous creature watching them. Tatsuki. Orihime was terrified. Here they were, face to face with monsters people have trained for years to decades to prepare to fight these monsters. Ichigo was already fighting them and treated the beasts as an annoyance. What should we do? All Tatsuki could think of at that moment was how right Ichigo was. She saw Chad's arm and she watched Uryu and she knew Ichigo's power. She had none of these. She kept hearing Ichigo's voice in her head, saying those words she hated. You're a normal girl. You're powerless. Over and over like a mantra chant of insanity. Not fast enough. Not strong enough. Fear became doubt, doubt in herself and her abilities. But doubt gave way to annoyance and annoyance gave way to anger. She growled as she clenched her fist, nails digging into her skin and drawing blood. Normal. Powerless. She shot herself forward like a bullet, charging headfirst at the monster that was set on eating them. Shut up. She growled in response, narrowly dodging a swipe from the hollow's claws. Shut up. She slammed her fist into the hollow's mask. Shut up. 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 She kept punching away at the hollow, Orihime screaming at Tatsuki to run away while the beast tried to understand what was happening. This was still a fairly fresh hollow, not smart enough to recognize a growing threat as the girl continued to punch away at it, or was there something else about it? Yes, I'm normal. I want to hang out with my friends, worry about my grades, and get a little lovey-dovey with my boyfriend. She raged, her knuckles bleeding from punching the hollow's bony skull with no protection. And yes, I'm powerless. I don't shoot things out of my hands like Chad and Uryu. She felt a fire build up inside of her, something she felt after a brutal spar against her teacher, Yoriyuki. But She punched it again, cracking the mask. Not. Another punch, cracking it further. Helpless. She threw a final punch at the hollow, covering it in a burst of fire. The air was filled with its sudden death cries as it dissolved into nothingness. Suki. She couldn't hear Orium's voice. She did it. By some miracle she actually did it. She killed a hollow. Tatsuki. She wasn't naive enough to think that this meant she was anywhere near to equal foot to Ichigo, but this was a first step. Now she had to train it, and survive the day. Tatsuki. She finally heard her ditzy friend call out her name. Tatsuki. Orium wrapped her arms around her tired friend and began crying, letting go of all of her worry and relief. Can you lighten up, Orium? Tatsuki groaned out, the rage and adrenaline seeping out of her as her exhaustion took over. My arms are killing me. She didn't really care. Orium was safe, they were safe. Looks like I made the right decision. They heard a withered, vile voice speak out. I felt that girl's strength and wanted to see if she was a threat. The two friends looked to see some strange tentacled hollow, floating above them and watching them, hungrily. Now that's she too tired to fight, this will be easy. The hollow flared out her tendrils and shot things out of her forehead, breaking through the glass with ease. Seconds later Orium and Tatsuki were surrounded by the other students, each one with a seed sticking out of their bodies. Now die and feed me your souls. She screeched before laughing. Tatsuki could only glare at the hollow in rage. Orium. She called out to her friend, getting between her and the hollow as the zombified students closed in. Run. I'll hold them off. She said, despite the feeling that she broke her hands. Don't be crazy, Tatsuki. Orium pleaded with her friend. I can't just abandon you. But you can't fight either, can you? Tatsuki stated. She could feel Orium's power for herself, and if anger brought out hers it might just help Orium. Just run. You'll only slow me down. Orium was staring at Tatsuki in shock. Her best friend just said she's useless. Is this what she felt when Ichigo told her that? Is Tatsuki really going to push her away? That being said, I'm not sure how long I'll last. Tatsuki said as the possessed mob got closer and closer. Tatsuki. There was a yelling. They all looked up and saw the red-headed lesbian yelling out to them. After you pass out, I'll teach Orium all sorts of naughty things. She yelled out in a perverted tone. Tatsuki forgot about her immediate danger and vented her annoyance, throwing rocks and knocking out the zombies that got too close. That should do it. Good luck, you mannish freak. She whispered from behind her cover as Tatsuki kept throwing things. Chizuru, you keep your grubby hands off Orium. You hear me? She yelled at the lesbian while the hollow was shocked that it was being ignored. Quite ignoring me. It howled as it pelted Tatsuki with her seeds, striking her in her thigh, shoulder, and stomach. You're supposed to be wallowing in fear and hopelessness. How dare you ruin my fun? It cried out indignantly. The question now is to how to make you pay for this. Tatsuki glared at the monster before her, filled with defiance to the creature. Why don't you strip naked and let these boys have their dash? The hollow was interrupted again as Tatsuki slammed her free fist into her shoulder, just below the sprout on her body. The result caused another blast of fire to pass through her and destroy the hollow's seeds. She also broke her bones in the process, but she made her point. She refused to let that freak have its way, like I told so many others. Tatsuki said, glaring at the hollow, making it worry. I will crush anyone who hurts my friends. Orium watched her best friend and remembered each time Tatsuki helped her, how everyone else helped her when she couldn't help herself. She relied on her brother, she relied on Tatsuki, she relies on Ichigo, but no one relies on her. She doesn't have anything to offer her friends. She hates that, and she's sick of it. Well, maybe I want to protect you once in a while, Tatsuki. Everyone was now watching the Auburn princess stand up. I'm tired of always being protected. I'm tired of always having to hide behind you. How about I do the protecting for once? The hollow became livid. I said, stop ignoring me. It shot off more of its seeds before a flash and whirlwind appeared. By the time the dust settled, something cut through one of its tentacles and there was a glowing triangular shield. I'm talking to my friend. She growled, glaring at the monster that attacked them. Shut up, you disgusting freak. Tatsuki was surprised by the level of aggression Orium showed. Earlier she was just passive with Ichigo, but this was something else. She could only stare at Orium like she was a completely different person. Orium turned back to fight her and was about to continue. Now I'm dash. Orium, where did that shield come from? Tatsuki asked, directing Orium's attention to the glowing barrier. There was a silent pause as Orium seemed to finally notice it. Oh wow. She exclaimed in childlike wonder as the points separated and joined their flying siblings. What are they? How should I know? Tatsuki asked as the sprites flew around them. Of course you wouldn't know. One rough voice spoke rudely. We are Orium's powers after all. A more gentle one said. A pale green sprite landed on her shoulder before revealing the small fairy girl inside. Hi Orium. She cheered happily as the rest revealed themselves, each dressed in a variety of ways. Ah. Orium cried out, realizing something. You're the Shun Rika, aren't you? She remembered, a long time ago when a certain strawberry told her to make a wish on her precious present, she dreamed. In that dream, there was a field of flowers inhabited by 6 fairies. They told her they were watching over her, that they were with her, that they would protect her. Shano, Ayam, Sabeki, Began, Lily, Hinajiku. She cheered, wanting to hold each one to her chest after not seeing them for so long. It's so good to see you all again. Tatsuki could only watch in confusion. Wait, if you were with Orihime all this time then where were you? She asked the flying spirits. That's easy. Shano chirped, pointing at the now missing hairpins on Orihime's head. We manifest ourselves from her hairpins. There was another pause of silence as Tatsuki digested the information. No expressions changed in this time. So magic wish-granting hairpins. Tatsuki summarized from a long-past conversation. Yep, wish-granting hairpins. Shano chirped. Orihime was ecstatic. Yay, wish-granting hairpins. She yelled, throwing her arms around her old friend. The hollow grew more and more furious. I will dash. Kitten Zanshun, I reject. Orihime said with a cheery smile that felt surprisingly dark as Tsubaki silently split the monster in half that his master was pointing at. She turned to the monster with that same dark smile as she said in a chillingly sweet tone, don't ruin the moment. The hollow faded into nothingness shortly after. Tatsuki felt a newfound respect and fear for her friend. But mostly, she was glad that Orihime was safe, and now she could prove Ichigo wrong. She winced as the pain came back, which Orihime noticed. So Ten-Kisun, I reject. She said, enveloping Tatsuki in a glowing shield and undoing the damage done. Now that's useful. Tatsuki admitted, testing her arms a little. She noticed Orihime pouting at her and she knew what the girl wanted. Tatsuki sighed with a smile. I'm sore she couldn't say as Orihime immediately hugged her friend fiercely. Now I can help protect you. Orihime said, crying in joy a little. Tatsuki returned the hug in earnest. And we can both help Ichigo. If that's the way you feel then you should get moving. The girls heard a familiar voice yell out to them. They looked up to see Yoriyuki walking toward the girls with a proud smile. You did good for your first time, but this is nothing for beginners like yourselves. She said pointing at the growing swarm as the hollows seemed to start converging on two places. If you really want to help, then drink these. She said before tossing the girls several water bottles. Those will help replenish your erasure. And Tatsuki, here. She handed her student a pair of armored gauntlets. Those should help you with those thick skulls, and you should be able to shoot fireballs if Kisuke did everything right. The girls looked excited at the prospect of proving themselves to their boyfriend. Let's do this. They cheered before attempting to drink their own refreshments. But this isn't a game. Yoriyuki said, gravely seriously. You have to be very careful out there. The girls looked at the noble with a sense of recognition of the danger they recently faced. If you slip, you could die, or get someone else hurt. Are you ready to risk that? She asked, making the girls question their resolve. They thought about how Ichigo must be out there, putting his life on the line to fight this infestation, and here they were, celebrating beating one hollow each. They swore to help Ichigo, and that's what they were going to do. They chugged their drinks fearlessly and felt themselves go back to 100%. Yoriyuki smiled. Get to the park. We're watching your back. The girls ran off without another word. They should make things interesting. Someone said, finally making their presence known. Kisuke is already working on thinning the herd where he goes. And you guys? Yoriyuki asked her companion. Staying under the radar. And helping where we can. He said, lazily. Ichigo has grown since the last time we've seen him. Maybe he can bring that Chad fella next time. We might be able to help him. He said as they continued to watch the gathering swarm and the growing tear in the sky. Back with Chad. He kept crushing skulls, blasting them to nothing, and overpowering dozens of hollows with no rest. The monsters only seemed to get stronger as more came up, and more intelligent. Chad was starting to feel the strain. The area around him was being torn apart by his blasts and the hollows' attacks. This is bad, he thought to himself, trying to reassess the situation. A hollow tried to swipe at him but he caught it and threw the corrupted soul around, smashing into other hollows before letting go, letting the force take them away. I'm getting closer and closer to my limit. A hollow with a bull mask charged at him, making Chad struggle against keeping the beast at bay. With a defiant roar, he headbutted the creature before slamming his empowered fist into its skull, wiping out several more hollows in the process. I could really use some help about now, he thought, as the horde showed no sign of decreasing. He was so focused on standing his ground, he did not notice the petite Shinigami's chant. Wrath of your claws. He heard the familiar voice and chant just in time to duck. Hato 33, Sokesui. Rukia yelled as a torrent of blue fire blasted from her hands, clearing a number of hollows. She, again, cursed her weakness. If Ichigo didn't drain her powers, she could use her Shurkai to help out tremendously. But she knew that would be insane in this situation. Where did all these hollows come from? They never did something like this before. Sato, you alright? She asked her ally. I'm grateful for the extra room to breathe, Rukia. He said getting up. Any idea what that tear in the sky is? He asked punching another hollow into oblivion. If I had to guess. She grunted, dodging hollows swinging at her while she slashed them. I'm not sure I want to be right. Where's Ichigo? She asked. At his sister's school. Chad grunting, holding another monster at bay. He wants to make sure they're safe. He smashed the hollow's skull before slamming his foot on another one. Can he hurry up? She asked, cleaving through another hollow. There is nothing good beyond that tear. She yelled out as the duo kept the hollows at bay. Karen and Yuzu. The twins waited, huddled close together behind the protection of the barrier Yuzu erected between themselves and the hollows drawn to them. A barrier designed to keep hollows out, but others could pass through. Karen took this chance to help out their mod soul bodyguard with Hado blasts. Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Hado 31. Shakaho. She yelled as a ball of red flames shot from her hand like a cannon, disintegrating another hollow while Kon continued to tear through the masses. He went through numerous modifications after he joined the Kurosaki family, particularly when it came to protecting the twins. Kon currently was a tall, lean, and ripped man-lion, with razor-sharp claws and strength to rival Chad's. The downside of this was that it only works when the girls were in immediate danger. Karen. Yuzu cried, trying to maintain the barrier as some hollows banged against it before being pushed back. Where's Ichi and II? Karen kept shooting off Kido blasts while trying to keep her sister calm. He'll be here. She yelled out, having full faith in her brother. Ichi and II promised to protect us, remember? She asked, trying to reassure herself as much as her sister. Suddenly she felt herself and her sister being pulled together as Kon seemed to grab them, just as he reverted back to that lion plushie. She locked eyes with Yuzu in terror as a flash of glowing silver dropped in front of them directly at Kon's head. A silver rod strikes the five-fingered stone bed. Grits. They heard before being enveloped in darkness. They listened to the angered roars of the hollows before they heard the unmistakable tone of their protective brother. Ye Lord. Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. Hado 33. Sokesui. They could feel the heat from Ichigo's Kido spell through the Quincy barrier only one other person could have done. The seal fell apart and before them stood the ones they were waiting for. Ichi and II. Urayu and II. They twins cried as they ran to their brother and cousin. Ichigo knelt down to better hug his precious sisters while Urayu opted for a reassuring pat on the head, all the while ignoring the scorched schoolyard behind them. You two did great to hold out for this long, Ichigo said, giving them a congratulatory smile with the intent of calming their nerves. But you should head home and let us handle the rest. Urayu said as Ichigo extracted the soul pill to swallow. Now that he was in soul form, it was time to clear out the hollows. Kon, now in Ichigo's body, grabbed the girls and made his way for their home. You should have let Yuzu heal your hand a little, Ichigo said as Urayu looked at his bleeding hand. The rate of the hollows were increasing and his new bow was more than a little taxing on him. You'll just have to pick up the slack then, Urayu said while readjusting his glasses. Seems fitting since all you did was run while I covered you. Don't worry. Ichigo turned to his ally, One Eye Black and Gold. There will be no rest till they're all dead, he said before they disappeared in a burst of speed, their destination obvious. The empty park. The fight continued as the two defenders became more and more exhausted. Chad was breathing rather heavily with a few notable injuries on him, testing his endurance for the first time in a long time for the man. Rukia was faring no better as she did not have the same physical limit as her ally and her already weakened state wasn't leaving her too much room for error. The next wave was about to commence when they heard backup arrive. Kitten Zanshan I reject. Soten Kishan I reject. Orihime yelled out as her healing shield enveloped her two friends, fixing their injuries, while Tatsuki was riding on top of Tsubaki's shield. Once she got close enough she jumped off the black sprite and began shooting fireballs at various hollows, each one burning away the corrupted soul. After Tatsuki disembarked, Tsubaki continued his attack and cleaved through many hollows as well. Looks like we showed up just in time, Tatsuki said, standing to her full height after landing next to her allies. Orihime sat above them on her defensive shield and sitting in a meditative pose, trying to focus her energies on the battle. Here, drink these. They should replenish your racier. They gratefully took the drinks as the new arrivals held off the swarm for a bit. After consuming the potions, Chad fired multiple rapid blasts to the hollows while Rukia shot out more Kido spells. Then a sudden burst of blue flames erupted in the distance. Ichigo's coming, Chad said casually, greatly relieved that his friend is finally ready. TCH. It's about time, Tatsuki said, planning on giving her boyfriend the tongue lashing of a lifetime. Whether verbal or physical was up for debate. How long before he gets here? Rukia asked before being pushed to the ground by Sado. Hado 32. Okazen. She heard as a massive blast of yellow energy obliterated many of the hollows, removing their forces by half. They looked up to see Ichigo shrinking his Zanpakuto back to the normal large katana he usually wields, smoke coming off his blade from the Kido spell. Next to him was Urayu, still bandaging up his hand. You guys alright? He asked, resting his blade on his shoulder. They seem fine, Ichigo, Urayu said, preparing his bow for another onslaught. Though it seems you owe Arisawa-san and Inoue-san a couple of apologies. Ichigo noticed his girlfriends among the fighters. Guess I do. But before that, he lifted his blade and swung two arcs with energy blasting off the edge. We're going to kill every hollow here. he said before flaring his ryotsu, making every hollow quiver in primal fear as an apex predator appeared before them. Before they could flee, a barrage of black arrows found their way into masks and bodies. Chad smirked and continued to fire multiple blasts from his fist to the densest groups of hollows. Tatsuki and Rukia swerved through the beasts, striking them down with sword swings and blasts of fire. Urayu joined Orihime atop of her perch and struck down the beasts from a safe distance, and Ichigo cut down swaths of hollows down with every swing. That's when they finally noticed the tear finally opened, and with it the creature Rukia feared. The hollows sang a macabre song of praise to the titanic hollow coming. The Minos Grande. Ichigo. Urayu asked his companion as the towering black hollow came forward with its freakish, long-nosed mask. Yeah. The hybrid responded, glaring at the behemoth. Where are the other soul reapers? The Quincy asked. Ichigo looked at Rukia, who looked at her cell and just shrugged, apparently proving the Quincy's point about them being late. Ichigo surmised. That's disappointing. Urayu said, walking toward the massive hollow. So, this is a Jillian. Biggest, dumbest, and weakest of the Minos Grande class. How droll. Ichigo said as he joined his cousin. You guys finish off the small fry. Ichigo shouted over his shoulder. We've got this. His friends were about to protest before hearing something like machine gun fire and the cracking of bones and skulls. Urahara's group had arrived. You heard him. The ex-captain said to the group. Let's get cracking. Closer to the Minos. So how should we do this? Ichigo asked his cousin as the Jillian devoured its surrounding hollows with a quick lash of its tongue. I can only think of one way. Ichigo looked at his cousin and saw a familiar glint in his eyes he hasn't seen for years. No, Ichigo quickly said. No way, not happening, we swore we would never do that again ever. He remembered the last time they did that particular thing, and he still regretted the decision to have done it. Ichigo, we don't have a choice. Urayu pleaded while the towering Minos drew closer to them. You know damn well why that technique is forbidden. Ichigo yelled at his cousin, refusing to yield. I will never forget, nor forgive myself, for that. Urayu glared back, remembering an old shame. That's why I've agonized over how to fix it. That's why I suggest it now. You mean? Ichigo asked, feeling slightly hopeful. Yes, I've made it so it doesn't have that ridiculous name and pose anymore. The Quincy declared proudly. Perfect. Ichigo met his allies' enthusiasm. Urayu held out his bow, horizontally. Grab on and manifest yours. Urayu said. Ichigo took hold of the black bow and worked to manifest his own. The bow doubled in size and length while pulsating with power. Now turn. They turned their hands so that their bows were now perpendicular to the connecting base between them, forming an H. Pull back the arrow. Ichigo guessed as they reached to the middle and pulled back a massive harpoon of their mixed rapier. And now. Heilig Ballist. They shouted and let the missile loose. The top half of the Jillian was blasted away completely. The remains dissipated as the two Quincy reflected on their victory. Yeah, much better than last time. Ichigo admitted as their spirit weapon dissolved. Man, that was embarrassing. Indeed. Urayu agreed. I'm glad my father never reminds me of it. Good for, oh crap. Ichigo said as he saw a bright red light grow bigger as it came straight for them. Acting as fast as he could, he shoved his cousin out of the way and brought up his blade to block the oncoming blast. Ichigo what dash? Urayu watched as Ichigo was forced back a few yards from the Zero attack. What? Was there another Minos? He traced the blast back to its origin and saw a larger hollow, smaller than the Jillian but still huge, serving as the source of the blast. He turned back to Ichigo, trying desperately to think of a way to help his family, when he saw something weird. Some of the deflected energy of the Zero was being absorbed into Ichigo's blade, glowing with red and blue rapier as the blade turned black. I've had enough. Ichigo yelled, pushing back against the blast. Of this crap. The Zero ended and he swung his blade. For one day. The power he released overshadowed the Zero by a great margin, carving a trench in the ground with scorched earth and shattered glass. Tell Urahara I'm skipping training tomorrow. Ichigo said to Urayu before falling flat on his face. Yeah. Urayu responded, looking at the damage Ichigo caused, which surely killed whatever hollow that was. I'll do that. Atop a tower, it watched the final scenes play out before it. The display was as impressive as His Majesty predicted. However, it was unexpected that the Ishida boy would so willingly side with the Shinigami. Ichigo was definitely the greater subject of interest, however. Mission objective data retrieval, complete. The white-clad, masked figure said. Further research is recommended. It spoke, turning to a hole in the air. Returning to Silburn. It said, light reflecting of the gold armor as it returned to a world of shadows. 9. Soul Society Acts. Karakura High. Lunchtime. It was the next day, all the damage was undone. Urahara and Yoryuki were planning the next training schedule and methods to account for Orihime and Tatsuki awakening to their own powers. Everything else went along as normal, the students went to school and the adults planned for what might come next. Ichigo had invited Urayu to lunch, despite protests from Kigo. All Ichigo said was, deal with it. Hey Kigo. Ichigo called his cheerful friend. Tell us a story. Kigo felt honored. Despite his suspicions, lunch actually had a rather lively atmosphere. Very well. Kigo yelled out happily. Let me regale you with the tale dash. This should buy us the entire lunch period. Ichigo said, turning to Urayu. What happened? Father confirmed that it was definitely hollow bait that was used. They went to Urahara's to rest and recover. After Uraya's arms healed, he went to see if Ryakan had any information or guesses as to what had happened. Pretty potent for the amount of hollows, but still nothing to summon even one Minos Grande. So the Van Denrijk was behind that incident. Ichigo summarized. But someone else capitalized on it. Indeed. They figured who had sent the Minos but didn't say anything. What about you? The Quincy asked after a moment of silence. What do you mean? Ichigo responded. Your lady friend seemed more than a little angry at you after that whole powerless thing. What happened? Urayu asked. Normally he wouldn't care, but Ichigo needed to focus, and if he was distracted by love troubles then they would both be in trouble. Well. Flashback, last night. Tatsuki, I'm sore dash, Ichigo tried to say as he was punched in the face, again, by his irate girlfriend. When her powers awakened, Ichigo wanted to apologize for telling her she was weak. He couldn't get a word in edgewise because she just kept punching him every time he said something. And just where do you get off saying that I'm the one that needs protecting when I fought your battles for you when we were kids? She yelled, getting her knuckles healed by Orihime. Ichigo was very tough in spirit form. He didn't even bleed while Tatsuki's knuckles got bruised before Orihime started healing. You were the biggest crybaby. All Tatsuki wanted was to keep by your side, meanie Ichi. Orihime scolded with a pouty face. You should know that better than anyone. And Orihime's very gentle, but that doesn't mean you should push her to the side simply because she couldn't fight. Tatsuki kept up. Ishine stopped by to pick up Ichigo while talking with Urahara about what happened earlier. You better make this up to us in the biggest way, you jerk. Tatsuki glared as Ichigo realized that if he didn't say the right things, she would just punch him and hurt herself again. Fine. He said, relenting to his angry ladies. How shall I pay for my sins? Tatsuki grabbed his shiakusho and pulled him in close. This for starters. She grabbed the back of his head and crushed their lips together, shocking everyone but Orihime, who took her turn once Tatsuki relented. Ishine was silently cheering the girls on in making his son a man while Urahara grabbed him a camera to commemorate the wonderful occasion. Tatsuki. They heard a familiar yell as the former head of the Shihoin clan stormed over to her students. What do you think you're doing? We were just kissing our boyfriend sensei. Tatsuki stammered. She was afraid of the aura Yoriyuki displayed, knowing better than to anger her teacher. No, you aren't. Yoriyuki stated, pushing them aside and getting in close with Ichigo, whose brain appeared to stop working. This is how you kiss. She smiled mischievously before opening Ichigo's mouth and giving him a deep kiss. Remember, she mumbled while continuing to explore Ichigo's mouth, don't force it. Be gentle and rub against his tongue a bit. She explained, letting the girls watch with massive blushes on their faces. Ichigo apparently came back to reality, but he couldn't fight against the more experienced woman's ministrations. She finally pulled back to let them both catch their breaths. Now you try. The two girls nodded dumbly and took his lips again. Soon they collapsed onto the floor, the girls in his lap with each taking turns. So what are we going to call this? Urahara asked as he and Ishine documented this moment of Ichigo's life. It was agreed among everyone to record the biggest moments of his and Uriah's lives for when Masaki and Connie finally woke up, which Urahara predicted would be sometime that year. Ichigo's first make-out. Ishine giggled uncontrollably, feeling some pride as a father for having a stud of a son, but also knowing he could milk this for quite some time. And we will not show Masaka, ever. Smiling as his son finally gave in and returned them. Thinks she wants him to stay her baby boy. Urahara guessed. Maybe. Ishine admitted. Nothing else really important happened that day, other than Ichigo staying in a deep haze until the morning. Back to the present. Wow. Urayu couldn't think of anything else to say. Yeah. Ichigo agreed, taking another bite of his bento lunch. I was going to destroy it, but that was some pretty good tips. Gotta keep the girls happy, Urayu. Is that you or Zanjitsu talking? The Quincy asked, knowing about Ichigo's Zenpakuto. Me, but just to shut him up. Ichigo answered. He was both ecstatic and pissed because I didn't try to cop a feel. Boobs and butts. Big boobs and nice butts. Right there. And you didn't go for it. His sword yelled at him. I am not forgiving you until you have sex with one of them, at least. Yeah, he says that because he's my hollow he's also my instincts. Ichigo said, trying to make conversation and ignore his sword spirit. Which is eat and mate. Primal instincts? Urayu guessed. At least someone gets it. Zanjitsu said. Replace eating with fighting and that sounds right. Ichigo said. But enough fun, you felt it too, right? The conversation took a more serious tone that even gave Kigo pause as the attention shifted before Chad brought Kigo back to his story. Yeah, 2 strong Ryotsu signatures appeared in the city this morning. Urayu confirmed what his cousin was getting at. Dad was right. Soul Society finally sent someone. Any appearance and sudden disappearance of a Minos Grande Hollow was enough to warrant the attention of the Godii 13. Rukia has overstayed her role in Karakura, and they've come to get her. Same time, with Rukia. She sat in the tree, pensively staring into the sky in contemplation. She can't stay with Ichigo and the Kurosakis anymore. Ishine would definitely be put on trial for abandoning his post and Ichigo would be executed for taking her powers, not to mention the others that displayed their powers. She needed to get out of there for their own sakes, or the guilt would destroy her if anything happened to them because of her. Hey Rukia. She heard one of her classmates call out to her. Why don't you join us for lunch? It was the tanned one, Mehana she recalled, with the other girls that Tatsuki and Orihime were friends with. She did so reluctantly, needing to continue her cover for the rest of the day before she made her move. They sat in a circle, calmly eating their meals, until Mehana brought up the #1 gossip subject among teenage girls. Hey, can I ask you something? Do you have a crush on Ichigo? She asked, making Rukia spew out the juice she was drinking in response. That's a maybe, but what is your relationship with him? Family friends, that's all. Tatsuki said quickly, going with the story Ichigo told her after they were done making out. Mehana. The petite Mikura scolded her friend. That's not something you just ask straight out like that. I don't see why not, everyone wanted to ask that. She defended. I didn't want to ask that. Mikura said, trying to steer the conversation away from the boy still was afraid of. What's your problem with him anyway? Tatsuki asked. I just think he's scary looking is all. She said, embarrassed by such childish reasoning. Sure he looks intimidating, but he's also really gentle. Tatsuki said, smiling in remembrance of how he still held her tenderly that night she yelled at him. She just melted in those strong arms of his. He's a real tender lover too. Orihime said, completely without shame. He's such a great kisser after one lesson. Everyone else stared at the airhead in surprise, or shock in Chizuru's case, as Orihime blushed and giggled. He tasted so good too. Tatsuki only let out an irritated sigh. Yeah, I can vouch for that. Tatsuki admitted, though she suspected it was because of everyone swapping spit in that make-out. You mean? Ryo asked, being the first to come to her senses as the stoic one of the group. Yep, Ichigo's our boyfriend. Tatsuki declared in defeat of having been exposed. Orihime just nodded, happily declaring her relationship with the strawberry. And if Rukia wants in this club, she needs our permission. She said, surprising everyone again. Rukia couldn't help but imagine being one of Ichigo's girlfriends. She started thinking about it while Chizuru went crazy about her Hime being defiled, and if she couldn't have Orihime's first kiss, she'd settle for her virginity. Needless to say, everyone was trying to restrain Chizuru after that. Rukia just went off with her imagination about being Ichigo's lover, complimenting her, praising her skills, holding her in his arms, kissing. Looks like Kukiki's a bit of a perv. Mehana said, tickling Chizuru's stomach while Tatsuki had her in a headlock. Rukia wiped away the small bit of blood dripping from her nose as she tried to deny the notion. The day passed by simply after that. Night with Rukia. She ran, she had to run as far away as possible, keep them safe, don't let them share her burden. They were just there for shelter. She didn't care about any of them, not about the girls in high school, not the Kurosakis, and definitely not Ichigo. That's what she wanted to believe anyway. She liked them, she enjoyed her time with them, she didn't want them in danger. She knew Ichigo was powerful, but she still didn't want him to fight against Soul Society. She had one time been of the belief that he was equal to a captain, but he had only years of training and experience, where captains have centuries. It would be foolish of him to fight one. So she decided to run for their sake, but it hurt her to leave without a goodbye. Am I getting too attached to this world? She asked, unaware of the two bearing down on her. Yes. She heard a familiar voice ring out. She stopped in her tracks to look at the man that's hunted her down. You've broken quite a severe law, Rukia. He had a red ponytail and tribal tattoos, dressed as a soul reaper with a badge on his arm. Renji. She asked in disbelief, wondering if it was her old friend. Renji Abarai. He dropped down, swinging his blade as her, making her jump back and eject from her Jigei. At least you still have some powers, and you're not lax enough to drop your guard completely. He complimented, raising to his full height. Now call him Rukia, the man that stole your powers. Rukia stayed in a guarded stance, ready to run if need be. Why do you think I lost my powers to a human? She defended. Maybe I got badly injured and didn't want to shame Oni-sama by showing weakness. If you're going with that argument, then you shouldn't lie. Renji retorted. Should she, Captain Kukiki? Rukia froze, feeling a very familiar, very ominous presence behind her. She turned to see him, wearing that scarf and hair ornaments, the Kukiki clan head. Byakuya Oni-sama. She shuddered out, feeling terrified. Rukia. He said simply, watching his lieutenant attack her again as she dodged again. You know it's a crime to grant your powers to a human. Renji said. We have orders to execute him. He prepared for his next attack. Now call him Rukia. We'll capture you and he will die. So don't try to defend him. He settled into his stance. This time, my next attack will be serious. I have nothing to worry about then. Someone said before a rock the size of a baseball hit Renji in the face, breaking his visor and leaving a few cuts. Because if you needed to get serious against her in that state. He said, jumping down and revealing himself. Then I'll have no problems against you. Who the hell are you? Renji growled at the orange-haired man. Ichigo Kurosake, he declared fearlessly, the human you're looking for. With Ichigo earlier, he was watching over the city, waiting silently, so still one would think him asleep. Already in his Shinigami state with 3 red ribbons in his hand, sensing and waiting. He felt Rukia run off, writing only a letter to let him know her plans, run as far as she could to spare his family the wrath of Soul Society. But he made a promise to help her and he keeps his word. Now here he was, with his spirit sense keeping track of the 3 other Soul Reapers and their spirit ribbons in hands to increase that accuracy. They finally met and he moved, disappeared from his perch in an instant when the first strike was made. He found them, 2 Shinigami, attacking Rukia, from the 6th division judging from that captain's Haori. He grabbed a rock and threw it at the attacking red head. Who the hell are you? He asked after Ichigo jumped down. Ichigo Kurosake, the human you're looking for. He told the irate Renji. So you're the human that stole Rukia's powers. The Soul Reaper growled. By accident, yes. Ichigo admitted. Your point. Renji charged at Ichigo, swinging his Zanpakuto down with furious strike after strike. Ichigo turned his blade to a more normal size in order to throw off his opponent, should the need arise. You're dead. Renji growled, slamming his blade against Ichigo's in an attempt to kill the man who gave his best friend a death sentence. Byakuya watched in silence, analyzing this newcomer as his subordinate attacked. Years of experience let him know who was going to win this fight. This is the one that slew those Minos. But he questioned as the two got into a blade lock. Renji, this battle was over before it even began. But here's what'll happen. Renji growled with an angry smirk, furious at the human before him and furious at his inability to try and save Rukia from her fate. Orders were orders. You'll die, Rukia gets her powers back, and then she'll dash. He was interrupted when Ichigo twisted the blades and thrust his blade's hilt into Renji's chin, making him bite his tongue. Didn't anyone ever tell you to shut up in the middle of a fight? Ichigo asked, calm and collected as Renji grasped his mouth in pain. You bast dash. He was about to yell, but Ichigo was already in front of Byakuya. Hello Captain. Ichigo greeted, almost politely, to the noble who looked at the human with a calm expression. Kukiki. Captain Byakuya Kukiki. He responded, still trying to read the young human. Thank you. Ichigo said before preparing to explain what happened. At least he's making an effort it seems. Thought the noble, a little happy someone is trying to save his sister. Here's what happened. I've been spiritually aware since I was a kid. Apparently one of my ancestors was a Soul Reaper and I learned most of the important stuff from hand-me-down knowledge. He explained, not telling the full story. From there I prepared to fight hollows to protect my friends and family. When I finally had the means, I used something that would absorb enough Reisher to allow me to change into a Shinigami. Rukia simply became a casualty and I've been helping her as a way to make up for her situation. He raised his blade to block another strike from Renji. Do you think this changes the situation? He roared in anger at a child humiliating him. He's a rude one. Wouldn't you say so? Ichigo asked the captain, not sparing a glance at his attacker. Quite. He agreed, giving Renji a look to tell him to back off. His lieutenant reluctantly obeyed. So that is the story. More or less. Ichigo admitted. What happens now? We'll still have to take Rukia in, with you as a witness. Byakuya answered. Maybe this will lighten her sentence. But I'll have to die. Ichigo said, knowing from what his teachers said about the judicial system of Soul Society. Very likely. He looked to Renji again, who took the signal to continue and made a swing. He stabbed through Ichigo's back before it disappeared and he received a hard kick to his side. Sorry, but I'm not in favor of dying just yet. He apologized. But I'll make a promise. Renji wins, I go willingly. He loses, I don't. He said, face to face with the captain. I have no doubt anymore about the reports of you slaying those Minos Grande. Byakuya said, knowing this battle would end in Ichigo's victory. But Renji needed an attitude adjustment. Go ahead. I will not stand for this. Renji growled. Roar. Zabumaru. He said, wiping a hand over his blade, letting it transform into a 6-segmented blade with sharp protrusions. The fight seemed on hold as both sides waited for the other to move. Rukia stood by her brother, knowing and accepting her fight, but silently hoping Ichigo would survive. Well. Renji finally growled. Ichigo took a second to glance between his own blade and Renji's. Guessing at what the lieutenant meant, Ichigo finally allowed his blade to grow to the matching size of Zabumaru. Happy? He asked, confused. Renji gawked in surprise, thinking that no Shurikai could be so worthless as to just be a size increase. Byakuya, on the other hand, re-evaluated the hybrid as he's shown a level of control only captains used. What scared the noble was the possibility was that Ichigo still didn't have full control of his Ryutsu. That's your Shurikai? Renji asked, again annoyed at the whelp. What? Ichigo responded dumbly. I don't have Shurikai. Renji couldn't believe this. Then you're a fool. He yelled, swinging his whip-like sword, Ichigo defending against the hard swings with visible effort. A fake Soul Reaper who doesn't even know his own Zanpakuto's name. He broke Ichigo's guard and made for the killing blow. The fool. the Kukikis said at the same time. Rukia, in sorrow for her friend, and Byakuya, for his rash subordinate. Ichigo swung his blade, striking the top segment of Zabumaru, with the resulting shockwave breaking the connection to the hilt. Renji could only gawk as his blade fell apart in a mess, leaving only his hilt and blade base, before feeling himself getting stabbed. I said, I don't have Shurkai. Ichigo said, Zanjutsu again in two forms with a katana in one hand and a tanto knife, buried in Renji's side. Because Zanjutsu won't let me use Shurkai while in this state. Using Rukia's powers as a link to my own. He removing the dagger from Renji as the lieutenant dropped to his knees, blood spilling out of the hole in his side and staining his shiakuso. Your arrogance is your undoing. He was about to swing again before stopping. Curiously, he reached up to his chest, directly above his soul chain and soul sleep, before feeling it soaked in his blood. He pulled open his robes to see two bleeding holes in his chest. Behind Renji was Byakuya, sheathing his blade. Humph. He grunted, more mad at himself for dropping his guard so easily. You won. He said simply, Ichigo dropping to his knees as his strength left him, but I was still free to act. He grabbed his subordinate and helped him to Rukia, who began healing her old friend. You will lose your powers, but you will survive. He declared to the boy, lying on the ground in a small pool of blood, unaware of the boy's healing. Live you life, die, then come to Soul Society. Byakuya said, opening the spirit gate to Soul Society. You may make a fine Soul Reaper after all. He said preparing to walk through, with Renji and Rukia in tow. He barely took another step before turning saying, Bakudo 81, Danku. Creating a transparent barrier between them and the rising Ichigo, feeling danger in the boy. Zanjutsu. Ichigo yelled, unleashing a black and blue Getsuga against the barrier. Simply the result of activating a first transformation. Byakuya was in shock of the boy. How can he have this much power? He questioned before shoving his sister and lieutenant through the portal, shutting it, and dodging to avoid the blast that finally cracked through his Kido barrier. Mostly he was fine, his arm was charred and broken. Sorry. Zanjutsu was pretty mad at you for that sneak attack. Ichigo said, slowly rising to his feet, looking pale and tired. But I should thank you. He told the captain, who was grasping his arm in pain. You severed my link to Rukia's powers, and finally balanced my own. The two injured Shinigami stood on their feet, watching the other closely. Neither of us are in any condition to keep fighting, so let me say this. 2 weeks. I'll be in Soul Society for 2 things. Saving Rukia, and I need to talk to the captain commander. Byakuya glared at the youth for his display of arrogance, but knew that he was in no condition to fight. Very well. He said, opening another Senkaimon. 2 weeks it shall be. Leaving it at that while he needed to reach Squad 4 as soon as possible. Ichigo straightened up, feeling himself be restored as his regeneration finally kicked in. Finally. He shook himself to get the feeling back into his limbs. Now, how to break the news to everyone else. 10. Preparations for the Soul Society. Ichigo's inner world. Well, that happened. Ichigo said, laying on one of the many towers that inhabited his world. After the fight with Renji and Byakuya, Ichigo made his way back to the Urahara Shoten. When he got there, however, he collapsed on the floor and brought himself to his inner world. By his side was the massive kyber blade with cloth wrapping around the tang. No hilt, no guard, just a bare blade. I wonder what the explanation for this is. Well, it's still not a real Zanpakuto, if that's what you're wondering. He heard a warped speech that mimicked his own. He leaned forward to see a white copy of himself with black and gold eyes. Hey there, King. Zanjutsu said, smiling a predatory grin. Ichigo raised an eyebrow in confusion. What is this anyway? He asked, sitting up across from his blade. I know it's comprised of Reisher, but I thought I couldn't do that whole release stuff. Your blade is manipulated by Reisher, given form through your hollow, and channels the purification of a Soul Reaper. Said the aged wisdom of his Quincy powers, appearing next to Ichigo. That's all the explanation I'm getting, isn't it? Ichigo asked. Best guess we're going with. Zanjutsu said, helping his wielder to his feet. And it's not exactly Shurkai. It's you being able to use more of your power. Like faster healing and Siros. The elder said. So why did I still pass out? Looking at his hollow side, who gave him a deadpan look. Because you heal from injuries. Zanjutsu explained. Damage remains and did lose a lot of blood before it finally kicked in. The limit of your healing is recreating major organs, so avoid any large blasts. We should also build up your endurance and damage tolerance. The elder Zanjutsu said. However, before that, you need to talk with everyone. Storming Soul Society alone is insane. And making reservations for the party isn't exactly smart either. Zanjutsu scolded. And speaking of a party, yours just showed up. He said before slapping Ichigo back into the outside. Urahara's shop. Several people occupied the quaint little store of the scientist, some old friends of his while others were his students. They sat and waited for Ichigo to recover from his confrontation with Byakuya. The children believed it a dirty move while the adults recognized the truth, a golden opportunity taken. Byakuya was a prideful man and it would not do to fail a mission, no matter the terms of the bet. Tatsuki glared at her boyfriend, wanting to chastise him for recklessness while Orihime wanted to help him recover. Urayu recognized that the time was coming to meet the captain commander of the Shinigami and prepare for the incoming war with the Quincy. Chad, everyone was busy trying to convince him that it wasn't his fault for Ichigo's condition, that he did not break his vow to his friend. Another 10 minutes passed before the object of their discussion finally awoke. Note to self, need to dash, Ichigo started saying before taking a fist to his face. What were you thinking, you idiot? Tatsuki yelled as Yoriyuki held her back, Orihime already healing Ichigo. Why would you go off against the enemy without any backup and expect to come out unscathed? Because I told Rukia I would talk to them. Ichigo yelled back, already coming back to full because of the healing shield. And I told them the mostly true story. He admitted, considering the circumstances, you may have bought her more time. Ishine said, praising his son, good job son. And since we have a way into Soul Society already ready, we can focus on your training. Urahara said cheerfully, but if you thought we were rough before, a dark aura covered the room as Yoriyuki gave a predatory glare and grin, then you have no idea what you're in for. A silent, grim, calm settled over the youths. That massive swarm of hollows was minor league, nothing to really write home about. Now, things were going to be for keeps. Soul Society meeting with the captains. There he was standing with his colleague captains of the Godii 13, an awkward menagerie of individuals of various personalities and mindsets. He had delivered his report to the aged man in front of him, the leader of all Shinigami, Captain Commander Genryusai Yamamoto. Now Byakuya could only hope for a favorable outcome. I have no doubts that if execution could have been avoided, and I kept better control of my lieutenant, he would be standing here with us serving as a witness. Byakuya finished, returning to his place among the captains. He didn't mention the last thing that Ichigo had told him, something reserved only for the commander. He saw the one-eyed and battle-scarred barbarian that led the 11th squad bear a toothy grin in desire of the fight the boy promised, while the deranged scientist that commanded the 12th looked intrigued. He supposed that was better, the last thing he needed was that psychopath, Mayuri Kuratsuki, ranting about how the Jigai was destroyed by the boy when his powers came back. This is a most curious development. Spoke Yamamoto, and a gravelly deep tone that rang with power and experience. This may require further investigation. If she did not truly break the laws, then the boy will have to be brought here to face charges. Some would deny the claims made and would push for the execution of Rukia, but the new report opened possibilities that they couldn't help but ponder on. A descendant of a Soul Reaper that managed to unlock his latent ability? This required more evidence. No one motioned to push for Rukia's death. Dismissed. He declared with a slam of his cane. The captains moved to return to their various divisions, however Byakuya stayed to speak with the commander. Sir, it's been a while since you were at the Kukiki compound, correct? Byakuya asked his aged superior. How about you take a break and have some tea with me? Yamamoto took a moment to consider. I think I may take you up on that offer, young man. Yamamoto decided, giving Kukiki leave to start preparations. Well, aren't you the generous one? A sly tone mocked the noble Kukiki. He turned to see a silver-haired fox-like man talking to him. Or maybe you're trying to butter him up to plea for your sister's freedom. Byakuya simply watched the taunting fox with contempt. Don't be absurd. He told his colleague. If Rukia is guilty, I'll kill her myself. My grandfather and the commander were old friends. It's only right to tend to that bond. He said before walking off. I have to make sure only the commander and those he deems trustworthy hear this. He thought to himself, remembering the resolve he saw in Ichigo. Like, he wasn't an enemy. Karakura High, last day of school. Ichigo felt sick. The day went by with nothing changing. The people still talked the same, acted the same, were the same, the only difference was a solitary empty desk in the classroom. The only evidence of Rukia Kukiki ever existing in their lives. That and the memories of the spiritually aware. Now that classes were finally over, the team Ichigo had could finally move on to begin their training. Going to find Kukiki-san, aren't you? Ichigo heard, surprised by his friend Kigo who sneaked up behind him. Kigo was giving his friend a hopeful smile as he explained an unasked question. I don't know when it happened, but I was able to see spirits and I saw you with her a few times. He gave Ichigo a pat on the back. It's not just me either. Mizuoro and Chizuru can see them too. He wrapped his arms around Ichigo in a friendly hug. Just promise you guys will come back safely. He whispered. Kigo. Ichigo muttered, patting his friend's arms. If you don't let go, I'm breaking your arms. Kigo snorted out, but he got the message. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Catch you later, Ichigo. He yelled out. Mizuoro is taking me with him and his 10 lady friends to Hawaii. He cheered while skipping away. Well, I guess he deserves a break. Ichigo said, getting up to meet with Chad. There were a few people he had to introduce the giant to for his training. Karakura Hospital, main office. He took a deep breath, aware of what was going to happen. His father would likely disapprove of him going to Soul Society, wanting him to keep his mind focused on the goal of helping his cousin. Were that the case he would allow it, but Uriah still harbored a hate for Shinigami after Soken's death. Uriah was still scared that he would abandon his friend simply for the sake of vengeance. Both father and son knew this, that made the decision difficult. I expect a full report when you get back, Uriah. Ryakan said, finishing his evaluation of his son sitting across from him. He rose from his seat while Uriah looked at his father in surprise. Your actions in Soul Society will determine how you and I proceed with your training, he said as he walked to his bookcase, shelves filled row by row with medical and surgical books and case studies, except for one solitary box on the top of it all. He took it from the dusty resting place, and passed it to his son. This is... Uriah exclaimed. It was about as long as his forearm with a sandy color that was quite light with a seal tied taut around it. I trust you know how to use it. Ryakan asked his son who nodded in affirmation. But this is still old Quincy methods. Uriah protested. Shouldn't I bring my purification cross instead? Ryakan shook his head at his son. I'm not saying don't bring that with you. He firmly scolded his son. I'm telling you to fight with the Sanrei glove. Were you fighting hollows, I'd insist on the first, but you are fighting Shinigami. Ryakan explained. Fight with that and you'll have enough strength to do what must be done. He gave his son leave to go and train. As Uriah was walking out the door, his father asked an oft-repeated question between the two. Why do you fight Uriah? Uriah paused, knowing the answer, but feeling his own resolve being tested. He didn't care for Rukia, he was still angry with the Soul Reapers, but he knew why he fought. To help Ichigo, to protect the balance of the worlds. I fight to help my comrades. He said before leaving for the basement of the hospital, the hardest place to manipulate Raisher. In front of a warehouse. Ichigo remembered the last time he stood in front of that large building of wood. Something so simple, so plain, no one would recognize it or what was hidden inside. It was just after Chad's own powers manifested, Ichigo's hollow power grew more and more chaotic, necessitating this visit to others close to him. They eventually helped to teach him balance as they learned from him to understand their own powers more. These were the people best able to help Chad. You sure about this, Ichigo? Sato asked his friend, looking at the warehouse in a disappointed manner. These guys will be able to help me. Your powers seem more like a hollow's, Chad. Ichigo explained. We would have brought you here sooner but it wasn't exactly the same. He turned to his large shield with a confident grin. So until we manage to find anyone that believes they can help you, trust me on this. He said before narrowly dodging a sandal being thrown at him. You think you can just show up without calling dumbass? Yelled an irate tomboyish little girl in a red track suit. You'd better get ready for a major A-dash. She was shoved out of the way as a white bullet with green hair tackled Ichigo. Barry Tan. I missed you. The hyperactive girl exclaimed, hugging Ichigo tightly. Mashiro, he said, pointing at the girls for his friend, and Hiri. Just some of the new friends you're going to make. Yeah, sorry about that, Ichigo. Someone said, so casually that you wouldn't know someone was being cuddled to death while trying to dodge Hiri swinging her sandals at him. Just wanted to see if your awareness was still up to par. The yellow-haired man was then hit with Hiri being flung at him like a baseball. Screw you, Shinji. Ichigo got up and made his way inside the warehouse, Mashiro still clinging to his back cheering, horsey, excitedly. Chad started, slowly following after Ichigo. Just ignore her, Chad. He said as they entered the warehouse. Say hello, to the Vizards. The more dignified ones anyway. Ichigo said, bringing attention to the others. The large, green-suited Hakujin, the black-suited Rose, the silver-haired Kensei, and the star Afro Love, who was laughing at something in his manga. Mostly, I guess. So this is the guy you were talking about? Rose asked, coming down to meet Ichigo face to face. He seems to be a man of good music tastes. You can get that from just a look. Ichigo asked as Kensei pried his former lieutenant of his back. He has that special air about him. He said, waving his arms around like he was conducting an orchestra. Tell me, Sato-san, do you play guitar? Yes, I do. Chad replied. How wonderful. Rose said, actually excited. We should play together sometime. He's not here for guitar lessons. Kensei yelled after he was done scolding his childish partner. He's here for training. He walked up to the giant, sizing him up. Show us. Chad took a moment to raise his right arm and summoned his powers. A black oily film covered the entirety of his right arm before solidifying into the familiar form. Definitely hollow in nature. Said Hiri, coming up out of nowhere. She got back into her old roots as Kisuk's lieutenant when he created the Research and Development Institute of Soul Society. Being the former head researcher gave her some helpful skills. If I had to guess, you were born with these powers, and prolonged exposure to Ichigo. She turned to yell mockingly at the hybrid, who still couldn't control his riotsu, I might add. Screw you, monkey. Ichigo yelled back. Kensei glared at them to stop squabbling before things got out of hand. Anyway, because Ichigo has hollow like Raisher himself, it helped awaken these dormant powers within. Hiri said, finishing her analysis and feeling a little proud of herself. Kisuk already figured that out. Ichigo said, causing her to twitch in anger. You wanna go, you freaking jackass. I'll beat you from to dash. Hiri. Shinji said, firmly. Hiri actually stopped and looked at her de facto leader. How best do you think we can train him? Hiri took a second to think. Fight us with our masks on, I guess. She said after a few seconds. The best way was probably to train in Hueco Mondo, but there was no way to get there. The Vizards learned many new techniques after Ichigo got them to come to terms with their hollows, but they couldn't get to the land of the hollows. I'll go first, Love said, getting up from his seat to lead Chad down into the training basement. Ichigo stayed behind with Hakujin. Hey Haki, he said, getting the barrier master's attention. I need something. Yes Ichigo, he said, respectfully of the boy. I need to learn one of your barrier spells. Ichigo said, in a serious tone, which was ruined when he finally noticed an absence of a certain girl. Where's Lisa? Went to get the latest porn. Shinji said, following the others into the basement. Why am I not surprised? Kisuke's training hall. Yoriyuki watched as Orihime and Tatsuki traded blows against one another. Originally, she wanted Orihime to focus on gaining more control over her shields, but Tatsuki vouched for Orihime being a natural martial artist. The results were speaking for themselves as she proved herself a very graceful fighter. Yoriyuki decided to focus on improving their martial arts while tossing in their special powers as well. Tatsuki slammed a fiery fist against Orihime's shield while she sent Sabeki to knock Tatsuki off her feet, who managed to recover by handstanding with a quick twist and striking against the shield again. Separate. Yoriyuki yelled as they jumped away from each other. Orihime jumping onto her Santen Keshan while Tatsuki managed a weak Shunpo jump. That's good. Take 5. Orihime was swift and graceful while Tatsuki was strong and fast. You two are doing pretty well for novices, but we can't afford that with Soul Reaper captains and lieutenants. By the way sensei, Tatsuki spoke up from drinking her water, there's a karate tournament coming up that I promised to go to. Can we continue doing that? Yoriyuki gave a dry look to her disciple. You realize that would be child's play for you, right? The cat-like woman said disapprovingly. Yeah, but I'd like the recognition for Ichigo to brag. I'm dating the strongest high schooler in the nation. She said, doing an impression of her boyfriend that seemed more like his Hein. Yoriyuki could only chuckle at that thought. Fine, we'll go. She said, acquiescing to her student's desires. But you better win. You hear me Arisawa? Yes sensei. She yelled confidently. She and Orihime got ready for the next bout when curiosity caught their sensei. By the way, she said almost teasingly, there's a fireworks festival next week and you'll have that time free to rest for the mission. Any plans of romance with a certain strawberry? She had a mischievous smile which only grew as she noticed a pair of luminescent blushes. We have plans, yes. Orihime said hesitantly, clearly embarrassed and nervous. Oh my. Yoriyuki thought, having an idea of what they were planning. Aren't you two the naughty ones? Kukiki compound. Byakuya nursed his damaged arm while Yamamoto processed the information he just told him. Even after seeing Captain Unohana of the 4th Division, he still felt the burns of Ichigo's attack. He remembered facing down the boy, the force of that attack and the way he held himself. In 2 weeks, the old Shinigami finally spoke. That boy will come to Soul Society himself, to save Rukia Kukiki, and to speak with me. The bold and brashness of the claim reminded the aged man of a former captain that disappeared some 20 years ago. I must admit, I am curious as to what that brat would have to talk to me about. If what I think is correct, he's been trained by the exiled captains and lieutenants. He said, letting his experience try to determine what the boy's aim is. You think he plans to destroy Tsuruitai? Byakuya asked calmly. Not at all. If that was his intention, he would not have told you anything. The old man said, stroking his long beard as he contemplated the strangeness of what was happening in Soul Society. The main governing body of Soul Society, the Central 46, were oddly insistent on Rukia being executed by the end of the month, and the method of choice was odd as well. Using the Sokyoku for Rukia is excessive, and if she did it to save Ichigo's family then her punishment should be imprisonment. There is more to this than we think. The noble asked, surprised at the possibility of the Godai 13 or the Central 46 being manipulated to use excessive force on a dutiful Soul Reaper. Possibly. The old man stated, rising from his seat. We'll hold off the execution until this Kurosake comes to Soul Society. I'll have him found and monitored in secret. When they come here, I want them captured alive with Ichigo brought to me. I will hear what he has to say. Yamamoto began to walk to his division, enjoying the fine day they found themselves in. Thank you for the tea Captain Kukiki. 3 days later, Kurosake household. It was morning and Yuzo was getting breakfast ready, a breakfast for 3 as her brother was still gone. Karen was sitting at the table, even more down than her usual stoicism. The mood was clear, they were worried and missed their brother. Karen. Yuzo started. Ichigo will be fine right? TCH, yeah. Karen said with forced enthusiasm. Didn't you watch him wipe out all those hollows? Yeah but, Dad says any captain can do that. Yuzo said. Some are stronger than others and there are other Soul Reapers that close to captain levels. Karen was about to say something else when she noticed her sister was trembling. She got up and walked over to Yuzo, who immediately latched onto her twin and started crying. I'm scared for Ichigo. I want to help him but I can't. Yeah. Karen replied, hugging her kinder twin in a gentle embrace. I know the feeling Yuzo. You're worrying over nothing. They heard their father say as he came into the room. I know my son and he's going to be fine. He's strong, he said, generating several large balls of compressed rature floating above his hands, just like his parents. He smiled, feeling pride in his son and the progress he's shown. Keep up. He suddenly yelled, gently tossing the spirit spheres at his girls who immediately cheered up and started bouncing them around. Keep getting stronger, Ichigo. I'll keep them safe while you go to Soul Society. 11. Entering Soul Society. Kurosaki Clinic. The day had finally come. 2 weeks of preparations and now it was time to put it to the test. It was after the fireworks festival, one last day of fun, one last day of safety, one last day before they went out to save Rukia. Ichigo softly stroked his little sister's heads as they rested on his lap, wanting to spend a little more time with their big brother. It took some stern and rather mean lectures from family and friends to remind the twins that they were more of a liability at their level, so they settled for staying with their brother for one more night, which Ichigo obliged. It wasn't until midnight that Kon, in his stuffed lion body, came up to Ichigo and exposed the opening to his back to let Ichigo know that it was time. Wordlessly, he took the small green pill and ejected into his Soul Reaper body. He gave a subtle nod to Kon, letting him know to take care of his sisters before leaving the house, where his father was waiting for him. This is a really dangerous mission you're going on, boy. Ishine said gravely. Some of the captains have been there for almost a millennium, with 2 being original members. They are powerful and dangerous. Ichigo hugged his father, stopping him from continuing. Relax, you old goat. He told his eccentric old man. If anything, I inherited your tenacity. I won't die so easily. Ishine snorted out his amusement. Damn right, boy. He said, returning his son's embrace. After a second, he separated and pulled out a letter. Take this to the Shiba household, they should help you. Oh yeah. Ichigo took the letter and pocketed it in his shiakusho. My relatives on your side. He said with some dread. Each one as hot-headed and bombastic as the last, Ishine said with a grin, making Ichigo sink lower. But Kyukaku manages to keep a lid on them all. He said, returning to his serious side. Last I heard, we fell out of high standing but we're still able to operate, so entering Siridae shouldn't be too difficult. Then it's off to the big white tower called the Repentant Cell. Ishine nodded as his boy guessed from the Soul Society trivia he was taught, while avoiding as many captains as possible. But you are going to talk to the old man while you're there, right? Ishine clarified, a little nervous about his son meeting Yamamoto. The old captain held the law in the highest regard, and a bunch of children spitting on those laws will not sit well with him. Gonna have to, Dad. He needs to know. Ichigo said, remembering the stories he heard of the monster called Iwak. Everyone made him despise the self-proclaimed god more and more. Faced with him, the old man might listen to reason. He then walked off, ready for the mission that would be his first real test in a long time. Urahara's shop. The teens slowly gathered outside of the shop, waiting for their allies to gather. Chad was first to arrive in a sleeveless t-shirt with a magenta line going down the left side and black pants. Next was Ichigo with Orihime and Tatsuki, wearing a pink t-shirt with track pants and a gray t-shirt with doujin pants respectively. Yoriyuki, so how big was he? Was following them very discreetly. She then proceeded to interrogate and embarrass the poor girls until they told Yoriyuki everything about when they were alone together. Why should it matter? Tatsuki yelled out while Ichigo and Chad ignored them, despite how much Urahara wanted details. Tatsuki didn't want to go into details of the mindless mating, preferring the romanticized idea of the first time. Because I want some myself. The dark-skinned noble said unashamed. The girl's first instinct was to go to their boyfriend and latch onto him, not to steal him away. She reassured her students, just to relieve some tensions. The girls still glared but decided to continue this talk later. I thought we were going to invade Soul Society, not to discuss sex lives. Someone said rather crudely. Many blushing faces turned to see Uriel in the same Quincy get-up but with a short cape and a belt with several silver rods with rings on top. Don't test her, Uriel. Ichigo warned. She's quite the multitasker. He took a quick glance at Uriah's gloved hand. The seal Schneiders, I understand, but are you sure about that? Ichigo asked, not pointing out anything specific. Don't worry, Ichigo. Uriah said, offering a rare smile. I promise not to do anything foolish. Urahara can remove it later. He talked with Urahara the day after he finished the training with the Sanrei glove and gave him the chance to study it. If everything goes well, he should be able to remove it with no repercussions. Besides, I need all the advantages I can get to fight these Shinigami. Now that we're all here and accounted for, Kisuke said, let's get to business. The group followed him down to the massive training hall he had set up, Tessai already waiting down there. No matter how many times I see it, this place still astounds me. Tatsuki said with a hint of nostalgia, remembering her spars with Ichigo in the rocky arena. I know what you mean. Orihime chirped. It's so cool. Your reactions are so kind. Tessai cried out, tears crawling down his face that people appreciated the hard work that went into the place. Alright, enough. Urahara called out before clapping and summoning paper-covered blocks that formed a doorframe. Now let's get to what you need to know. The scientist said, getting suddenly serious. Skipping the technical explanation, this door will give you spirit bodies you need to enter Soul Society. Through this you will enter the Danga, the realm in between this world and Soul Society. Keep moving and avoid the Kuryu, which captures spiritual bodies. If my calculations are right, which is always, the cleaner should have made its run yesterday, so all you have to do is charge forward. You have 4 minutes to reach Soul Society. Himself and Tessai proceeded to open the door to the realm of the dead. This place should land us in West Rukon, there we will have to go to the Shiba house. Yoriyuki yelled out in her cat form. Ready, now. She called as they all jumped into the realm beyond the living. 1st Division Barracks, Soul Society. It has been 2 weeks since Rukia Kukiki's arrest. The old leader of the Shinigami announced to his 13 captains. In those 2 weeks we have monitored the Kurosaka boy and continued the investigation. He called out, sparing a slight glance to few of his captains that he had the utmost trust in. Captain Soifan, Kuratsuka, what have you found? The deranged scientist stepped forward to go first. From our surveillance, he seemed to really frequent 4 areas. The skeletal man said with traces of annoyance. However, when he heads to these areas his presence actually seems to disappear. Obviously keto, but we've been unable to identify the source. Every time my men have checked it out, they've been unable to find anything. The slender Soifan said. He's skilled, sir. Obviously a danger. She said before alarms began to ring out. Attention. Red alert. Red alert. Intruders detected in West Rukon. The alarm called out, surprising most of the captains in attendance. Kenpeki looked ecstatic at the prospect of a challenge while the blind black Tucson seemed angered along with Soifan. The young Hitsubiya was shocked while most everyone else seemed to begin thinking on their next course of action. So it begins. The ancient man thought. What drives you to come to meet me, boy? Prepare yourselves. He announced to the assembled captains. This is likely Kurosaki and his allies. I want them captured alive. The ever-smiling Jin Ichimaru stepped forward. One of the captains Yamamoto did not trust. I'll go greet our little intruders. He said, walking away from the group. It should be interesting how things proceed. He said before waving off lazily. 12. The challenge. Soul Society, West Rukon. Ichigo and his friends appeared above the sky, dropping down onto the land that was the afterlife. The collection of empowered humans scanned the glistening white city on one side and the darker, less impressive wood and stone of the area they were at. Where are we? Tatsuki asked while everyone continued to scan their surroundings. Is this really Soul Society? This is indeed Soul Society. The masculine voice of Yoriyuki's feline form answered. This is the Rukon district. The place with the greatest freedom but the poorest conditions. Ichigo continued, remembering what he was told a while ago. Apparently the lower the district number, the worse it gets. He turned to the white city on the other side. And that should be the Siraitai, home of the wealthy nobles and Shinigami. So when we die, Tatsuki started, we either turn into mindless starving beasts hellbent on devouring others or just live in a facsimile of feudal Japan. Seems like it. Urayu replied, sounding rather disappointed. That's it in a nutshell. Yoriyuki confirmed. This is the suckiest afterlife ever. Tatsuki deadpanned. The best hope for people is that they have enough Ryutsu to become Shinigami. And even then, it doesn't seem any better because the ones in power don't seem to care. Ichigo said, a little miffed that this was the place he's been sending souls. One life to another that was pretty much the same as the last. Maybe it's not that bad. Orihime said, forcing her usual cheerfulness, trying to make the answer to an age-old question of the afterlife seem less bleak. Chad, launch. Ichigo said to his muscular friend. He nodded as Ichigo jumped toward him and he cupped his hands to give Ichigo a foothold before sending him skyward. Ichigo kept his eyes shut as wind streamed past his body until his ascent ended. He opened his eyes as almost all of the districts lined out in front of him, each one becoming worse than the last. He took a glance to Siraitai, but was unable to identify any of the squad headquarters. Using his Pesquisa here would just give him a migraine, but he might not have a choice. He had to find that Yamamoto guy. He began to descend back to his friends, managing a small stream of erasure beneath his feet to slow his drop. Nope. He said once he hit the ground. Soul Society is the worst afterlife. Rukon gets worse and worse the farther down you get. Only thing that matters is how much Ryutsu and money you have. It certainly wasn't easy, I can tell you that. They heard a teasing tone say. Each member of the group turned their heads to a silver-haired man with a fox-like grin. He wore the Shinigami Shiakusho with a white haori over it with a diamond pattern. A clear sign of a captain. Hello. He greeted cheerfully, something Orihime was all too happy to return. Hi there. She cheered. Who are you? What a cute girl. He said amused. I am Jin Ichimaru, captain of Squad 3. This is bad. Yoriyuki thought to herself. Ichigo and Urayu are the only other ones I'm sure that can fight captains, but they have no idea what he is capable of. She noticed Ichigo stepping forward to speak with the man. Ichigo, make me proud. Don't rush in blindly like an idiot. You must be Ichigo Kurosaka. He said, giving his full attention to the hybrid. The commander is interested in meeting you. Feelings mutual. Ichigo said quickly and calmly, trying to get a read on the man before him. You here to take us to him? Did we really warrant an escort from a captain? It's not every day that humans try to invade Soul Society while they're still alive. Jin's hand rested on the hilt of his blade, completely nonchalant and without any trace of violent or ill intentions. Fewer still that could get the drop on Captain Kukiki like you did. So, yes, you do warrant a captain as escort. Ichigo's instincts flared at that very second, causing him to draw his Zanpakuto at the same time Jin did. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Jin fluidly drew out his short blade and aimed at Ichigo in the same motion. Ichigo barely managed to deflect the attack by a fraction of a second. You will be executed after little Rukia dies, he said menacingly, causing Ichigo to glare as he flash-stepped in front of Ichigo. You are both criminals after all, he said before their blades clashed, causing a small shockwave. 2 sealed blades, a regular katana and a wakizashi. And here I thought I was going to talk to him peacefully. Ichigo grunted, struggling a little against the strength of Jin's blade. Guess that was a pipe dream. Oh, he is interested in you, Ichigo, he said, keeping that taunting grin and showing no exertion on his side. But facts are facts. You stole a Shinigami's power, are trespassing, and no doubt plan on breaking out a criminal. Rukia covered for you, refused to say anything in her defense, and refuses to do anything but sit in her cell. He leaned in and his smirk grew. She's going to die, because of you, he sang, making Ichigo glare. You can have your time with the commander, but killing you will be easier after taking you in by dash. Hato 1, show. Ichigo quickly said. Jin looked down and saw Ichigo's hand a scant few centimeters from his stomach, which flashed crimson before blasting him back into the Siraiti eye and embedded into a wall. Jin managed to get a look at Ichigo as the dust cleared. Ichigo raised his hand to give Jin the finger. I wonder how this report is gonna go, he said before the spirit wall slammed down and separated the two. You've grown strong, kid, Jin thought as his squad appeared. Their worried cries falling on deaf ears as he thought about the boy he was monitoring since his birth. Looks like your estimations were wrong, Aizen, he's stronger. That definitely wasn't Kido. He vaguely heard his blonde lieutenant say something about broken ribs as he began healing Jin. The commander is going to be pissed about this. Back with Ichigo. That happened. Ichigo thought to himself, flexing his hand. Should have expected this difference between sparring with a captain and fighting one. He shook it a few more times to get the feeling back into it. It was then that he noticed the looming shadow of a giant with a fez and pony-tailed sideburns. And now there's this guy. That was quite the display, spiky head. The giant said in a deep masculine tone. It's been ages since someone tried to enter the Siraiti without a travel pass, and even longer since someone tried to fight a captain, let alone gain a captain's attention. Ichigo looked up to the man as they stared down the other. My name is Jidanbo Ikazenka and I am the guardian of this gate. There has been no person to ever come through this gate in the 3 centuries I've guarded it, he said with a smirk. You're the first one to actually make me a little nervous about that thought, and the challenge excites me. Sorry to ruin your fun, pal, Ichigo said, bringing his blade up before sheathing it at his hip, but I have no interest in fighting you, big guy, he told the gatekeeper, shocking the giant man. Instead, could you be so kind as to give me directions? He asked the big guy. My name is Ichigo Shiba, I'm trying to find my clan. Oh, certainly, Jidanbo said, pleasantly surprised. Most nobles and soul reapers look down on us ghetto folk, which is why those that get out try to get stationed here to make sure they are treated right. The Shiba clan are also good to the people of the Rukon districts, he explained before looking closer to Ichigo. How are you related to the Shibas exactly? My father was a branch head of the clan, he said before pulling out his Heinz letter. He told me to give this to Kyukaku. Jidanbo squinted at the letter before he confirmed its legitimacy. Alright, you want to head that way, he said pointing off into the distance. You'll know it when you see a small house with a towering chimney and the banner being held up by arms. Ichigo paused at the description he was given. I would ask if you're kidding, but if they're anything like my dad, I shouldn't be surprised, Ichigo said before turning and leaving. Nice meeting you, Jidanbo. The giant gatekeeper waved back before sitting down as the people came out of hiding. Well, I do remember seeing a house with a giant chimney stack, so we should go there for now. Right, the rest said. Unfortunately, that trip was waylaid by the denizens of the Rukon district coming to meet the newcomers. After Yuichi showed up, Chad almost begged to stick around for a bit. Captain's meeting. What the hell were you thinking? Yamamoto roared at the nearly recovered Jin. Captain Kukiki made it clear that Kurosake was willing to listen to reason and speak peacefully. What you did was mark him as an enemy so he'll respond in kind. Jin winced and struggled under the spiritual pressure the head captain was releasing in the room, affecting some of the lesser captains somewhat. Please, hear me out, sir. Jin managed to wheeze out under the ancient man's wrath. Yamamoto relented somewhat to allow the brat a chance to speak. Thank you, sir, he said, getting the air back into his lungs. It has been so long since anything like this happened. It could help to make sure ourselves and our troops don't get rusty, he said, letting a silver-laced forked tongue work its magic. Besides, this will let you see his measure for yourself, whether you think he can be trusted or whatever it is that you have planned. Yamamoto could not deny that he was just a bit tempted to have the boy join the ranks of Soul Society, but guilt of his past actions forbade him from doing so. Depending on what Ichigo says to him, he could have a promising successor if his strength was not an exaggeration. This will not go unpunished, Ichimaru. The old man growled. We have a report saying that the boy claims relation to the Shiba clan, which means they will be using their cannon if he gains their assistance. And knowing that woman, they very likely will. But with the barrier in place, they will probably end up scattered. Inform your squads, I want them captured alive. Dismissed. He announced as the captains dispersed, each one already planning which Ryoka to go after. Looks like I was right. Captain Isin, I hope your son surprises me. He thought, turning his attention to the bespectacled Aizen helping Jin out. That was a risky move. Aizen whispered to his former lieutenant and trusted ally. Even I thought he was going to kill you. It seems to have worked. Jin responded. Now you just have to wait for them to create a ruckus so you can stage your death and take over the Central 46. Then push for Rukia execution when these Ryoka prove themselves enemies. Aizen smiled harmlessly, completely masking his dark intentions. The Shiba house. Banner. Uriah said, identifying the building. Chimney. Chad continued. Kyukaku Shiba. Tatsuki almost laughed out. Arms. Ichigo finished, looking at the bizarre house that his cousins occupied. A sturdy-looking warehouse with giant stone arms holding a banner saying, Kyukaku Shiba, with a towering chimney in the back. I know I'm not supposed to judge by appearances, but what the hell. Tatsuki cracked up laughing while Chad and Orihime barely reacted too much, with Yoryuki getting some twisted kick out of Ichigo and Uriah's freak out. Come on, how bad at this compared to what you two have seen? She asked while walking ahead. Uriah. Ichigo called to his cousin. Yeah. He replied. Thanks for being somewhat normal. Ichigo said gratefully. No problem, Ichi. Somewhat normal. Uriah asked, offended. Let's go. Ichigo yelled, dodging the conversation. They got close to the banner when they saw someone wearing a bandana, black vest, with baggy gray pants and matching undershirt, riding a boar with a bunch of goons. Hey, who are you guys? He called out, curious about Ichigo's group, until he saw Ichigo in his Soul Reaper garb. What's a crummy Soul Reaper doing here? He growled, stomping up to Ichigo. I told you to get a change of wardrobe, Ichigo. Uriah called out. I offered to make you a new outfit, but you said no. The irate man tried to get Ichigo's attention, but Ichigo felt this talk was more important. I told you, I don't think I could pull off the whole cape thing. Ichigo said, remembering early outfit drafts Uriah made. They'd get in the way of my Zenpakuto and my fighting. Nonsense. Uriah defended. I'd be sure to make it fashionable and functional. Not overly long like most people think of capes as. I asked you the man tried again, until Ichigo grabbed him by his face without even sparing a glance. Hado 11, Tsuzuri Raiden. Ichigo recited, electrocuting the man in his hand until he dropped the cartoonishly burned man. It'd probably end up torn up and ruined anyway. You know how I fight. Ichigo said while the man's goons were screaming about Boss Ganju being down. You'd probably spend every other week making me a new cape. I did have designs other than ones with capes. Uriah mumbled in his defense. How dare you? They heard a voice growl out from above. The group looked at the top of the arms to see two men standing atop them, attacking Master Ganju like that. The other said as they dropped in front of Ichigo, Ganju safely away with his underlings trying to bring him back to consciousness. They looked like twins except their color and faces. I, Kaganihiko. Said the yellow-clothed man with the long face. And I, Shiraganihiko. Said the white-clothed man with the cleft chin. Cannot allow you to come any closer. They yelled together. They were both bigger than Chad in height and muscle and were prepared to fight. Leave now or die. Ichigo merely stared at them, not intimidated in the slightest, as he remembered his father telling him about these two. The loyal retainers of the Shiba clan. Told him that with Yoryuki and his letter, those two would end up begging forgiveness if they did something stupid. Sorry, but could you let us in? Ichigo asked, pulling out his Ishine's letter. I have this message from Ishine Shiba for the head of the clan. The twins looked surprised and examined the letter when Yoryuki spoke out. That letter is real. She said, still in her cat form. Ishine is alive, needs Kyukaku to read that. The twins freaked. Yes, yes of course. Kaganihiko said, bowing respectfully to the now honored guests. We apologize for earlier, Master Yoryuki. Sir. Ichigo. Shiraganihiko said, trying to remember the earlier conversation between Hybrid and Quincy. Please, come this way. The yellow-dressed man said as he opened the door to the descending staircase. They reached the bottom where it looked like a more proper home with doors and hallways. Wait as I announce your dash. Just let them in, Kaganihiko. A rough girl's voice yelled out, making the man stiffen. Why yes, Master Kyukaku. He cried, opening the door to reveal a large room filled with tatami mats, and a lone woman with bandages on her messy black hair, tattoo on her left arm while her right was absent, with a loose red robe showing off her ample cleavage. It's been a while, Yoryuki. She said with a tomboyish grin. Holy crap. Tatsuki yelled out in surprise. Her boobs are bigger than Orium's. Orium looked down, cupping her own boobs, and felt lacking in the breasts department for the first time in her life. something Ichigo noticed. Don't worry Orihime, I don't love you for your boobs. He said, pulling her in for a hug. I love how you make me feel better just by being you. He said, making her smile with a happy blush. And you love me cause I'm a confident fireball that kicks ass, right? Tatsuki said, getting in close. Yes I do. Ichigo growled at her, capturing her lips quickly. Good answer. Quite the ladies' man isn't he? Kyukaku asked her old friend as the cat walked to her. Yes, although he doesn't have as many girls as he should. Yoriyuki lamented, being unable to tease him with her sexiness or embarrass him for being a playboy. So, you had a letter from my uncle? Kyukaku asked, getting Ichigo's attention again. Yeah. Ichigo said, freeing himself from his girlfriends to hand over his Heinz letter. Dad did say to give this to the head of the clan. Kyukaku actually looked shocked and read the letter before cracking up. So that's what the old goat was doing. She laughed before rising to her feet and wrapping her lone arm around Ichigo. Welcome to the family cuz. Let's get you to the Siraitai. 13. Invading Siraitai. With Byakuya, Rukia, and Renji. The group marched down the lone bridge, the single connection to the only entrance to the ultimate prison cell for those on death row in Soul Society. In the lead was the captain of the 6th squad with his lieutenant, behind them were the 4 Kido Corps members leading Rukia by leads connected to their forked staves. There are no words among them, not until they reach the jutting white tower of the repentant cell. The transfer unit went into the meaning of the prison cell and its significance, maybe hoping to bring Rukia some peace. Captain Kukiki, Lieutenant Abarai, thank you for the escort. Said one of the cloth-covered spell users. We must be going now. They announced, Renji watching his old friend. She appeared to have given up, seems to not care whether or not her life ends. The more time she spent in those damned cells seemed to drain more and more life and joy from her. This was probably the nail in the coffin that would make her give up entirely. He couldn't allow that. He hurts that his friend was suffering. Lieutenant. They shouted as Renji stormed over to the prisoner until a calm hand steadied him. Leave him be. Byakuya said, keeping an eye on his subordinate and family. They were friends long ago. Let them speak one last time. Going to the repentant cell was a final death sentence, no one goes there to survive. Listen, Renji whispered upon reaching Rukia, that Kurosaka kid is in Soul Society. His words, sparking a reaction from Rukia for the first time in so long. He was willing to speak for your behalf, before Captain Ichimaru decided to make a game out of the situation. Rukia was feeling an odd mix of emotions. Hope, fear, worry, anger, all coursing through her soul. He's been confirmed alive but considered hostile. Orders are to capture. He said, pulling away from the girl and leaving the White Tower of Death. Why did you tell her that? The noble asked his second in command. That was close to overstepping the limit, Renji. Captain, I just Renji started before Byakuya cut him off again. You should have left it at, he's alive. The captain admonished. When I give you orders, you are expected to follow them. He scolded as they walked away from the towering white cell. Tell her that Ichigo was alive. That was your task. The tattooed warrior was silent as he tried to think of how to phrase his next statement properly. She just seemed so dead, sir. He said finally. We used to be close during our days in the Rukon districts and the academy. He said, briefly flashing to the times they laughed together before statuses placed their damned barriers between them. I wanted to help, even if the repentant cell is the same as a death sentence. Byakuya stopped to face his subordinate. Telling her that he's alive would have done that. That's what I told you to do, Renji, not that they were here. He told the red-haired warrior. Just the knowledge that he was alive would put her at peace, but Rukia is so resigned to the idea of Soul Society's power that she would accept her death if it comes to that. As of yet, she is not to be executed. He said, turning to return to his office to finish out some business. What he said confused Renji and he was determined to find out more. But if she isn't to be executed, then why is she in the repentant cell? He asked, catching up to the noble. Byakuya sighed and gestured for Renji to get closer. Once his lieutenant bridged the gap, he began to speak. Were it simply the matter of her giving her powers to a human, she would be sentenced to death. He explained in a whisper. As Ichigo said, he stole her power and was willing to speak on her behalf. Until we know more, Rukia's sentence is on hold. Renji breathed out a sigh of relief and resolved to find and capture Ichigo as per the order, but his captain wasn't done. This is highly classified, Renji, so you cannot speak of this to anyone, but something is wrong in Soul Society right now. He said, shocking Renji. Pushing for execution, more to kill Rukia than meting out justice it seems, and using the Sukyaku on an unseated Soul Reaper who was performing her duties in the best manner she could. This is all too excessive, and whatever is going on is linked to Kurosaka. The noble surmised as the two continued their walk in whispers. Then, my orders, sir. Renji hesitantly asked, the idea of a conspiracy worrying him. Do not speak of this with anyone but myself or the head captain, and capture Ichigo Kurosaka. He said before glaring at his second again. And don't get cocky this time. He's proven to be a powerful warrior with a focused mind. With Ichigo and friends, you're going to shoot us out of a cannon. Ichigo yelled in shock at the absurd plan that he was told of. That's the plan. He asked his newly found relatives as she stood proudly in front of the tower. I take it as Hein forgot to mention we're fireworks experts. Kyukaku asked with a amused smirk, watching the teens gawk at the family gun. He said explosives factored in, just not how. Ichigo said, reconsidering asking for her help. Oh, don't be a baby. She said, tossing him a crystal ball with a red crane design. That Raishikaku will keep you safe when we blast you off. She said, walking down towards him. Just put your Ryutsu in and you'll create a shield that will be the cannonball. Ichigo did as instructed and was surrounded by a crystallized ball of spirit energy. Wow, he's got potential. Kyukaku remarked, surprised by the power her distant relative displayed. We made sure to train him well. Yoriyuki stated, a deep sense of pride evident in her tone. That's impressive work, cousin. Ganju told Ichigo with a hint of respect. After being told of their relations, Ganju received a beating from his sister, even after he apologized to Ichigo and his friends. By the way, I'm all for insulting the Godai 13, but who are you going to rescue? He asked, only now hearing about the reason for invasion. Our friend. Orihime said, seeing no harm in telling their new allies. Rukia Kukaki. A name that meant almost nothing to Ganju, but Kyukaku recognized it. Oh yeah. She said in casual recollection. She's the one that killed Big Bro. Saying that made Ganju snap. You mean that bitch? He growled as Ichigo released the spirit core surrounding him. Nope. I want nothing to do with helping her. Count me out. I am not helping that dash. He ranted before the irate fireworks master bashed him in the face. Shut the hell up, Ganju. She had to kill Kaien. He got possessed by a hollow and would have killed more people as a monster. She told him, finally enlightening him to the truth. Her captain, Juashiro Yukitake, told me the whole story. That man does not lie. Ever. She then pulled him up by the collar of his shirt and started growling. And our dear uncle has asked us to help a new member of the clan, and that's what we're gonna do. Now suck it up and prepare to go with them. Got it. She glared at Ganju, making him nod mutely with bullets of sweat pouring down his face. Good. And Ichigo. She called to the hybrid who was discussing the validity of their plan with the Quincy. This might be our best bet since Siraidai is supposed to be in a spirit barrier. The archer said, which manages to allow air and water in. Ichigo finished. At least it should be fun. He noticed his distant relative calling to him. Yeah. 2 things. Bring Rukia here, we need to have a talk with her, and make sure you survive. She yelled with a grin. You lot owe me big for this and I expect you to pay for it. Ichigo rolled his eyes before agreeing. Good. Now for you lot to prepare for your trip. Lieutenant's meeting. The lieutenant was on his way with some of his fellow colleagues, the memories of the conversation with his captain and the captain of Squad 5 replaying in his head. What are you saying, Captain Aizen? Isn't the execution on hold? Renji asked the learned man. This may just be a farce, Lieutenant Abarai. The captain replied. The greatest power in Siraidai is the Central 46, and those in power are rarely content with losing it. He gave the lieutenant his full and focused attention with Renji responding in kind. If I had to guess, this is more to show their power and authority, that no matters the circumstances, what they say is law. But the commander and other captains would never stand for that. Renji argued. In most circumstances, yes. But the head captain swore himself to uphold the law of Soul Society. Kurosaka's existence could be a show of defiance to the Central 46 and Rukia kept him hidden. They fear that these incidents might disrupt the balance of power in Siraidai and the commander's hands are tied unless he wants to break his vow to the law. All of the Godai 13 hunt Ichigo and his allies, while a questionable few might act on their own feelings. Aizen adjusted his glasses as he told Renji what was to come. Soul Society may face civil war, Lieutenant. The question is who's on what side. Should I tell him about the concerns Captain Kukaki has? He wondered, entering the room of mostly assembled second-in-commands. No, I need to find Ichigo again. Aizen is probably already in on the possible conspiracy plot anyway. Renji. He heard the Squad 5 lieutenant ask him. She was a demure girl with black hair in a white bun, almost like a flower of gentle personality. You haven't seen Captain Aizen around, have you? She seemed almost worried, like a puppy that was just lost. No, can't say I have. He said, looking away from the small girl. He had special orders, and he didn't want to bother the poor girl too much. I'm worried. She said. He's been acting strange lately. When I asked him, he said nothing. I don't know what to do. She explained, on the verge of tears. Renji caved. No man is powerful enough to resist a crying girl in need of comfort. Look, it's probably nothing. He said, as helpful as he could. The Captain Aizen I know could resolve this invasion easily and peacefully. He said, having faith in the gentleman known as Sosuke Aizen. Ichigo wouldn't kill without reason. He said, unconsciously rubbing his side where Ichigo stabbed him. He's not that kind of man. Back with Ichigo's group. And then we kill Aizen. Ichigo said as he and Yoriyuki planned out an itinerary for Siraidai. Get in, find the head captain, rescue Rukia, and then kill Aizen. It seemed like a solid plan, but Jin's actions made it into a competition of sorts. They would try to do their things while the Soul Reapers tried to capture them. An afterlife game of cat and mouse. His friends were working on maintaining a spirit shield for when they head into Siraidai. Do not underestimate Aizen or overestimate yourself, Ichigo. Yoriyuki lightly scolded her disciple. You are powerful but not the strongest you could be. We've had to be light enough with your training that Aizen wouldn't get too suspicious. She suspects that Aizen was already aware of Ichigo's current abilities, or at least was willing to learn and had ways of finding out. For now, wait and gather your strength. We have a battle on our hands. She said before they heard a thud and yelp. They looked over to see a crying Orihime holding her eye, behind a shaken Tatsuki, that was in front of an angry Kyukaku. You brat. She growled, making the younger girl shrink down in terror, and Kyukaku's fiery aura flared brighter. Do you realize what you've done? How long do you think it took to get used to having one arm? She yelled out, revealing a fully formed right arm where it did not exist before, matching her left for every inch. Hey, she just wanted to see if it would work. Tatsuki defended, trying to put up a brave front before the angry noble. We thought you'd like to have your arm back. I am happy to have both arms. Kyukaku said, calming down considerably. It's just that I'm so used to not having both that it'll take a while to get used to. She brought up her right arm, flexing and rubbing it, ensuring that it was really there. This'll take a while to be comfortable with again. She mumbled. Alright. You've mastered the Raishikaku, now rest up. You leave at dawn. Kyukaku announced before heading to get herself some dinner. And girls? Doesn't change what I want. She said, making the two curse quietly and confusing the men. When morning came, they began their invasion of Siritii. 14. The game begins. With Ichigo's group. The group of 7 flew through the empty sky in the sphere of spirit power, heading straight for the dome of Siritii. They focused on their tasks, their upcoming battles, their goals. Urayu and Chad said they had something to do for Kisuke, and Orihime offered to go with them. Tatsuki said that there was someone that she wanted to meet for herself, and Ichigo had to find Yamamoto, and Ganju refused to abandon his new family member. They agreed to split up when they enter Siritii, allowing the others to perform their tasks and create as much disruption as they could, turning unwanted attention on some to others. Yamamoto. Ichigo silently prayed. Please, listen to reason and what I have to say. They collided with the barrier, fighting against the spirit-dispelling force of the Sekizeki stone against the Raishikaku sphere. The two forces struggled until Ichigo stomped down on their shield and forced their way through. This unfortunately cracked the barrier, and it dispelled the moment they got in the Siritii. In a way, I should have seen this coming. Ichigo mumbled before a whirlwind of energy tried to throw them all over. Chad dove straight out, becoming engulfed in flames as he fell towards Siritii with his mission in mind. Urayu and Orihime held on long enough before falling out, Urayu controlling their descent with his Hyrankyaku. Tatsuki jumped out with a smile on her face the second she saw her target, leaving Ichigo with his teacher and cousin, before the blast separated Yoriyuki from them as well. Chad looked toward the ground, fearlessly bracing himself as he brought out his arm. No longer decorated with white and magenta lines, but an intricate pattern on a black arm with a long protrusion at his shoulder. As he neared the ground, he cushioned the impact with a single rapier blast, slowing his descent and allowing him to roll onto the ground and diffuse the force of impact. Ichigo throws me harder than that. He thought to himself as he dusted himself off. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a case and GPS monitor, which he turned on, finding himself standing on top of one of the locations on the screen. Oddly convenient. He thought as he knelt back down and opened the case, revealing stickers with a Kido seal on them. He quickly attached one of the adhesive pictures to the ground his locator indicated, preparing to head for the next location. It's over here. He heard someone yell as he rose up, just in time for a small cell of 5 Shinigami to show up behind him. Freeze, Ryoka. The apparent leader yelled out as Chad moved toward them. Stand down and come quietly. Don't make us get. His earlier confidence fading as he felt Chad's spirit pressure and stature. This might have been a mistake. He mumbled as Chad cracked his knuckles. Ichigo and Ganju. Ichigo took some time to worry about his friends as they ended up flying in different directions. This was by unanimous choice, but he could still worry about them. The other few seconds were spent being annoyed as his Shiba cousin struggled to get in some position by pushing against Ichigo. Ganju, what are you doing? Ichigo asked over the rushing wind and fiery friction. Just give me a second. He responded before drawing a circle with an open palm. Turn to sand. Seppa. He yelled, sending the spell down and creating a pit of sand. I don't think so. Ichigo thought dryly before skating down normally on a flow of rapier, landing just fine while Ganju slammed into the sand and ended up buried. You know, I think that should have ended differently than it did. He snarked as Ganju tried to recover from the rough landing. Oh, shut up. He yelled, finally able to talk again. If you could land so easily, why didn't you help me? Because I doubt Kyukaku wants to hear that her brother needed his hand held all the time. Ichigo quickly countered. You're supposed to be a tough guy, now start acting like one. He said, feeling 2 strong soul reapers appear on the wall behind him. The sooner the better. He turned to face the newcomers. Woohoo, what luck. The bald one cheered as the 2 jumped down. With him was a more elegant-looking guy with what seemed to be eyelash extensions. Can you believe this? First we skip out on guard duty, and now the Ryoka we were expecting came right to us. He said before hopping around, singing about his luck. Now, let's have some fun. Tatsuki. She ran through the walled pathways of the Seireitei, taking small breaks in available hiding places. She was excited, she knows the danger she's in being a trespasser in a military base, but she couldn't quell the burning excitement. Finally, a new opponent she could spar with and go all out against. Yoriyuki only left it to a training level, Ichigo was someone she always spared with, and Orihime just started. Now she had a chance to fight someone for real and not some mindless beasts. Yoriyuki spoke fondly of her quarry, making Tatsuki all the more determined to find the elusive bee. Just you wait, Soifon-senpai. She thought, dashing through the streets. I can't wait to fight you. Challenging her fellow disciple of the Flash Goddess was on the forefront of her mind, but there was something else that made her want to find the captain of the 2nd Division. All the while, she was completely unaware that she was being watched. I recognized those movements. She thought, watching the fireball run. Urayu and Orihime. The duo landed safely on Orihime's shield, demonstrating how much control and will she gain to effectively use her powers, in some kind of storage yard away from the others. Urayu handed Orihime a case containing the same kind of stickers while he fished for the locator he's supposed to have. Urayu? Orihime asked, feeling concerned for their friends. Do you think they'll be alright? I think it'll take a lieutenant class, minimum, to take one of us in. He said, finally finding the device. However, we should try to avoid getting noticed. No telling if what that captain from earlier said is true. Maybe we can ask politely. Orihime asked. Urayu could only look at the ditzy girl with a dry expression. If you want. He said, relenting to the girl's puppy eyes. Try to do so before we knock them out. He said before getting a set of coordinates. Let's go. He said as they charged towards their destination, unaware of the Soul Reaper that was spying on them. Back to Ichigo. So, can you handle yourself in a fight? Ichigo asked his Shiba cousin, purposefully ignoring the bald man's dance and song about his luck. Of course I can. Ganju defended. I'm the toughest in all of West Rukon. Good. Ichigo said, ignoring the fact that Kyukaku was the real toughest. Then you can run along while I take care of this. Ganju was in a mix of shock and insult. Are you telling me to run? That I'm weak? He growled, mostly angry and hurt a little. If you can handle yourself then you can go on ahead. The hybrid said, Flash stepping in front of the dancer as he finished and delivered a strong elbow strike to the man's chest and sending him flying into a wall. Walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing ironclad fireflies. Standing upright, silent to the end. He chanted, keeping his hands clasped as 5 glowing orbs rose from his hands. Bakudo, 75. Gakuteken. He called out, raising his hands above his head and down on the other Shinigami. What beautiful execution. He thought before being knocked down by Ichigo bringing his fists down on his head followed by 5 large pillars pinning him in place. Ganju was amazed by Ichigo's power and ability. Rather than complain about having to leave, he decided to put faith in his cousin. He turned and ran off to the repentant cell, off to confront Rukia. Sorry about your friend, but I'd rather he not be followed. Ichigo said, turning to face the other Shinigami who finally came back. Think he'll be alright. TCH, Yumishika will be fine. He said, having confidence in his longtime comrade. That was a little rude of you, interrupting my pre-fight dance like that. Blame my teachers. Ichigo retorted, stretching his arms out. And that Jin Ichimaru guy. I just wanted to have a friendly little chat with the head captain, then he comes and tries to kill me. He slowly shifted into a position more suited for fast reactions. Oh yeah. He said, remembering what happened yesterday. He was out of line, you were meant to be escorted directly to the commander, Ichigo Kurosake. He regained his battle-hungry smirk as he continued to inform the hybrid of the events on the side of Seireitei. However, Captain Ichimaru saw it as an opportunity to test the efficiency of the 13 court guard squads, so now we have to capture you and bring you in. The name's Ikeku Madaram, 3rd seat of Squad 11. He said, unsheathing his Zenpakuto. Pleased to meet you Ichigo. Likewise. Ichigo said, taking out his own blade and settling into his relaxed stance. He never did take any single style, just acted on instinct, fluid, flexible, and most importantly, unpredictable. You sure are a dangerous one. Ikeku remarked. Having years of experience told him that while Ichigo seemed like he had no defense, he was very much ready. You're just waiting for me to drop my dash. Ichigo flashed in front of Ikeku and swung his blade, with his opponent just barely having time to block. The force of the blow sent the bald fighter flying back while trying to relieve the shocks in his arms. When he landed, he was faced with another onslaught of attacks from the hybrid. This feeling, he thought, trying to defend against the ferocity he was met with. He's holding it back but I know this feeling. The two finally separated as Ikeku needed to catch his breath. Ichigo wasn't even winded. The sense of a monster, a beast far more terrifying than me. Through Ichigo's calm and stoic facade, Ikeku saw a version that was grinning savagely at the prospect of a challenge. He's like Captain Zaraki. Ikeku took his chance to go on the offensive, swinging his blade for Ichigo's head. As predicted, Ichigo blocked the sword while almost unaware of Ikeku's sheath coming for his side. Ichigo grunted from the impact before slamming his head against Ikeku's and forcing distance between them again. Nice one. Ichigo said, rubbing his ribs as the pain alleviated. But you won't get another hit like that. He created another blade to companion the one he already had and settled into his own dual-wielding stance. What the dash? The third seat asked in surprise. How did you do that? Captain-level technique. The hybrid explained. Captains are required to control the form of their Zanpakutos, otherwise they'd be swinging towers. I just took it a step further. To quote Captain Ishine, when it comes to Soul Reapers, bitch I edit the wiki. He said, getting ready to charge. What the hell's a wiki? Ikeku roared as they clashed again, sparks flying from their blades with every strike. Ichigo was on the defense as he slowly got used to Ikeku's seemingly unpredictable style. It's a website with information on a given subject. Ichigo responded as they slashed and parried each other before separating. Find me in the living world when this is all over, I'll show ya. Ichigo said, slightly winded while Ikeku was breathing heavier. Looks like the rumors were true. He said, giggling like a madman. You did fight Captain Ichimeru, you did injure him, and you definitely are a force to be reckoned with. He straightened himself up. I don't see myself winning this, but that doesn't mean I'm going to quit. He connected his blade and sheath on opposite ends and called out his Zanpakuto. Extend, Hoshikameru. The sword and sheath was engulfed in glowing light as it turned into a spear with a red tassel. Let's cut loose. He charged, trying to catch Ichigo off guard. The hybrid just managed to dodge and ward off the onslaught of stabs, slashes, and swings. Finally he came down with a strong, heavy swing that made Ichigo use both hands to block, never knowing of the hidden danger in the attack. Split. Ikeku yelled, separating the three-part pole that was Hoshikameru. Ichigo barely escaped, having a diagonal cut through his face as the price for his folly. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to capture you alive, but fighting you excites me so much it's hard to hold back. He said, standing a few feet from Ichigo as he wiped the blood away from his face. No worries, I understand. The hybrid said, already healing from the cut. I just have to keep up. His swords transformed into the large kyber form he obtained as a first release. But I've had enough of this. He said, unleashing more of his Ryutsu. I've got places to be. Ikeku started to tremble, whether from primal fear or battle-hungry excitement, he wasn't sure. Well Ikeku, what now? You're amazing. Ikeku managed to say. What even are you? He questioned as he charged, blade in one hand while spinning the opposite end. For a split second he saw Ichigo grunt in annoyed disappointment before he was slashed across his chest, his staff broken in half, as Ichigo then grabbed onto his face and slammed him into the ground. The warrior tried to move before Ichigo stomped down on his gaping cut. Looks like I wasn't the only one holding back. Ichigo said, applying more pressure on Ikeku. You knew about altering the size of the Zanpakuto, and you're a much more skilled fighter than you let on. He said while Ikeku groaned in pain, still pinned by Ichigo's strength. You should have been giving me so much more trouble than what you did. The hybrid removed his foot and hauled the third seat to eye level. Why did you hold back? You knew. He asked surprised, with his strength slowing draining more and more. How? The people that trained me are still way stronger than I am, Ichigo explained before punching him in the face. I know when others hold back. Another blow to Ikeku. So, why hold back? He asked before cutting Ikeku, all in places that looked like he fought. Was it because you thought I was weak? Hardly. Ikeku managed to cough out. I'm just content where I am, serving under my captain. He explained as Ichigo let him go and stumble against a wall. He's the first man that ever really beat me, and set me on my path. He dropped to the ground, looking up at Ichigo and seeing a silhouette of his battle-scarred captain next to him. You remind me of him. If you're the strongest of your group, then he'll be looking for you Ichigo. Sounds like fun. The young Shinigami said as he reverted and sheathed his blade. Tell him to meet me near the 1st Division barracks. He was about to walk off before realizing he had no idea where those barracks were. Which would be dash. Ikeku chuckled at the short-mindedness from someone that almost read him like a book. Off that way. He said, pointing off into the distance with his sword and took out his blood-clotting ointment. Great. I'll head there after I find my idiot cousin. Ichigo said before pausing in front of Ikeku one last time. Never hold back again. Aim for victory. Say you lose when you die. He told the Soul Reaper before running off to find Ganju. Ikeku again noted the similarities Ichigo had to his captain. He should be a good challenge for you, captain. He muttered before the last of his strength left, holding out long enough to patch up his bleeding wounds. Maybe I should fight more seriously. He muttered before the darkness overcame him. With Uriua and Orihime, the duo hid away on the roof of a random building, staying out of the sight of the large man with ragged clothes marked by the kanji for 11. Man being a generous term as he would probably fit the description of a beast much better. The main things out of place on him were the bells in his hair and the small girl on his shoulders. Looks like Baldy's sleeping. The pink-haired adolescent said, oddly cheerful despite her company. He must have lost too. To take out both Ikeku and Yumishika is impressive. The man said in a deep rough tone, but that fast is all the more exciting. He developed a snarling grin, growing more and more excited for the fight against the elusive Ichigo. And he left a landmark to go to. He said, pointing to the 5 chained pillars, standing tall in the relative distance. Let's go, Kenny. The girl cheered as the duo charged for their target. Once they were out of sight, the humans rose from their hiding spot. Sounds like they're headed for Ichigo. Orihime said, worry for her lover coming through her voice. Seems like it. Urayu agreed. Though, this might be for the better. He caught Orihime looking at him in confusion. Ichigo has never really fought before. He tried to explain. He's only ever had controlled sparring matches or was vastly superior to his opponent. He never had anyone to really push him to that kind of limit. There's something underneath that control, just waiting to come out. Are you saying that Ichigo is actually a very violent person? She asked, feeling a little scared. No, Urayu said, looking off to where his cousin went. He's a fighter, one that's burning to test and push himself. Urayu cursed that they needed to hold back, even now when they should be pushing themselves. But, according to his father, the Van Denrijk watches from the shadows. He wasn't sure what that meant beyond be careful, so for now, he'll focus on their mission. Where's the next spot, Orihime? He asked, turning to his companion. That way. Orihime said, looking at the device and pointing to the right, unaware of the Soul Reaper trying to strike at her. Completely on instinct, Orihime caught the giant man's wrist, slammed her elbow into his stomach, throwing him over her shoulder, stomping on his face while locking his arm in a ready position to dislocate his shoulder. All in the span of a second. Ups. Sorry. She said sheepishly before kicking him unconscious. I tend to react without knowing now. I think I should worry for Ichigo about her instead. Urayu thought before they left. 15. Confrontations. With Yoriyuki, the black-haired feline made her way from rooftop to rooftop, keeping a watchful eye and sense on her young charges. Ichigo swiftly dealt with 2 seated officers of the 11th, filling the exiled noble with a sense of pride at his skill. Sato caused an explosive ruckus before practically disappearing from the eyes of the Shinigami. Orihime made her laugh at her sudden reactions to the attempted sneak attack that left her opponent an unconscious heap. Tatsuki seemed a little overconfident with her desire to meet her little bee, but if she beats the crap out of that Omada guy that was the current lieutenant, she should get a meeting with Soifan. Ganju was attracting attention like fat and weak buffalo to a pride of hungry lions, seeing as how he was being chased by almost half of Squad 11. I understand your enthusiasm, little fireball, Yoriyuki thought to herself as she continued to watch them, but you don't become a Black Ops head by being careless. She then saw Ichigo catch up to Ganju, and promptly crushed the nameless Soul Reapers in a second. I just hope Kyukaku won't be too harsh on that idiot. Ichigo is setting a rather high bar. She sweat dropped. It was then she noticed something interesting. Mayuri Kurotsuki and Kenpei Kazaraki were both heading toward the same place. Now what are you two doing? She questioned before following them. With Ichigo. Ganju. Ichigo started, feeling a slight headache, looking down on his cousin from the pile of Shinigami he sat on. I left you alone for, maybe 5 minutes. What the hell happened? He roared, gesturing to the group that was previously chasing the Shiba man, all of whom were beaten and unconscious. Well, Ganju scratched the back of his head nervously. I was running but these guys just showed up out of dash. Why the hell were you just running around? Don't you even know what stealth means? As the 2 Shibas argued over logical sense and manliness, they were unaware of the small, weak-looking combat medic that accidentally stumbled upon their location, until said Shinigami tripped and screamed. This caught their attention as they went over to the poor kid. What a pathetic-looking Soul Reaper. Ganju said, looking down on the guy with his chin-length brunette hair, small frame, and a medical bag on his body. Almost makes you feel sorry. Ichigo remarked before helping the guy up. Hey, what's your name? Hanataro Yamada. He said, and used to such kindness from strangers. I'm a member of Squad 4. He then screamed at the realization that he was in front of enemies, and one of them fought a captain on even ground. He was about to turn and run before Ichigo grabbed him by the shoulder. You mind giving us directions to where Rukia is being held? Ichigo asked the trembling medic in his kind older brother tone, which immediately helped Hanataro calm down enough to make rational decisions again. Sure. Aren't you Ichigo Kurosake? Ichigo nodded in response, getting Hanataro to brighten up. Rukia told me so much about you. Come on, I'll show you the way. He cheered out, running off knowing that the 2 could catch up to him. He was always assigned janitorial duties by other Soul Reapers, but he never minded it. During the 2 weeks of Rukia's detainment in the Squad SIXS barracks, he met the petite beauty and talked with her. She told him about the man known as Ichigo and he developed an idolized image of him as a hero, and hopefully as a friend. He was eager to make a good first impression by helping him out. The cousins shrugged at each other, having no other leads but to follow. Ichigo decided to keep with them until someone else showed up that could escort the 2. They seemed less than capable of their own protection. Squad 4 Hospital. Yoriyuki watched, finding amusement in Kurotsuke's anger at the silent 3rd seat of the 11th Squad. She understood now why Urahara teased him as much as he did. It was hilarious. You expect me to believe that even though you fought him, you have absolutely nothing important to tell me. The psychotic clown growled, feeling his intelligence insulted that he would believe such a lie, or his ego for being denied anything useful on a possible research specimen. Nothing to tell you. Ichigo simply said. I know not his end goals or anything about him or his allies. He defeated me with superior speed, strength, and skill. Nothing you'd understand. Insolent little dash. Kurotsuke growled, raising his hand to punish Ichigo for his insults. Yoriyuki nearly jumped in, until the mad scientist's wrist was caught in the crushing grip of Zaraki. I don't believe you're entitled to punish members of other squads, Mayuri. He calmly threatened, making the Squad 12 captain re-evaluate his options. Fine. He conceded, pulling his hand free from the berserker. You finish his interrogation. I have other matters to attend to. With the psycho out of the room, Yoriyuki relaxed and continued her observations. So you managed to fight Ichigo and you end up beaten and bloodied. Zaraki stated before adopting an excited smirk. Is he strong? Very. Ichigo responded. He almost reminded me of when we first met Captain. When I warned him about you, he merely said to meet him at the 1st Division barracks. He keeps it down, but he craves a challenge all the same. He turned to the scarred man. I don't know if you can beat him. Fine with me. Zaraki said, keeping that bloodlust and thrill. It's been too long since my blood boiled like this. He turned and left his third in command to his recovery. His pink-haired lieutenant soon joined him. So where to now, Kenny? Yachiro asked, feeling the scarred man's excitement affecting her as well. Are we going to find Ichigo? Ichigo will come to us. He said, already running to Squad 1's barracks. And then, I have a grand fight. He yelled before laughing manically. Lieutenants meeting. Renji and most of his fellow lieutenants listened as the latest report was delivered. Almost all of Squad 11 was out of commission, with several other seated officers being taken out with relative ease. Looks like there's actually some validity to Captain Ichimura's actions, thought Renji. This is embarrassing for the Godei 13. Just how much stronger are you, Ichigo? Continued sightings of one of the Ryoka heading for the 2nd Division barracks. The man delivering the report announced. They think they can challenge me. A large, balding, heavy-set man with a purple collar snorted. How embarrassing for me, the great Marekio Omada. He boasted unashamedly, causing everyone else to groan. What? Finishing out the report, sightings of Ichigo confirms that he's making his way to the repentant cell, with one other and Squad 4 member, Hanataro Yamada, acting as their guide. Best case scenario dash. He continued with his report while Renji had heard what he wanted and made his way to intercept Ichigo. With Ichigo, they followed Hanataro through the sewer system that lead to the closest they could get to the repentant cell. Ichigo looked up to the enormous white tower, the prison holding his friend, and the execution she would go to if he couldn't stop this conspiracy plot. He then felt the familiar presence from earlier that month, one of the men that took Rukia away. It's been a while, Renji Abarai. Ichigo said, casually, unconcerned with the lieutenant who was walking towards him and his group. Yes it has, Ichigo Kurosake. The tattooed man said, following his captain's advice of not underestimating the Ryoka this time. Now let me tell you now, this won't end like last time. He growled, glaring at the man that humiliated him. A look Ichigo returned. Yeah, it won't. He agreed before walking off toward where Ikeku said that the 1st Division was located. Escort Ganju to Rukia, let him have his talk with her and he'll turn himself in. I have a meeting with the head captain and I'm late enough as it is. Hanataro and Ganju could only look on in surprise. A lieutenant-class Soul Reaper, and Ichigo was acting as if he was no threat. Renji's own surprise quickly shifted to more anger. Are you running away? He yelled at the hybrid. Do you think I'm weaker than you? Let me tell you now, Ichigo, captains and lieutenants dash. Captains and lieutenants are required to have their rights so limited when they go to the world of the living. Ichigo stated at the same time, silencing Renji again. In Soul Society, that restriction doesn't exist and they are 5 times stronger than otherwise. I know Renji. He turned to look Renji dead in the eyes. But I'm not going to bother fighting someone with such a weak resolve. He prepared to continue on his way. Don't you dare dash. Renji began before a beam of pale light shot just an inch from his neck. Renji stood in shock, feeling his skin burn and blister from the heat of a nameless Byakurai that demonstrated a clear message. I've gotten much stronger, and I'm resolved in my actions. A point made with the amount of destruction that single beam caused. I could feel the conflict in your soul from the day we met. Ichigo told him, lowering his smoking hand. You never wanted to do anything to harm Rukia. I don't know your past together, but until you end that conflict you will never be able to beat me. He said, before continuing on his way. Renji dropped to his knees, beaten yet again, and treated like a pathetic rookie for the first time in a while. He was deaf and blind to the world, unaware of Hanataro applying first aid to his burns, as Ichigo's words echoed into his memories of the past 2 weeks. He realized, he wanted to help Rukia, believing that beating Ichigo could influence that in any way. He wanted to defeat his captain, the man that took her away and made them drift apart. But most of all, he wanted to redeem himself for being a terrible friend. He did nothing to stop them from losing their connection, didn't even object in the slightest to her arrest, and blamed someone else when he was mad with himself. He made his plans and did as Ichigo told him, finding a place to rest for the remainder of the night before meeting with Rukia. Ichigo! He yelled, before the hybrid disappeared from sight. Please, save Rukia. Ichigo said nothing before vanishing in a burst of speed. With Tatsuki, around the same time. Finally, the martial artist thought to herself, reaching the headquarters of the second squad of the Shinigami. Now Yoriyuki always described her as petite with black hair, and since she's the current captain, she should be wearing a haori with a 2 on it. Or maybe I can force her out of hiding by beating the crap out of the idiots that have been following me. She yelled out and letting the ninjas of the Onmitsukido, the covert police of Soul Society, know she knew they were following her. Little by little, they began to reveal themselves, with Merekio standing tall and proud. You must be incredibly foolish to come here alone, little girl. Omada yelled out. He remembered the report from earlier, wartime measures were being taken. The forces of the Siritii could no longer allow these human brats to keep showing them up. He had to prove the effectiveness of his squad and make his captain proud. I, Lieutenant Merekio Omada, will show you your dash. He tried to say before Tatsuki slammed her knee into his face, resulting in a loud crunch that came from a broken nose. She then kicked him in the stomach, using that momentum to flip over him and threw him into the hard tile stones of the roof of the building they were on. She then locked his arms in place and swiftly dislocated them, finishing with a swift punch to his temple and knocking him out. Time. She yelled out to no one in particular. 2.5 seconds. Someone muttered out, surprised by the ferocity and efficiency she displayed. Damn, too slow. Tatsuki cursed. But whatever, you lot think this'll piss off your captain enough to come out? She asked, standing on top of the unconscious heap that was a lieutenant. If anything, you did me a favor. She turned and came face to face with the petite black-haired captain of Squad 2. I'm Soifon, captain of Squad 2. Surrender peacefully, Ryoka. She commanded in a no-nonsense way. Tatsuki met that with a determined grin. Oh, I know who you are already. Tatsuki said, jumping off of the oaf. Name's Tatsuki Arisawa, and I'm here for one thing. She immediately bowed before the captain while clasping her hands. Please spar with me. For the first time in a long while, Soifon was caught off guard and stared at the human in shock. Huh? She so eloquently asked, trying to make some sense of the situation before her. Out of all the Ryoka, only 2 are permitted to fight captains. Tatsuki explained. I'm not one of them, but I really want to fight you. It's been forever since I had a chance to really test my skills. If you let me spar with you, I'll surrender immediately after. Soifon racked her brain, trying to figure this out. She's used to surprise attacks at night, poisons in her food and drinks, all-out ambushes, everything except for a sincere, upfront, sparring match request from an enemy. This was a new one for her. Well, she said, some logical part of her mind still trying to catch up. You did assault and embarrass my lieutenant in front of the entire squad. Oh please, that guy is seriously your lieutenant. Tatsuki chuckled, getting up out of her bow. That bloated, flashy, idiot is the honest-to-God lieutenant of the 2nd Division? Did he buy his way up the ladder, because no one's standards are that low? As much as I'd like to agree with you, he actually did earn his station. Now it was Tatsuki's turn to be completely shocked. Yeah, his method is to act like a boastful, egotistical idiot that only got his position through money to drop his opponent's guard. There was a pause between the 2 martial artists. Soifon's expression went back to normal while Tatsuki was still bug-eyed. It is a legitimate strategy, but not one I approve of. It gets really annoying. I'm sorry, Captain. Omada managed to groan out, having finally come to. Shut up, idiot. Only to be silenced again by the girls kicking him like a soccer ball shot out of a cannon. They shared a glance before giggling. I like you, Arisawa. Soifon told her. You've earned that sparring match. She said before dropping to the ground and removing her haori, revealing her sleeveless and backless uniform. But when I've had enough, I will end it. She said with a smirk. Fine with me. Tatsuki called out with a grin, dropping down to join her. I'll even tell you a secret I bet you're dying to know. With Ichigo. He made his way towards the old man, risking a slight headache with a single Pesquisa pulse to get a general direction and location. He found his target and charged toward who he expected was Yamamoto with determination, refusing any more detours, settling for only necessary delays instead. He expected Zaraki to be waiting for him, which could help his discussion with the commander to go much smoother if he was in no real condition to fight. That was the current plan anyway. Go to the 1st Division barracks, fight Zaraki, talk to Yamamoto, and expose Aizen somehow. It was supposed to be simple. But there was always a chance for a plan to hit a roadblock. He felt that roadblock and knew that this couldn't be avoided, so he dropped down and came face to face with his opponent. Hello Ichigo Kurosake. Said the man. I'm the captain of Squad 5, Sosuke Aizen. 16, Framed Crescent Moon. Soifon vs Tatsuki. The sky in the realm of Passed on Souls was on fire with the light of the setting sun. The 2 martial artists stood a few feet apart from the other, waiting for the start of the fight. A brave soul among the patrol corps volunteered to referee the battle between the Hornet and Fireball. Rules stood as when one of them admits defeat, or was rendered incapable of fighting. No blades, no Kido, just martial arts. The women just kept their confident smirks as they wait, though Soifan remained calm and focused while Tatsuki could barely contain her excitement. Off to the side, with the rest of the Onmitsukido, the appointed official raised his arm. "Begin!" he yelled, bringing his arm down swiftly. The two charged at each other, Tatsuki throwing the first punch which Soifan caught and deflected it. Managing to use that shift in balance, Tatsuki continued a furious assault of punches and kicks to her senior disciple of the Flash Goddess. Soifan kept her focus and seemingly danced around every attack, dodging or deflecting every blow with relative ease. Once she had a clear opening she struck, slamming her palms against Tatsuki's midsection and sent her back several feet. "First blood," she quipped, Tatsuki already steadying herself. "Ready for more? I'd be disappointed if you gave up now." She just disappeared in a burst of shunpo and slammed her foot into Soifan with similar results. "Don't worry, I can take a hit." She returned as Soifan uncrossed her arms from blocking the near-sudden attack. "Keep this up and I'll make you my new lieutenant." The captain returned, pleased with the promise her challenger displayed. They again charged at each other and became locked in another exchange of blows, each one as unrelenting as the last to display their skills in bare-handed combat. It went on like that until the petite captain caught Tatsuki's wrist and twisted around to put her in an arm lock, pinning her right arm helplessly against her back. Not to seem rude, Tatsuki groaned out in pain, "But I'd rather not go against my boyfriend and join the enemy. We're still on opposing sides, remember?" "Maybe so, but it's only a matter of time till you're all captured," she said, putting more pressure on Tatsuki's arm and forcing the girl to her knees. "You said it yourself, only two of you are supposed to be strong enough to fight captains." Tatsuki regained her smirk as she felt her hand press against the small captain's stomach. "Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm a slouch either. Doesn't that burn by the way?" she asked, igniting her rapier in her fist and summoning her fire. Soifan jumped back in surprise and released Tatsuki, who kicked her legs out from under her and tried to slam her burning fist into the Onmitsukido commander's stomach. She was met only with stone as Soifan escaped at the last second. "We agreed on no Kido," Soifan growled, analyzing the mysterious ability her opponent displayed as her other fist ignited. "But that's not Kido, is it?" The two returned to their stances in preparation of the next assault. "You're so much better than me," Tatsuki defended, not the least bit bothered by her flames. "I needed an ace up my sleeve." She charged at the hornet, the fires in her hands roaring as they flew through the air to find their target with every strike. So much heat in such a small flame, Soifan thought as she dodged through the assault. The new ability Tatsuki displayed increased the effective range of her attacks, leaving small burns and singes on her as she tried to adapt to the sudden change. Does she actually know? No, it's not the same. A good imitation though. Definitely need her in my squad. After she managed to recognize the pattern in Tatsuki's movements, she made her move, once again deflecting Tatsuki's punch and exposing her side. Predictable. Soifan smirked, readying a disabling strike. She was unaware of Tatsuki's smirk as she turned on her own and got Soifan with a spinning hook kick, with a little extra spice to it. "My fists aren't the only ones that burn," she explained as Soifan slid to a halt on the ground, grasping her shoulder as the remnants of the spirit fire continued to burn her. She stood up as Tatsuki ignited her feet as well. "That's my point, Captain," she said before charging again, putting Soifan on the defensive as she had to dodge the fiery strikes. Her shoulder still burned from the earlier attack and it put her on guard. For as much danger she was in and the duty she had to uphold, she found herself enjoying the match. It's not often that she gets a challenge that actually tests her in such a manner. She disappeared in a burst of speed to gain some distance and rethink a strategy. Skilled martial artist, interesting ability, maybe some more work on her shunpo. Soifan evaluated Tatsuki in her head. "Omada, say hello to your replacement." She finished before Tatsuki spotted her on a spire and threw a punch. "Meteor strike," Tatsuki yelled, shooting off a fireball at her opponent. Soifan barely managed to dodge the explosion when the ball connected to the building. Tatsuki winced from the accidental damage she caused. "Sorry, still working on that," she apologized. "Just something we'll have to work on when you join the stealth force," Soifan said, disapproving of the flashiness of the move. "Should be easy to fix." "Understood, thanks senpai." Tatsuki let out carelessly, making Soifan stiffen. "What did you call me?" she said shaken. She knew that Tatsuki didn't attend the academy, and her movements were so familiar. Now she understood why. "I said senpai." Tatsuki realized her mistake. "Right, sensei said you'd still be mad at Dash." She didn't even see it coming, barely felt it until she saw Soifan in front of her with her fist buried in her gut, right on the solar plexus. Tatsuki coughed out in pain as she was tripped and both her arms nearly torn out of their sockets and Soifan dislocated them. The moment she landed face first, Soifan pinned her there with a near-death grip on her neck. "I'm done with this spar, Arisawa," the captain said coldly as her squad members came over to retrieve the defeated Ryoka. "It was a good match, so I'll give you some advice. Leave her, she doesn't care about her students," she said bitterly, never forgiving the woman she once looked up to. She heard Tatsuki gasp out with some laughter. "I'll keep that in mind," she groaned out, ignoring the pain in her chest. By the way, still wanna hear that secret? She called out to the back facing her. It has to do with why she left. Ichigo vs. Aizen. I'm the captain of Squad 5, Sosuke Aizen. The man across the hybrid said. He spoke gently, mockingly as he was sure Ichigo knew who he was and his intentions. The hybrid said nothing as the two stood across from one another. If you would be so kind dash. He unsheathed his blade as Ichigo instantly appeared before him and swung his blade. He effortlessly blocked the attack as a shockwave created a gust of wind. To let me finish. And you called Renji rude. The difference is that Byakuya was actually interested in what I had to say. Ichigo said, charging his energy for a familiar ability. There is nothing you have to say that I care about. Get Shuga Tensho. He roared, hitting Aizen point blank with a black and blue wave of energy. The blast left a giant gash in the ground and reduced several buildings to rubble. Ichigo scanned the cloud of dust for his opponent. I know what you're after and you won't stop me from reaching Yamamoto. Do you mean to tell him about my goals with the Hogyaku? Aizen said from behind Ichigo as 6 beams of light impaled him. Do you really think he'll believe the words of a Ryoka or the student of exiles over a captain that served loyally for a century? He asked before blocking another strike as the trapped Ichigo disappeared. Actually, I was going to tell him about an actual threat, not some arrogant child attempting to play God. Aizen glared at the hybrid in front of him. Did I actually strike a nerve on the great Aizen? Ichigo asked before Aizen got behind him and left a deep gash in his back. I thought you wanted to get to Yamamoto as soon as possible. He said to the boy as he staggered in pain. How do you expect to get to him if you spend all your time talking to me? Guess you're right. Ichigo said as he straightened up, already healed from the deep cut in his back. If we're going to keep exchanging banter till one of us dies, we'll be here till morning. Ichigo rolled and stretched his limbs in preparation. So I'm not going to bother being subtle with this, neither of us are going to go all out and I doubt you'll benefit in killing me now. He faced his opponent and settled into his stance. Is this just to get an idea of my current power, or are you staging a show? Could be both, could be neither. Aizen returned, readying himself. You will never succeed, Kurosaka. Shatter, Kyoka dash. He never finished his release phrase before Ichigo attacked him furiously, forcing the captain on the defensive. The training from Urahara and Yoryuki showed as every blow was filled with an intent to kill, so subtle that the only way to confirm the intentions of every strike was that each one was aimed for a vital area. Aizen easily met every strike, the danger actually making him focus on defense. Could he? No, that's impossible. No one knows. Aizen thought to himself as Ichigo continued his assault. Cannot let him use his illusion ability, absolutely can't. But Ichigo told himself, knowing that anything less than lethal intent would do little to give the man pause. Ichigo was caught off guard as Aizen managed to disarm Ichigo of his blade as he twisted it out of his hands. Left with his bare fists, Ichigo increased his speed suddenly and struck Aizen in the chest with a palm attack. Aizen attempted to get some distance but Ichigo stayed inside his guard, doing his best to disable or at least crush his throat. Just as Ichigo seemed to get the upper hand, Aizen made another deep slash through Ichigo's throat. Bakudo 61, Rikuyakoro. Aizen recited, trapping the boy with the rods of light again. Foolish boy. All those years of preparation, all that training, all of it amounting to nothing. Even with me holding back. What a disappointment you turned out to be. He closed his eyes in shame at the display of Ichigo's abilities, secretly hoping for him to prove him wrong. He opened his eyes to see Ichigo in front of him with his arm glowing in concentrated racier. Get Shuga. Ichigo yelled, striking Aizen in the chest with a fist and blast of racier, sending him back several feet. Not lightening up, he aimed his palm at the man again with a ball of crackling energy ready. Hato 63, Rei Koho. He fired the blast of energy at the man as he ended up buried in rubble. Like I said, Ichigo growled as he summoned his sword back to him, you will not stop me Aizen. He released the first form of his blade and raised it up for next attack. Get Shuga Tensho. He roared, sending a wave of his destructive power at the man, destroying everything in its path. He grunted, feeling himself losing to his bloodlust. No, gotta stay focused. Can't reveal any more hollow or Quincy abilities. He yelled to himself, trying to suppress his inner beast. Not bad, he heard from behind as Aizen sunk his blade into his body, but you are still too weak. Hato 11, Tsuzuri Raiden. He said, sending millions of volts of spirit electricity through Ichigo's body. The hybrid could only drop to his knees helplessly as his muscles clenched in his fries from the inside. I was hoping that you would be an ultimate being, capable of standing at my side in the end. But you have proven weak, feeble. Maybe, next time I try, I will use one of your sisters to birth my creation. Aizen mused, purposefully goading the hybrid. The worst part was that Ichigo knew that was his goal, but he didn't care. Don't you dare. Ichigo roared, forcing himself up and uppercutting Aizen with all his strength. Ichigo's veins were glowing and bulging out with his eyes shifting colors and his ryotsu flaring about his body. He rocketed toward Aizen, creating 3 separate speed clones that each attacked the captain. The man flew higher until he felt a bind around his body. He found a rope of light binding him as Ichigo ripped him toward the ground. As they neared, Ichigo grabbed hold of him and used the momentum to spin them around and threw the manipulator into the ground at a greater velocity. As soon as Aizen collided with the ground, Ichigo aimed his palms again for another Kido spell. Ye Lord. Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Hado 31, Shakaho. Ichigo chanted, creating a massive fireball. A fine display of power, but not enough. Aizen thought before shielding himself with a denku, holding off the majority of Ichigo's fireball. After the blast ended, he saw over 100 more appearing everywhere above him and shooting down like rain. That's a new one. Aizen idly thought before the punishing bombardment slammed into his barrier, eventually breaking it. Ichigo landed on the ground, almost 100 feet away. Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu dash, he attempted before feeling himself get impaled and shot back into another building, this one collapsing on top of him. Ichigo's blade retracting to a normal length. In retrospect, Ichigo panted as he finally calmed down, this was a really bad idea. He looked down at his bloodied sword, now returned to its sealed state for that final attack. Every bit as difficult as he thought it would be, but he felt something was off about this. Captain Aizen. He heard a woman scream. He turned to saw a petite distraught girl, looking at where Aizen last was before turning to glare at the hybrid. You murderer. Ah crap. He whispered as he saw more lieutenants reveal themselves in the pale moonlight, all looking at him in shock. He tried to figure a way out while ignoring a sudden itch in his body. With Aizen. That boy is definitely something. He said, focusing his Kido into healing the wound in his side. He's able to mix and blend his abilities to frightening extents. Generating Reisure platforms as a focus for Kido, mixing Sonido and Shunpo, concentrating his Reisure through his own body. Ichigo, you will be a fascinating being. He ceased his spell as he finally healed from his stab wound. Didn't expect him to mimic Jin's Shurkai like that. Maybe I should have gotten to you first. No matter. He rose up and returned to the building of the Central 46. With this, you will be the most wanted man in Soul Society and your friends will be executed. He said, looking down at his Zanpakuto. An elegant blade, despite missing 2 inches of the tip. That part of the blade was still embedded inside Ichigo, breaking off when he turned to attack him in that final assault. This will not protect you, Ichigo. The other captains will kill you for me. With Kenpeki and Yamamoto. Wow Kenny, Ichi must be really strong. Yachiro exclaimed from her captain's shoulder. The scarred man could only grin in anticipation. Yeah, that definitely looks like a worthwhile fight. The Kenpeki said in his ever-gravely voice. Do you not care that he killed Captain Aizen? The old commander by his side asked. When Zaraki heard of where he could expect to meet his chosen opponent, he made his way into Yamamoto's barracks and settled down, waiting patiently for Ichigo to arrive. The old man allowed it, as he figured the simplistic nature of the bloodthirsty fighter might inspire some revelation to some of his questions. I couldn't give a damn who dies. That just means they were weak. He said, completely without care. Though it does surprise me. Aizen said that he wanted to help save that Kukiki girl and he was going to do everything to help do that. You'd think Ichigo would take him up on that offer. Indeed. Yamamoto mused. Ichigo Kurosake. When you and your friends were attacked with the intent of capture, you defeated them without killing them. Aizen finds you and tries to help you, you kill him in cold blood. What is happening? He questioned as he enjoyed the rest of his tea. 17. Recovery and reactions. With Ichigo. The orange-haired warrior stood there, in the pale light of the moon amidst the wreckage and rubble of his clash with the captain. He wasn't aware of the gathering audience or even what they saw. His knowledge about Aizen's abilities were simply that of illusions, not the extent of it. He surveyed the soul reapers surrounding him, the distraught petite girl with her hair in a bun, a man with a tattoo of 69 on his face, another wearing sunglasses with a thin mustache, a third with long blonde hair covering an eye, a woman with wavy blonde hair and huge assets, and Jin Ichimeru with a shorter white-haired boy wearing an haori. 2 captains, one of which tried to kill me earlier. He thought to himself as he analyzed his situation, noting the badges on the others' arms, along with 5 lieutenants. Ichigo felt the stress of the earlier fight seep into his body, making him feel weaker and weaker. Can I talk my way out of this? You murderer! The petite girl screamed, charging at him with hate in her eyes. Guess not. He realized with finality as the girl called out her blade, turning it into a multi-pronged sword on fire. When she got within 5 feet of him however, he stopped her cold in her tracks with a large hand wrapped tightly around her neck. I need to get out of here, that fight took too much out of me. He tightened his grip as she struggled feebly in his hand, already weakening from the cut-off blood flow to her brain. He loosened his grip when she stopped struggling, leaving her only unconscious. It did not look good to the others watching this. Momo. He heard them cry out as he let the girl down as gently and quickly as possible. He barely had enough time to avoid the spinning twin-sided scythe blade, causing him to jump away from the downed girl. You bastard. The man with the tattoo called out, guessing Aizen had them under his illusion before the fight. He tried to focus while dodging the blades as the lieutenant charged at him with both Kuzarigama poles while the Yakuza man attacked him with a large scimitar blade that had a pick below the tip. Both were relentless in their attacks, making Ichigo bend and weave through their attacks, unaware of the blonde lieutenant's chanting of a Kido spell. He was impaled with the familiar rods of light which slowed him enough for both of his attackers to strike him. Both attacks hit true as the cold steel dug their way into his flesh, or that was the intention at least. When they made contact, they bounced off of him harmlessly. Impossible. The white-haired Ichigo gasped. Just how much power does he have? He damned his own abilities for being too dangerous to allow him to join in the fight, wanting to immediately kill the Ryoka for daring to harm his friend. More than enough. Jin thought as he watched the fight, losing his fox-like smirk to analyze the hybrid. That's a terrifying hero he has. He thought before Ichigo forced his opponents away with a massive pulse of his Ryutsu. Near-perfect regeneration, strong defense, amazing Ryutsu control and manipulation. And best of all, he'll only get stronger. He felt himself grin. He'll do nicely. He saw Hisagi throw his Shurikai blade one more time at the hybrid. I can't wait any longer. Ichigo growled in his mind. Just as the spinning blades passed him, he grabbed onto the chain and wrapped it around his arm. The look of shock on the lieutenant was enough for Ichigo to yank on the chain and swing him around like a flail. After watching his ally get slammed into several hard surfaces, the Yakuza-looking man tried to attack Ichigo again. Ichigo sent him flying back with a punch to his gut and further back as Hisagi collided with him. Hado 11, Tsuzuri Raiden. He whispered, sending an electric current through the chain and turning the two into light bulbs. Raise your head, Wabaisuke. He heard from behind him. He released Zanjutsu in time to turn and block a relentless assault from the Squad 3 lieutenant and his hook-shaped blade. When he backed off, Ichigo nearly collapsed at the sudden change of weight in his sword. My blade doubles the weight of anything it strikes. I've struck your sword over 20 times, you can no longer lift your blade. The man said as he hooked Ichigo's neck with his sword. Submit, and atone for the sin of hurting my friends. He said as he pulled. Izuru, that's not going to work. Jin called out to his lieutenant. Sure enough, the blade barely made a scratch in the hybrid. Ichigo merely grabbed the blade and removed it from his neck before calmly raising up his sword. Kira was watching in dismay as Ichigo clearly demonstrated his prowess. Next time I see you, tell me how much this hurts. He said before swinging the flat of his blade like a club and sending the man flying. Damn, I could barely keep that going. He said before changing his blade and removing the effects. That was really heavy. Sit upon the frosted heavens, Hiron Meru. The child captain called out. In the midst of the onslaught against the hybrid, his lieutenant Rangiku managed to pull his childhood friend Momo out of harm's way. With the other lieutenants out of his range, he and Ichimeru could now get involved. He sent a few of his ice dragons down on the lone Ryoka. He saw Ichigo scan the area and seemed relieved that he was alone. He saw a dark red ball of energy coalesce in his hand. Is that a dash? He thought in confusion before Ichigo thrust his hand at him and unleashed the torrent of power. Bakudo 39, in Kosen. Jin yelled out, getting in front of his colleague with a round orange shield before Ichigo's Zero destroyed the dragons and blast even them away. Is he already at the level of an Espada? Jin wondered, thinking back to Aizen's army and comparing the powers of the two. Before he could do anything else, a massive thick cloud of red smoke exploded from Ichigo's position and his Ryutsu seemed to disappear. That project worked a little too well, Aizen. This boy is going to kill you. He predicted as reinforcements came too late. Ichigo has disappeared. With Ichigo. Ow, 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 ow. The hybrid chanted as he speed walked toward another sewer entrance to hide and like his wounds. With the danger gone and his adrenaline wearing away, that dull itch in his side became a sharp pain, like something was carving away at his insides. Damn you, Aizen. He cursed, feeling himself weakening more and more. This is going to make talking to Yamamoto a bit worrisome. He managed to find his way to a safe place and collapsed on the floor. Back in a sewer system, almost completely drained, and they know I have hollow powers. Ichigo grunted. I need a nap. He mumbled before darkness took him, unaware of several figures in white appearing from behind him. With Renji, he stood, watching in shock and awe at the battle that transpired. He brought Ganju and Hanataro to a good resting spot for the night and it wouldn't be too much longer till they get to Rukia's cell. He sent out a couple hell butterflies informing both his captain and the head captain of what was happening with him. He confronted Ichigo and was completely outclassed in a single move. He would take the other Ryoka and bring him to the repentant cell to settle a personal issue of some kind, and Ichigo was determined to reach the commander. While the others slept, he stood as a sentinel against any that might show up for some meager ounce of glory or something else idiotic. That's when he saw explosions of force and erasure. He immediately realized that Ichigo was fighting, and was glad that Ichigo chose not to fight him. After some time the struggle died down and he heard an echoing scream of despair that stretched all over the Seireitei. Captain Aizen. He heard Hinamari scream. That caught the tattooed lieutenant's attention. You murderer. Renji was shocked at that. Ichigo, you killed. Renji didn't know Ichigo at all personally, just that he had the presence of a powerful and honorable warrior. Rukia told him more as a man that would fight to protect anyone if he could help. Everything he heard about Ichigo and everything he knew about Aizen told him that the two would be friends, allies. Aizen would bring Ichigo to the commander, they discuss Rukia's case and get her amnesty, and he'd be placed under strict observation until the event that he could fully become a Soul Reaper. But now, Ichigo killed Aizen? What was going on? The battle continued with Lieutenants Kira, Hisagi, and Tetsuzumon proving no challenge and Captain Hitsubiya attempting to attack, only for his Shurkai to be overpowered with a hollow Zero. Ichigo, what the hell are you? With Tatsuki, Squad 2 Barracks. Tatsuki lay on her cell cot, resting and waiting with guards on standby to act. Despite what happened after the spar, Tatsuki was being treated rather well. The interrogation didn't yield too much they didn't already know, other than who could fight captains. Tatsuki was being a well-behaved prisoner, so she was being treated relatively well. It wasn't until Ichigo's fight with Aizen started did she react. What's going on? She asked one of her guards when a member of the patrol corps came in when the fight ended. The last thing she felt about her lover's Ryutsu was that it was fluctuating from focused to chaotic and weak. She was sitting at the edge of the cot with anticipation and worry. Apparently Ichigo met with Captain Aizen. The messenger stated. Aizen offered to help Ichigo, who instantly attacked with no other provocation. Her teachers never said anything about Aizen to her, all she knew was that he was never to be trusted. But for Ichigo to simply attack someone out of the blue, he must know something about Aizen she clearly didn't. Captain Aizen stated his intentions to save the prisoner, but Ichigo responded that he didn't care about the prisoner before fatally injuring the captain. Ichigo Kurosaka disappeared without a trace shortly after disabling Lieutenants Momo Hinamari, Izuru Kira, Shohei Hisagi, and Tetsuzumon Iba. Tatsuki felt sick and numb, all the strength drained from her. Same orders apply. Capture the Ryoka, by any means necessary. He didn't say it, but the implications were clear. Lethal force is permitted. Only Captain-class Soul Reapers may confront Ichigo Kurosaka. With Chad, he was resting after a long day of running around, evading patrols, beating the crap out of other Soul Reapers, placing tags all over the Siritii, and he still had more to do. He had the energy, more than enough to keep going. Endurance, stamina, and strength were the things Tatsuki couldn't beat him at, and he wasn't too far behind Ichigo's level in those areas. The reason he needed to rest was to calm himself down. Ichigo was in trouble, he felt it. He should find him, watch his back, shield him when he can't protect himself. But he had his mission, and Ichigo trusted him. Thinking back on last night when they talked. Flashback. Hey Chad, what's with those packets you gave to Ganja's friends? Ichigo asked before they all retired for the night. I don't know. Something Urahara gave me. Said, 5 in every district and where the pressure seemed greatest. He told me and Uriah to place these in hotspots all over Siritii. He explained. He didn't say it, but he felt uneasy about abandoning Ichigo in enemy territory. Don't even think about it, Chad. Ichigo quickly said. I don't care how bad it gets, you have a mission and you see it through to the end. Don't worry about me, 'cause I'm not worried about you. He said, making the giant look at him questioningly. I have too much faith in you to worry about you dying on me. He answered, throwing a confident smile to his longtime friend. It eased Sato's nerves as he fell asleep for the night. Flashback end. Ichigo. He mumbled, rubbing the medallion on his neck. You'll be fine. He said, reassuring himself before lying down to rest for a time. I'm sorry for being a bad friend. I can't help but be worried about you from time to time. I swear to never let you down though. He let the darkness take him. With Uriah and Orium, the duo finished placing the next patch at their current location when they felt Ichigo's battle. Orium desperately wanted to get to his side, but Uriah managed to calm her down by reminding her how outclassed she would be. Best to let Ichigo finish his fight when she could be safe from the crossfire. By the time the dust settled and it was safe to go to him, he vanished. Uriah became the victim of an angry Orium and her less than happy fairies, who were now attacking Uriah in the most annoying manner possible, with Orium angrily pouting at him. Well, least she's not really hurting me. He rationalized after remembering what she did to that one Shinigami that attacked them. The ones they saw first were easily dispatched with his Bao and Tsubeki. The ones that found them, Orium proved her frightening skill with her martial arts. It was embarrassing that she was handling the close quarters combat while he was too slow to stop them. He could hold his own, Orium just always attacked first. That's when he felt a familiar Reisher presence, one he only recognized from his father. What the hell? He wondered before feeling a fluctuation in Reisher that quickly dissipated. Uriah, what was that? Orium asked, recalling her sprites and calming down. That was Ichigo, and something else. Uriah said, being as vague as possible. The Van Denreich watches from the shadows. That Shadows of Soul Society. How is this possible? He tried to figure out before deciding to double their efforts and progress. Come on Orium, we have work to do. Right. She said, matching the urgency in his tone. Inside Ichigo's inner world. Was this on your command? The Black Zanjutsu questioned, standing watchful over his charge and master. Are you sentient enough to make these commands? Or was this the order of your mindless dogs? Ichigo himself rested peacefully, unaware of events that took place. Well, that was boring. Came the warped voice of the real Blade. King's showing hopeful progress though. Then the Quincy Soldats are dead. The elder said. That's good. They might see the asset or threat that Ichigo is, but won't attack knowing he isn't vulnerable. He then noticed Ichigo healing faster. Yeah, they'll also be less inclined now knowing what might happen. The Hollow spoke. It'll take more than a bunch of nameless drones to capture Ichigo on our watch. Indeed. The old man said, watching Ichigo awaken from his slumber. Like maybe a cute girl with a nice rack. Someone like that one blonde chick dash. Shut up. With Ichigo. He roused himself from his slumber, releasing a yawn as he stretched himself and feeling several familiar pops in his joints and back. He forced himself to his feet and stretched out more. Thank God for my regenerative powers. He said to himself. Not only would I be sore, I'd be dead otherwise. Where do souls go when they die? Ichigo asked as he opened his eyes, only to be met with the picture of several dead bodies, all in white military uniforms with a Quincy cross that all seemed to have deep gashes in their bodies. He looked down to see his blade, stained red in gore. Let it go, Ichigo, you have stuff to do. He said, choosing to ignore the bodies of the Quincy. If he was going to reach Yamamoto today, he could not afford any distractions. He proceeded to leave his little hideaway after calling his blade back to his hand. Squad 8 Barracks. Captain Kiraku, a female Shinigami with a stern expression called to her lazing captain, a Ryoka has appeared. Which one, Naneo? The lazy bearded man known as Shunsui Kiraku asked his secretary/lieutenant. Tatsuki gave them a description of her friends and vouched that Ichigo would never kill unless necessary. Based on what Arisawa said, he should be Yasutora Sato. She said, he's not permitted to fight a captain, but neither was Arisawa and Dash. And she sparred with Captain Soifon. There is a difference. He said, raising from his nap. Come on, let's go greet our guest. Squad 1 Barracks. Ichigo finally made it to the courtyard of the leader of the Godai 13 space. The building stood there, tall and imposing as Ichigo strode over to his destination. Come on out already. Ichigo called out. I know I've kept you waiting, but I was held up. He felt an immense spiritual pressure come down on him as a hunched figure on the roof of the barracks stood up. Ichigo felt a savage nature much like his repressed instincts. As much as he'd hate to say it, Ichigo was excited. The man jumped off the roof of the barracks and came crashing down across from him. I admit I was losing patience. The Kenpeki said in a deep tone, the jingling of his bells adding somewhat to his menace. But that fight last night only served to excite me more. He stood to his full imposing height, showing his brutal and ragged form. Name's Kenpeki Zaraki, captain of Squad 11. And I'm pleased to finally meet you, Ichigo Kurosake. He said with a savage grin. 18, Pact of Fighters. With Chad. The hours passed outside as he rested. Inside he went through years of his life. The life he regretted as a kid, angry at everything and anyone just waiting for an excuse to lash out. The life he had because of his grandfather, helping others with his powerful fists while taking unbelievable punishment with his strong body. Now the life he lives, as an unbreakable shield to a mighty protector. His strength granted to one that helped him find a sense of meaning in his life, a best friend that he'd be ready to die for because he would do the same. He'd then defy death because he knew Ichigo would never forgive him for that. He chuckled slightly, finding humor in the contradiction of refusing his death when that was Ichigo's job description. He was brought out of his musing when he heard the shouts of Shinigami outside the warehouse he was sleeping in. Guess that's it for my nap. He mumbled before transforming his arm. He rose up and walked over to the door, the yelling and thudding getting louder and louder. He made a swift strike at one of the hinges, blowing a hole through the frame and quieting the crowd outside. He repeated that 3 more times, leaving the door very loose in its place. He backed up a little bit before charging and using the door as a makeshift ram. A good chunk of that crowd of Soul Reapers ended up unconscious from the sudden impact as Chad began his rampage through the crowd. Punches like lightning sending his opponents flying as he pretty much waded through the crowd, throwing some around like discarded clothing, kicks that cleared a path like axes to wood, the intense cannon blasts of Raisher from his black right arm, more akin to a force of nature than a man to all the Shinigami against him. A group of 20 strong reduced to naught but mangled broken bones. Maybe I should try to hold back more. Chad wondered aloud as he studied the aftermath. Craters in the walls and streets with bent or broken swords all around him with piles of unconscious Soul Reapers. Oh well. He said before fishing out his locator and proceeding with his task. I wonder how Ichigo's doing. With Ichigo and Kenpeki. Kenpeki. Ichigo said, staring down his opponent. The greatest fighter of the court guard squads, the man who stands atop a mountain of corpses. He remembered the stories of the various title holders told by his teachers. All the hollows he faced, the hardest his teachers attacked him, none of it compared to the dark savagery of the man standing across from him. It was both unsettling and exciting for the young hybrid. Ikeku said you'd want to meet me. Any reason why? Because you're strong. Kenpeki responded, like it was the simplest thing in the world. My interest has always been in a good fight. Good, evil, justice, chaos. I don't care about any of that because none of it matters in a fight. He then adopted a confused scowl, thinking that Ichigo knew what he was talking about. Why should fighting need a reason? You fight for the sake of fighting. Ichigo said. Can't say I understand that. My fights usually ended up being disappointments because they were too weak or because they were holding back. Like Ikeku and Aizen. The battle-scarred man asked. I did get the feeling that Ikeku was holding back in a lot of his matches. But what about Aizen then? Ikeku needed to be taught a lesson. Ichigo said while his presence was turning darker. Aizen on the other hand must die. Zaraki felt an old familiar tension in his body, one he hasn't sensed in centuries. A sense that this opponent might kill him. Wow, Ichi can be really scary. The tension was broken as a small pink-haired little girl made her presence known. Ichigo looked down on the small lieutenant as the two calmed down. Looks like this can be a lot of fun, Kenny. She cheered as she ran back to her captain. Kenpeki smirked again as his lieutenant destroyed the tension. Yeah, it's been so long since I've had a good fight, he said, already unsheathing his blade. The small display Ichigo gave earlier put him on a slight edge, no longer needing to see if he could put up a good fight. Now get out of the way, Yachira, this could get messy. The small girl jumped off to her vantage point on top of the 1st Division barracks. Hey King, Zanjutsu spoke out to his wielder, there's something I want to check out. You mind? Ichigo looked up to the small lieutenant, almost understanding his blade's interest in the girl. Something about her was off. Without saying anything he materialized his Zanpakuto's spirit, appearing as a familiar reflection of Ichigo with his skull mask, who disappeared just as quickly. Sorry, my Zanpakuto was interested in your lieutenant, Ichigo said, drawing his blade. Now, why don't you show me how to enjoy a fight? He growled before the two charged at each other, resulting in a loud clang. With pleasure. Kenpeki roared, already feeling his battle high coming on. With Chad, he kept on with his mission, following the signals to the next hotspot on his locator to place the next tag. No Shinigami was able to stop him. Against his overwhelming strength and surprising speed and reaction abilities, they were leaves tackling a concrete wall. His signal was now coming from his immediate right, behind an 8-foot wall. The extension on his arm snapped open as he charged his energy. El Directo. He yelled, blasting a hole through the wall and removing or scaring off any other Soul Reaper in the area. He made his way through the hole and kept moving forward. When his way was blocked by one Shinigami, claiming to be a third seat, Chad just shoved him out of the way. The apparent third in command was shot through another wall. He only stopped when he saw the flower petals, and a man in a flowery kimono with a straw hat. Hello there, Yasutura Sato. The man said in a cheerful, lazy manner. I am Shunsui Kiraku, captain of Squad 8. The two continued to stare at each other, Kiraku with a smile against Chad's passive expression. All the while, flower petals kept falling, or was being tossed around by the female secretary Soul Reaper above them. Hey, Naneo. The captain called. The moments passed, you can stop now. She just kept on tossing. Naneo, can you hear me? My sweet Naneo. Lovely little Nana dash. She dumped the rest of the petals on him with no tact, annoyance clearly showing on her face. Does this happen often? Sato asked as Kiraku got out of the pile. Yeah, she's just shy is all, he said, brushing off the remaining flower petals. So, what now? Since you know my name, I'm guessing you know that I'm also not supposed to fight captains. Shunsui smiled and nodded. How is Tatsuki? She's fine. Quite popular with the members of the second squad for her martial arts skill. But there's some things I wanted to ask you, Yasutura Sato, he said, gaining a sense of seriousness about him. Chad immediately had his guard up in case he needed to run or defend himself. Will you join me for a drink? The captain said with a smile, pulling out a jug of sake with 2 small cups. After the initial shock wore off, he relaxed again but was still ready to move. Come on, it's a lovely day. Just sit down and have a few drinks while we chat. Shunsui said. Sorry, but no. Sato said, earning a surprised look from the captain. I appreciate the offer but I'm underage. I'm not supposed to drink any alcohol. Kiraku let out a sigh of disappointment. Well, that's a shame. This is some good stuff too. The two again just stood and waited as time passed. My lieutenant makes excellent tea. The captain offered. That works. Chad said as he dispelled his power and sat across from the captain. Naneo, could you be a dear and get us some tea and snacks? He asked his stern lieutenant who just disappeared after shooting him a glare. Why do you have to be so cold, my sweet Naneo? He cried with anime tears running down his face. Can you explain to me the current situation, Mr. Kiraku? Chad asked, seeing as he had nothing else to do. He remembered hearing about Shunsui Kiraku as one of the oldest captains of the 13 squads. Above all, a man that he did not want to make an enemy of. You mean with your friends? The captain clarified, getting a serious nod from the giant. Capture, dead or alive. Ichigo Kurosaki is considered a captain's only target. So whatever it is your friend has to say to old man Yama, it better be good, he said while they sensed a sudden burst of Ryutsu, Zanjutsu and Yachira. That guy has no idea, does he? The hollow blade asked the child sitting at his side. Their gaze fixed on the hybrid and the berserker as they struggled against one another. The clashing of their blades were enough to be an orchestra of battle. Nope, he doesn't. Yachira said with a melancholic smile. All he cares about is fighting, nothing else really matters. She explained to her companion. He understands himself perfectly and I help him with what he wants. If he wants to cripple himself so badly that he's just a shell of his real power, then that's fine. I've gotten used to him doing that. But because of all that, he's the closest to understanding himself, even if he's blind to see it. Zanjutsu finished, seeing a close parallel between Ichigo and Kenpeki. The battle-hungry warrior was simplistic and chose to ignore what was right in front of him. The hybrid was complex but tackled it head-on. On was already powerful but was holding back while the other had unlimited potential and had to earn it. Zaraki will lose in the end. The white spirit said just as Ichigo was starting to get sloppy in their fight. Ichigo's too stubborn to die. Ichigo vs Kenpeki. The fight was even when it started. Slashes, blocks, stabs, dodges, clashes and grunts between the two as they struggled, showcasing their skills. Ichigo was fast but Kenpeki was experienced. No matter how he went at him, Kenpeki had a dodge or block ready. Unfortunately, something else was happening that affected Ichigo's performance. Ichigo was used to his opponents being level-headed or in fear of him. This man thrived on the feeling he was getting from fighting Ichigo. It wasn't like when Ichigo fought Zanjutsu because he knew his blade. The man across from him, the Kenpeki, was a savage beast that killed for sport, and he was getting stronger as the fight went on. It started to unnerve the hybrid and got slashed across his chest. Ah damn. He cursed as the burning pain rang out from the tear on his chest. A shallow cut, but it was not healing as quickly due to the blade fragment still in his back. Zaraki came on him with another attack, which Ichigo blocked but was overpowered as the chipped blade dug into his flesh. What the hell is wrong with me? He yelled out as the captain continued to cut and slash him. The damage was minimal but was building up. What's wrong, Ichigo? Kenpeki growled, feeling a level of disappointment in his enemy. I thought you wanted to learn how to enjoy fighting. Why are you cowering now? Ichigo froze, the battle-scarred man's words ringing in his ears. He hadn't been afraid since Urahara and Yoriyuki drilled killing intent into his skull. He fought Aizen with the intention of, wait, no I didn't. Ichigo realized. Aizen's goal was to spread chaos among the Soul Reapers. Everyone else was trying to capture me. Why is this affecting me so much? Even he isn't supposed to try to kill me, right? Ichigo struggled with the idea, feeling that if he wasn't careful with Zaraki then he was going to die. Regeneration just wouldn't work if he was cut in half. On the surface, Ichigo and Zaraki were pretty even, but there was more hidden deep within. A monster hiding underneath the battle-hungry warrior, that's what had the protector on edge. His mistake was fighting Zaraki like a man, when he needed to be more like a beast. Steeling himself, Ichigo did the best thing he could to calm himself down. What are you dash? The captain asked as Ichigo punched himself in the face with a loud resounding crack. Kenpeki could only watch as Ichigo took several breaths, each one becoming more and more even as he brought himself back to reality. Sorry, lost my nerve for a bit. Ichigo said, his injuries already healing. I wanted you to show me how to enjoy a fight, and you did. Ichigo's Ryutsu took on a noticeable shift to a more hollow-like one, fully aware of his audience. I was too focused. I just need to let myself go. He said as his eyes shifted. I promise to give you what you want. He said, glaring at the man with his black and gold eyes. Next thing Kenpeki knew, Ichigo was in front of him making a long cut across his chest. Ichigo had a manic grin on his face, which matched Kenpeki's own. That's it. He said before their blades clashed once again. This is what I was hoping for. He started laughing as they continued their fight. This continued as they both struck at the other, trying to come out on top. Both were in tatters and blood as their blades continued to find their marks. This is the best. Kenpeki yelled as his cut through Ichigo's shoulder, who left a dangerous mark on Kenpeki's neck. They separated as Zaraki continued to laugh. Thank you, Ichigo. Thank you for existing. Never have I come across someone like you. He said through his laughter. There has only been one other person that has made me feel this way. No, you might even eclipse that. He stopped laughing, keeping that manic smile. I can't give you anything but my full effort, Ichigo. Let's go. He ripped off his eye patch and unleashed his Ryutsu. All over the Seireitei, people felt this battle. With Yoriyuki, Ichigo. She thought, watching the two behemoths clash. Be careful. Squad 4 barracks. Looks like the captain is having fun. Ikeku said as he and Yumishika were enjoying a few cups of tea as the bald warrior was visited by his friend. He's way out of my league, I can tell that much. And the captain's about to use his trump card. The fifth seat said. To think he was strong enough to push him that far. Unbeknownst to the two fighters was the current captain of the 4th division. Far from it, you two. She thought, feeling her lone scar on her chest ache a little. The boy is undoing my greatest sin just a little bit. Either way, one of them will end up here. Near the repentant cell. Is that Ichigo? Hanataro yelled, the massive Ryutsus clashing affecting them as a blizzard in the mountains. Just what the hell is he? Renji growled out as he helped keep their small group going. There was only one problem. Yeah, go Ichigo. Kick his ass. Ganju cheered, holding up their progress a bit. Shut up and keep going. The lieutenant yelled. Uryu and Orihime. Let me go, Uryu. Orihime yelled as she struggled against her Quincy companion's strength. He needs help. Just let me go. I can't do that. Uryu yelled. Ichigo would never forgive me if you got hurt and I could have prevented it. She kept struggling, but it was weaker and weaker with every second, knowing that Ichigo would want her somewhere safe. With Urayu it was certainly much safer than wandering around on her own trying to find whatever fight Ichigo was in the middle of. Calm down, Orihime. Ichigo has the strongest will of anyone I've ever known. He'll survive. We have to keep moving. He urged one last time before she started crying. Even with my powers, I'd only be in his way. She sobbed before he turned her around and hugged her. Think of it more as, waiting for him to come home and get patched up. He said when she calmed down. After all, think about him with a couple scars. For once. He said. Orihime did just that, and a drip of blood came out of her nose. Doesn't sound so bad now, does it? He waited for a response, but she was clearly in her own little world. And I lost her. Good job, idiot. He berated himself before throwing her over his shoulder and carrying her off. Chad and Kiraku. Looks like things are getting a little hectic over there. Shunsui noted as he munched on another rice cracker. So as I was saying, why are you here? Your friend seems fixated on meeting with the old man and saving Rukia. He took a drink of his tea while looking Sato in the eye. His reason makes sense. But what about you? There's not much to it. Chad said. Ichigo is my friend, if he needs my help I'll give it. Deliver a message, help him move, fight off a group of thugs, even if it puts my life on the line I'd help him. Heh, he must be a good friend to have that kind of loyalty out of you. Kiraku noted, thinking of his own best friend in a sickly captain. To be completely honest, Kiraku, if he didn't tell me to not fight a losing battle, we'd be fighting right now. This earned a look from the lazy captain. Ichigo swore to me that if there was anything I'd give my life for, then so would he. All he asked was that I do the same. It's a meeting that gave me purpose. The captain burst out laughing in noticeable cheer. Then I'll have to thank him for this nice conversation. He reached out and laid a hand on his shoulder. You're a good man, Yasutara Sato. It's a shame I have to put you in the detention cell. You have your duties, I had mine. Chad said as they finished their picnic. With Tatsuki. Come on. I've got restraints on and I'm still beating you. Tatsuki yelled out, jumping around with fantastic agility while wearing cuffs on her wrists and ankles, kicking and punching various members of the second division. She had enough favor with Soifon to keep up her martial arts skills, but only under strict supervision. Most of the squad took it to mean, the ones that get to watch are fine, everyone else needs to improve. There were only 5 people watching, excluding the lieutenant who was turned into Tatsuki's punching bag as a result of his embarrassing defeat. Tatsuki needed the distraction, feeling Ichigo's fight was putting her on edge as well. Ichigo, if you die, I'm gonna be pissed. She thought before jumping and kicking another guy in the head. You win, then I'm getting that sexy nurse outfit I found. Zanjutsu and Yachira. Ichigo seems like a good guy. Yachira said with a smile, almost envious of the protector. Yeah, Zaraki is going to say something stupid soon. Zanjutsu bluntly said. With Ichigo and Zaraki. Fine, call out your Zanpakuto. Ichigo called out. Zaraki merely raised an eyebrow. My Zanpakuto doesn't have a name. He bluntly said, destroying the mood of the fight. What? Ichigo dryly asked. He thought he saw Zanjutsu give himself a tired facepalm. My spiritual pressure is so great that no seal can contain it. This is the true form of my Zanpakuto. He declared. You are a captain of the Godai 13, telling me you have no connection to your blade, despite X number of years, decades even, of using it. Ichigo tried to clarify. Zanpakuto are simply weapons for killing, that's all there is to it. He defended ignorantly. Even if they do have spirits of their own, they are simply tools of battle. Is he for real? Ichigo asked himself as he felt his eye twitch. The look in Zaraki's eyes told him that he believed what he was saying. Zanjutsu. Ichigo called out, making his blade turn and his spirit appear at his side. Yep. The hollow blade asked, just as irritated. I'm going to start hurting him now, I don't know if I'll stop. Ichigo almost growled out. Mask. Zanjutsu asked, concerned about how far this was going to go. I honestly do not care at this point. He said before a black vortex of erasure consumed the both of them. When it calmed down, it revealed Ichigo with his red and white hollow mask. Playtime's over, Zaraki. He said before spinning his blade by the cloth. I'm ending this. Ending. Zaraki laughed. This is just getting start dash. He was interrupted by Ichigo massive blade slamming into his stomach and sending him flying with a deep slash. The blade returned to Ichigo's hand as he spun it again. He said he's releasing his full power, but even now it's steadily increasing to match my own. Ichigo observed, sensing the growing power in the Kenpeki. Zaraki soon got back up, his psychotic smile still on his face. What's happening? Kenpeki made a downward slash on Ichigo, but it stopped cold on his shoulder. Ichigo kicked him back and brought his blade down like a buzzsaw on Zaraki. He blocked, but the repeated slashes made several cuts in the behemoth, and his power kept growing. What am I feeling from this guy? Ichigo charged at his opponent, raising his arm to block another slash. The chipped sword connected and slowly dug its way through his arm. Ichigo quickly tilted his arm and slashed down with Zanjutsu, coming out with a thin slice out of his forearm. And now he's cut through my Hiero. Ichigo took his chance to kick off of Kenpeki and into the air. Take this, get Shuga Tensho. He yelled, swinging his blade wildly downward and sending a barrage of erasure blasts. All that power, he can't even hear his own Zanpakuto, and all he wants is to fight. Even unrestrained he's holding back, but not consciously at least. Zanjutsu let slip. It seems like he has the most insulting seal on himself. The elder version said. He holds back because of it. Wait, is he? But Ichigo asked his spirits as he landed. Zaraki marching out of the darkness radiating his yellow light, highlighting all the burns, cuts and blood he's covered in. Come on Ichigo. He said, staggering a little, not used to this level of damage anymore. I'm not done yet. He charged at Ichigo, fully enjoying himself despite the condition he was in, until Ichigo froze him with a single statement. You're afraid to kill me, aren't you? Kenpei stopped, a storm of emotions going through his head. Confusion at the general statement and anger that he would be afraid of anything. What the hell are you talking about? He demanded. Who could possibly be afraid to kill their enemy? I killed hundreds for fun, so why should I be afraid of another's blood staining my sword? You said it yourself, you thank me for existing. Ichigo explained, dispelling his mask. You've gone so long without a truly worthy opponent that you are incapable of releasing your true strength out of fear that you'll never find a worthy challenge again. Zaraki continued to glare at his opponent and hating the fact that, on some level, this lecture was making sense to him. Don't mock me, come at me like you mean it. Prove me wrong and ram that chipped blade through my heart. The hybrid yelled, demanding action from his enemy. Quit your quivering and attack. And Kenpei did. He charged at Ichigo with his blade, aimed straight for the boy's heart. Time slowed for the both of them as the blade inched closer to its target. For the slightest instant however, it became apparent to the captain. Ichigo was right. Right about him. He didn't want to kill such a worthy match, not when he could have more battles like they just had. He tried to avoid the fatal strike before he felt a hand grasp his own. What? He saw Ichigo's grab the blade and skewer himself through the chest. Blood slowly dripped from his wound as Ichigo pulled himself further down the blade, coughing up some blood on the way down, until he came face to face with the battle-hungry captain. He took hold of the man's Haori and slammed their skulls together. Now listen here you bastard. The hybrid yelled. You will never be able to kill me. Stab me, cut me, slash me, whatever, I will never die by your hand. If you want an opponent to fight you then that's what I'll be. Kenpei looked at the defiant boy on his sword, and felt a strange sense of hope in his chest. Become my ally, fight by my side, and I will be the last opponent you will ever face. All others will be a warm-up for our next fight. Ichigo then stabbed Kenpei through the chest, just barely missing anything vital. This is our pact. I will be that fighter you've been waiting for and you will return to your true strength or I'll kill you trying. Do you accept this? Ichigo asked, glaring at his enemy as the shock fell from the man's eyes. Slowly he began laughing excitedly, striking terror in many hearts as the unbridled joy of Zaraki filled the air. Very well then Ichigo, I accept. He whispered with tears of happiness streaming down his face. It was a new feeling for him, hope that he finally found someone on his level. And he liked it. Ichigo pried out the sword from Zaraki and threw him to the side, before blasting him away with a point-blank zero. He'll be fine, right? He asked his blade as Zanjutsu materialized again and the small pink-haired Yachiro came down. Yeah, Kenny will be fine. She chirped excitedly. He's really tough. Thank you for fighting him Ichi. She said before turning to where her partner went. You better keep your promise, or I'm gonna be really mad. Don't worry. Zanjutsu said. When we get the time, there'll be a round 2. Yachiro beamed the duo a smile before turning to leave. He'll call you by your real name soon enough. He said before she disappeared. The two looked on before something registered with the strawberry. Wait, is she? He asked his blade. Yes she is. He said before pulling out the sword in his partner's chest. Ah damn it, that hurts. Ichigo cried out, the blade tearing through his body as he dropped to his hands and knees. That was a bad idea. He began healing. Just leave a scar, I need that for our agreement. He said while the blood stopped flowing. After a few seconds passed, he rose up and staggered his way towards the doors of the 1st Division's barracks. With Chad and Kiraku. So you're certain that the head captain will hear Ichigo out? The giant asked the captain as they made their way to the prisoner cells. Of course, he was interested in your friend for a long time. He can be a reasonable man. He assured Sato before they heard an explosion rock the Siritii. They turned to see a tower of fire and smoke rise in the distance. What is that? Chad asked, afraid for his friends. That was Old Man Yama. 19 Grudges of the Past. With Yoruaki. She watched in shock as the fire burst out of the 1st Division barracks. Ichigo went inside and the entire building disappeared for a few minutes. Now an explosion tore most of the building apart as Ichigo fled. She saw the captain commander pointing towards the boy as 10 pink lights appear around him and fire towards the hybrid. Ichigo shot off several bursts of energy at the Keto spell as they converged on him. He missed 3 as the bolts exploded on the speed clone he left behind, but was still consumed in the explosion. No! She mentally screamed, turning back into her human state and leaping into the explosion. It was already weakening when she found him, charred, bloodied, what remained of his clothes in tatters leaving only his hakama pants. He coughed up blood and she doubled her efforts, managing to get him out of harm's way. His pulse is just barely there. But she analyzed, examining what she could. Shattered ribs, internal bleeding, smoke inhalation, the old man did a number on you. I need to work fast. But she carried Ichigo off in a flash step, relying on the remains of the smoke and light to cover their escape, heading straight for an old hideout of hers. Genryosai slowly stepped out of the fire just in time to see the two vanish. Foolish boy. He muttered before expelling the tower of flames. At the repentance cell. Here it is. Hanataro said as the trio approached the towering prison cell. The repentance cell. They slowly crossed the bridge, Ganja slowing down step by step. Just beyond that door is that bitch Soul Reaper that killed my bro, Ganja thought as he felt his anger boil. Sis said that he was infected by a hollow and she had to do it. She had to do it. He repeated that mantra in his mind, halfway between rational and irrational thought. He now knows the truth, but he's held this hate for so long. Halt. Two guards ahead yelled out as they crossed their staffs, denying passage to anyone who came by. Turn back or dash. Shut up already. Renji yelled out, getting ahead of the rest. Look, he has some business to settle with the prisoner, so let him through. He ordered of the guards, who stiffly returned to attention, sweating nervously in fear of their superior. Be but lieutenant. They attempted before the red head's glare silenced them. Understood, sir. They squeaked before opening up the gate. As the door finally opened, the guards separated to allow Ganja passage into the tower. The moment he saw her, he felt like that small brat on that cold rainy day. The day when she appeared, coated in her victim's blood with blade and corpse in hand. Cold lifeless eyes that haunted his nightmares for weeks. He couldn't move, nothing registered as the shock of finally confronting his brother's killer froze him. Are you one of Ichigo's friends? She asked in surprise, her voice managing to snap him out of his trance. Wait, that symbol. Rukia murmured, seeing the design on his pants legs. The explosive swirl of dissension. A symbol she knew well, the symbol of her mentor's family. You're a member of the Shiba clan. I haven't forgotten you, Rukia Kukiki. He said coldly. I still remember you dragging my brother's body to my home, you claiming you killed him. She closed her eyes, remembering her old shame. Yes. I killed your brother, Kaien Shiba. She admitted. He hated this girl, hated this Shinigami. He may now know the reason, but that didn't quell the years of resentment he had for her. He ran out to her and grabbed her prisoner's garments. Hanataro and the guards nearly bolted inside to restrain the man, but Renji stopped them. He recognized the look in Ganja's eyes, someone confronting a dark past. Go ahead. You have every right to take my life. She said, completely resigned, ready to lose her life. That just pissed off the Shiba men even more. Why? He growled out, feeling the barest hint of restraint holding him back from cutting her throat. Why did you kill my brother? He decided that her answer would settle this. They said he was fighting a hollow, but he died by a sword and you claimed to be his killer. Why? He demanded again. He saw the look in her eyes. The dead guilt in her, covered by a robotic mask, and completely resigned to her eventual death for her perceived crimes. He wanted haughty, he wanted condescending, he wanted something other than her own guilt over what happened. There was nothing for him to be angry at. I had to. It was my duty. She said, in the same cold dead tone she used when she first said, I killed him. You're pathetic. He said, releasing the petite prisoner. This is the Soul Reaper that killed my brother. He said, looking at her with disappointment. This is the protege he took under his wing, just a scared girl running from her guilt. He said, shocking Rukia. She was accepting her death sentence, how was this running from her guilt? You don't even have the decency to confront the family of the man you murdered. You just delivered his body and left. He said, a mirthless chuckle escaping him. My brother was a proud and strong Shinigami. There had to be more than simply, I killed him. But nope, you just said that and left. He turned to leave. A sad excuse of a Soul Reaper, as a member of my brother's squad, and of the Kukiki family. Even Byakuya would have had the decency to face the grieving family. But you just wallow in your own guilt. He looked over his shoulder at the shaken girl. Ichigo's a better Shinigami, and a better person. Why he's trying to save you is beyond me. He left the tower, returning to his companions. That was a little harsh. Renji said to the thug, feeling a little angry at the way the man treated his friend. I thought Rukia told the Shibas what happened. Apparently she didn't. They heard the stoic calm tone that could only come from one person. Byakuya Kukika was standing right in front of them. My apologies, man of the Shiba clan. He said, one noble to another, even if he was from a disgraced family. I should have gone with Captain Yukitake when he was paying your family a visit. Had I known she was acting so disgracefully, I would have acted sooner. It's not your cross to bear, Kukiki. Ganju said, slightly intimidated by the powerful man. It was her as a person. Nevertheless, she was a representative of the clan and has acted shamefully. The noble said as he walked to his condemned sister. Rukia, you will be executed in 3 days' time with the harshest punishment of Soul Society, the Sokyoku. He announced, causing everyone to freeze. And Ichigo Kurosaki has been designated as kill on sight. he said, remembering the announcement after the chaos settled at the First Division. Ichigo Kurosaki has admitted his collaboration with traitors of the Godai 13 who are suspect with the desire to destroy Soul Society. He said, resigned that his sister was now doomed and accepted her fate. He swore to uphold the law and at that moment he vowed to kill Ichigo himself. Squad 13 Barracks, Yukatake and Kiraku. So Captain Aizen is dead, Kenpeiku was defeated, and even Master has acted. The sickly white-haired captain said from his bed. He had recently woken up as the announcement made its rounds to the various captains. He got the report from his old-time friend just as the messenger showed up. The two were currently having more tea, something easier of the ill man. Yeah, things are really getting hectic around here, Juashiro. Kiraku said, taking a drink of his tea while wishing it was sake. We managed to capture 3 of the Ryoka now and that's because they turned themselves in. They also vouched that Ichigo would not kill unless necessary, but witnesses saw that Ichigo went after Aizen with the intent to kill and admitted that he had to do it. And Master gave 3 days till Rukia is executed. Yukatake lamented. Shame, she was a good one. I was really hoping Ichigo could save her. He felt his old friend place a hand on his shoulder and something fell into his shiakusho. This has been the way of things for centuries, Yukatake. The old man is stubborn and Ichigo turned out to be no different than Jinjo Kyujo. Kiraku said, raising from his seat. I'm going to try to appeal for a pardon on the rest of the Ryoka. Maybe we can still save some innocent lives. He said, leaving the captain of the 13th to his thoughts. After a few minutes and a quick scan to make sure he was isolated, he reached for what Kiraku dropped into his clothes. It was a small note, with a very risky plan. This is an insane gamble. He said, steeling himself to do what he believed in. But I'll do it. Squad 6 Barracks. To everyone else, it was a display of immaculate skill and control. Every swing of his blade sung in harmony with his movements, the perfect show of his years of training that was expected of one of his status. To a scarce few, they could tell he was distracted, furious. Barest traces of hesitation, too much force in some attacks, some unnecessary movements to his motions. Renji was basing it off a hunch, from his experience as one of the members of the 11th squad. Being among them gave some good insight of the moods of men. Everything all right, sir? He bravely inquired, prompting Byakuya to nearly impale his lieutenant in the throat. Renji was sweating bullets from his near brush with death by careless idiocy. Renji. The captain responded, as calm as ever. You should be more careful when approaching me during practice. Almost as if he was conversing about the weather instead of nearly dealing a life-threatening injury. Why yeah. Renji stuttered, trying to calm down from the event. I'm just a tad concerned, sir. I've been your lieutenant for over a month and this is the first time I've seen you so agitated. The captain turned to the redhead and analyzed the man. He's always been sure to control his emotions but apparently Renji saw through some cracks. I'm going to speak plainly with you, Renji. I was hoping that Ichigo Kurosaki would save Rukia. The man said, surprising his second in command. Just like the head captain, I hold the law and peace in high regard. If someone like me ignores it then no one else will obey it. In my life, I've broken the law twice. When I married my wife, his Anna, and when I adopted her sister into the clan. He admitted to Renji. You're married? The tattooed man asked. Rukia's your sister-in-law? Yes. Byakuya said, as calm as ever with melancholy lacing his tone. I was. She died 5 years into our marriage and begged me to find and protect Rukia. After that I swore to never break the law again. There was a popping and stretching as the cold noble clenched his fist. I am conflicted, Renji. I must sacrifice one vow to keep the other. Ichigo was my last hope for Rukia's salvation. He would come, plead her case, and would spare Rukia her condemnation while taking a reasonable burden. A seal on his powers maybe, but that is now impossible. He said, letting more of his emotions slip out, even if it was just a little more. Rukia and Ichigo Kurosaki have been ordered to die. He raised his blade to look into his own eyes, steeling his resolve. I will kill Ichigo Kurosaki with my own hands for this, Renji. Renji recognized the sense of resolve and determination, feeling it once before with Ichigo himself. That was the pivotal moment for Renji. He needed to do something. He had a gut feeling that Ichigo would still save Rukia, but if he was going to have any part in it then he would need to be stronger. Captain. Renji called out while manifesting his Zanpakuto spirit. I've been training to achieve Bankai. Can you help me, sir? He requested, staying vague about his own intentions. Byakuya looked to his lieutenant and felt a sense of pride in his lieutenant. Very well, Renji. He said as they made their way to a more open training ground. He felt no need to train himself more than necessary. Ichigo killed a peaceful man and fought a brute to a standstill while relying on forbidden powers. He would not survive their fight, not when the captain intends to kill him. What progress could the boy make in such a short time anyway? Training grounds underneath Sokyoku Hill. Yoriyuki sat patiently, holding a tube that extended into the steaming spring below. The healing spring that Kisuke created there many years ago to recover after harsh training sessions, where Ichigo now lay submerged and unconscious. After his fights and withstanding the power of the captain commander, Ichigo needed some fast recovery. His own accelerated healing, mixed with the power of the healing waters patched up all his external injuries while his internal ones took some time. So here Yoriyuki sat with that tube in hand so Ichigo could breathe, waiting for a couple hours while her student recovered with a change of clothes, his sword, a bottle of water, and that Reisher potion Kisuk made by her side. His eyes snapped open and his hands exploded from the water as he forced himself up. He stood upright and ripped his air tube out of his throat, releasing a few dry gasps and coughs as Yoriyuki gave him the water. The old man wasn't in a talking mood. She stated sarcastically as Ichigo drank the life-nourishing liquid, wetting his throat. Considering everything that had happened, it was lucky that it lasted as long as it did before Yamamoto tried to kill him. Ah! He exclaimed, finishing his drink. Yeah, that could have gone better. He pulled himself out of the water and began stretching and popping his stiff joints. What happened while I was out? Sato got arrested by Kiraku, Ganja turned himself in to be Akia, Rukia is to be executed in 3 days and your public enemy number 1. She explained. Urayu and Orium are still roaming about but it's a matter of time at this point before they're found and captured. They might put up a fight if the odds are good enough. Then I have 3 days to prepare. Ichigo said, reaching for a sword that wasn't at his side. He finally examined his body and noticed something he should have realized sooner. Enjoying the show Yoriyuki? Yes I am. She said, unashamedly. Happy to hear. He said before flash stepping next to his clothes. But the show's over. He reached for his new clothes before Yoriyuki ran off with them. Come and get me. Training starts now. She yelled as she fled with his new Shiakusho. Ichigo had to spend the next few hours chasing the goddess of flash while naked. With Urayu and Orium. They kept at their mission, placing the tags while now making their way towards Sokyoku Hill, where Yoriyuki said was a secret training ground that they would all meet up at. They disguised themselves as Soul Reapers as it was easier than constantly hiding from and dodging patrols. There was one close call with a guy attempting to hit on Orium, before she slapped him silly while stating she had a boyfriend. They managed to ditch the group and continued on their way to the secret training ground. They thought they had a lucky respite when darkness fell, until they were caught. Hey, who are you? What division do you belong to? A Shinigami with a parted mustache and slicked back hair called out to them. We're with the Dash, Uriah started, trying to think of an appropriate squad, but without Zanpakuto their options were limited. They were given an overview on squad specialties just in case of a situation like this. The 4th. Orium called out. Our medical supplies ran out and we got a little lost. She said in her cutest, ditziest way. Could you point us back in the right direction? She asked with a smile as the man drew closer. Why of course. He said in a sarcastic friendly tone. Just as soon as you tell me what self-respecting medic goes around without their med kit. He said before grabbing onto Orium's coat. And this symbol is the 12th dash. He was interrupted when Orium grabbed his wrist and elbow and twisted his arm so fast there was a sickening pop and he flipped onto his side. You can look but no touchy. She sang before kicking him across the face. Just then a group that was waiting made themselves known. Whoa, that was neat. One of the newcoming Shinigami said. Looks like we were unneeded after all. Don't let it bother ya, another one of them said. All these 11th squad guys are jerks. Us 12th division members need to stick together. They all started conversing rather happily while Uriah stayed in the back, feeling very suspicious about the whole thing. They show up out of nowhere, don't even ask questions. Subtly, he pulled out one of his silver seal Schneiders and looked into its reflective surface. Seeing a strange man about to push a button. Orium, trap. He yelled out, warning Orium. Santen Kesshun, Soten Kishun. She called out near simultaneously, shooting up on a small barrier while trapping the Soul Reapers in her healing shield, just as they were exploding. My, Kuratsuki mused excitedly while analyzing the ability that saved his worthless subordinates. What an interesting power that girl possesses. The shield soon dissipated as the damage was undone. What happened? One of the guys asked. I can heal any injury. Orium declared, glaring at the captain just as Ishida stood between them. An ability to create a healing field and controlling barriers? How remarkable. The mad scientist exclaimed in glee. How about becoming a subject of research girl? He asked Orium, making offers of drugging and scans while trying to mutilate her as little as possible. That's an offer I never made before. He said, sounding genuine in his lack of morality. Complete lack of empathy and a Halloween fashion statement. Uriah thought as he recalled one person Urahara warned them about as a complete sadist. There's no way she's going anywhere with you, Mayuri Kuratsuki. Uriah growled, pointing his manifested bow at him. Oh, a Quincy. He said, mildly surprised. But I've no interest in your kind boy. I've already finished my studies of you. He released a bit of his spiritual pressure when a flash of light went across his face. He turned to see Uriah there, fingers steaming from a shot. He's definitely fast and seems unaffected by my Ryutsu. Uriah Ishida I take it? The only other one among you Ryoka that will fight captains. I am. He said before calling over to the others. Hey, you guys owe her your lives. Get her somewhere safe. He ordered, making the assembled Soul Reapers act and carry Orium away from the fight. I think not. Mayuri said, shooting his arm like a grappling hooks with it segmenting, showing the metallic cables within. His eyes grew in amazement as an orange light shot off from the girl and blew apart his entire arm to the shoulder before returning to its master. That was new. He noted, looking down at the remains of his limb. Been a while since this happened. He took out a small needle and injected himself with the fluid inside, making a new arm grow out grotesquely from his shoulder. Well, I think it's fair to assume I'll have to fight you first, Quincy. He asked, turning to the glaring Uriu. I figured. With Orihime. I appreciate you guys trying to get me to safety. She said, dusting herself off. But I'd rather not be taken in by a bunch of forgettable no-rank soul reapers. No offense. She apologized to the unconscious heap of men that was her escort. Now where to go from here? How about with me, Orihime Inoue? The healer heard from behind. She turned to see a really tall silver-haired girl with a pair of thin braids, and a lieutenant's badge on her right arm. I'm Isane Katetsu, Squad 4 Lieutenant. 20. Confronting Demons. With Rukia, night had fallen in the Soul Society. Now would be a time for rest, to slumber in peace for the duties of the next day. But the realm was still in turmoil, an endless search for the remaining Ryoka and the aftermath of Aizen's death still had the entire Siritii in turmoil. A good comparison for the storm of emotions in Rukia's heart, the words of Ganju Shiba still ringing in her ears. You're pathetic. Every stinging statement was a tug of a knife in her heart, just a scared girl running from her guilt. Why did she never tell the Shiba clan? They deserved to know the full story, but she left. Was she scared? Is this why she's so willing to accept the punishment of Soul Society? Was letting herself die really so much more difficult than facing the punishment from the Shiba clan? No, it didn't matter anymore. Her fate was sealed the moment Ichigo attacked the head captain. She failed everyone she cared about. There was no saving her now. Ichigo. She muttered, memories of their time together replaying in her head. The way he acted in the face of the overwhelming danger of the Hollows, the kindness he showed her during her time in the living world, the offer that Orihime and Tatsuki left open. Would he even have me? She wondered, thinking back to the thoughts she had the first time she imagined being with Ichigo. She dropped to the floor, tears pouring from her face. Please, just leave me behind. She cried out, feeling despair creep into her heart. Orihime and Isane. The two stared at each other, trying to put up an intimidating front. One to rescue a friend and escape an unjust punishment while the other is the second in command of the healing squad. Both would rather not fight, but the other is leaving little recourse for that. They soon shifted into their respective fighting stances, one of martial arts and the other for swordplay. Any chance you can let me through? Orihime asked politely with a happy smile, hoping it would work. I don't like fighting too much. Neither do I. Isane replied. It's why I'm a medic. But I can't let you through. She then asked in a similar manner. Please come with me. They kept smiling before they turned serious and charged at each other. Isane swung her blade at Orihime, who swiftly ducked under it to deliver a swift palm strike to her side. The tall woman staggered back a little and brought her blade down in another swing, making Orihime jump back but was caught by a rope of light. Bakudo 4 Hainawa. Isane chanted, trapping Orihime in her Kido. Surrender please. She asked again. Kouten Zanshun. Orihime called out, having her attack destroy her bindings. Thanks Tsubeki. She said, bringing out all of her fairies. Let's do this. Her spirits started to fly around rapidly, putting the lieutenant on edge. Erring on the side of caution, she made a forward charge which was deflected by a barrier. You can't break through my barrier, Isane-san. Orihime said politely, still trying to dissuade the fight. Isane disappeared in a burst of shunpo that Orihime was not expecting. She turned just in time to see her opponent inside her guard, so she did something risky. With one hand she caught the hilt of the sword and the blade with the other, wincing as the metal cut into her hand. The shocked Isane, who was pulled off balance and elbowed in her chest and forced back with a kick. Then Orihime took the time to realize how bad she hurt herself. Wah, my hand. She cried, in chibi mode with tears gushing out of her eyes. Ah, don't worry. Isane called out. I am a medic. She said, taking Orihime's hand into her own while applying a healing Kido. Repairing any major nerve damage, cuts to the bones. She muttered as she let the healer in her take the dominate role. There, just need a few stitches, and I'd advise against catching swords like that ever again. Don't worry. Orihime chirped, the pain already gone. I've got this. Soten Kishun. She called out her healing shield and repaired the rest of her damaged hand. I could have fixed it myself, but thanks anyway. She said, happily showing off her fixed hand. Isane could only stare in shock at the display of healing. That was amazing. Then she started gushing over it, grabbing Orihime's hand and examining it all over. No scarring, completely healed, and so smooth. She said, feeling out Orihime's hand. So soft, so gentle. You're a natural healer. Whatever you did made it like your hand was never cut at all. Thanks. Orihime said as they giggled for a few seconds. I feel like we're forgetting something. There was a pause before they remembered they were supposed to be fighting. After a quick shout of realization, they jumped back and returned to their respective fighting stances. Your power is impressive. Isane said. Time for me to reveal mine. Run Itagimo. She called out, making her sword create two smaller blades from the base at a 45-degree angle. With her new blade, Isane charged at Orihime again by disappearing in a burst of shunpo, relying on speed to throw of the barrier maiden. Santen Kesshun. She called out, erecting her barrier to her back and having Tsubaki attack the lieutenant. The small fairy circled the tall medic, looking for a chance to attack or to create an opening for Orihime. Either way was fine with him. He took a chance and charged through her guard, passing between two of the blades while Orihime did the same. Tsubaki at her stomach and Orihime punching her chest. Isane staggered and coughed painfully as the air was forced from her body. Sorry about this, but I need to find Ichigo. Orihime said, raising her hand. Tsubaki, Kouten Zanshun. She called out, noticing her arm was bleeding again. She then realized that Tsubaki was moving very sluggish all of a sudden. That's my Zanpakuto, Itagumo's ability. Isane said, catching her breath. Anything caught in the field of my 3 blades becomes numb. You won't know if your life is in danger after a touch or cut of my blade. She spoke in a serious tone. It's really useful if you run out of anesthesia for field surgery. Plus it can reduce fevers and swelling with its cold aura. She said happily and proud. Wow, that sounds really useful. Orihime said, genuinely impressed while she healed herself and Tsubaki. She saw the lieutenant tearing up before hugging her. Thank you so much. Isane cried out. I'm a poor fighter so I rely on being faster than my opponent but I just don't have any skill for it. I'm one of the weaker lieutenants. All I can really do is heal people. Orihime felt sympathy for the silver-haired girl and returned her hug. There. Orihime cooed, gently rocking the girl back and forth. I really don't like fighting either and Tsubaki is my only real attack power. She said, before remembering something she was working on. Though there is this one move I've been experimenting with. You can tell everyone you pushed me to a last resort. She offered the lieutenant. Really? Isane asked, feeling hopeful that she'd get a more positive image with her colleagues. Yep, watch. Orihime let go of the girl and stepped back. She took a few breaths to center her focus and create the barrier she wanted. Shurten Koshan. She recited, making 4 of the sprites reconfigure into her normal shield, with Tsubaki in the center. My shield that reflects all attacks back to my opponent. She reached out her hand to grab something as the sprites began to shift in their places. The 3 points converged on each other while the top 2 tilted upwards to form a rough hilt while the center point extended to form a large blade shape. Kenten Kosun. My twin strike blade. She wrapped her hand around the hilt portion and swung her blade a few times to get used to it. It's a work in progress. She chirped and swung at Isane, who managed to block, and then both were shot back by the unexpected recoil. Definitely needs more work. Orihime groaned. Yeah. Isane agreed as they got up for the next bout when a voice stopped them. Stop. It was stern but motherly. They looked behind them to see a serene and beautiful woman in a captain's haori with a long braid in front of her walking towards them. Captain Unohana. Isane whispered out as the 2 fighters dropped their stances. Guess this is it for our fight. Orihime said, just before Unohana started to correct their stances for their respective fighting styles. Much better. Unohana said with a smile. Now continue. She said surprising them. When they looked at her with the unasked question, she responded. You 2 started this fight, you finish it. I'll step in if it starts to get dangerous. She said while other members of her squad went about gathering the people Orihime knocked unconscious. Just think of this as an impromptu swordsmanship lesson in Inoue-san. You can pay us back by helping at my division's barracks, so go ahead with your fight. But Unohana-san Orihime started. Go ahead with your fight. The captain interrupted, more sternly, making the 2 fighters cuddle with each other with fearful eyes, nodding as they trembled in front of the frightening captain. Uryu versus Mayuri. Alright, need to focus. Uryu analyzed his situation. 1 captain and a lieutenant, one was obviously strong but there was nothing from the lieutenant at all. Start out slow, get a feel for his abilities. He thought, already firing several shots from multiple directions. Mayuri managed to dodge each one and join him on top of a wall while examining the damage. Very impressive. He said to the focused archer. That was Hirankyaku, wasn't it? Impressive that a youth like you has mastered it to such a level. Flattered. But I always felt kind of slow in comparison to my cousin. Uryu said, staying cryptic about his and Ichigo's relation. But I was always the better shot. He disappeared again, firing from a distance and surprising the Quincy expert with the speed and power of the arrow. Licked Regan. Mayuri heard from above, before Uryu unleashed a barrage of arrows down on him. He landed and waited, sure that the captain managed to evade. Gathering Raisher at the shoulder for a great number of arrows fired in rapid succession. Mayuri said, looking closely at Uriah's left arm. Such fine condition too. A perfect specimen of the Quincy. He sneered at the archer. You've almost sparked my interest in your kind again. Uryu responded by quickly dissolving his bow and striking Mayuri twice. First with an elbow to his face and a palm strike to the center of his chest, pushing him back quite a bit. Those attacks are a lot stronger than his muscle structure would suggest. Mayuri thought, reeling back in pain. As interesting as your displays are, I would rather find that girl and begin researching her instead. Claw out. Ashisaji Jaizu. He called while unsheathing his blade, making it turn into strange trident sword with a creepy golden baby face praying at the guard. Try not to die, I might want to dissect you later. Mayuri said, suddenly charging at him with the lieutenant suddenly running into the archer, letting the mad scientist slash them both. Damn it, I let my guard down. He berated himself as they fell, wincing from the pain of the blade cutting through his flesh. How can he do this to his own subordinates? He wondered, remembering the grunts from earlier that almost died before Orihime saved them. Why did she do this willingly? The lieutenant staggered before Mayuri punched her. Didn't I say to not let go even if your arm was cut off? He growled in fury. No matter, you served your purpose. He's beaten now. Uriah glared at the mad scientist and tried to move his finger, only to find a complete lack of mobility in all of his limbs. Tranquilizers? Is that the effect of his Zanpakuto? Uriah tried to figure out what was happening. Maybe not. I can still feel the ground, so it might just be that my motor functions are disabled. Good thing I have just the counter. They heard the girl coughing and struggling to breath. You must have some iron wool though. Mayuri said. That's a pretty substantial cut, but you haven't cried out once. Not the first time you've been wounded by a blade. Uriah briefly flashed back to how his blood vein was trained. Yeah, I've been cut plenty of times. Uriah spoke in defiance. Training is not meant to be gentle. Interesting. He said as he raised his blade and Uriah prepared himself, until Mayuri got fed up. Be quiet, Nemu. Forgive me, Master Mayuri. She gasped helplessly. Please give me some of the medicine. My lung seems to be damaged. She said, freezing the captain in a sense of indignant rage. He stomped over to deliver his vengeful fury when Uriah chipped in. That might not be completely unreasonable. That was a deep cut. Mayuri shifted his glare back to the downed Quincy. Aspiring doctor. Uriah said, explaining his concern. Do you think me an idiot? The captain roared, grabbing his lieutenant by her shiakusho and slamming her against the wall. Do you think a body I created will fail from this level of injury? He demanded, surprising Uriah. Wait, you made her? He asked, drawing upon what limited knowledge of Shinigami technology he had. Mixing Jigai and Jiken. Correct. Mayuri said, surprised by the Quincy's quick deduction. Mixing these techniques, I created this girl. My daughter, Nemu Kuratsuke. He threw her to the ground. And I shall treat her however I please. The hell you will. Uriah growled, getting ready to attack the moment the captain drops his guard. Is this the pride of the Quincy crap your kind prattles on about? The captain asked, annoyed. It's the same every time. During all my experiments and studying of the Quincy. By the honor of the Quincy I won't do this, by the pride of the Quincy I won't allow that. It was so annoying until I finally killed those worthless subjects. Uriah was frozen, wondering how many of his kind suffered, or how many innocent lives this monster must have tortured. Getting viable specimens was always such a pain. Bribing the soul reapers that were watching the remaining Quincy to let them die, then recover the soul forms for experimentation. He dug out a small picture and tossed it to Uriah. The last worthless test subject I had. Kept screaming the names of his students or grandchildren. Everything else was mute to Uriah in that moment. On that picture, was his grandfather's mutilated body. The man before him was the one responsible for his grandfather's death. He glanced at the Sanrei glove, thoughts of murdering this man being the sole thoughts in his head. He wanted to rip off the glove, gain the unparalleled power of the Let's Still and reduce this man to ash. His nearly ripped it off when something deep in his mind rang out. Why do you fight Uriah? He heard his father's words echoing in his mind and he froze. Ichigo is trying to become stronger to face a terrible monster. One that will destroy everything. That is his reason to get stronger. What is yours? The words continued to ring, making him hesitate. That's right. He recalled. I'm doing this to help Ichigo. I promised not to do anything foolish. The fog of rage and hate was slowly clearing, letting him think rationally again. You're still looking out for me, even when you're not here. He smiled, devising a plan on crushing the man. He laughed. This is the results of your research. He said through his chuckles. Urahara could have made twice the discoveries with a fourth of the damage. He began laughing hysterically, fueled by Mayuri's rage-contorted face, knowing the history of the two. You're more of a butcher than a scientist. He said, watching the madman get closer. Because a real scientist would be ready for anything regarding his field of expertise. He growled before flashing in front of the captain and grabbing him by the throat, slamming him into a wall. What the, how? Mayuri questioned as the Quincy defied his Zanpakuto's ability. He then noticed the thousands of spirit threads wrapping around them both and the boy's glowing, bulging veins. Ranso Tenge. And he's channeling Ryutsu through his veins to increase his strength. He analyzed while pinned to the wall, marveling at the reveal of information he could study in spite of the danger he was in. Pride of the Quincy? Don't make me laugh. Uriah growled, using his mastery of the rare Quincy skill to immobilize his enemy. I don't give a damn about that pride and honor. What good was any of it if it nearly made an entire race go extinct? I only fight for what I believe in. He then brought out one of the seal Schneiders on his waist and stabbed the man through the gut. Make no mistake, I want to kill you. He stared into Mayuri's eyes with cold hate. You murdered my grandfather, all because of some failing research instead of proving something by making the Quincy a viable ally to the Soul Reapers like we once offered. He brought up his black Quincy cross. Urahara made this. It lets me create bows and arrows that can purify hollows like a Shinigami Zappakuto, something you never thought to try. He created a small hand-sized bow and shot off the captain's leg. The air was filled with the sadist screams of pain. I could pick any number of methods to kill you, but that wouldn't do anyone any good. He took hold of Ashisaji Jizo and impaled Mayuri with his own blade. I can feel another captain nearby. You can beg them for help. He said before Mayuri began to melt. How shameful indeed. The disembodied voice of Mayuri spoke out. To think I disregarded the possibility of the Quincy evolving. Though you've insulted me so much, I can't help but want to relish in studying your corpse when the other captains kill you. Uraya glared at the retreating slime. You'll be lucky if you face me again in battle, Kurotsuke. But pray my cousin never finds you or what you did. Uraya warned. Ichigo is far stronger than I am. Ichigo Kurosake. Mayuri spoke in surprise. He's supposed to be descended from Soul Reapers. He is, on his father's side. The only sound left was the demented and elated laughter of the deranged man, relishing what experiments were already coming to mind. Freaking nut job. Uraya grunted out before collapsing, being caught in someone's arms. That is interesting to hear, Ishida-san. Unohana said, gently lowering the boy to the ground. But more so impressive that you didn't kill him when you had the chance. She said, already beginning treatment on the downed Quincy. Why is that? It wouldn't have done any good. He said, seeing no point in lying to the woman that was healing him. He didn't have it in him to fight anyone at the moment. It wouldn't bring back my grandfather or the Quincy that died. And it would have made life that much more difficult for Ichigo and his mission. And that mission is? She asked cautiously, but Uraya already fell asleep. She smiled gently at the young archer. Lieutenant Kurotsuke, would you help? She asked the artificial Shinigami, whom she already healed. Yes, Captain. She said simply, grateful to the Quincy for some reason. 21. The Last Night of Peace. Squad 4 Barracks. The entirety of the Siritii was still in a state of panic and searches. The strongest of the Shinigami seemed to be failing against the Ryoka, and the most dangerous of them was still at large, putting most of the White City denizens in a state of frenzied confusion. The intruders that were captured were monitored closely and put to work with restraints on their powers. The able-bodied were brought to the Hospital of Soul Society under the watchful eye of one of the head captain's most loyal and trusted allies, Retsu Unohana. Please put those over there, Ganjo-san. The serene captain requested of the thug, helping carry and deliver bandages and medical supplies. Before his capture, Chadziswolk put a good number of Soul Reapers into the medical barracks, which were almost full with the members of Squad 11. Sato-san, these need to be in the ore. Ganju and Chad were designated to carrying and delivering supplies throughout the building. Yes, Inoue-san. That looks good. Unohana took it upon herself to teach basic medic skills to Orihime, who was changing and wrapping bandages under Unohana's watchful eye. Your power is wonderful, but very reliant on your mood. Use the basic skills for now. She advised the girl. Chad, what did you do to this guy? Asked Uraya, who was serving as one of the main doctor's staff, currently treating the broken third seat of the 8th. He was in the way, so I pushed him. Sato said simply, carrying another patient to a different room, through 5 walls. The Quincy clarified, already resetting the broken bones. I push hard. He replied, carrying an irate Squad 11 guy back to his room, as lively as it's ever been. The captain said with a smile, grateful for the extra hands helping out. Come along, Inoue, I believe the next patient is a friend of yours. They wandered to the next room where Tatsuki was, wearing the battle dress of the On Mitsukido that Soifan gave her, with her arms in splints, and Soifan, who was looking oddly distracted. Hey Orihime. Tatsuki beamed to her friend as the two entered the room. Tatsuki. Orihime cheered as she hugged her friend, careful to avoid the fractured limbs. What happened? Internal bleeding, concussion, almost 100 broken bones, and, is that a wedgie? They heard from the next room. What the hell happened to Lieutenant Omada? The healing duo turned their attention on the fiery martial artist. He was peeking on me changing. She said with a shrug, making the girls nod in understanding. Unohana then made to depart. Well, I have some business to take care of. She told the ladies. Captain Soifan, you seem distracted. Would you like to take a walk through my division's garden? She offered, a sense of worry for the younger captain. And no, I'm fine. Soifan defended. Besides, someone needs to watch the prisoners. We'll take care of that, Captain. They all turned to see Yumishika, Ikeku, and a bandaged Zaraki coming in. Unohana smiled at the noticeable lack of his usual bells in favor of an unruly mess down the back. You go out and enjoy the beautiful flowers. The stealth force commander hesitated before finally taking the advice. Yumishika, go to that one playing doctor. Ikeku, help the other two with the supplies. Zaraki ordered. I'll stay here with the girls. The two men scrambled to follow their orders when another pair of Zaraki's subordinates came to plead with their captain to let them out. You are both still injured. You need your rest. Orihime told the two, worried about their health. Listen here, Missy. They started. Please go back to your rooms. Orihime pleaded, using teary puppy eyes on the two, making them blush and leave, commenting that they did still hurt a little. Wonder how devastated they'll be when they find out you have a boyfriend. Tatsuki muttered, making Orihime giggle. I'll keep an eye on them, you go about your duties. Zaraki told the healer, noting for the first time that the scar she gave him didn't even burn anymore. The woman glared at the brat twice her size, feeling her own scar ache though not as much, before leaving to perform her duties. With Hinamari, hours later, she was told that she could be discharged, that she was physically fine. The damage was minimal and they let her have an extended stay because of the trauma of watching her captain killed right in front of her. She admired him, such a gentle, caring man, showing compassion for all of his subordinates, protected them at their most vulnerable, and her hero. All the effort she put into rising in the ranks, to prove herself capable, worthy, and then he made her his lieutenant. She was filled with joy, loving the man like a father, worshipping him as a god. Then that Ryoka showed up, supposed to help save Rukia from an unjust execution, offered help from her saintly captain, only for him to reveal himself as a monster and kill that wondrous man that saved her. And she was unable to stop him. She had nothing but hate for that damned Ryoka that killed her beloved Aizen, that Ichigo Kurosake. The second she woke up, realizing she wasn't having a terrible nightmare, she swore that she would kill him, no matter the cost. With that solitary thought, she dressed herself and took hold of her blade. Just where do you think you're going? She turned to see her childhood friend and captain of the 10th Division. It better be back to your squad. I have to find him, Toshiro. She said, seeing no point in lying to her oldest friend. I have to avenge Captain Aizen. Anyone could see the determination in her eyes, and Toshiro knew that it was a foolish endeavor. Ichigo Kurosaki is not your concern, Momo. He said bluntly. He's a captain's priority only. Stay out of it. Toshiro, he killed Captain Aizen. She screamed at him, trying to make him see her point, to let her attempt this suicide mission. Who then bested 4 lieutenants with little effort, put myself and Ichimeru on the defensive, defeated Kenpei Kazaraki, and survived the captain commander himself. He said, reinforcing just how much of a threat the one Ryoka was. You're lucky to be alive right now. If you face him again, you will die. I know that. She yelled out. I know I don't stand a chance against him, but I have to do this. He killed my captain Toshiro, I have to avenge him. She pleaded with her oldest friend. If you really are my friend, you'd understand. I do understand, Momo. He said, stern but gentle. Make no mistake, I want to avenge Aizen as well, but you are incapable of doing so, which is why I'm not asking you as a friend. I'm ordering you as a captain. She looked at him, shocked that he was denying her new life goal. Stand down, return to your division, restore order, and wait for further instructions. He began to leave just as she was about to protest. Your squad lost their leader. He froze her with a single statement, reminding her that the loss was not just affecting her. Don't take away the only one they have now. I'll kill Ichigo. He left her there, just as she collapsed into tears. He was walking through the halls of the 4th Division, his goal clear in his head when he came upon Anohana's office and asking her to keep an eye on Momo when he heard something shocking. What do you mean, Anohana-san? He looked inside to see Urayu and Orihime speaking with Unohana over Aizen's corpse. There is no body there. I thought as much. Unohana conceded, looking disappointed. We've been lied to. With Ichigo and Yoryuki, hidden away from the eyes of Soul Society, underneath their very noses in a place known only to a few, Ichigo trained in the hidden training hall his masters used in their youth. For the added measure of security, he created a Kido barrier that was taught to him for training in secrecy, maintained now by Yoryuki because he needed to devote his full attention to his training. Yoryuki continued to watch the empty glowing space before her, the area Ichigo was training inside, knowing that what he was going through now was beyond most Soul Reapers, as she has come to expect out of the hybrid. For them this would be training for Bankai. But, she thought, gazing into the glowing nothingness as she held on to the charm that let her power the Kido spell. For you, this is merely enhancing your abilities. When his spirits manifested, they explained that keeping them manifested was extremely draining for anyone, but fighting a constantly stronger opponent that was familiar with all your skills was a whole other monster. That was Ichigo's training. She dropped the barrier's strength to the degree that she was able to see inside. Ichigo was clashing against both the old man and the hollow, each one holding a variant of Ichigo's current Shurkai blade while he tried to fend off both attackers almost simultaneously. He utilized everything he could, Kido spells, Siros and Ballas, Quincy attacks, all while switching out new blades with every sword break. Never once missing a step even with the damage he was taking. His body was a canvas, their blades were the brushes, and his blood was the paint. In light of all of this, she knew she was going to run out of Ryutsu before he was at his limit. He impressed her, terrified her, more of a monster than anything she's ever seen or heard. All for the power to protect. Hours later, her energy ran out and the barrier fell. You okay, Yoryuki? He asked, despite the horrific condition his body was in. Yeah, just need to rest. She panted as he helped her up after regrowing the arm he lost. You sure this'll work? She asked her student. It has to. Ichigo said. He'll have no other options than to act hastily. Yamamoto will kill you if this fails. She reminded him. Yeah, I know. Ichigo dismissed, already heading for the healing spring. He's agitated. She thought, watching him walk away. He knows what's at stake and he's prepared for it. A great battle was coming for them all. One that was spitting in the face of centuries of law and practice for the Shinigami, to prepare for a terrible war. And I know just the way to calm his nerves. Mine as well. She adopted a mischievous smirk. With Byakuya. It was the last night, Rukia's execution was tomorrow. He failed the woman he loved, lost her to illness, lost his parents, all he has left is his duty as a captain and his revenge. An empty existence, a living hell. Win or lose, after tomorrow, he would leave this life for whatever lay beyond. Soon his Anna, I'll be with you soon. He prayed in front of the shrine dedicated to beloved. It may be foolish, but I wish something will happen to save Rukia. Anything. A rare tear forming on his eye. With Yamamoto. He stood there, with his longest-serving and most loyal members of his squad, hearing the report from the healer. The words of the Ryoka cannot be trusted, Retsu. He said to his assembled advisors. But even then this is most concerning. When Ichigo attacks tomorrow, go to the Central 46 in the midst of the confusion. Find out personally what is happening there. The healer bowed in acknowledgement before he turned to his disciples. Are the preparations ready? Yes, sensei. Yukitake confirmed, unusually focused on the trial ahead. Never thought that this would ever happen. Shunsui admitted. Things are getting really hectic. After today, nothing will be the same. Yamamoto said, completely aware of the boy spying on them. 22 Beginnings of Revolution. Squad 4. Today was the day of the execution, Rukia's and Ichigo's execution. Rukia the prisoner, and Ichigo, the fool that will try to rescue her. The various captains made their way to Execution Hill where the Sokyoku stood. Unohana and her lieutenant were walking through the medic barracks, making last checks before heading to the hill themselves. I'm really sorry about this, Inoue-san. She said, feeling bad about the Ryoka's position in her barracks prison cell. After they helped with the influx of patients they were all separated. Orihime at her base, Sato at Squad 8's, Uryu and Ganju were at Squad 13's, and Tatsuki was back at the 2nd. Each under lock and key, separated from each other to prevent any more problems. You're a nice girl. I'll see what we can do about your chances of freedom. She said, hoping to cheer the girl up. It's all right, Anohana-san. Orihime said with a smile. I'm okay. She said that, but anyone could tell she was worried. It hurt the female captain, but she had a job to perform. They left the barrier maiden behind as they made for the execution stand. She was not shocked to find Kenpei Zaraki and his lieutenant waiting by the front gate. Captain Zaraki. She greeted. The man made a full recovery and still had his hair in that unruly mess down his back, giving Yachiro a better hand hold to stay on his back. Shall we go? You swear I'll fight Ichigo again? He asked, demanding clarification. This seems odd coming from you. If all goes as I suspect, you'll get plenty of chances to fight him again. She said as they started for the execution site. Your other officers are patrolling? She asked, not seeing his usual accompanying duo of his squad. Yeah. He grunted. They're making their rounds. Dismissing Ikeku and Yumishika, simply to gather and escort Ichigo's friends during the confusion of the coming fight. Unohana prayed that their suspicions were wrong. If not, war would be upon them. The first in centuries. In the corner of her eye, she saw Hanataro nod towards her and head back into the barracks. Squad 8. It's not too uncomfortable, is it, Sato? Kiraku asked the large teen. Racial cuffs around his wrists kept him bound to the wall. Yeah, those cuffs will keep you from using your powers. Meaning you can't enhance your strength to break out. Sorry about the lack of hospitality. He said, smirking to the giant. It's all right. I've been in worst. Chad responded, already planning on his escape. That's both good and sad to hear. The captain said, losing his grin. You're such a great guy. He heard his lieutenant call him that they should get going. Well, guess I'm off. Hey, Tatsufuza, keep an eye on him. He called to his now recovered third-seated officer. Yes, Captain. The man called out and sneered at Chad, a ring of keys dangling from his waist. This is going to be easier than I thought. But Chad thought to himself as he remembered the weakling, just barely. Squad 13. Uryu was spending the better half of the last half hour banging his head against the wall as Ganju and the third-seat duo of the squad was fanning over the previous and deceased Lieutenant Kai and Shiba. He sounded a lot like Ichigo, but the endless praise and arguing about who was better in the former lieutenant's eyes was starting to grate on his last remaining nerves. Let's go. They heard the tired call of the sickly captain as he came out with a large wooden shield with a crest on the face and a cord connected to a pole. Somehow his most fanatical subordinates didn't hear him in their argument with the Shiba man. He released an exhausted sigh watching the trio. Hello, Izada-kun. He said to the Quincy that was still banging his head against the wall. You have the key I gave you. Yep. Uryu let out, completely disconnected. Is this what you deal with every day? He asked. Usually just the two of them, but yes. The man admitted. There was a pause to see if it was going to end any time soon. My condolences. The Quincy said. Thank you. Squad 2. Tatsuki was completely immobilized, every joint was locked in place and she was suspended from the ground. The days of her imprisonment gave the punishment squad enough of an idea on what to get to restrain her, and this was a time that they could afford no distractions like her running around causing havoc. They were familiar with the danger she presented. Well, she's not going anyway anytime soon. Omada sneered at the girl that constantly humiliated him. Looks like your special treatment is over. Tatsuki just glared at the man, acting so high and mighty despite his numerous losses to her. He was getting himself ready to leave with his captain when she showed up. Omada, stay here and watch her, she ordered, a little too quickly from her usual attitude. Wah, but Captain Dash. He tried to protest. No, you know as well as I do she's a dangerous target. I'm not taking risks with her, she said, noticeably distracted and agitated. Tatsuki noticed this and smirked. Still thinking about what I told you, she said teasingly. About why she left you behind. Soifan glared at the empowered human, but said nothing as she left, heading for the execution stand by herself. A prisoner shouldn't be so cheeky. Omada growled at the martial artist. If she gets hurt in any way, I will see you executed, he warned the girl. Oh, just watch me. She smirked confidently as she challenged him. I'll be getting out of here. With Jin, he was walking along the bridge of the repentant cell, seeking Rukia to mess with her a little. What he saw disappointed him. She was already gone. There was no light, no drive, no hope, just emptiness. Probably that scolding from that Shiba man and hearing that Ichigo essentially had a death sentence must have crushed her. She might as well be dead from if her expression was anything to go by. Maybe he could fish for a little something else. Hello there Rukia, he said as the prisoner and escort reached him. Lovely day isn't it? He got no response as she stood there lifelessly. Almost all of your would-be rescuers have been caught. They'll most likely be executed for this transgression, or be put in the maggot's nest if certain captains pull the right strings. Still nothing. Ichigo will definitely be put to the sword though. Maybe in the same way as you. Together in death, how touching. No response even now. You're no fun. Not even the littlest bit of faith in your rumored lover, he said before walking off. But then again, there might be truth in his claim that this is all a setup, he said, finally getting a shift in movement from her. But the backing of traitors is meaningless. He finished before leaving. He had to meet up with Aizen, and he was aware that he was being followed. Do try to live Kira, but he thought to his lieutenant before flash stepping away. Sokyoku Hill. Yamamoto stood there, overlooking the members of the Godai 13 that came in attendance to the execution stand. Lieutenant Izuru was there in lieu of his captains, who was missing. Kuratsuka was still recovering. Soifan had her lieutenant stay behind and guard Tatsuki. Yukitake was on his way, and Hitsubiya was heading for the building of the Central 46 with his lieutenant, with Hinamari apparently following them. He thought back to the promise that Ichigo boy made him. For your sake, you better be right boy, he thought, a curious gaze scanning the other captains and lieutenants. Zaraki was keeping an eye on the blind Tucson while Aburai seemed conflicted. Rukia was brought up to the execution stand. Time to begin. Let us commence the ceremony, he announced when Rukia was in place. Rukia Kukiki, any last words? He asked the girl, almost expecting nothing from the depressed soul. Please, she finally whispered out. Please be as merciful as you can to them. She barely managed to whisper as tears began to form in her eyes. A sight that he had become hardened to, not by choice but by duty. There was no happy ending for her in sight. She had lost all hope. I will be as merciful as I can with them, he told her. You have my word. She merely let her head hang there. Release the Sokyoku. He watched the seal come apart as she rose into the air. All this happening now, and the only thing he could think of was Ichigo Kurosaki, swearing his life to Soul Society if his accusations proved false. Flashback, 1st Division Barracks. The battle with Kenpei Zaraki ended and he waited for the hybrid to finally come to him. He heard a rustling in the room before his office and muffled speech from his long-time lieutenant. Suddenly he heard an incantation and the orange glow of a Keto barrier enveloped the building. The doors before him flew apart and revealed the battered and bloodied form of Ichigo Kurosaki, a state many would be lucky to find themselves in after a fight with the one called Kenpei Hakijo Sogai. Ichigo said, panting in exhaustion from pushing himself. Time and space displacement barrier. No one outside this Keto can see or hear us, he explained, slowly walking toward the captain as he rose from his seat. You storm into the afterlife, fight through an army of Shinigami, and seal us in an isolated space, just to come and speak with me, he said to the upstart child as he drank some glowing blue liquid and began to recover from his injuries. I will give you one chance to convince me to not strike you down. The sealed king of the Quincy. Over 900 years, he shall recover his heartbeat. Over 90 years, he shall recover his intellect. Over 9 years, he shall recover his power. And over 9 days, he shall recover the world. Ichigo told him, making the old man open his eyes. It's no myth, and war is coming to your doorstep. The old captain stayed silent as he regarded the boy, looking for any trace of lies and misdirection. But there was none to be found. You have my full attention, Ichigo Kurosaki. The boy nodded and closed the distance between the two before kneeling down and offering his blade. The old man took it as a sign of submission and allegiance. As he took the sword from the boy, Ichigo began his tale. My name is Ichigo Kurosake, son of the Soul Reaper Ishine Shiba and Quincy Masake Kurosake. 6 years ago, Iwak performed his holy selection and drained my mother of her power. On that day, my own powers have awakened and I swore vengeance against the Quincy King. He told the old man, I have come to warn you of the coming fight, and to offer what help I can. And your evidence, boy? The commander asked, hoping there was no evidence of that monster's return. His heart sank as Ichigo's Ryutsu flared and coalesced into the form of his ancient enemy as he appeared 1,000 years ago. This is most concerning. He said, years of battle and experience keeping him upright. They are not the immediate concern though, sir. Ichigo said, raising his head. Aizen plans to betray Soul Society. He looked back at the hybrid and waited for his explanation. Over 100 years ago, there were experiments on holification that affected then captains, Shinji Hirako, Kensei Muguruma, Rose Odoribashi, and Love Ikawa, as well as Lieutenants Yuri Saragaki, Mashiro Kuna, Lisa Yadomaru, and Hakujin Ashoda. The blame for these experiments were placed on Kisuke Urahara and Tessai Tsukabishi. This was a lie as Urahara was framed. Aizen performed those experiments with the aid of Jin Ichimaru and Kaname Tusen, as named by Shinji Hirako and the other former captains. So they are alive. Genri Yusai mused, processing the new information. What are their current states? If these fallen Soul Reapers were a threat then they needed to be eliminated, but why is Ichigo just giving this information away? Aside from hollow powers, back to normal and stronger than the last time you saw them. Ichigo said. Their main interest is in destroying Aizen, but the news about Iwak is forcing their hand. What proof do you have that condemns 3 of my captains? He asked, almost believing the boy. Did you not kill Aizen already? I did not. Ichigo admitted. He managed to escape me at the last second, and he was holding back. As for evidence, I have none but a suspicion of what Aizen is after. Urahara created an object called the Hogyaku which should break the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollow. When he fled a century ago, he took it with him with attempts to destroy or seal it. I suspect that the Hogyaku is currently hidden inside of Rukia's body. Is there anything here that could extract it? Extract, no. The old man grumbled. Leave behind, yes. The Sokyoku, the harshest punishment of Soul Society. With its great power, it would burn away a soul, but not anything foreign. Especially if this Hogyaku is as indestructible as you say. It's also what Rukia has been sentenced to die by. By whose orders? Ichigo asked, rising from his bow. The Central 46. Yamamoto admitted, some actions the past few days started to make sense to the grizzled old man. But how would Aizen be able to fake his death and control the governing body of Soul Society? His Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suijutsu. Ichigo claimed. Shinji told me that Aizen explained his ability of complete hypnosis. Anyone that sees his Shurkai is under his illusion. Here's what I propose. Go along with Aizen's plan, but destroy the Sokyoku. He might have a plan B that will make him move personally. I'll fight at the hill, while you have someone head to the Central 46 and double-check whether or not Aizen is there. A rather loose but still sensible plan. And if you are wrong? The commander asked. The boy gave him that same look of unshakable determination. Then you can have my life. He said fearlessly. The boy actually impressed the ancient captain. He saw a power and will that hasn't been present for centuries. He decided to give this boy a chance. Right or wrong, this boy was needed in the future. He could feel that he would be an invaluable ally if he was allowed to grow in power. Very well. But if this ruse is going to work, then I'm going to have to smack you around. He told Ichigo, flaring his own power. Ichigo unconsciously took a step back before standing his ground. Don't worry about me, Yamashii. I'm not a weakling. He said, taking back his blade. You may regret that. He said, revealing his blade. Reduce all creation to ash. He spoke, echoing with power. Ryujin Jaka. Ichigo immediately regretted his boast as the man slammed a fist into his gut, filling the air with a sickening crunch and launching him out of the barrier, breaking it apart and sending a wave of flames at him. He finished it off by pointing at him and launching the level 91 Hado spell, Senju Katenteho. He managed to escape, only because he was saved. Flashback end. So now here they were. Rukia was in front of the Sokyoku, now a blazing phoenix ready to destroy anything in its path. His own students, loved as his sons, now helping him to break the laws and peace he swore to uphold on the words of an outsider, trained by people with no strong ties to Soul Society. The biggest gamble in his 2,000 years of life, 1,000 years as Captain Commander, with the only payment being a boy's life should it fail in the end. But based on Anohana's report of the Ryoka not seeing Aizen's corpse in the morgue and her own admission of feeling something was not right about it almost guaranteed the hybrid's claim. The Firebird reared back and thrust toward Rukia, only to be stopped by a single figure. Now show me what you can really do, my next disciple. Thought Yamamoto as he made up his mind about what to do with Ichigo's allegiance. Everyone's escapes. Squad 8, Chad. Do you see that Ryoka? The third seat sneered at the giant, taking pride at the payback he could deliver for his earlier humiliation. The Sokioku has been activated. Your little rescue attempt has failed. Chad moved in recognition of the name. The lieutenant told him to escape when the Sokioku was released. Guess now was the time. Is that so? Sato asked, almost lazily. Guess I'd better get going. He straightened himself up and pulled against the chains, tearing them out of the wall. He didn't break stride as he went towards the prison bars and tearing them out before tossing the door aside. Now give me the keys to my cuffs. He told the now trembling third seat. Squad 13, Uryu. Uryu was watching the hill with the massive spear, waiting for the telltale sign they agreed on to move out. Ganju was busy grumbling about him being his brother's favorite, as he had been doing for the last half hour. The moment he saw activity, he vehemently thanked every god he thought existed and spat out the key Yukatate gave him earlier. He swiftly freed himself from the cuffs and manipulated his spirit threads to grasp hold of one of his seal Schneiders to cut their way to freedom. Once he was finished with that, he was going to announce their freedom to Ganju, who was still ignorant and grumbling to himself. He released a sigh before holding Ganju's hands and cutting of the cuffs with his chainsaw blade. He still wasn't getting a reaction, so he dragged him out of the cell and punched him in the eye, really hard. Ah, what the hell, man? He screamed out after falling to the ground. Why did you, wait, when did we get free? He asked the Quincy. I've been breaking out for the last 5 minutes. Now come on. He ordered the Shiba man. Ichigo's gonna need our help. Squad 4, Orihime. She sat in her cell, humming away a tune while daydreaming about life after they all leave Soul Society. With Rukia finally joining in the group, it could be a lot more fun. She could match Tatsuki's strength and confidence while enjoying the fun and cuter things she was into. Thoughts drifted slowly to what their dates might end up looking like, turning into a fantasy of Ichigo as a cold-cut gangsta with the three of them hanging on his body possessively as he walks through his territory, switching over to what would be their nighttime activities. She was trapped in her little fantasies, ignorant of Hanataro standing in the same spot, sweeping with the keys to cuffs and prison doors, hanging loosely on his waistband, or Yumishika coming in. The Sokioku is already activating, what's keeping you two? He asked, somewhat annoyed that they haven't left yet. I don't know Yumishika, sir. Hanataro whimpering. I've been here for 10 minutes, but she won't move. They turned to look at the barrier maiden, who seemed to be shining with serenity in her daydreams. So beautiful, a maiden in love with dreams and thoughts of love. The fifth seat said in awe of the vision before him. Just take the moment to witness and appreciate such a rare beauty as a maiden, happy and in love. He said, practically singing hymns of praise to Orihime's goddess-like beauty in that moment, soon ruined by her giggling perversely with a grin to match. The two men's sweat dropped at the sight. Yumishika felt the need to take a shower. Should I still be watching? The short medic asked tentatively. The flamboyant man simply let out a saddened sigh. Let's just get her out of there. He said, lamenting the loss of such a pure image. Squad 2, Tatsuki. Tatsuki was hanging there, completely restrained with that oversized oaf Omada watching her. He was determined to show his worth as the lieutenant of the 2nd Division. Tatsuki had shaken the unbreakable will of his captain and made her distracted and hesitant. He wanted to be there and watch her back, but her orders were final and he would serve them to the letter. He was not letting Arisawa out of his sight. He was even skipping his snack and meal time to perform this one solitary mission. The two were glaring at each other the entire time this went on, waiting for the other to crack. Tatsuki then felt what she was waiting for and decided to help with a little distraction. I'm actually surprised that you've stayed there this long. Tatsuki said dryly. But you might want to move. Ha, your mind games won't work on me, Arisawa. He boasted. There is no way you're getting out of my dash, he said before the ceiling above him caved and Ikeku dropped down on top of him with a smack of the blunt end of his Hojikameru, sending Omada crashing into the wall. He just isn't lucky, is he? Ikeku quipped before working to free Tatsuki. Seriously, people that piss off my captain are treated better than this guy. You mind if I slap him around a little bit? She asked as she stretched and rolled her joints, stiff from their captivity. Pretty sure he was staring at my chest. She said, looking down at her chest. Well, it could be a little revealing from the right angle. He said, looking away with a slight blush. Yeah, but I mostly want to punch him some more. She said before heading over to the waking lieutenant. Really unlucky. Ikeku muttered in sympathy as Tatsuki returned to beating the man. With Tashiro. The execution has started. He said, looking at the shine of fire and light from the execution hill. He was running out of time, he needed to see for himself whether Aizen was a traitor or not. He was suspicious of Jin even after the man tried to save his life, but Aizen couldn't possibly be the traitor. Could he? Come on, Rangiku, we have to hurry. He said before running toward the legislative building, completely unaware of his oldest friend following him. Tashiro. What happened to killing Ichigo? She wondered as she shadowed him. 23. The battles begin. Sokioku Hill. The assembly of captains and lieutenants watched in shock and awe at the upstart Ryoka holding back one of the most powerful weapons of the Shinigami with frightening ease. The oldest among the captains were merely surprised and impressed by the boy that earned their commander's trust. Zaraki felt his grip tighten and his new scar burn with excitement. This is impossible. yelled Soifan, finding it hard to accept the reality before her. There you are, Kurosake. Byakuya thought venomously, ready to fight the boy to the death if needed. So he is the one that's dared to erase my sin. Unohana reflected in shock at the boy. He might just do it. She glanced at her current successor, who couldn't stop grinning manically and trembling in excitement. He even makes my blood boil. Just how powerful is he? If you couldn't do this much, I'd be disappointed. Yamamoto thought. Jushiro should be here soon with the Shihaorin shield. How long will you last? He questioned as the phoenix tried to push off of Ichigo's large blade. The young hybrid responded by twisting around and throwing the massive fire bird off balance. Just as it righted itself, Ichigo coated his fist with enough racier that it looked like a massive fang, and then he punched the Sokioku with so much force that it flew back a few meters. That's more like it. He thought approvingly. Form could use a little more work though. With Ichigo. The day of the execution came, time for him to act. Yoriyuki gave him a cloak that enabled him to fly and he made his way up the side of the hill, completely undetected in the wake and flames of the Sokioku. When he saw Rukia held in front of that massive phoenix, he immediately put himself between it and her. He grunted from the effort but didn't budge an inch. He was going to boast about saving her, say something cool or heroic, but the words died in his throat when he saw her. Not the proud and confident soul reaper he partnered with in the living world, but a blank empty shell. It hurt to see her like this, the way he could have been if Zanjutsu didn't stop him from giving in to despair. He felt the flame bird move, so he turned and swung his blade to twist the massive creature. He coated his fist in his Ryutsu and threw a punch, right in the creature's beak. Get Shuga. He called out, his punch turning into a black fang and sending the creature back. He turned back to Rukia and pulled her free of the execution, destroying her restraints, to stand on top of it. Hey Rukia. He said, hoping to get a response. It seemed to register with her as she slowly responded. Ichigo. She muttered, apparently not altogether just yet. How to get her back? He wondered, completely unconcerned with the rising phoenix, or the various captains that wanted to kill him. I got it. Your chappy drawing sucks. He told her, and was suddenly slapped really hard as a result. How dare you? She yelled at him indignantly. Orihime thinks my drawings are adorable, you uncultured cur. After she finished yelling, she realized a few things. Ichigo was in front of her, they were on top of the execution platform, they were surrounded by captains and lieutenants, and she wasn't dead, yet. Ichigo. Glad to see you too, Rucky dash. She punched him in the stomach, managing to knock the wind out of him with the surprise punch. Why did you even come? She yelled. You can't fight up against the entire Godai 13 and expect to dash. She stopped when Ichigo grabbed onto the back of her neck. Shut up. He said before capturing her lips in a deep kiss. Her eyes were open in surprise, then bugged out in shock as he quickly dominated her mouth and making her melt in his arms. With Yoriyuki. Nice. She said from her vantage point, ready to start her long-awaited match with her favorite little bee. But 15 hits on a 10-second kiss. You can do better than that, Ichigo. With Kiraku. Well, that's one way to keep someone quiet. Thought Kiraku as he watched the display, his lieutenant blushing next to him. I take it I'm late. He turned to see his oldest friend finally arrive with the shield, but the Sokioku was not attacking again, yet. So that's Ichigo. He said, finally seeing the leader of the Ryoka in the flesh. I dare say Rukia is finally fulfilling a fantasy right now. Yeah. Kiraku agreed. She could have hidden that crush of hers better. With Renji. Amazing. Thought the tattooed lieutenant. Even now the gap has only widened between us. In strength and courage. He lamented, never having the courage to admit his own feelings to anyone, even himself. If it makes her happy, then fine. Good luck, Ichigo. You'll need it. But he then glanced to his captain whose eye was twitching in the most subtle way possible. Because I have never seen Captain Cookie this mad before. With Ichigo. That should do it. Ichigo thought as he pulled back, a trail of saliva between him and Rukia, to see her still red face and dazed eyes and became a ragdoll in his arms. Claims to have lived 10 of my lifetimes. You'd think she was kissed at least once before. But the moment was ruined by a loud screech of the Sokioku, readying itself for the next strike. He straightened himself out and started spinning his Zanjutsu's released form by the cloth on the tang, creating a blur of white and black. Bring it. He challenged, gathering his rapier into the blade as he charged his signature blade skill. Get Shuga. He let the length of the cloth extend to match the distance between him and the monstrous bird, Tensho. He yelled out, bringing the strike down across the phoenix and tearing a massive gash in its body. At the same time, a cable wrapped around the body of the great blade as Kiraku and Yukitake performed the ritual to destroy the Sokioku. Oh come on. Zanjutsu cried out. I could have taken that oversized toothpick. This is the plan, deal with it. The Quincy manifestation scolded. If it wasn't for the fact that I can manifest you guys physically, I'd think I was going insane. Ichigo thought as the Sokioku exploded in a flash of light. Ichigo took the chance of momentary confusion to scope out what allies he had down there. Yamamoto was out as he needed to prove Aizen's guilt first. The two captains weren't an option because they must be who the old men picked and must used for the ruse. Kenpeiku was Kenpeiku, so hell no. Leaving only one choice, the man that begged Ichigo to save Rukia. The tattooed lieutenant standing right next to the man glaring at him with the intent to kill. Not a problem there. Ichigo. Rukia muttered, having come to consciousness, before Ichigo pulled her into a bridal carry. What are you she tried to ask as Ichigo flash-stepped in front of Renji and slammed his foot into Byakuya, sending him flying. Take her and run. Now. Ichigo ordered, passing Rukia off to the tattooed man. Right. He said, still in shock at everything he witnessed. Right. He started running away from the assembly of captains and lieutenants, trusting Ichigo to keep them off their back. All the lieutenants that were not in the know looked at their colleague in shock before Soifon gave the order to chase after Renji. However, Lieutenants Izuru, Iba, and Hisagi were more focused on payback for their humiliation as Ichigo stood between them and Renji. They were joined by Isane and Squad 1's Kojiro Seisakib. The lieutenants charged at Ichigo, and just when the giant masked captain of the 7th tried to warn them, Ichigo appeared behind the group of lieutenants, all of whom were sent flying back by swift punches and kicks. So fast. The masked figure gasped in shock, almost unable to keep track of the boy. No wonder he's a captain's only opponent. He growled, ready to take on the boy before he felt a hand grasp his wrist. Don't you dare Komamura. Kenpei growled. This is not your fight. Even through the mask the berserker could feel the larger figure demanding answers in his gaze. Kukiki's called dibs on this. He said, just as Byakuya reappeared and tried to attack the Ryoka. Anyone that can see this is a personal matter of honor for him. I may love fighting, but even I don't get involved in another man's fight. Not this kind. A brute like you having a sense of honor. Kaname asked, surprised and on guard. Of justice. Hell no, Kukiki will never shut up if you interfere. That's all. The scarred warrior told them. Now let's go. The lieutenants are down and the traitors escaping. He told them as they all charged toward Renji and Rukia, with Yamamoto, Kiraku, and Yukitake. Well, that's happening. Kiraku commented, watching the 3 captains charge off. And it's only getting worse. He turned to see Soifon attacking the 3rd seat duo of the 13th that Yukitake brought with him. Jushiro, we should go. He said, grabbing onto his old friend. You too, growled the commander, this act of treason is inexcusable. He yelled, subtlety hinting in an old gesture known only to them to get moving. I will have to punish you both personally. He roared just as the 2 finally flash-stepped away, aiming for a safe distance. So it begins, he thought before heading to where they were jumping to. With Soifon, treason is unforgivable. She yelled, silently berating herself for that foolish order earlier. Kian was under her foot, having her lungs crushed under the great strength of the petite captain. Before she could continue, she was tackled off of the hill by a masked assailant. Hey, who do you think you are? She demanded. You were always excitable, but you seem a little distracted. The masked figure teased as she removed her coverings. Hey there Soifon, I missed you. Shed said with a cocky grin. Why are you a key? She gasped. All at once, a flood of memories and emotions hit her. The sense of betrayal and hate from when she left, anger that drove her to get as strong as she could, and a sliver of hope that what Tatsuki said was true. All this as they continued their fall into the forest below. With Unohana. She was sitting on the beast form of her Zenpakuto, flying toward her division to drop off most of the defeated lieutenants. Her own lieutenant and Seisakib were the least injured as he was privy to the plan. He still had several fractured ribs, but he and Yamamoto knew enough healing Kido to fix that problem. Now was time for her mission, letting Hitsubiya get into the C-46 chambers first to act as an unknown variable to let Aizen think he's still in control, if he is a traitor. If he was, she would stop him. She passed over where her successor was already distracting Tucson, as evidenced by the big black dome. Don't kill him yet Zaraki. Not until we get definitive proof. She thought as she continued their flight in silence. Earlier with Kenpei, the 3 were making their way toward Rukia and Renji, Zaraki keeping up with the other 2 on pure running strength instead of flash step. Tucson slowed himself down to sustain a conversation with the one man he thought would threaten the peace and the last to side with justice. This was odd of you Zaraki. He said, getting a curious glance from the one-eyed man. I always figured you for a brute and the last to care about justice and honor. Of course I don't care about any of that crap. He said before quickly slamming his fist into Kaname's face and stopping the chase. I just figured that was the best way to get you out of the way. Kaname. Komamura yelled, watching his friend fly into a building with the force of the strike. Zaraki. He roared in anger, unsheathing his blade to strike at the scarred man. Years of fighting and experience allowed him to catch the larger captain's hand and wrist and throw him toward his friend. I'm actually surprised you 2 didn't hear anything about it. He said as the 2 captains prepared to fight as he unsheathed his worn chipped blade. Kenny and Ichi are friends now. Yachira chirped from her place on Kenpei's back. Kenny fights alongside Ichi, and Ichi will fight Kenny as much as he wants. Yeah, basically. He agreed before telling the small girl to wait on the sidelines. Ichigo wants to save her, I want to fight him again, so I have to protect her. The only way you 2 are getting past me is if I'm dead. Tucson was the first to stand up. I always knew you would destroy the peace we worked so hard to maintain. he said, unsheathing his blade to prepare for the coming fight. As a man of peace and a captain of the Godii 13, your very existence is unforgivable. For the sake of justice, you must die. Bankai. He called, placing a hand on the ring on the tsuba of his blade, making it grow and multiple, sending them around the two combatants while Komamura got out of the attack's range. The rings created a vacuum of darkness that removed almost all of Kenpaku's senses as the Bankai enveloped them both. Suzumushi Tsushiki, in Makoragi. He said, finalizing the technique. Welcome to this Mumayo Hell Zaraki, where all senses of sight, scent, sound, and racial sense become numb. Are you afraid? He said as he slashed the man before him. Any warrior, no matter how skilled, will feel fear when deprived of their senses so suddenly. Zaraki tried to move before getting slashed again as Tucson kept moving. It's useless. You are too slow to counter me. Your loss of senses will be the dash, he tried to boast when Zaraki almost struck him. What the, how? He questioned, feeling concern when he was in his element. I don't know if you can hear me, or if I'm even making a sound. Zaraki said, not hearing himself but feeling himself speaking. But you just missed your one chance to kill me. Kaname felt himself grow more and more afraid. You wouldn't understand it, but let me tell you something. What it means to be the Kenpaku. Tucson made another strike, that he managed to keep from becoming fatal and made his counter-attack which missed, but barely. The Kenpaku is one who cannot fall in battle, the greatest warrior of the 13 court guard squads. One that has fought countless battles and earned countless victories. To that end, I have lived for fighting. The one thing that excites me, makes my blood boil. Throughout all those countless fights, I have something you will never understand. Instinct. He said as he dodged and countered again. Instinct that keeps me focused, helps me adapt, even if I can only feel the sharp edge of your blade. He told Tucson, shocking the blind man at the revelation that the demon in human skin was figuring out the one weakness of his Bankai. That one thing is more than enough for me to control this battle. But, as much as this bores me, it suits my needs just fine. He said, dodging the next, sloppy, attack and grabbing hold of Tuan's hand and hilt. I'm supposed to keep you occupied, traitor. What? Kaname froze. His technique failed to let him kill this monster before him. However, the accusation surprised him more. What do you mean? I mean, you are suspected of treason. Ichigo told the old man, who told Unohana, who asked me to keep you occupied. Zaraki explained. She'll go to the Central 46. If she finds Aizen alive, you are guilty of treason. The blind man began to shake at the revelation of the ruse coming undone, after more than a century of planning, all because the old man took a chance to trust a Ryoka. I couldn't care less what was going on, but it looks like the claims are true. He said, before kicking the man in the gut and sending him back, returning to those empty senses. Now you have two choices. Dispel your Bankai and use what time you have to try and catch Rukia, just to gamble on the chance that I won't be able to cut off your legs. Or try your luck in here, where your chances of hitting me grow slimmer by the second. There was a pause as Kaname weighed his choices. Or till I get bored, then I'll just break your legs. The realization dawned on him, there was no chance for him to win. Wait, there's still Komamura. He remembered as he went after Zaraki again. He doubted his friend would abandon him against a foe like Zaraki, so he decided on that gamble. As expected, Zaraki caught him again, slashed him down the middle. Enough to slow him down, not enough to kill him. The Bankai dispelled a second later. I told you. He said, throwing the injured swordsman to the ground. Try to run and I'll cut off your limbs. He roared as he brought his blade down, only to be blocked by the arm guard and helmet of Komamura. Tucson took the chance to run, losing precious seconds because of his injury. Oh yeah, forgot about you. Zaraki said as the helmet broke apart. I thought you would have gone after the girl. The face revealed underneath was that of a wolf. So that's what was under that mask. You're not afraid? The wolfman asked, unsheathing his blade. The only thing I'm afraid of is never finding a worthy opponent or losing what ones I find. He prepared for the new fight. Your looks are the last things I care about. Of course you would only have such shallow interests. He said, flaring his Ryutsu. Be warned, I'm not as kind as Kaname. I'll meet you in your path of carnage and kill you for your crimes against the peace. I'm just acting on the old man's orders. He said lazily, making the beast man pause. What? He growled, shocked that Yamamoto would give any such orders for Zaraki's actions. Tucson is suspected of treason. He explained, annoyed that he had to do it a second time. Unohana is off trying to verify the evidence against him. I was supposed to keep him busy till then. You're lying. Komamura roared. Tucson would never betray Soul Society. Bankai. He yelled out, summoning his massive puppet. Kokujo Tengen Myo. I will kill you for your accusations. He yelled, refusing to believe that his friend was a traitor as he swung his blade, the giant armored figure copying him. Have it your way. He roared in response, blocking the attack with the area around them cracking under the pressure. With Soifan and Yoryuki, they were already fighting, one-on-one. The moment they landed and separated, she immediately ordered the assassination unit of the On Mitsukido to evacuate. She was not interested in taking chances, not interested in letting any moment of pause distract her from her duties. Fact, Yoriyuki is considered a criminal and a traitor for abandoning her post. Fact, her mission was to apprehend Yoriyuki. Fact, she hated her for leaving her behind all those years ago. Fact, Tatsuki telling her that Yoriyuki left her behind for her sake nearly crushed her resolve. No. She denied, focusing on her fight, furiously exchanging punches and kicks to the other. She's a traitor. Not my lady anymore. I must kill her, she thought, managing to send her flying back with a kick. I'm not that weak little girl that looked up to you. She charged, tears starting to form in her eyes as Tatsuki's words echoed in her mind. She ran because of a false charge on her allies. The words reverberated in her head, remembering Kisuk and Tessai. She left you because she didn't want you to become a criminal for her sake. She loved you too much for that. Shut up. She abandoned me. She left me. She raged against the traitorous memories as her movements became sloppy. She wouldn't leave me behind out of concern. She would have told me if there was something going on. She would have trusted me. She thought as Yoriyuki continued to block, looking at her old protege with a concern that Soifan was blinded to in her frenzy. With Yamamoto and others, they sat, watching and feeling the battles around them begin. Most of them were enjoying tea, Seisakib and Naneo competing over who made the better tea, while the head captain and Kiraku had some sake instead. He remarked that the events and possible revelations to come put his nerves on edge for the first time in a long while. He must have really angered Kukiki for him to go that hard right off the bat. Kiraku commented, pouring his old teacher another cup. He is strong and a dedicated warrior, but he will not beat that boy. Yamamoto said as the two warriors clashed in the distance. He has grown overconfident and complacent in his power. As a noble and a captain who's had centuries of training to hone his skills, he cannot believe that a human with Shinigami powers could ever really match him. In his eyes, Aizen didn't try to fight and Zaraki is a mindless brute. He took a drink to calm himself. He has long had the power to back his arrogance, but Ichigo will test that mettle. And he will break it. Watch him well, Shunsui, Jushiro. Right or wrong, that boy will be my next disciple. He has too much potential to just waste. He said, and to hell with the C-46 if they try to stop him. This boy would be their ace against the Quincy's. Ichigo versus Byakuya. Their blades were locked against each other, the massive Zanjutsu and the unreleased Senbonzakura, as both warriors glared at each other. Byakuya, with hate and anger, and Ichigo, with will and determination. They separated and clashed a few more times. Byakuya, why didn't you try to save your sister? Ichigo grunted against his opponent's strength. She was ordered to die by the law I swore to uphold. He growled back, losing his cool against the man that failed him, and defiled his sister, but mostly failed him. I vowed to follow and never break the law on my parents' grave. Even if that meant killing your sister. Ichigo demanded. You were supposed to clear her name. Byakuya roared in anger. I'm bound by my word, so you were all the hope I had left. You would clear her name, take your sentence, and she would be free. But now, all of Soul Society wants her dead. Her fate is sealed and it's all your fault. He pointed the tip of his blade to the ground. And I swear, I will kill you for this. Bankai. He released his blade, creating a tunnel of massive katanas which collapsed into petals. Senbonzakura Keijiyoshi. Huh. Ichigo noted as the swarms of petals moved. This might be fun. 24. Conspiracy revealed. Sokyoku Hill. Ichigo watched the tunnel of blades dissolve into hundreds of millions of blade petals, the noble captain not wasting any time on the upstart Ryoka. With a flick of his hands, Byakuya Kukiki commanded his torrents of flower petal blades into a fast-moving stream to the hybrid. The only look in the man's eyes was cold anger, anger at the disrespect of the law, anger at the failure of his promise to his late wife, the betrayal of his lieutenant, and above all this one upstart commoner who dared to spit in the face of hundreds of years of tradition. Wow, he is mad. Ichigo thought as he flash-stepped around the chosen battlefield, feeling the fury in the captain's attacks. All this was to buy time for someone, anyone, to find and reveal Aizen's plot. So for now, he focused on dodging and blocking the torrents of blades coming at him from practically every angle. Blasts of Kido and Reisher, blocking with the broad side of his blade, just plain evasion, all to prevent the noble across from him landing a hit. Byakuya waving his arm like he was conducting an orchestra of death against the single opponent he has. I was expecting a bit more after the first time we met, Ichigo Kurosake. Byakuya said, a cold edge lining his words. If this is all you can muster, then you should never have come to Soul Society. He swung his arms again, the stream of petals coming down on Ichigo's head and another small one from behind. How is the law more important than your sister's life? He yelled out, blocking the above attack with his blade while feeling the attack from behind tearing into his side. He grunted in pain but stood his ground. I think even your parents would say something is wrong with all this. Someone like you would never understand the weight I bear. Byakuya moved his blades in formation for one of his signature abilities, the weight of a noble and a captain. He said as all the blade petals surrounded Ichigo, trapping him in a swirling sphere of death. Though, as much as I hate you for failing Rukia, you do have my thanks. For a time, I had hope that she would be saved. But the law is greater than the life of one noble. Gokiai, Senbanzakura Keijiyoshi. He said, making the sphere implode on the hybrid. Repent for your sins to myself and Rukia in the next life, Ichigo Kurosake. He watched his attack strike true, and was immediately blasted away by an intense force of Ryutsu. Do you know how long I've been preparing for this? I've been trained by and with 9 captain-level people, masters of Shunpo, Hakudo, Kido, and Zenjutsu. He heard Ichigo say from a swirling black vortex with a blue and red glow. For the past 6 years of my life, I, the heir of the Kurosake clan of the living world and son of the Shiba clan of Soul Society, have trained to the limits of my body and pushed beyond. My blades are the power that will cleave the heavens and tear them asunder. He watched as the hybrid stood up, his torn clothes revealing 1,000 fading gashes as they healed. I don't give a damn about laws and traditions. I've trained for one reason. He pointed his massive kyber blade at the shocked captain. You are just a stepping stone to my end goal, Byakuya Kukiki. This fight is one you cannot win. I swore to kill you. Byakuya forced out, refusing to be intimidated. For the sake of my pride, and the protection of Soul Society. Senkei, Senbanzakura Keijiyoshi. He said, surrounding the both of them with thousands of glowing pink swords in the form of his blade. I have only shown this to one other person. One that I swore to kill with my own hands. You forced my hand, boy. Feel the weight of the Soul Society. He said, summoning a blade to his hand. Okay. Ichigo said, surveying his surroundings. Then I'll try this. He threw his lone blade into the air and swung his hand down. With that came a rain of dozens of different variations of his sword. Mayonika no Ha. He said, standing in the middle of his blades. Is this the power of your Zenpakuto? Byakuya asked, feeling insulted by the display. Summoning more of your blade? You think that Shurkai can measure to my Bankai? I absolutely can. Ichigo said, grabbing a saw-toothed blade. I'd say more, but there are spoilers involved. He charged to meet the noble, releasing a loud clang. With Soifon and Yoryuki, their clash continued, a fierce exchange of punches and kicks, knees and elbows, palms and chops. Yoryuki could tell that her former protege was skilled enough to match her, just barely, but she was distracted. Tatsuki, she thought of the one person that could have done anything to rattle her old student. You've overstepped your boundaries with this. She continued to defend against Soifon's attacks, the smallest of tears dripping from her eyes as memories and words from now and long ago echo in her mind. Put your life on the line to serve her. The memories rang out with every attack she made, some hitting true, some missing. Just call me whatever you want. Each one, slowly cracking that shell of hate she built for the past century. I had you moved here because you have potential. Her father, Yoryuki, Tatsuki, and herself. She left you behind because she didn't want you to become a criminal for her sake. I worshipped her. She loosed out a scream of fury as she unleashed the technique she made, reserved solely for this fight with her fallen mentor. Look at me now, Yoryuki. She yelled out, the swirling vortex of Kido power radiating from her. This is the new technique I invented just for this. Yoryuki watched in shock at her disciple's foolish action. Soifon, stop. She yelled out in concern. Your Shunko is unstable. You can't maintain dash. Look at how strong I've become. Soifon said, her voice cracking. I'm strong now, right? She began to tremble as her emotional defenses finally fell. I've met your expectations now, haven't I? She dropped to her knees and Yoryuki went to her crying disciple to dispel the dangerous technique. I. She stammered before feeling her mentor wrap her arms around her shaking form. You've gotten so strong while I was gone. She said, pride evident in her voice. You were the only one I could count on to take over after I left. Soifon brought her shaking arms around her mistress. I'm so proud of you. Yoryuki said, making her disciple cry again. In relief and joy. Yoryuki was still her much-beloved mistress. Somewhere in Siritii, the rest of the gang were running around, trying to meet at the agreed-on rallying point. Ikeku led Tatsuki, Yumishika and Hanataro helped Orihime stay focused, Chad and Uryu had directions from their captors, and Ganju followed Uryu. After a few minutes of running, they finally caught up with each other. Alright, everyone listen up. Uryu said, taking charge of the group. Yukitake told me that Rukia is coming our way. We need to figure out who's getting her out of here and who's backing up Ichigo. We'll get Rukia out of here. Tatsuki said, gesturing to herself and Orihime. You two have more battle experience and have fought alongside him longer. We'll leave our Ichigo in your trustworthy hands. Orihime said with a smile. She brightened up further when she saw their objective. Rukia. She called as Renji continued to carry her. Just then, a bleeding Tucson appeared in front of them and pulled out a length of cloth that spun around the three before vanishing in a flash of light. That's not good. Uryu stated, feeling three strong presences showing up where Ichigo was. His eyes, drifting to the glove on his right hand. Attention everyone. They heard a voice in their minds. Kenpeki versus Komamura. The Wolfman continued his barrage in vain. No matter what he did, Zaraki was just stronger and seemed to grow more so as the fight went on. The scarred man grunted in annoyance as the giant puppet kept bringing down his strikes that he just kept deflecting. Eventually he grabbed onto the massive blade and tore it out of the giant's hand, with Komamura reflecting what happened. How did someone like you ever become a captain? Kenpei groaned, not feeling any benefit from this battle. You don't even make for a decent warm-up. He said just as a voice called out to everyone, Captain Aizen is alive. They heard the ethereal voice that would condemn who was thought to be a dead man. And there's the confirmation. Zaraki said, completely apathetic to the situation. Tuan's a traitor. He looked over to Komamura who seemed to be in shock and denial. Let's go. He told the wolf man. The old man issued their deaths if they were found as traitors. Komamura took a few more seconds before he rose up, dispelling his bankai. Very well. He disbelieved switching out for righteous fury. Earlier at the C-46 chambers, he was blind to the world around him, focusing only on the sight ahead. He had broken through the barrier that separated the outside from the 46 officials that made up the main governing body of the Soul Society, and found only corpses. Aizen is suspected of treason. The words of the ancient commander echoed in his mind. If there is evidence that supports this at the Central 46, then Captains Aizen, Ichimaru, and Tusen are to be found and killed on sight. Who could have done this? He heard his lieutenant ask, managing to stay composed. Captain. She asked in concern, shaking him. Aizen's alive. He barely managed to whisper. One of the most gentle, charming, wise, and trustworthy captains had manipulated everyone this whole time. He's deeper inside. He said, trying to make any rational sense out of everything. If they were paying any attention, they would have noticed Hinamari at the entrance and Jin on the other side, beckoning her closer, silently. Captain, what are you talking about? She asked, desperate to understand what was going on. Ichigo told the head captain that Aizen was planning to betray Soul Society. He admitted, shocking his lieutenant. Jin and Tusen are his co-conspirators, they have been for centuries. He left Momo, his closest friend, in the care of a man trying to destroy Soul Society for decades. He looked to the only other entrance, deeper into the council chambers. I need to see this. I need to see with my own eyes that Aizen is alive. He made his way inside, deeper into the forbidden sections of the building. His pace increased as he went deeper and deeper, hearing his childhood friend and a man he still wanted to think was dead. He reached them, seeing them embrace each other, with a dark look in Aizen's eyes. He shunpoed his way to them and ripped Hinamari from the traitorous man's arms, and felt cold steel pierce his back. Quite the troublemaker aren't you, Hitsubiya? Aizen said. Toshiro looked to see Jin smiling that sadistic smile at him. Toshiro. Momo asked as Rainjiku pulled her away. What's happening? Captain Aizen dash. Rainjiku. Hitsubiya yelled out, coughing up blood. Get Momo out of here and send the message. Aizen is a traitor. He ordered as Jin ripped the blade out of him. Rainjiku attempted to run before getting bound. Bakudo 61, Rikuyakoro. Aizen calmly chanted, trapping all three. I was hoping to kill her quickly. A last courtesy to her. So easy to manipulate. Momo was in shock, everything she was trying to deny anything but the kind gentle captain she adored. But still useless. I was expecting her to try harder and die by Ichigo's hands. Ruin more of his credibility. Instead he made it to Yamamoto. And told us everything. Another voice said as Unohana revealed herself, making Jin jump back to Aizen. I thought something was off with your fake body. But when I showed the Ryoka, they saw nothing. One of them even dispelled the illusion. Quite the dangerous Seppakuto you have. She said as Toshiro slowly pushed himself up. I'd suggest running while you have the chance. Tusen wasn't nearly a match for Zaraki and Yamamoto's waiting for my lieutenant to signal everyone. She reached her hand to her braid and released it, letting her hair slowly unravel. Unless you'd like to gamble on a fight against me. Aizen glared at the captain and felt a sense of fear he hadn't had in a long time. Jin activated their escape spell, just in time to hear Aizen preparing her broadcast. Sokyoku Hill. Byakuya was forced on the defensive as Ichigo's unpredictable style assaulted him. Ichigo was practically seamless, switching between blades and styles with ease. Every blade made him alter his fighting in the smallest way and didn't slow him down in the slightest. Different types of serrated blades to tear away Byakuya's guard and slash him deeply, hooked blades to put him in an extended grab and slam him against the ground, slim for speed, wide for defense and power. Byakuya couldn't get close when Ichigo started summoning blades to his hand much like he did and started swinging them by the cloth like a demented dance. Ichigo spent the past 3 days adapting to his 100 different blades and now it shone. Byakuya was only making do with his slightly greater speed and years of experience. After 10 minutes, Byakuya noticed something was off. I thought your intention was to defeat me. He said, managing to flash step into Ichigo's guard and impale his foot. Is this the extent of your abilities? He asked while placing a finger against Ichigo's shoulder. No, but you never know who's watching. Ichigo said, matching Byakuya's actions but on the side of his abdomen. Hato 4, Byakurai. They said simultaneously, Byakuya blowing a hole through Ichigo's while he did the same elsewhere on the noble's body. Besides, I'm not trying to kill you. Ichigo grunted, stumbling back as his body healed from the attack. Just buying time. He said before delivering a strong blow to Byakuya's wound. Every heard of the idea, to fool your enemies you must fool your friends. He asked as Byakuya dropped to his knees. Do you really think I would have survived against the Captain Commander if he was really trying to kill me? He asked, making Byakuya's eyes widen in realization. The excessive punishment Rukia was sentenced to, the aggressive attack made against Ichigo, and the fact that he survived the head captain's wrath. There's a conspiracy. He whispered, dispelling his Senkei just as Aizen and his allies appeared with Rukia and Renji in tow. You are too much of a threat to my ambitions, Ichigo Kurosake. Aizen said, just as the message was being broadcasted. Aizen is alive and guilty of high treason. Orders as dictated by head captain Yamamoto are to kill traitors Aizen, Ichimeru, and Tusen on sight. A shame you couldn't join me, but at the rate you are growing, you'll become too much of a risk. He looked to his two subordinates. Kill him, he said before proceeding to cut off Renji's sword arm. Byakuya, back up. Ichigo yelled, charging forward to the two captains. Byakuya, fighting against the pain in his torso, made his millions of blade petals move to his new ally's aid. Tusen created a barrage of blades with his Suzumashi while Jin shoot his Shinso towards Ichigo. He was able to stop the barrage, but Shinso pierced through the defensive barrier and speared into Ichigo, only for him to power through after stumbling for a second. Get Shuga Tensho. Ichigo roared, spinning himself and tearing the blade through his body and swung both great blades in his hands down, unleashing two massive waves of power. The attacks were blocked by a pair Danku barriers. While their sight was obscured by the smoke and Racier waves still fighting the barriers, Ichigo flash-stepped behind the barriers and delivered a deep slash to his opponents. Across Tuen's stomach and on Jin's arm, Ichigo continued toward his target, but it was too late. Aizen had Renji armless and bleeding out while tearing out a jeweled sphere from Rukia's chest with a weird ritual. I was surprised when you displayed hollow abilities and your own amazing growth, Ichigo. Aizen said, looking over the orb in his hand. Out of all the experiments I have made in holification, you are the only real success. He said, throwing the weakened girl away. Ichigo in his shock and anger at seeing his friend in such a state left himself open as he was impaled from behind, Jin and Tusen pinning him to the ground. Byakuya took his lieutenant and sister away in the confusion, his own feelings getting in the way of his sense of duty, but there wasn't much he could do. All he could do was pull them out of the way. But this was all as I predicted, even you telling Yamamoto. The word of exiles and traitors is poor evidence for the accusations you must have made. Aizen rose his blade. You could have been the only one to equal me. A shame dash, he almost said before a massive blue bolt struck him and sent him back. Jin and Tusen were then punched in the face by two giant fists, sending them next to Aizen. Sorry about being late. Uriah said as Chad helped his friend back up, pulling out the lodged blades in his friend's back. I had to carry Chad. It's fine. Ichigo said, his wounds slowly closing up as the damage started to get to him. Thanks for the assist. He noticed the growing barrier around them. Urahara's idea. Chad said, pointing at a few stakes around them. No escape, no sound or sight into the barrier. All right. Ichigo said, standing upright and creating more of his blades while his veins glowed and his body was covered in the white armored shell of his hollow power. I feel better with you two at my back. He said, finally noticing the new outfit of armor and the wing of Racier at his shoulder. It was this or I let you die. Uriah said, knowing what Ichigo was going to say. What's done is done and I'm not losing any more family. You can be so stubborn. Ichigo growled in annoyance, but smiled anyway. I'd do the same thing. They all shared a smirk as the two sides charged at each other. 25. The prelude to change. Outside the barrier. The announcement went out to the whole of Siraidii as the able captains and lieutenants congregated on the execution hill. All of them, standing around a shining white pyramid with 6 sides that held the traitors and the Ryoka that elected to fight them. Some were calm, waiting patiently for their chance to jump in and either apprehend the traitors or save their new allies. Others were antsy, on edge, furious at the betrayal of who they thought they could trust. Be ready, all of you. Yamamoto said while his soldiers released their shurkai, a few even calling out their bankai. Zaraki removed his eye patch and grasped his blade with both hands, a focused look making the wild berserker almost unrecognizable. Kurosaki and 2 of his allies have trapped the traitors inside. Hope for the best, but be ready for the worst. Inside the barrier, Chad versus Tusen. Ichigo and Aizen clashed against each other, each side no longer holding back as they tried to kill each other. Ichigo couldn't really hope to match someone that mastered every aspect of Shinigami combat and had to rely heavily on his strength and defense augmentation abilities, to come close to even with the power-hunger madman. Their clashes rang like thunder as the ground fractured beneath them. Uriah and Jin were exchanging thrusts and shots as the two danced around each other with constant jumps from one place to the next until Uriah trapped him in a barrage of arrows that left Jin to only block and dodge as best he could. Tusen, already in bad condition, tried his best to keep Chad at bay. Suzumashi Nishiki Benehiko. He called out, focusing all of the generated blades at his charging opponent. Dozens upon dozens of spearing blades shot at Sato as he continued his charge. He brought his powered right arm up to block the onslaught of blades, managing to deflect some but still getting many blades cutting and stabbing into him. Suddenly his arm flared with his rapier as he punched the ground toward the blind man. The explosion fired a barrage of stone and dust at the blind Shinigami, making him stagger as Chad closed in on him. He attempted to slash at the man but he caught it in an iron grip, leaving him to resort to punches and kicks which grew weaker and weaker as he lost more blood. "I honestly don't want to fight you," Chad said, after the blows became less and less effective against him. "You look like you're 1 foot in the grave already and I feel like the bad guy for this." He lifted Tucson up to look into his blank white eyes. "But you've made yourself my enemy when you attacked my friend," he said with a glare before clenching his left fist. "So, for both of us, stay down." He then punched Tucson directly at the epicenter of his injuries and sent him flying back. He turned to his friends fighting, trying to decide who to help. Uryu versus Jin. Just how fast is this guy? Uryu screamed in his head as Jin kept up with his barrage of thousands of arrows, blocking and dodging every one. The loud zipping of the constant releasing of his bolts mixed with the clang and thud of every arrow drowned out all else, leaving him open as Jin chanted his spell. Carriage of Thunder, Bridge of a Spinning Wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo 61, Rikuyakoro. Jin chanted, trapping Uryu in the binding of the spell. Too bad for poor Ichigo. He taunted, ending up behind Uryu with his blade at the archer's neck. Captain Aizen is still too strong for him. His Ryutsu is too dense and great. Uryu spared a glance at his cousin and the schemer he fought. To most people it was even, but Uryu could tell it was starting to wear on the hybrid. Getting slightly slower in all aspects, most concerning was his regeneration. Damn it. Uryu cursed in his head. I can't move. Wait. Kido is rapier-based, and Aizen's Ryutsu is enough to repel Ichigo. I've got it. He slowly used his Ranso Tenge to manipulate the rapier around him to weaken the Kido spell and pull out a black seal Schneider. I knew this would come in handy, he thought before extending the black rapier blade that almost stabbed through Jin's chest and head, forcing him to jump back. Uryu turned, breaking through the Kido, grabbed the black rod making its blade vibrate faster, and charged at the fox man. Jin jumped back to avoid the slash and felt a looming shadow overhead. El Directo. Chad roared, firing an intense blast at the silver-haired devil, making him plummet to the ground. When he landed, he went over to his ally. Uryu, go. I'll handle this dash, Chad tried to say before feeling a cut in his right shoulder. You should never turn your back on an opponent. Jin said cold and threateningly. The two glared at him before charging, Chad going for the direct approach while Uryu circled them. He's the enemy, Chad thought. He's siding with Aizen, someone Ichigo swore to kill. He was closing the distance between them faster and faster. Ichigo's putting his life and principles on the line to do what needs to be done. He fired a rapier blast at Jin, point blank, who deflected it with a wave of his hand. I am his friend and I will match his resolve. He let out a roar as he slammed his left fist into Jin's stomach. There was a shock wave from underneath them and a blast of air and light from Jin's back, making him cough up bile and blood from the unexpected attack. He flew back as Chad got ready for the next assault, his left arm coated in white with a single red line going down it. This should do it, Uryu thought, gathering the energy from Chad's blast to further augment his own power. He aimed at the back of Aizen's head and fired the seal Schneider. Ichigo versus Aizen. The two locked blades, fighting for dominance, as the battles around them continue. They heard a loud whistle as Uryu unleashed the massive bolt. As it closed in on the two combatants, Aizen swiftly moved aside at the last second. Ichigo leaned back, the energy and edge of the blade cutting into his skin slightly, reached out and took hold of it. The energy mixed with the rapier he poured into it, seemingly catching fire and becoming unstable, as he brought the blade down on Aizen. He managed to block but the combined, unstable power tore through the sword and left a deep gash through Aizen's chest. Hado 88. Ichigo yelled out, holding an arm out and bracing it, preparing to use the powerful spell. Bakudo 81. Danku. Aizen responded, setting up the clear wall to repel the attack. Ichigo disappeared from his sight as the hybrid skirted around the wall. He turned just in time to see the ball of cackling red energy in Ichigo's hand. He tricked me. Zero. Ichigo yelled, slamming the energy into Aizen's chest and firing it point blank. The explosion and recoil blasted him away as he tumbled on the ground. He slowly pulled himself to his feet and saw Chad and Uryu struggling against Jin, who was moving much faster. He summoned up his own black bow and ready to take a shot, his vision getting hazier by the second, until he felt a blade through his side. His strength left him as he turned to look into Aizen's cold glare, looking no worse than when they started aside from the laceration and burned body with his Shikakusho and Haori burned away. My patience with this has ended, he said coldly, ripping the blade from his sword through Ichigo's chest, slashing through his heart and lungs and removing most of his right arm. Tucson, tossed aside and forgotten, used his chance to destroy some of the metal stakes that held the Kido barrier they were trapped in. Aizen was about to kill Ichigo before Kenpeki came in through the newly made opening and nearly cut off Aizen's hand. Now! Tucson yelled, prompting both Aizen and Jin to cover their ears. Cry. Suzumashi. The high-pitched ring emanated from his blade, shaking most of the gathered captains and lieutenants, which was more than enough time as beams of pale light surrounded the conspirators. Aizen took the chance to look around, sure there was another diversion he had ready, only to find the 3 gatekeepers he had under his command already beaten and unconscious. Kyukaku and Jidanbo's presence telling him all he needed. Well, this ended messier than I would have liked. He said within the barrier that the now revealed hollows made for him. But no matter. Try as you may, I will be the one to stand at the top of everything. He removed his glasses and slicked his hair back, while Komamura yelled after Tusen, demanding what justice he's following. Ichigo. Uryu called out, barely conscious as he cradled his cousin. Ichigo, stay with me. Unohana already made her way to the hybrid along with Orihime, trying desperately to heal him, but the shock of seeing Ichigo on death's door shook her being and damaged her focus. All Ichigo could think of was, the feeling of defeat. I failed. No matter what, he was always able to persevere, push himself beyond. But now, Aizen has the Hogyaku, he was defeated, they had the chance to stop a threat and focus on Iwaka's uprising, and now he laid here, feeling his life fade. No, no, he thought defiantly. I will not lay down and die. I will beat you, Aizen. Ichigo roared out, holding the stump of his right arm up as a grey mass swelled and exploded from his arm. The giant worm-like appendage rose toward Aizen and the mass of Jillians, opening a disgusting maw and unleashing 1,000 other mouthy tendrils that bashed feebly against the barrier and devouring what minos they got their hungry mouths on. This continued until Aizen and his allies disappeared, leaving behind a swarm of hollows to be devoured by Ichigo's monstrous arm. When all the hollows were gone, Ichigo's arm returned to normal as his body healed completely, now unconscious from exhaustion. Everyone looked on in shock at the young boy, before Yamamoto stepped in. He did tell me that Aizen was experimenting with hollowification. He said as he made his way over to the sleeping hybrid. He must have been the result of one of those experiments. He'll have more potential to grow and evolve as a warrior. What we just witnessed, was most likely a reaction to the desire to survive and fight. I want him placed in care and under guard. He announced to the remaining captains. I will speak with him when he wakes up. Unohana nodded at the orders and summoned the beast form of her menage-a-qui, directing Chad and Uryu inside it. And if I hear Kuratsuka got anywhere near that boy, there will be hell to pay. The next morning at the Squad 4 barracks, the Siraidii was still reeling from the events of yesterday. The squads of the traitor captains were just barely held together at the seams until being directly commanded by Yamamoto. Thousands of souls recently appeared in Soul Society. Byakuya told Rukia of the truth behind her adoption into the Kukiki clan and begged her forgiveness. Yoryuki spent the night scolding Tatsuki for telling Soifon the truth and scolding Soifon for letting it affect her and get in the way of duty. Uryu got to work fixing and replacing clothing damaged over the course of the invasion with near alarming enthusiasm. Chad went back to placing the remaining tags around Siraidii, and Orihime never once left Ichigo's side, praying for his swift recovery while Kenpei watched over the hybrid like a hawk. Why Kenpei? Captain Kuratsuka, you know you're not permitted to go near him. Because Mayuri was dead set on studying the boy. Unohana patrolled the hallways while Zaraki was the last line. As noon hit, Ichigo finally raised from his slumber. Ugh, what happened? He asked, thinking some of what happened was a nightmare. Aizen kicked your ass and escaped. Zaraki said bluntly. Your arm exploded into a monstrous hydra thing that ate a couple dozen Minos Grande and you were out cold for the rest of the night. It's noon now and we're still dealing with the fallout. So, part hollow huh? Yeah. Ichigo responded, petting Orihime's sleeping head on his lap. I'll explain it all later. I don't care how or why, Ichigo. The scarred man said. My only concern is that you keep your word about our deal. Ichigo thought for a second. Well, if Urahara can be trusted, then my potential is near limitless. I heal from crippling injuries in a near instant, and I've yet to really tap into what I'm capable of. He noticed Zaraki was trembling in excitement. When I get the time, Zaraki, I've got a feeling that I'll be busy for a little while. Kenpei nodded reluctantly, knowing their rematch was going to have to wait. Ichigo. Orihime mumbled as she woke up. She saw her lover awake and alive and proceeded to pull him to her chest, bawling her eyes out about how scared she was. Ichigo was flailing wildly at the lack of oxygen. After finally prying himself free, she looked him square in the face. You need to talk to Rukia. Now. She said, unusually stern for the normally bubbly girl. Okay. He acknowledged, remembering the surprise kiss he gave her. But I do need to check on someone else first. He said, getting up and dressing after Zaraki and Orihime left the room, Zaraki dragging her out. He found his new outfit, a sleeveless shiakusho with wild red tribal markings with a white undershirt with a more ordered blue pattern and a 5-pronged manji on the chest, each end tipped with the Shiba clan symbol, and a facsimile of his hollow mask on top of it, along with a note saying, just try it. Uryu. After dressing himself, he left the room to find his cousin. Ah, Ichigo. He heard a demented skeletal clown man say. So happy to see you finally awake. Would you like to come with Dash? Bala. Ichigo said, not even sparing a glance as he flicked a non-lethal ball of energy at Mayuri's head, sending him flying. Everything around him was muted as he followed the dim weak Ryutsu trace that was now what remained of Uriah's power, just enough to see spirits. He finally found his cousin as he was sketching a new outfit design. He beamed seeing his cousin. Ichigo, I see you're in the new outfit I made, he said, jumping up and checking the measurements again to make sure everything fit right. I wanted to make something that really spoke about you. Those Shinigami robes are just so bland with each one being practically the same. He was going on and on about the lack of aesthetic with Soul Reaper uniforms before Ichigo stopped him. Uriah, are you alright? Ichigo asked. Why do you ask? The Quincy responded, his eyes darting away from the hybrid. You always get really into your tailoring hobby when you're depressed. Ichigo bluntly stated. I do not. Uriah scoffed. Pimping out your possessed teddy bear, does that sound familiar? Ichigo said, reminding Uriah of an earlier instance. Hey, Kon looked much better for it. Uriah defended. Uriah, I can see the bags under your eyes. How many sets of clothes did you make? Ichigo pushed. 2, each. The archer admitted. Okay, I see your point. He looked at his now bare hand and the purification cross he wore. I was hoping to do more. To at least get rid of one of them. But now they're gone, they won, and what do I have to show for it? No powers. He said, clenching his fist as tears welled up in his eyes. We were supposed to stand by each other, now I'm useless. He felt Ichigo wrap his arms around him. You saved my life, Uriah. Ichigo said. That's gotta count for something. Uriah returned the hug. We'll figure something out. We've got Ryukin, Urahara, and all the resources of Soul Society. You'll get your powers back. If not, you're still a better tactician than I am. Uriah let out a chuckle. Yeah, okay. Now let go, I don't swing that way. Uriah said, feeling his mood lighten up. Much to the disappointment of many of our female classmates. What do you mean? Ichigo asked as they separated. Never mind, I don't want to know. He got up to leave. I need to find Rukia, any idea where she is? Uriah pondered for a second. Well, I heard she talked to Byakuya, but the better bet is that she went to the Shiba clan. He told her. Got it. See ya. Ichigo said, already planning on making his trip. Wait, give this to her. Uriah said, pulling out a light blue sundress with a darker blue wave design. I got a little carried away and made her one too. He said, almost embarrassed. Ichigo looked at the clothing Uriah made and back to his cousin, the doctor with his own clothing line. He said, folding the outfit and tucking it away. If it was anyone else, I'd never believe it. Shiba clan. Ichigo made his way through Soul Society, receiving a message from a Hell Butterfly to see the head captain as soon as possible, until he finally made his way back to the current home of his clan. The sun was starting to dip into the horizon when the house came into sight. Kyukaku was stomping on Ganju and ordering him to work harder. I heard you were dead weight and caused everyone trouble. She yelled. If you gave our cousin a bad image of us, I'll be twice as harsh. I don't think it's fair to compare the two of us. Ichigo said, finally interrupting Ganju's torture. I wasn't exactly raised soft, Kyukaku. The clan head made her way down to greet her family with a smile. Nice to see you back, kid. She said, giving his but a firm hard smack before leaning in and giving him a hug. Heard you did real good out there. And Yoryuki shared some juicy stories between you two. She whispered hotly in his ear, making Ichigo turn into a strawberry. Can't wait for my turn, stud. Ganju. Ichigo said, louder than intended. I heard Rukia was here. Is that right? Yeah. Ganju said, confused about what just happened. She came to apologize. Sis told her to see his shrine to get some closure. I'll show you the way. He said, walking into the underground mansion, Ichigo speeding his way to follow. Damn. Kyukaku said, looking at the palm of her hand. That was a really toned ass. Thank you, Yoryuki. With Rukia. She was sitting in front of a wooden shrine, housing flowers, sweet incense, and 2 pictures. One of a man and the other of a woman, Kaien and Miyako Shiba, Rukia's idols. She was offering her prayers for their peaceful rest and apologizing for the 1000th time, unaware of the hybrid coming in. So that's Kaien, huh? He said, coming in next to the petite Soul Reaper. That really is an uncanny resemblance. Yeah, Rukia agreed. He was also hot-headed and acted out of a personal desire to help people, for no other reason than they needed help. You would have liked him, Ichigo. She said, relaxing a little bit. Ichigo smiled at her as she reminisced. Tell me more. He said, prompting her to talk about her first days in her squad. The apathy Kaien showed her as a noble and treated her like a person, the kindness her gave her as she grew into her own as a Soul Reaper, the day his wife was murdered by a hollow, his fight and possession, and his death by her hands. He saw her tears dripping down, wetting her purple-flowered kimono, the pain from that day resurfacing on her. He pulled her into his lap, without warning, and held her tightly. He doesn't blame you. No one does. You gave him peace, Rukia, now live on like he wanted you to. If you need a shoulder, I'll be there. He told her. After blinking in shock as his words finally registered, she relented, and let all of her tears pour out into Ichigo's chest. They were trapped in their own world, unaware of a few ladies watching them. So, we're gonna let her in now, aren't we? Tatsuki asked, a little annoyed. Her face was bandaged from the sparring she had with Yoriyuki. Though it helped in the long run, it was still a low thing to do to a fellow disciple. Orihime was doing her best to hold back the tears. How can we not, Tatsuki? She cried in sympathy for their friend. She went through so much, she needs some good in her life. She wrapped her arms around Tatsuki as she couldn't hold back the tears. Yeah, and she's a pretty nice girl to have around. Plus now there's 2 girls to kick his ass into gear now. She thought, relenting to the idea of allowing Rukia into their club. We'll talk to her later. Go to I-13 meeting room. Night had fallen, most of the Soul Society was asleep now, resting and recovering from the events from earlier that day. All but the unlucky groups pulling night patrols, the captains that would determine the future of the coming war, and the hybrid that seemed to be at the center of all of it. They all stood in attendance, the captains flanking down both sides, with Genryusai at the head and Ichigo in the center. There are many questions to ask Ichigo. Yamamoto started, but very little time to get any answers. So for now, only the necessary ones. Are you in complete control? My power is mine to wield, sir. Ichigo answered, firm and confident. We are not at full strength right now, will they return? Yamamoto asked, referring to the wizards and his mentors. They are expecting to return. He answered, how soon can you get them? Everyone looked at him expectantly. Ichigo wordlessly turned around, reached out, and tore a portal open in the air. Tomorrow, most likely. He said, having never traveled by Garganta before. Sokyoku Hill, Spirit Conversion Senkaimon. Everyone gathered at the feudal gateway back into the Danga and to the living world. Though you were initially enemies, you've shown yourselves to be allies to Soul Society. Genryusai announced to the gathered Ryoka. Be wary, for you've also marked yourselves as targets by Aizen. Chances are he'll send spies or assassins, so watch your backs. The coming months may prove trying, but together we are fighting for more than just stability. Be ready for when we call on you, and pray it never comes to that. The old man nodded at Ichigo as they started going through the gate one by one. Before he went through the gate, Rukia came forward. She was wearing the sundress Uriah made and sporting a heavy blush. What is it? He asked, just before she slammed her lips against his. Why you better take responsibility for taking my first kiss, Ichigo. She stammered before kicking him through the gate. The only thought going through his head was, what just happened? Silburn, the shadows of Siritii. He sat upon his throne, watching from the shadows of his enemy's domain, slowly gathering his power. His cold glare locked on the 2 mixed-blooded Quincy that survived his holy cleansing. Uriah showed loyalty to his friends, but foolish resentment to his true family. Ichigo was one to be wary of. Already proving himself as a potential special power, it was becoming more and more evident that his wayward child needed to be shown the light. Hashwolf. He spoke to his chosen second. His dark, heavy voice echoing throughout the dark corridors of the royal chambers. It seems my child of darkness needs some guidance to his true destiny. Go and select a couple of the stern ridders to keep an eye on him. Do the same for Ishida. The blonde man bowed in reverence. As you command, your majesty.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.